got it or you don't. You either bought it or you won't. You either out assault. I'ma say it from the jump. Mama ain't raised a chump. My mama raised me to persevere if I'm ever here in a slum. Cause nobody starts at the top. You do your part and you better buy. Working hard each and every day, even though some days it get hard to watch. But you gotta trust the process. Grind hard, don't you ever quit. It's a must, you see the progress. Got a ball till you get a hit. They can never do what I could do, cause they on the same stuff. If you doubt me, then I'm coming to show them what I'm made of. Yeah, always showing your integrity. Yeah, if you want it, I'ma let them see. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win.
Wake up, put the work in, that's the only way it's gonna work out. Hard work and dedication, no time for procrastination. Takes a lot of time, a lot of patience, a lot of heart mixed with motivation. On the days that you feeling down, look in the mirror for your inspiration. Like, woo, just notice, never stop, never quit. People wanna see you doing good, but never better than them. Gotta push yourself to the limits. You cannot lose if you are not in it. You gotta lose, sometimes it's to win it. Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner, don't be a slow learner. Oh no, you only get one shot, one chance. Talking March Madness at the big dance. Talking big man on campus. Like
no guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. From the back roads to back streets, I see you foes trying to trap me, but I don't run like a track meet, even though I'm number one like an athlete. In the way I maneuver around you and through you, I'm coming and I'm bound to pursue you. I'm everything that you knew of, plus more. What's in store is I'm about to get to ya. Sleepless nights, better think this twice before you step to me and come and speak with strife. There's a lesson when you reach my life. It'll be chin-checking and I'll teach you right. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one, I'm right here. I get it in, I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. Cause I ain't taking no losses, and I don't even care what the cost is. Are you prepared for the forces I'm about to bring, cause I'm the boss of all bosses. I penetrate your thoughts and fill them with doubt. You gon' feel where I'm coming and feel what I'm about. If they come in with the drama, I'm wheeling them out, cause I ain't about to have somebody here stealing my clout. I keep my friends close, enemies closer, cause that's the way it is and the way it's supposed to be. Anybody can see there's only room for one, and that one is me. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one, I'm right here. I get it in, I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. I'm your worst nightmare.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Gaming Malta, Intel, US Air Force, 1xBet, DHL, Monster Energy, Coinbase, Raid Shadow Legends, and CSGO Hub powered by Coil.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
We left off last season with the first truly global ESL Pro League. That was season 13. And boy, were things spicy online. Of course, that's where we found ourselves, given the global parameters that we were under. But so many teams came into the season with so much on their plate, starting off with the roster changes. Multiple teams had to prove their roster, either because they were completely new or because this was the first bigger event for them. For example, FPX, Sunny is a stand-in in-game leader. Heroic with Refresh and Shush, who obviously found success in that light. OG with Nico. G2 removes Kenny S. They add Jax, Evil Geniuses, pick up Obo. Also, FaZe and Mouse had their first real test with the new in-game leaders in Kerrigan and Dexter.
Well, Dexter not as aggressive as previously. Instead, tucked in up close behind the wooden panel, and well, with a flash from his teammate, 2 free kills, and eventually he doubles down and brings it up to a quad.
The CIS teams were super strong in Katowice. 3 of them participated at ESL Pro League Season 13, which would include Virtus Pro, Navi, and Gambit. But Navi and VP couldn't break into the top 8. Gambit, however, totally different storyline, where they made it to the grand final when they met up with Heroic. Heroic went on to win the grand final with a 3-2 scoreline. And the one memorable thing that's going to stick out from your grand final moment would be Cadian's clutch.
Oh my god, he's knifed him, and he's gotten away with the AWP. I'm starting to get nervous. There's no way, Cadian, you can't win Pro League like this! You can't win Pro League like this! He just has to hit this shot, and he's done it for Heroic. The leader, calling well above his years, clearing corners. Oh no! You're an animal! Heroic have done it, and I just can't believe it!
Crazy clutch, crazy end to the season. ESL Pro League Season 13 was something special, but Season 14, we've got something brand new coming for you.
Brand new indeed. Welcome back, everybody, to the ESL Pro League Season 14. We're going to be kicking this thing off with group stages, 4 single round robin groups. Each group has 6 teams, and teams within the same group play each other once. Hence, round robin. All matches best 3 group. First place teams advance to the quarterfinals, whereas in last season they went to the play-ins, which was a whole other headache to deal with, I suppose. Group second and third place teams advance to that round of 12, and then the playoff stages get set where it's a single elimination, best of 3 all the way through the grand final, which is then a best of 5. Of course, it doesn't stop there. The ESL Pro Tour is an open ecosystem connecting all ESL and DreamHack tournaments. That's exactly what we're doing here, working toward that next Masters Championship. If you don't know what biannual means, now's probably the time to find out. Of course, some other people found out, and that was basically anybody that played Navi in Cologne. What a dominating road it was for this team. In the group stages, they dropped their opening map, of course they do, to Renegades, which left a few question marks. Then Renegades became just a door checked off by the Reapers of Navi. Next would be Vitality, Astralis, Nemesis, and Gambit, FaZe, and then G2 on into the grand finals. But of course, everybody gets to pop champagne after that one. The real takeaway here for Navi is this. You saw $1 million on your screen, and that's because the Intel Grand Slam is in town. Navi can win this season, and then they can win the Grand Slam on top of it. It will be the biggest of bags secured by the Navi lineup. Of course, that would be the Intel Grand Slam, and them just being right on the cusp of grabbing it. Nowhere better to find out if they can do it than here and now. Welcome back to Pro League, everybody. Season of 14. I'm Trace. That's Jason. He's the other host. I'm the host. I don't.
Yeah, I'll buy it. I'll go with it.
So, Jason, what's up, man? How you been? What have you been doing?
I've been good. Been working, but I'm excited to be back for Pro League again for Season 14. I mean, I don't quite have like the 9 or 10 streak that some of the people here returning do have, but I was there at the beginning a little bit, casting. But I'm excited, man. We have so many great teams. We have so many great stories coming to this as well, and honestly, I can't wait to get this started.
Yeah, we really do. I mean, you know, Pro League is a marathon. You know, it's not something that just happens over the course of a week. We're not looking at, 2-week events here. We're talking about a month worth of play. You play in the first stage of groups, then you win that. You have some downtime. You get to scout the opponents, and we get to continue to scout around the league. Of course, this league brings out a reporter. We have actually 2 of them. We're going to go ahead and introduce one of them right now. He's a dog father to Jaden. He's a race car driver, and basically, he goes by the name of Matthew Trivet. Say to Kissy there.
Hey, buddy. How are you? Yeah, that's pretty great. You're a father now, too. That must be pretty cool.
Yeah, it happens, man. I don't know. It's immaculate conception. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. I feel like the dog might be a little bit easier for a guy like me to manage, so I'll leave the real parenting to you. But yeah, this is going to be a ton of fun. Look, reporting, going to be a little bit different. I'm still back home in Canada. You guys are obviously in the studio. But there is so many storylines, Trace. Like you say, there's so much to talk about. We had a little taste of a land with Cologne, which I think brought a lot out of Navi, which a lot of people expected. I think they were the team that were kind of robbed by what we'll call this COVID online era. I think they were finally set to maybe take over a long-term stay at #1. They're obviously still in contention for that Grand Slam, which is pretty amazing. But I really want to see them hold that form when we get back to normal. Maybe even have a shot at a major, because I think they're the team, like I say, that had that chance. But Gambit's come through. We've had B&B obviously look really good from North America, which, Trace, you and me being from there's been a lot of struggles in North America. So it's nice to see a few of them still kind of hanging on.
There's still struggles over there, they say. Maybe not even so much Counter-Strike related. Matt, when you say Navi have that potential to go forward, is it because they showed us a lot on land both times that we've had it in the past, I don't know, feels like a decade now?
Yeah, the thing is, I think a lot of the online teams, I mean, there's a lot of speculation over, them playing conditions, Heroic, for example, doing so well, but it's not the normal circumstances of LAN, and LAN does change things. I know that it shouldn't change things that much, but there is still a bit of nerves. You're not necessarily now Heroic plays in an office, so they've gotten used to being beside each other on a similar desk setup, but you're not necessarily used to the conditions of the room. Obviously, fans, if we get those back ever, that changes things a lot and puts different pressures on. And Navi is the one team that's been consistently performing in the LAN era, when that was still around, and in the online era. So I think that's where the experience shines through for them. But like we said, there's lots of teams that can really impress. I think G2 is looking really good right now. I think there's a chance they could top their group. Virtus Pro is looking for a rebound after a really poor RMR for them, where they didn't even make it through to the playoff stage, and that obviously affects their chances of getting the major. A lot of the CIS teams looking really solid right now, and they play a very different style of Counter-Strike. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun to watch and see how this plays out, especially after Cologne, where some people kind of got that taste of being a team again in that environment.
Hey, Matt, I mean, we could probably chit-chat all day, to be completely honest with you. Yeah. You do have to get the match out of the way. We'll be hearing from you at the end of the game, surely, man. Thanks so much for coming on early.
Perfect. Great to see you as well, Jason. I didn't get to talk to you.
It's cool. It's cool.
Happens.
I'm there in heart.
Now, for this next crew, I have to go ahead and report that we have one former Bogan and a singular Blighty coming in all the way from Cologne, calling in even. What's going on over there, Chad and Alex? Machine and Sponge, as you're formerly known as.
Former?
Bogan and a Blighty.
What's a Blighty?
I mean, I think it's like Britain. You can call it Blighty.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I might be former, or I still could be. Maybe I'm just a sleeper Bogan. But yeah, look, in the holidays, I tried to let not the holidays, the tournament break. It's not a holiday. I played a lot of Counter-Strike in that time. What did you get up to?
You did. I mean, I tried to do some League of Legends, went over there to Berlin, and ended up just essentially spending 2 weeks in a hotel room. So that was kind of fun.
You enjoyed that, right?
Yeah.
Lots of TV shows, catching up. You watched a lot of demos, I heard.
All of Harry Potter, all of Lord of the Rings.
Okay. That's 2 days.
Yeah. And then a little bit of League of Legends in there as well. But I did obviously watch some of the what do you call it? The Academy League, the We Play stuff.
Yes.
I was checking in with that. It's cool to see that the Tier 2 looks very vicious, and there's a lot of hungry young boys there.
Everyone's talking about Monacy. When is he going to join Navi? All right, guys, let's slow down a little bit. All right, we got a taste of the Academy, but this is for the future.
Yes, and he looks great, but so did Bit. So did Bit as they lifted that trophy, as they just discussed. Obviously, Matt and the boys at the desk. We wanted to get the group stage preview started as well. I think we're going to take a couple of the later groups, but the one that we're jumping into today, Group A. What are you thinking on the desk there, their boys, Stunner and Jason Kaplan. I mean, you've got a lot of Danes in there, Astralis and Heroic, but do you have any names at the tip of your tongue for favorites?
You know, I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to say Astralis kind of surprised a lot of people with how they did at Cologne. So it's hard not to look at them and say, okay, what are they going to pull out of the bag this time, Jason?
Yeah, but you have to wonder, though. I mean, with Lucky coming into the team, is he going to be used day one? It's been said he will be incorporated in the roster and, being played in the field here, like right off the bat. But then you always wonder, who is he going to replace within the actual roster? Who's going to come out for him so he can be that star operator his team does like him to be? And of course, even, NA Hope here with Bad News Bears, I have high expectations for them. I have, high hopes. High hopes. Low expectations, high hopes for them because I want to see NACS do well. I mean, I'm from North America as well, but they have so much pressure on them that it's going to be so hard to perform in a group like this.
So let me understand this straight. You picked Bad News Bears with Group A.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Right. So let's continue down the path of not that, but more of Group B and C. I think I'm going to let Chad and Alex take this one away.
Yeah, I mean, I think...
Optimism.
Certainly. I mean, look, they've got a new Orpa and Junior.
That's true.
Something to be excited about. PTR's on the cards now.
Yep.
But let's focus on Group B for a second, because G2, they got to the grand final of that head-to-head with Na'Vi. So I'm definitely looking to see if they can just hold on to that LAN form. I know that they can tend to disappear into a bit of a void online.
Sure, and you got Cinders as well. Oscar getting his toes back into the Tier 1 Counter-Strike. VP, you saw Matt touch on that one before. Complexity with a coach change and a roster change. Peacemaker in, Esatag in. I think Forza replacing Renegades here, so it'll be interesting to see the new boys Zorta and Kenzie.
And none more exciting over towards Group C than FaZe Clan. These boys blew our socks off as they just turned it on and transitioned from that online period to that return to LAN. Carrigan and the boys making it into the playoffs was impressive. Can they maintain it? In a pretty stacked group, if we bring up Group C, you'll see what I'm talking about. You've got Mouse Sports, Big Clan, FaZe, Na'Vi, and then two unknown entities in EG Fnatic.
Yeah, in terms of household names, this one is stacked, right? But we don't know what to get out of Fnatic. Yeah. We don't know how the Mezzi and Alex addition with Keita coming in as the coach is going to go, and Daps standing in for Stan. He's taken a bit of extended leave over there for the Geniuses, so probably a good short-term decision that hopefully has benefits for the Canadian in-game leader long-term. But that FaZe confidence you're talking about, it could be a two-edged sword. They could think maybe we're only good on LAN, or maybe they could think, oh, now we can compete, let's bring that online. So I'm really curious to see how FaZe do.
I don't know what you do. You just need a little picture of Carrigan next to you at all times just to motivate you, bumping you as best he can. But we'll have transition over to Group D. Of course, NIP are housed there, as well as the boys from Liquid. But we'll let the desk boys dig their teeth into that one.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yeah, that's right. Group D, I could say like Group C, even the group of change. So many different variables that's gone on there. Question marks around roster changes, ups and downs. Group D, though, sort of a delicious treat. My heart is telling me, maybe Team Liquid, but my brain is telling me to pick Gambit. So I guess we'll have to wait and see, Jason.
Yeah, I think it's for me, Gambit, right? Obviously coming off the back of, I think everyone has to call it a failure at Cologne. They didn't win a match in playoffs. They did get to playoffs, obviously, but the performance they've had in this online era since October of last year has been phenomenal. And for them to not take home a title kind of sucks.
So failure in terms of not, staying on par with that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's questions, right? Them and Heroic always have this asterisk next to their name of how are they going to perform when it comes to LAN. And we'll see. I mean, I have high expectations for them.
Yeah, we will, if I can just get that card in the box. All right, cool. Well, that's done. We're going to go to a break, and we're going to come back with our first matchup here of the Pro League. We're featuring that of Bad News Bears taking on Heroic. After that will be Vitality Ints. Then rounding out the best of threes today with Astralis and Spear. We're going to a break, everybody. Don't move. We'll be right back.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Advantage of that, but ends up leaving it all on the back of Fallen! The taps! Oh, what a...
High flashes in response, but Flames close the gap.
Oh, what's that from Shiro? A blind no-scope into the smoke, and he's got another. Just simple. And the flick on
difficult to stretch his legs now and very uncomfortable for Gambit. Inters doesn't get checked and he can get the bomb. Oh, right the plant. Disc is chaos. Na'Vi in trouble. Only Perfecto. He's already hit the first two on the 1v4. Another one. Oh, Perfecto to save the day. He could very well do it as only Inters and Perfecto does the most ridiculous clutch. There's no way, KD, you can't win Pro League like this! You can't win Pro League like this! No way! Exile's left, 40 seconds and the bomb's on A. Take your time, son, you're about to make the play of your career.
Group A is considered as one of the toughest groups, as it not only contains Spirit, ENCE, and Bad News Bears, but also Vitality and both of Denmark's best teams. After device departed Astralis, the lineup struggled to achieve the same results they used to have back in the last 3 years. But with the addition of Bubsky, they managed to reach 4th place at IEM Cologne. Heroic, on the other hand, showed us how strong the Danish Counter-Strike scene could be, being the champion of ESL Pro League Season 13, DreamHack Open Fall 2020, and ESL 1 Cologne 2020. Vitality proved to us how effective new young talents could be with their addition of Kyojin. Will Bubsky become the better device for Astralis? Will Heroic be able to make their comeback at ESL Pro League Season 14 and defend their ESL Pro League title? Is Kyojin Vitality's missing key for winning a title? ESL Pro League will reveal these secrets.
Oh yeah, all secrets are getting revealed around here. Heroic versus the Bad News Bears to kick us off for Pro League Season 14. www.savenacs.com. I don't know what that's all about, but the Bad News Bears have coined it, and we will give it to them. Of course, Bad News Bears versus Heroic, best of 3 to kick us off. And here's where things start to look cool. Here's a story that's going to take some both, ups and downs. It's going to take some turns. Heroic. What happened there, Jason?
Yeah, I honestly don't know what happened. I don't think many people really know what happened when it came to the LAN event of IEM Cologne, but obviously, like you mentioned before, they won Pro League. They've shown they can do this. Can they do it again?
So let's just put it into context so that you quite understand as to what happened last season. They went undefeated in groups. That's 5-0. They had wins over Renegades, Big, FPX, OG, and Complexity. They got that berth to the semis where they handed Junior his last official loss with Furia. And then a tight 5-mapper that ended with this play of Cadian. Well, doing, I guess, Cadian things here, actually winning out the entire tournament. showing Machine that he can indeed win ESL Pro League like this. So there you have it. Heroic are the reigning champions of Pro League, but it's a new season, and this is a new look for Heroic.
Yeah, and obviously I feel like the results they had in Cologne are going to weigh on their shoulders. It's going to weigh on them coming into this event. This is their chance to prove themselves again. They're a top team. They're a top contender for another title back-to-back. But it's going to be difficult because there's still a lot of great teams come into this, and there's a lot of change-ups in rosters and in teams in general.
So let's talk a little about that Cologne thing then. This is the second part of that story I just told you that had its ups and downs. This story takes place in a time when the online reality came to just a short halt long enough for LAN. They were able to squeak one out against Team Spirit and BO3. And again, both those teams having showed up to this event, having something to prove, having something on their plate than just a little bit more of trophy hunting. They then took a loss to FaZe, and in the Danish Derby, they also lost to Astralis in the lower B finals. So that was pretty much the run for Heroic throughout Cologne. It's not really resemblance to what we saw earlier on and maybe even in the year of 2020.
Yeah, but it's still not a bad run. I mean, we were talking about this before. They lost to the teams that ended up going 3rd and 4th place overall in the event, teams that we didn't really expect to even get that far, especially with how Astralis have looked this year so far. So, I mean, they did run into some difficult teams, but I'd still say we all agree that this isn't the result that they were looking for and that we expected.
Yeah, and speaking of results that we kind of expect, let's talk about the Bad News Bears and what to look forward to with this NA crew that has come all the way to Europe to try to get their feet wet within Pro League, maybe even grab themselves a slot in the playoffs, but that's a little bit forward thinking. The truth about it is if we look over here at Bad News Bears, they're going to be the underdogs in just about every matchup they have going forward here. And this would have been the results from them in the play-ins in Cologne. So again, never in control of the matchup, never got to double digits. This wasn't something where I could sit here and paint this to be the Mona Lisa, when in fact it's just me with Crayolas drawing it and putting it on the refrigerator.
Hey, you're still a pretty good artist. I've seen some of your works, but
Thanks.
I mean, you make a really good point. Like for them, this was like their first dipping their toes in the water of Europe and into these top tier teams. I mean, they're used to farming these cash cups at the moment. They have obviously had some roster changes as well, but for them, for me, every match, they're fighting for a chance to get organization. They're taking every match as if it's their last match, which I feel like some teams out there, when it comes to these round-robin group stages, won't really play it in that kind of sense.
Yeah, but here's the harsher reality. The Bad News Bears might be down bad just after their first 3 games. Heroic, Vitality, Astralis. They really aren't walking into a single game as favorites, especially when you consider those 3. But for these guys, they should be used to that. And if anything, perhaps they could put it, to their advantage. This is a team that has gained some experience in NA. They have shown that they can hang over there, but the level and the time it's just simply not there. It doesn't stack up pound for pound within the Pro League or within the groups itself. Junior, on the other hand, having had his feet definitely wet over there in the Furia camp, ironically handed his last loss with Furia by Heroic. Is it going to happen again today? Who knows?
I think we have a general idea of how it might go for them, but the thing is, Junior does bring a lot of experience to the team when it comes to playing these international rosters, playing in Europe, playing against some of the top teams in the world. I'd say PTR did have that as well back in CLG days, but this was 2014, 2015, so such a long time ago that I don't know if it really stacks up to what's happening now. But I guess the real question for us here is, how is Junior going to perform? How are they going to slot him into this roster? I'd say for me, look at him last season in Pro League, he was a phenomenal opper. He was explosive. He was very consistent in the shots he was hitting, but I don't know how they're going to play around him or he's going to play around his team to make him as effective as he can be when you're going up against these ridiculous oppers we have in the likes of Cadian here.
Yeah, and the truth is, if you look at Bad News Bears, you're probably asking questions. Who are the Bad News Bears? How the hell did they get the Pro League? Where did they come from? Well, it all started with this team Chaos, and Jonji having been over there in charge of things. Now Sheikh Zula. Yeah, he's the one calling the shots. So, they've got their workabouts. They've got the things that they've got to do and get done. For us, we need to go through the maps. We need to understand the best of 3 for these 2 teams. I don't necessarily see a world where there's a 1 veto here from the Bad News Bears. But if I had to guess, we're looking at a Nuke, Overpass, and Mirage. Dust 2 is a Heroic permaban. Inferno a little shaky for Heroic as well. Don't know that they'd really be tested here by the Bad News Bears. But neither team plays Vertigo. So it really doesn't leave too many options.
I feel like you kind of need to, Vertigo being banned away, you kind of have to throw something a little bit cheeky in there to actually use for this one. We have, Mirage coming through, Nuke coming in, and Overpass. Wow. I feel like you just said those exact same
I really
3.
did. And I didn't even cheat this time. So that's crazy. Haha, numbers. Mirage, the first map of the series. We look at Bad News Bears with their backs against the wall to start things off. Again, it's going to be uphill battle. Even if they lose today, that's okay. They get to come back and play Vitality. Then they get to come back and play Astralis. So, are they going to get their bells rung? That's the real question, Jake.
Well, I mean, I think Mirage is probably one of the best maps you could have them start on. I mean, it's like the map to go to when you're in North America. You have Junior, who's played with Fury on this map countless times, and we know how aggressive and how good Fury can be on a map like this. I feel like if you're going to have any chance to start off the series strong, this is definitely where you want to go initially. But as we just saw, Cadian, he's shown he can win pro leagues on a map like this, especially when he's all alone against 4 players. It's going to be very difficult, but I hope you kind of agree with me. If you don't, feel free. This is probably the best of all the maps they could go to right now.
Don't ask me if I agree with you. Why don't you ask the people at home if they agree with you? Using the hashtag ESL Pro League, let us know. What do you actually think of Jason Kaplan? No, I'm kidding. But what do you think about what his prediction is? You did pick the Bad News Bears. I actually looked at the envelope in the box, and you did pick them.
It's true.
So I'm not really sure where the mindset is there.
I really can't back out of that one anymore, I guess, as you put me in this situation.
Sorry about that, man. Didn't really mean to do that to you. If you are just joining us, you are on the first day of ESL Pro League Season 14. We have the maps right in front of us. Mirage going to be that first one, that first port of call. But really, I'm looking at a B&B here, and not an Airbnb, but I'm looking at a B&B that can come into the server that needs to sort of grab it by the horns right away. If they can pick up a map early on, that's going to smell pretty good for them.
I guess an upside they do have is that there's not a lot of expectations for them to do well. Heroic maybe not trying to research into them as much as maybe they need to. Then again, how much research can you really do into this team that played 3 maps in I Am Cologne and didn't, like you said, get double digits in any single one of them? But we're going to find out.
Yeah, we definitely are. It's time to start ESL Pro League Season 14. It's going to be Bad News Bears taking on Heroic, and we're going to be delivering that to you. Well, we're not, but Alex and Chad are. Take it away, fellas.
And we are about to kick off our first match. Chad and Sponge and Alex and Machine. They are the same person, indeed. They're just going to take a quick little break. It's not 4 different people. We're not doing a quadcast here. It's actually going to be Stunna and I taking you through the first couple of rounds. It's not over just yet. But yeah, we're starting things off. Looks like we've got a quick little pause here to fix some things here. But you know what? I feel like the last time, was it you and me that did this last time? Or was it, no, it was me and Pimp that actually casted.
Yeah, that's right.
Pro League Season 13 for like 1 round.
Yeah.
It was the best round of my life.
Best round of your life. Maybe not even the best round on paper. Who knows? What we are looking at is a paused map that hasn't started quite yet. The Pro League, the Pro League's been around for quite some time. Kaplan, what's your earliest memory of ESL Pro League? Or I guess
Season 1 in the when you were, I think you were there, managing, coaching Cloud9 with your tank tops.
The old offices.
Yeah.
No air conditioner, by the way.
Exactly. It was like 40-something degrees. Everyone was sweating. I swear, I feel like I didn't even have shorts on at that rate when I was casting because it was so damn hot backstage. But yeah, there was barbecue at least, some good food, some crazy results as well. It was good times.
Oh,
actually.
I do remember the barbecue. I do also remember that barbecue smell sticking to me, but then I felt, kind of eerily more comforted, like I'm at home almost in Alabama. Who knows?
Let's be honest, in that kind of heat in those studios, you could have a much worse smell sticking to you.
Yeah, that is very true. Especially, what usually smells around LAN, and that's people that don't wear deodorant for whatever reason.
Yeah. One upside to not having, live events, walking around and smelling stuff like that. But,
even before the pandemic and, Corona and all that, I still wondered why there were no major hand sanitizer sponsors in esports. Like, it just doesn't add up in my mind.
It's a good point. I also, just like body sprays or just deodorant companies coming in and be like, hey, we'll give you a free product. Maybe you should go use it. And maybe people would take a hit. But I feel like in Europe that happens a lot more than in North America. Correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't been back in such a long time. But I feel like at events in Europe, people tend to wear it less.
I've been to a DreamHack or two where I can definitely tell you that at the festivals, there are some folks that have never heard of deodorant. But you got to put DO for the BO. And that's a public service announcement to all of you out there right now. If you're watching, we do have a little bit of a tech pause. These things do tend to happen. We're just about ready to get underway, though, it looks like. Mirage in front of us between Heroic and the Bad News Bears. And you talked about the Bad News Bears vying for an organization, this, that, and the other. But I just don't think whatever org they join is going to have as cool of a name as Bad News Bears. Like that, it's not like intimidating, but it's got a little bit of intimidation factor.
I mean, the thing is, if I think of Bad News Bears, if you close your eyes and imagine it, I think of like a bear that's just kind of a dick. You know, he's just kind of coming to attack you. And you look at their logo and it's just like a chill bear. He's just reading some news and he's getting some bad news. But he's still looking relatively happy, even though you can't see his face. But I completely agree. And the thing for them is obviously there's only so many cash cups you can farm day in or week out before, you know, the funds are going to run dry. And I think we're starting to see that effect on these players. We've seen the tweets come out. We've seen them really struggling to like stick around when you have another, you know, FPS and NA that's taking so many players away from CSGO. I mean, obviously it's not as good of an FPS. It's not.
Let's talk about it, Kaplan. Let's talk about your favorite game that you don't want to tell anyone about.
My favorite game that I played maybe last time like 6-7 months ago, if not longer. Not a big fan of it, to be honest. I don't really enjoy it. Counter-Strike will always be my bae. I think I did my very first cast in Counter-Strike Source, actually.
Check that out. Heroic have last season's Pro League trophy just put right there on a little pedestal. You do love to see that, especially given the fact that we saw the celebration, and I'm thinking it looks like it's the same room. Who knows? I can tell you these players don't look like they're ready to live the match. I can tell you that. A little bit of pause, champ.
We were questioning whether or not they would be in the same building after the jumping. I think we were like checking some building codes to see if that even is allowed for them. But, you know, obviously Bad News Bears, they're sitting there boot camping, you know, playing together, I believe, in the Godset facilities, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think
together.
I read that too, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think it helps quite a bit when you're playing cash cups from home. Now you get to sit there and play together. I hope for them, and we talk about this player break, probably Heroic taking more time to relax in this break because of the schedule they've had. Or I feel as Bad News Bears we've seen with cash cups, they've been taking this as their real opportunity. And I almost feel like, and I hate to say it, this is maybe their last big chance to make that push for organization, to make themselves known and be able to have some sort of financial stability within themselves to continue to play CS and continue to represent North America.
Yep, and that is what it's about. You know, I think the real harsh reality here that maybe a lot of NA fans might need to kind of grab hold of at some point would be the fact that the next generation of NA players has to start showing up, and they have to start showing up now. You know, some of the teams we're seeing around in NA, some of the players we're seeing, say, on Bad News Bears. You think that this is the future of North American Counter-Strike. It's just, you know, at what point does that develop and mature fully to its extent?
It takes a lot of time, right? And I feel like maybe that's the biggest problem, is that people don't want to invest that time. I even saw some guy post on Reddit, I think the other day, I think it was yesterday, saying like, is it realistic for me to really full go in on CSGO as a new player? And honestly, I think you would want to say almost no, because the amount of experience you need, the amount of time it takes for you to be in every single situation, to build up like a network of players that you know, to be able to draw from this kind of experience and learn on it and then still climb up the ladder is very difficult to do. But I do hope that new generation is coming. You can even maybe compare NA to, I almost want to say Sweden a little bit. Sweden in the early days, they were the FPS gods. You had Fnatic, you had NIP, and then there's this massive lull as those teams failed to succeed. And you look at, you know, the CIS region where they didn't have any big name teams back then that could compete against the best of the best, and it took time for CIS to grow, to develop this talent, to continue to switch players around, to learn from each other, and potentially find that solution. NA, I think they're in that rebuilding phase, but the question is, how big is this rebuilding phase? How big is the resources they have to pull from to find new players?
I mean, a rebuilding phase that lasts what? From the span of
yeah, it's a long one.
Boston Major onward? Like, what are we really looking at here? You know, things have been a little topsy-turvy over there. Of course, pandemic didn't help a damn thing, did it? I wish that thing would just go the hell away.
Yeah.
But it's just not gonna. I did see a restart go on the program feed here, so it does seem like we might get into the game, but I don't want to make any promises to all of you out there in Twitch land. If you are just joining us, I did ask you to use your hashtag to talk about Jason Kaplan, and that hashtag being ESL Pro League. I think I'm in the mood to see maybe some of your setups. What are you playing on? Let's see how you're watching the game. Maybe you got 15 monitors hooked up and you're just watching everybody's individual, you know, something like that. Oh my God, is that the freeze time coming to an end? No way. It's happening.
I'm knocking on wood here. I think this desk is made out of wood.
Yeah, I don't know. I think so. Anyway, pistol round underway. It's Heroic versus the Bad News Bears to start things off. The ESL Pro League season of 14 pistol round on the cards. And A little bit of POV there from Junior. Right now, a lot of mid-control. Jonesy leading the pack here towards middle. Cadian going to be waiting underneath. Has the info. Spots one. Looks for the second. Easy kills for Cadian. Takes down Shake and Junior. Swisher with a response from the side of BNB. But it does look like a free bomb plan over there towards the A site.
So Cadian ends things off in the last season of Pro League with a win and a clutch, and he comes out starting season 14 with 2 quick kills in middle, and it's going to be very hard for Bad News Bears to hold on to this, but Swishers needs to win this fight up against Tesses, and he's unfortunately going to lose out.
Yeah, Swisher drops that fight. That was a big one to hold on to. Now just the retake, and pretty much all up to par, up to snuff, and standard stuff there from the side of Heroic. You're going to go ahead and grab this pistol round. A plant by BNB does give them a little bit of a cushion to relax on in the form of monetary gain, but overall, first round going the way Heroic. So, Bad News Bears, not really a whole lot to go off of there, but just a little something.
I feel like they kind of got countered there a bit. I mean, you had Cadian and one more drop into underpass, which kind of perfectly countered the 3-2 split towards the A side with the 3 players pushing up middle. And when Cadian hits shots like this, not even a shot fired back against him, it's kind of hard to really do much against this. But like I said, getting some money on their side, we're going to see how it's going to work out here in the second round. But I feel like we had some questions coming to this, so whether or not Heroic would be a strong team yet again off the back of Cologne. And it's only been 1 round, but still looking very good here.
Yeah, M4's out. They're not going to waste any time on the side of Heroics down. Putting a couple rounds up there towards top mid, and they'd be right for doing so. Cadian, very aggressive peek, ends up faltering Swisher's AK. Refresh sort of salvages the round with 2 frags there. And if Shake can do something with that AK, it might give a little bit of a wiggle room for for Bad News Bears. But as it stands, 4v3 and just 2 pistols on the side of BNB. Not really any map control taken. A little bit of presence they showed there. Jonesy towards the B halls didn't really manifest into much. So they're going to have to recollect, reconsider, read some litter.
Sure.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Exactly.
I did like Jonesy, though. At least pulled refresh back off a short to make sure they didn't have those 2 players in middle to attack against them if they wanted to gain some ground, which it seems like they've been able to with Jonesy pushing through underpass. But again, you got refresh just up close and personal with the SMG. You got the M4 at Tessas, and no one's even looking towards them. They're actually going to start to make some noise, but spots them out. That's the AK now down, and Junior's going to respawn. He's going to need a hell of a lot more than this to close it out.
Yep, and it's just not on the cards now, is it? A second round there for Heroic. They're even going to salvage one of those AKs that BNB so graciously donated to them.
I am curious, though, for BNB with Junior. Are they going to try to heavily invest into an op for him quite consistently in this series and throughout the rest of Pro League for them? Obviously, I kind of mentioned before, for me, very explosive opper, very consistent opper as well. And I feel like you're almost going to need that here on a map like Mirage, especially against a player like Cadian. But some quick aggression. Jonji does get up in towards middle. Looks like he might even want to go in towards connector here. He might catch out Stound. He's not even looking towards him. He gets the kill with the flashbang.
God.
A little bit ugly there, but he gets the kill nonetheless.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty, but they'll take that frag. Gives them connector control. Begins to open the keys here to the door that is A site. Shush pushed up way close on A ramp. He's going to caught out through the smoke with Jonji. And that is the open door. However, that bomb completely in control by Tessis. That's really not part of the plan here if you're Bad News Bears. Jonji going to try to recollect it, and he's not going to be successful. He goes down to the hands of the AK on Tessis, and he's got it locked up. 3v2. How could Bad News Bears lose this round? How could they do it?
Well, they're living up to their own name. Bad News here. Having such a good situation for them, having the A site taken, but the bomb nowhere near them. Cadian comes up with one. Tessis is going to have 2 players here. Might get caught looking the wrong direction. Gets out Spongy. That's the AK now down. And it's just Swisher by himself. At least they don't know where he's going to be, but he's going to have to connect these shots. Can at least rescue the AK and potentially pull something off here.
I feel like maybe he populated on Tessis' radar because if you look at Cadian, he was just sprinting over there towards that A site. They know he's over there in the spawn. Bomb has been collected, albeit 1v2 for Swisher. He's got 2 flashes and a hope and a dream that he doesn't become this meme going into the B site. Entrenched is Tessis on 41 HP. And time is dwindling, ticking away on that clock. Just 15 seconds remaining.
He's going to have to make some noise. He's going to have to run for it, and Tessis is just going to be waiting. This should be a clean kill coming in for him.
He did. Yep.
Peekaboo.
Definitely that. Heroic starting the game off like we kind of thought they would. 3-0. BNB having that A site in that pass round really didn't come to fruition now, did it?
I want to give him like a little bit of a positive note though. Like Jonji looked really good, just rushing straight to the connector. There's a flashbang to open things up on Astound, so he got eliminated. And then the aggression continuing out of him, pushing even further into the A site, catching refresh off, I believe. And they had the A site completely taken. I think it was Cadian sitting back towards CT spawn. But unfortunately, I don't know why the bomb was over there. Maybe they didn't expect to get so many kills so cleanly. And hopefully they can learn from that experience. And well, now Cadian is not looking good for Bad News Bears. A great flash though, yet again.
Yeah, up close and personal. Jonji with the MAC-10 running it down. He's going to continue his warpath, trying to make his way up connector.
They know he's there?
I'd say they might have an indication, especially after that nade comes through. Nonetheless, Snown holds the line there towards jungle. And really, they've got Bad News Bears bottled up in this choke point of middle, towards the connector, towards this catwalk. Refresh, mopping them up with 2. Tessa's going to be there to back them up in case things get a little out of control, like they're about to. When you go through the window, and Snown is waiting right there.
Drops the bomb into window. Like, I surrendered, don't attack, and he gets eliminated. I mean, Jonji left to himself. He's got, quite a few kills. He's got 4 kills for himself, but I don't know if you can depend on him to open things up with what he's been able to do so far in these last 2 rounds in a row. But really no hope for them here in this round in a 1-on-3, especially with the bomb no longer in their hands.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and toss it out there. I'd say this is more improbable than Cadian's clutch last season. A little bit of spray there on the shush. He takes it down. Business as usual. Jonji falls 4-0. We're looking at Heroic leading the way thus far. But there's money in the pockets of the Bad News Bears. Junior's picking up that AWP. Looking to change the storyline up here a little bit. Former Furia player, now finding himself on B&B.
I'd say B&B have been doing a great job of just knowing how Heroic are playing this map. That's 2 rounds in a row. They've been able to catch the initial frag out with just a flashbang, and Jonji was able to lead the charge. Again, you see him being the forward man for his team, trying to open things up, and his team is, I guess in general, kind of assisting him. But like you mentioned, Junior on the op, up against Cadian on the AWP as well. This is where my eyes are mostly going to turn to here in this round, to see if Junior can kind of make a name for himself here at the moment. The newest addition for Bad News Bears, and he's going to have the toughest time to do so as well.
Yeah, Junior posted up at the op top middle, waiting for someone to get a little overzealous there. That someone might have been Snown, but he's playing a little bit more cautiously and to his benefit. Double A ramp set up here from the side of Heroic. We're towing the line. And so far, no damage exchanged from either side. It's the waiting game as we tick it on down to the 1-minute mark. Nade's coming out there from the connector. We're going to get a smoking connector as well, coming off a catwalk from Cadian. Shush knows you're there, Spongy. And now he knows you're not there. That's 2 kills from the side of Heroic. Nothing thus far, just a little bit of damage on Astound. But they have connector control. They've tried to work their way up into jungle. There goes the first kill. Refresh, the first to fall, the first victim. It's Bad News Bears try to wiggle their way into this bomb site. Jonji with another. That's going to help the war effort considerably. Tessus looking on from the ticket booth, but Junior pretty much cooped up with the bomb, stuck here on the side of A ramp. That creates for a little bit of a pickle. 30 seconds, just under.
So difficult too, because Cadian, he's going to be holding towards short to watch connector, though. They've actually completely in wide view of this one. Got Tessus back in towards C2, trying to cover off the flank here for Shush on ramp. He's going to come down, and Tessus hitting these shots, and he gets the first as well. The push is going to come through, and Junior's going to fall, and Shakazula left to himself, and he's going to die. And unfortunately, Bad News Bears at the back of Jonji open things up with those 2 kills. He's not able to salvage that round.
Yeah. Big yikes for the start of Bad News Bears here. Don't worry. I know everybody in the world is worried about, our Sponge and Machine okay? My God, what's going on here? They'll be back very shortly. I can almost guarantee that, but I can't quite. Looks like a little A set piece here from the side of Bad News Bears. AK in the hands of Jonji, and everybody else rocking some upgraded pistols. It's 3 Deegs and 1 Tech 9. So the set piece will be on A, and so far it's going to be Shush and Cadian to try to lock this down. Cadian looking on from the ticket booth with the AWP. Should be that first line of contact, then maybe Shush can swing. But here we go. Nades are out. Noise is up. Cadian, blind, hits the shot on the Spongy. And there we go, knocking him down like dominoes.
Big kill, actually, out of Cadian there. If he doesn't save his teammate's life, he would have lost control of ramp. He couldn't watch towards apartments, at least cleanly. Looking to clean up these last few kills. And another headshot comes through, leaving it all on Junior in the 1-on-4. And, well, Heroic starting things off here in Season 14 with a 6-0 lead.
Yeah. It's like we all expected. Also, I've just seen the wild Jason Moses O'Toole walking around here. Shout out Lil Momo one time, wherever he's watching Onward in this building.
It's going to get really confusing having two Jasons on the show.
Two Jasons on the same desk.
Both equally handsome, same amount of hair.
What's wrong with Jason's hair?
Nothing. Looks good.
Swisher. Mega Brain running up catwalk, catches them with their pants down, but unfortunately for him, Refresh is there to salvage the situation. Stown taking out Jonesy as well. Just 3 alive and barely that on Sheikh Azula. I say that, he falls immediately. An AWP from Junior. Puts just 1 on the board for B&B. It's not gone well here for the start. Perhaps Junior can edge his way out and find something from Tetris, but Cadian creeping his way back up to look over this A bomb site. He's not going to be alone. Stown in the connector side. Oh, they definitely heard you now, Junior.
Yeah, Stown waiting to just pounce whenever Cadian spots out a player as well. Flashbang comes through out. Junior gains some ground here, but again, Stown just playing ever so passive. They realize, I mean, it's 4-on-2. We don't need to rush things. Junior's going to miss the shot, allowing Stown to get out. Cadian, what a flick out of him. And he's all in a Junior at the op yet again. And, well, that's 7 rounds straight now for Heroic. And I'm not trying to pretend to be an analyst here because I'm in no way near as good as Moses. Not even close, not even on the radar. But I almost want to say that, like, we've seen Jonji be the real focal point for his team, the one to lead the charge. Flashbangs in to assist him. I almost want to see something similar happen to Junior to allow him to be that explosive operator I've seen him be in the past. But again, the newest addition, how much time have they really been able to work with him on the team? Are they even able to play around him in that kind of sense? So a lot of questions in the air, and the only answers we're really getting at the moment is that Bad News Bears in this first game aren't looking too hot.
Yeah, they're going to go for that first timeout pretty early on, which is rightfully so. I mean, you're down 7-0, right? Like, you want to try to slow things down, maybe change up the pace a little bit, because right now, Heroic are running the game. That's pretty easily put, pretty easily said as well. Tess is sitting on 10 frags. And if I look over there on the side of B&B, it's not necessarily the same story whatsoever. Jonji closest with 6, and we're out of freeze time again. No buy this round. I can imagine B&B either come out with some super cool eco strat, or they were just talking about the next gun round. Go ahead, Molotov off connector and begin to take a posture here in middle. No one looking on from the window. Stown, though, just at the top of Con on the A side. He's going to be able to put some damage down should they try to rush through a smoke or get cheeky with it, as they would say.
I think that's the Will Smith's new single coming out later on this year.
Cheeky with it.
Yep.
Well, Swisher is about to get his cheeks checked. And he's not the only one. Junior Shake also going down. Spongy, there really wasn't a hope in the world for you there, buddy. That's going to be another round for Heroic. Easy does it. Easy as that. 8-0.
Thing is, like, I really wonder how much different this game would be if we think back to one of those earlier rounds. I think one of the first rounds, Bad News Bears were looking fantastic, where the bomb was down back in T-spawn. If they did have that plan, if they did have that victory, I wonder if they'd be able to put up, you know, quite a few rounds here and actually eliminate this kind of lead Heroic does have. But obviously what's in the past is in the past, and they have to regroup here. They're, again, going to use the op on Junior. Looking like to put him over towards Palace to open things up, it seems. But I want to say, it doesn't seem like Cadian's giving him, or really anyone on Heroic's giving him many angles to really use. I mean, this round, of course, as I mentioned it, he does give an angle here as he peeks in from connector, but they're going to go quick. They're hitting this A site fast, and Stoud, he's the only one really there to defend with Shush.
Yeah, not for long. Shush falls. Cadian picks up an AWP, looks onward into the Palace, finds a quick kill on the Junior. So that's the Palace presence gone for B&B, but they do have the site. They are going to get a bomb plan out of this. Steps in the right direction. Stown and company looking on. Trapped behind smoke. Swisher takes a shot there on a refresh, doesn't land it, and that creates a bigger problem. 4v3 on the retake. Heroic with just 2 smokes for utility. All 4 players with kits, so that's really not a problem either. Jonji and Shake set up for a trade here. Shake gets the first one. Tessis onto Jonji. Does back Shake Zula back up into sandwich there. And from the looks of it, if they don't start to get a move on, this could be a problem. Big spray from Spongy, takes down the first, looks to get the diffuser, doesn't find him. Cadian finishes it out, and a defuse comes in, putting a 9th on the board for Heroic.
Some progress, at least, for Bad News Bears. I think that was their first plant the entire T-half so far out of the 9 rounds we've had played. Again, looking pretty decent, but that linchpin point of CT Spawn just really putting some frustrations with them having to change up their angles quite a bit here. And obviously when Refresh can win out some duels, Testis as well, open things up. And of course, Cadian taking away Junior out of Palace right off the bat once they got in the site, just really eliminated a lot of the points they could use to lock some things down. But again, I mean, at least they're improving here for Bad News Bears. At least they got the bomb down.
Yeah.
It's not going to be enough to beat the likes of Heroic. What you said, Heroic, then Vitality, then Astralis coming up back-to-back.
As long as everybody's having a good time. That's what it's all about, I think.
Who wouldn't be having a good time with us casting?
Well, I could name a few people. I could name roughly 20K or so. Nonetheless, timeout has come to an end. Bad News Bears having burnt through 2. They're going to be going into this round with another bye. AWP in the hands of Junior. Not sure where he's going to elect to start things off here. But based on the spawn, it looks like an A-ramp pick. So let's take a look-see, shall we? Junior, hard charging up there. He's not going to be alone. Another AWP in sight, finds the head of Cadian as Cadian dumps his Molotov, tries to back away. That's the A site open for now, but B&B not really ready to capitalize on that, much less be in position to do anything about it. Mid, not even a contest here for the side of Heroic. They have full mid control, and B Hall's currently the port of call for the Bad News Bears.
A big info play, too. I think at a Refresh there, pushing up towards middle because they were rotating players over towards the safe side with Cadian going down, but the information gained, they're going to be able to stack up towards this B star, at least rotate in. Hopefully Testis can stay alive for him, but he's going to fall. Refresh just not able to quite hit a shot here from Catwalk. But it's still Shush able to close out one. Refresh does secure one for himself as well, and Jonji just trying to hit these shots, man. Down to the 2-on-2 and a minute in time to play with.
Junior on the AWP back to the site. He's going to go try to grab that bomb. Didn't see the player coming through smoke, so that's going to be a big problem. Stowner and Shush do not want to let them plant this bomb. No mercy, no quarter given. Junior not up for hitting the shot, and neither is Jonji. What was probably the closest round there for the side of B&B. Spirals quickly out of control, and it's Heroic to put double digits up. No response from B&B just yet.
I mean, to be fair to them, like, would you really expect them to not have more players towards A? I mean, as we saw, fantastic shot at Junior. If he continued to push, he would have had the site completely open. And then they get the kill on Tessis, who was like the lone defender, but not able to rotate their players in time. Able to get that bomb down for the post plan. And as you mentioned, not seeing that first player pushing through the smoke definitely caused them some problems. And you can see some frustrations in their eyes as well.
I'm thinking that's a camera thing from what I just saw, or otherwise, he's like slowly turning into a cartoon. I can't really tell. It's one of the two.
Tough times here. I mean, John G's on 8 kills. I believe he's leading his team. Yeah, we see 4 other players at 3 kills apiece. You look at the side of Heroic, and I mean, Stown's on 12, Tess is on 13. I mean, Shush, I think he's only on 6, but he really hasn't had to get many kills here to win these rounds.
Yeah, just in case you forgot, this is the pick of Bad News Bears. It's not an ideal start for your T side on your map pick. That much I can rest assured. Refresh taking a quick peek there in the middle, but again, here we go with the B hit for the side of B&B. They're up close. It's about to get personal. Tessis toeing the line in the site. Refresh will be there to back him up. All 4 players for B&B stuck inside of those halls right now. They can't get out. That Molotov's going to trap him in as well. Refresh mopping him up. Shake, not a shot in the world to make that one happen. It's just Spongy and Junior. And the nades never quit. The utility never stops for Heroic.
Just not able to get out of apartments. Heroic now close out their 11th, making it look all too easy here. And well, Bad News Bears, they got to dig deep here. Maybe turn the page and find some good news, because it's not looking too good for them at the moment.
But really, who turns pages anymore, you know, right? Like, newspapers. Is this becoming archaic technology? I don't know. But
well, I think for reading a book, I always like to have like an actual book,
like a hard copy, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Newspapers, I always hit. You get so much ink on your hands, they get all dirty. Just used for firewood, I guess.
Yep. Well, speaking of fires, there's Tessis trying to light one up there in the middle. It's going to be Shake that responds. And here we go. 2 picks for B&B. They've started to open that doorway into the B site. Closest on the call is going to be Cadian standing in a Molotov. The displace. That op's going to be pulled off the shot. There's off the line there for just a second. Smokes are going to land just in time. One Molotov coming out there to try to thwart a plant. It's done just that. Plenty of time, though. So much that Heroic even second-guessing, thinking maybe, hey, are they going to go away? They're going to come from the back lines, man? Are they in the window room? No, they planted the bomb. And so far, marginal success here for the Bad News Bears.
Did they go full, like, Californian surfer there?
Hey, man. I don't know. know, dude, but like, I think they're gonna go B.
Oh my God! I thought you said earlier you weren't good at accents.
I'm not. I don't really know where I was going with that one. Nonetheless, it is smelling like a Bad News Bears first round. So, don't call it a comeback. There it is. Stound's going to be waiting for him to exit the apartments. Almost lights up one. Doesn't seem to line up. Katie will hold on to that AWP. Still plenty of money for the side of Heroic, so it's not like, you know, they're in dire straits by any, you know, stretches of the imagination here. Whereas if you're Bad News Bears, you just won a round and you might have survived with 3 weapons. Still got some players on some pretty low cash, so
yeah,
not a whole lot to write home about.
It's just, it's unfortunate that it feels so one-dimensional out of Bad News Bears here on Mirage so far. Most of the success they've had is just these quick, aggressive, flashy plays. You rush in towards apartments. You rush in, if you're John G, in towards middle into connector. Like, that's Junior on A ramp a couple of rounds prior. But that kind of thing isn't going to work when Heroic's just like, okay, we'll just look to expect it more, play a little bit more passive, and we'll just beat them at their own game and don't let them be aggressive. And I mean, good flashbang through, but again, gets eliminated completely off the face of the map here. It shuts down any sort of B pressure they did have. And, well, Bad News Bears, off the back of their first round, not sporting too well here in the second.
So I like what's happened over here for Heroic, right? They've elected to pull out a double op. Stound taking his over towards the B side. They were getting pressured on B just a little bit in the past 2 rounds from the Bad News Bears, and, well, he's able to put it to work. Tessis, though, is about to do some work of his own, hiding in the smoke and gets sniffed out by Sheikh Zula. Now a real Aki Momo here for the side of Heroic. They need to reposition themselves. Try not to give up this B site again. Refresh doing his best to make sure that's not the case. Down on the case as well. Jonesy with a nice shot.
Oh.
Nice headshot at that. Refresh tucked into the back of the site. The bomb is going to be finding its way into the site itself. And now all 3 remaining members up here are for Bad News Bears. Well, not exactly how we saw that one going. Refresh is good for 1. But a 2v2, Cadian and Shush versus Junior and Spongy. Not to be confused with Sponge or Sponge. Totally different. Totally different. Looking on from Catwalk, Cadian, AWP. Gonna take a peek, maybe get the first frag out. But Junior close with the shotgun op approach. You do love to see that. How's it going to play out? He does take down Cadian on the swing. Shush with the trade. Now a 1v1. Spongy, half health. Shush just about at half health, and it's Shush that comes out on top. Got the kit, and there shouldn't be any problems right there. Might even save an op out of it. 12-1, ladies and gents. And we are just getting started.
Not a terrible comeback, though, for Bad News Bears, considering they lost one to Stound right off the bat from that op play. The unfortunate part was they didn't expect 2 players to be coming in from Catwalk. You saw a player inside constantly looking up towards apartments here just to make sure. And Refresh, I mean, this position, they should have known he was here. He killed the flank. He killed Sheikh Zula coming in from window. But not able to, I guess, close him out early enough as he was able to secure the first kill. Again, quick play coming through, trying to take that middle control here. John G leading the charge. Not sure which direction he's going to go just yet as things have been completely smoked off. And it looks like they're trying to get him in towards connector yet again. But Cadian this time has taken up Palace with the AWP. Junior just waiting to go for the peak.
Well, Spongy, you tried. It's like that Bart Simpson handing the cake over. Nonetheless, Jonesy unaware of Tessis inside the ladder room. That's going to be him meeting his demise. Now, the round had just started, and we are already looking at Bad News Bears minus Spongy and Jonesy. Swisher and Junior on the double op setup. There's a response to that in the form of Stound and Cadian on a double op setup. At 12-1, you pretty much say, you know what? Perhaps we pull out some tricks of our bag.
And they're trying something different again, really banking on the aggressive plays. Like having double ops with John G going very aggressive in towards middle like that, I'm not sure how I necessarily feel about it. So with double ops, you typically play a little bit more passive, look for those peaks, look for those picks. I mean, obviously, if you look at the other side of this coin, if John G was successful, this could look like a pretty clean round for Bad News Bears. But they're still going to run into 3 players at the same site. Quick rotate available out of Tessas. Even Stound as well, playing extremely defensive towards the B side. And Refresh, he's just ready to go.
30 seconds on the clock when they start their hit here towards this A site. Just those 3 members remaining in a double op, trying to take A site. It's not ideal. It's not the most optimal, especially when you think of just how sweaty these angles that Heroic are holding. That's going to be the safe call right there, easily for the side of B&B. They don't want to go into this next half with less than 2. And I suppose this is how you do that.
Yeah, no point to commit these double ops when you got that final round to go here in this first half. And they didn't have a Molotov to clear out any of those angles. I do like that position on the refresh, considering the amount of time left and knowing that they're low on money, low on utility most likely. Should be a relatively easy position to take, and if they Molotov it, then that's a Molly that's not going to go anywhere else.
It's not gone well here in this first map thus far. 13-1. Last round of this first half. Second half, we're going to be joined by Sponge and Machine. Looking forward to that.
Sponge, not Spongy. Right.
Yeah, man. Junior, nice little boost over here. They're going to get mollied back just a little bit, trying to take an A-ramp peek. And meanwhile, nobody really wants to play the mid game. In this case, it's going to be a nade dump right out there on the B site. From the side of B&B, who, in terms of map control, they don't have anyone mid. No one's really done anything on A-ramp. Of course, Heroic keeping it smoked off. And tightly contested is kind of what you'd expect. Bomb going back towards A.
Interesting that Jonji's the one to actually take up the op. He's going to spot out the barrel of Cadian. Not sure he's going to be gifted into angle. He's going to have to take this one himself. But he still has to worry about windows. I don't believe there's a smoke in there. He's going to come around the corner, sees Cadian retreating away, and hits the clean shot right in the back. Exactly what they needed, though, to potentially take a second round here.
Shush might have other plans, because he's going to go ahead and take down Swisher. Looks for the second kill inside a sandwich. Does it on the Shake. 3v3. And B&B have put themselves between a rock and a hard place. One player in Palace. Bomb on A-ramp in the hands of Junior. And again, a double op setup where they're trying to make things work. Tessa spots out this player in Jonesy, trying to get some leeway into the B site, and simply nothing he can do about it. Tessa's just waiting it out, dumping some utility, realizes this could very well be him walking into this op angle. No need to die with all that utility. Massive waste. No plant thus far. Stown looking on from jail. Junior takes down Tessus, 2v3. First op shot by Stown missed. Now they know exactly where he is. He rang the alarms. Junior got his bell rung. And in the meantime, a Deagle comes out for Stown. Jonesy falls. And now Spongy, V-Shush, and no plant, no way, Jose. That's going to be the end of the first half. 14-1. Heroic making it look easy peasy, lemon squeezy. We come back with Sponge and Machine after this break.
Future Pros, we have another execute for you and your friends to learn. This execute will help when you are taking the B site on Mirage. For this setup, you will need at least 3 Future Pros and 3 smokes and optionally a bunch of flashes. Let's break this down. Future Pro number 1, you'll be throwing one of the arch smokes. To do this, line yourself up with this corner of the cracked stone floor. Aim at the left side of this dark squarish smudge on the wall, then simply jump throw the smoke. Since you threw this from close to mid, I would recommend wrapping around cat to get to B or maybe holding off rotations in mid. Future Pro number 2, you will throw the other arch smoke. To do this, line up with the middle part of this window. Aim to the sky and position your crosshair so it is in the middle of the antenna and the overhang. Then throw the smoke normally. Future Pro number 3, you will be smoking off the window leading into the B side. To throw the smoke, get yourself into this corner. Aim at the corner of this large tower, then jump throw the smoke. Nice and easy. With all 3 of these smokes thrown, taking the B side should be much easier than it would be without them. To make this even easier on your team, get your players to lob as many flashes as possible over the top of B. And as always, good luck.
Our very first game of ESL Pro League. We're kicking it off. Season 14, Group A, and Heroic are making short work of their opening affair. Bad news bears North America's hope, certainly in this group, not getting off to the flying start they would have hoped. And we're hoping you can hear us okay. A couple of technical hitches and glitches to get ourselves kicked off here, but just getting that teething issues out of the way. And it looks like we'll have a couple of rounds here, Chad, just to test out those microphones.
It wouldn't be Counter-Strike without a technical issue with the players, with the broadcast, but we're here, and hopefully you can hear us. 14-1, 1x bet odds at the top of your screen right there, and as you'd imagine, this one should be short work. John G charging up middle, found a couple frags out early, but can't convert onto Cadian, and that one right there is gonna sting.
He was pulling out his nades, he still gets the better of him. Drops the flame, Sheikh Zula's got a lot to do, and has found just the one. 3v4, made quickly into a level pegging state of play. Junior and Spongy left to play, and now on the reload, Tessus will fall, dink down on the Glock and finishes the job, puts it all onto Junior. Both of them are tagged up here. He has real opportunity to finish it. Bomb on the back of that tagged up player. Stown looking to retreat. If he could hit him now, the bomb's loose and will force Cadian to commit towards that kitchen. Gets the info as well. Junior has Kevlar. Everything indicates this should be the end of Cadian, and it should be BNB. Very sharp from Cadian. He starts the round and finishes it.
Yeah, it might be bed and breakfast for Bad News Bears here today. This one's going to be over very quickly. Now, there is a second map to come, but optimism? Outlook cloudy. That's what the 8-ball says, as Nuke is up next. Bit of a tech scenario just called here.
Pulling out his Molotov, turns around, a full 180 in return. Sheikh Zula would have loved a second on this exchange as well, but it felt like Heroic's just trades were far too even. Losing Tessus did make things awkward for a second, but Cadian, look at that. Poised, paused, and a perfect click of that USP. Puts it on 15. Heroic looking to finish this one nice and quick.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough. Cadian came past my stream a couple of days and played some pugs with me.
Nice.
And it's just, you know, you're in the server. He's doing those Heroic mid-round calls. He's a very positive lad right there. So I can see why Heroic are chugging along nicely here today. One of the problems, though, I suppose, for Heroic throughout this event is we all know the Hunden situation. It's very messy, a bit like my 16-year-old self's bedroom. But yeah, I'm curious to see how they progress going forward, what the workload's going to look like now, if they've brought someone in to help with it, because we know that they had Robbie there when they won the last Pro League season, but not necessarily the coach of the team, right? More of a motivational type element. And here's that lovely music that we have for everybody, just the elevator tunes.
Well, so far, Tessus hasn't had a great track record. Over the course of 16 rounds of Counter-Strike, he's spilt coffee on his keyboard, replaced his keyboard, and now broken another keyboard, potentially. So we're on potentially keyboard 3 for
Keyboard
Tessus.
3.
John G says in the chat, don't worry, he doesn't need it. I think he's looking for any advantage he can get.
Yeah, well, see, the thing is...
Like the point-and-click adventure.
If people follow John G on social media at all, or any of the Bad News Bears guys, I think Kaplan was talking about it getting into this game, about how Bad News Bears are putting themselves out there to get signed for an organization right now. You're probably not going to do it by getting 16-1, right? And you're here against some of the best teams in the world, so any performances that they can put down that are convincing is what we're looking for. But this is not the greatest of starts, and obviously having Junior come in for PTR, he's off on a bit of a poker career now. I think Junior, we know from his Fury days, would have a lot more experience for the team, but just to come in as the AWPer and be expected to carry, which I'm not sure is what was expected, but it would be nice. It's not an easy feat.
Certainly not. And, you know, you throw not only Junior as a rival, but I'm pretty sure Sheikh Zula was a temporary fifth. At least that was how it was initially announced. It was like coach returning to player to stand in.
There's been a lot of chopping and changing over there in North America.
Yeah, I don't know what their final setup will be and whether or not this reflects it. I do think I'm glad to see Junior, you know, in a roster that, well, I think you were actually telling me you messaged him.
Yeah, I did. I sent out some messages to some players to try, because we are coming out of the player break, right? We don't just have the match history to go off of. I wanted to reach out and say, hey, how long have you been pracking for? What's the prac look like? So I reached out to Junior. Let me just double check what he said here so I'm not putting words in anyone's mouth. They're at the Godsend facility, so big thumbs up to Godsend for hosting Bad News Bears. Practice for about a week is what he's telling me. And he said that he feels that he thinks as an AWPer in this team, he should be more comfortable than in the past. And showcase his skill set better than before. Now, obviously, map number 1, not looking that way, but there's a lot more games to play. They still have 4 more matches. They still have another map coming up here. So hopefully we get to see Junior thriving, because we caught a couple of his games back last year. And, you know, he's looking very handy in North America on that AWP. I don't think he was a slouch on Furia, but that whole language barrier. But let's get this one back underway.
They're going for the classic A hit. 4 bodies starting to congeal on the A defense. And Junior's going to be there at least to back him up with the scout, the only real kind of primary weapon, everyone else on the sidearms. Let's see if they can extend play as they're about to be tested. Donji forced to smoke out. Refresh already has been tagged down by the scout. It's Tessa's AK, though, to draw first lethality. And they're just happy to start the crawl. Tessa's going to be the pointy end of the spear. And that needs to be a precise headshot, and it is. Bungie confirms Jungle's a problem. Wallbangs are coming in left and right. He's running out of options. And nades, bullets galore. And this one will just wrap up for a 16-1, unless Sheikh Zula and Junior can pull out a double apiece. Look how calm this has been. Like, they just slowly crawl out towards that sandwich position, isolate their frags, and now they're just looking to answer some questions. Process of elimination indicates CT. Oof, Cadian is going to finish things off with a bang, as will Heroic. Mirage, very quick, open and shut case, 16-1, as the defending champions of ESL Pro League start with a bang.
Cadian is one of the most recognizable faces, not only when it comes to Danish, but also global CSGO. Known not only for leading Heroic, but also for how he celebrates his team's successes. But leading and celebrating aren't the only things he's renowned for. He's also a very efficient player. Let's travel back to IEM Gamescom 2015 and the match between Renegades and Cadian's SK Gaming. He needed just 2 bullets to stop 4 advancing enemies.
Lashes are coming into B. They've gone with a bit more tempo. Oh, double shot! Takes down Yaman Sponge. He was missing earlier, but I suppose he makes up for it. Taking 2 with 1 bullet there. There's Cadian again! Oh my god! 2 bullets, 4 people for Cadian. Pretty fantastic stuff. And we said Cadian needs some confidence back, and well, if you if you need confidence, I don't think it gets much better.
let me tell you a story all about how Bad News Bears came to Pro League and turned that smile upside
down.
Yes, that's right. Lil Momo on the track, everybody. Jason, Moses, O'Toole in my studio. Hot damn. What's up, Jason? Welcome. Good morning and good night at the same time.
Yeah, it's confusing time for my body just coming off the plane. But this was just back to normal. I think this was like a nice little foundational get me kind of settled in, because I think this was exactly what would be expected from a team like Heroic that was coming into Cologne looking really good in online gameplay, obviously winning the last Pro League, defending champs, and putting down Bad News Bears on map 1.
Yeah, it's a rough go to start here for Bad News Bears. You know, we were talking a little bit about the scheduling that they have in front of them, and to start out like this, to start out with a nice 16-1, I don't think that's what you wanted.
No.
At all, actually.
No, not at all. Not in any way. It's kind of one of those weird things, because, I don't know, it's tough because, I mean, as we always talk about, like a team like Bad News Bears that needs this international experience, you want to come into games like this, and yeah, you're probably going to get battered out of a couple of them, but the difficult part comes from what do you take away from a 16-1 loss?
Yeah, I mean, even at this point, you have to just wipe the slate clean. You know, we talk often about teams that get bodied within the first map of a series and how they kind of have to just brush it off, forget all about it, go in the next one with a fresh face.
That takes experience, though, Trace.
Takes experience, and the only experience that Bad News Bears have gotten here is the ride of a lifetime over on Mirage, and that was courtesy of Heroic.
Yeah, and I mean, you can even kind of understand why they picked it. I mean, you know, Heroic in the last 3 months, 1-5 on this map, one of their kind of weaker maps coming into it. So understandable for Bad News Bears to kind of pick this, but this was just dominance. And a lot of it, admittedly, I came into the studio a little bit late. From what I could tell, just on a most basic level of analysis, like the fragging department, Bad News Bears just didn't have anyone showing up. Opening kills, I think they only had 2 that really gave them any kind of crazy advantage. You know, Heroic able to outfrag them. I think Kaplan pointed out at one point 4 players on Bad News Bears were at 3 kills. Yikes. Like this, it's just, you know, just not enough fragging no matter what your strategy is going to do. If you're not getting those kills, you're not going to have success.
And that's why this is such a difficult one to paint in a positive light here for young Jonesy. Of course, stacked up against Tessis and our Air Force aim high head-to-head. That's 120 ADR there on young Tessis.
Yeah, I mean, he's a really good player, obviously, and it is tough, you're right, for Janji to be on the other side of that because it's such a discrepancy, but in reality, with, 10 kills in the map, he was the highest fragger for Bad News Bears. Not by too much, few players at 3, but yeah, you kind of got to throw him in there and just be like, yep, you definitely didn't stack up in any way, and that's kind of to be expected. That's going to happen.
Yeah, I think it was, if my math has served me right here, 37 kills total for all of Bad News Bears combined, so... Yeah, that's not really going to help them to push the envelope here, and that's kind of the sad reality that they're facing, especially going into Heroic's map pick of Nuke, Jason.
I don't know what is, because I feel like Heroic against a team like Bad News Bears, like, look, this isn't to be like a super big knock on Bad News Bears, but with the inexperience, with trying to kind of catch up to a lot of the professional teams, there's going to be some sloppy gameplay. There's going to be some individuals kind of getting a little bit loose and not staying within that team frame, and I feel like Heroic is a team that enjoys playing in that kind of chaos, in that kind of hectic situation, the improvisation of different scenarios, and they're going to be able to feast all over those mistakes.
Yeah, that's exactly that. Now, what are we thinking when we think about Junior? Obviously, we didn't really talk about this too much in the pre-match, but Junior at the end of Furia, what happened there?
You know, I don't know exactly, but I mean, educated guess, I would say it was probably the same exact thing that a lot of people said when he first got picked up was, man, that language barrier is going to be huge.
Tough, yeah.
And especially for a team like Fury that likes to thrive in chaos, like, and they make hectic situations happen on the map if your communication isn't on point, and if you can't speak Portuguese, like, I guarantee some of those Fury players were slipping in and out of English to Portuguese in different scenarios.
Oh, yeah.
And if you're Junior, there's just no way you're ever going to be able to find any kind of consistency in that sort of an environment. And I think the team kind of came to understand that eventually as well. And I think it probably, I don't know, it'd be interesting to talk to them and see what kind of the logic was behind that pickup.
And you know, just in comparison here, we hear G2 often talk about that, right? You know,
yeah.
with the difference of Serbian and then the French side. And hey, you know, I looked at Tab, I noticed that it was Nico and Hunter alive, so obviously they just immediately switch comms. And it works out for some teams. Some teams can pull that off. Learning Portuguese, probably not the easiest thing Junior's ever tried to do.
No, and there's a difference from like 2 players slipping into it when they're in a clutch situation or something like that versus like the other 4 players on your team all like calming it during a live round and not just like a 2-on-2 or a 2-on-3 or whatever it might be. I mean, even just 2 players switching into it when they're on their own seems on some level a little bit risky that they get too comfortable switching into a different language. But yeah, that's a conversation for another day. Regardless, I think much like this series, it's going to be tough to find positives for Bad News Bears.
But we're going to try. They do own the domain savenacs.com. You can check that out on your own time.
Yeah, really?
Don't bother me with it now.
Nice.
We'll look at it in the green room. For us, we're also going to be heading there so we can watch the second map of the series. We go to Nuke. We're Bad News Bears. We're going to try to get more than 1 round.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
worst nightmare. Cause I ain't taking no losses, and I don't even care what the cost is. Are you prepared for the forces I'm about to bring? Cause I'm the boss of all bosses. I penetrate your thoughts and fill them with doubt. You gon' feel where I'm coming and feel what I'm about. If they come in with the drama, I'm wheeling them out. Cause I ain't about to have somebody here stealing my clout. I keep my friends close, enemies closer. Cause that's the way it is and the way it's supposed to be. Anybody can see there's only room for one, and that one is me. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one, I'm right here. I get it in, I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you scared. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared?
off to the best of starts for the Bad News Bears, and now they'll grit their teeth or their fangs. What do Bears have? Rather grizzly fangs, I'd suggest.
I think maybe they have like a combination of the two.
Yeah.
But they definitely got claws.
Now we're talking. There is claws, and we'll see if they can do anything more than a scratch, because that was all they managed to muster on Mirage, a 16-1. Myself and Chad hanging out with you. Is good to be back. A whole month away from Counter-Strike. Chad, what on earth did you do when you didn't have Counter-Strike to watch in the evening?
I just played. I think I was playing like 8 or 9 hours a day. Woo. I got up to like the 120 hours in the past 2 weeks type thing. So that's how I spent my time. Probably not very wisely. But I enjoyed my time. I enjoyed playing a bit.
I'm sure the boys from Heroic had fun on Mirage as well. Now, I think is it safe to assume we're looking for a rather quick nuke as well?
Well, here's the thing. If we're going to paint some positives, Bad News Bears get to start on the CT side. And as we know, this is a CT bias map, or at least in theory it should be. Now, over the last couple of years, the way that the smoke walls have developed, maybe Heroic are just about to absolutely pants them here with some rotations, with some fakey boy plays, all that good stuff that we love. But I think Bad News Bears should get more rounds than the last one.
No doubt about it. Let's go. We're going into our second map of the first series of our very first day. It's Group A, getting this one started. 24 teams in attendance of ESL Pro League, and of course back to the online realms, which is where Heroic have done a lot of their best work so far. I saw Cadian tweet, "Oh nice, Pro League's online, we can win again." Well, this would be them getting off to the start that they desire. But yes, Chad, I have an expectation here. Like, I want to live in the... Let's use this as a case study for how rotations can be exploited on the CT side. Like, we can, we talk all about it. Let's see how Bad News Bears, who are coming into like a hot European nuke T side, handle their rotations and manage their information about this T spread.
Oh, well, the 1xBet odds up top of your screen didn't get any better here going into map number 2. Okay, it's a bit of early utility to make them worry about event drop. Cadian.
Interesting. So 3 yard with top site util. It's going to leave a lot of attention hut, and perhaps they can slither and slink their way out. Spotted on the jiggle. That's good from Junior. Some information gained. Immediately ducks in, and Shush is taking space off of him. He wants to apply some pressure. Heading for heaven. Is this going to be eventually top site? Chad, I can't quite work out where they want to finish. 2 lobby. Swisher going looking. And he has got potential for a trade here. Great adjustment on the Julies. Calls lobby clear. It's not. Cadian stands to deliver 1, but those Julies actually finding 2. That's big from him. And now Shush reveals himself. He's going to hide in the hut. Jonji to keep him at bay as well. This is Heroic using an awful lot of map positioning alone. Look at this complete role reversal. The CT's pushing out of hut rather lackadaisically. And now only Junior. Good luck. Have fun, my dude. Swisher actually hitting some more shots with his Julies. 4 left in the chamber as another head
2
rolls.
bullets.
He'll get the reload. Maybe we're going to see an ace clutch with the Julies. They always buy them. They're both there. An X-ray off as we live in the uncertainty with him. Not going to be. It will be Heroic to take it. And a very solid pistol, all things considered.
Yeah, as you mentioned there, excuse me, they were trading territory, right? So the fact that they push lobby, that's one of these, I want to say, standard responses now. If you lose yard, if you lose that heaven position, you have to force yourself in towards lobby. There's no way around it. Swisher did a fantastic job to get the first, the second onto Cadian here was good, and well, at that moment, you think there's a chance for them in this pistol round, but Tassus peels them apart, mounting on that Tetris box, gets a bit of work done. And Heroic find themselves 1-0 up, and another technical timeout call, but this isn't a lengthy one. We'll be getting this one back underway straight away. Heroic are ready and raring to go, and the force buy from Bad News Bears is out. Thanks to Swisher getting a bunch of kills, he's able to get himself a FAMAS, 3 Deagles, a Scout in play, a little bit of utility. How do Heroic want to apply themselves early?
Top, potentially. The util's there for it, and completely blind. Yeah, and straight eliminated. Shush walks into the site and demands 2. And that's the end of that for BNB. Locked out of the site, bomb ticking away, and just holding on to what they can. They'd love to make it hurt as best they can.
Yeah, here's the question though. Do you want to try and do damage on the exits, or do you just want to save this FAMAS, the Deagle, the Scout, and hope to have another crack next round? Because that was over very, very quickly, wasn't it? Just the door being busted open, a couple of flashes, and it looked very easy. But that's the utility being thrown from the supportive players there to facilitate those entries. Right, the flashes into main, the flash through the skylights as well to negate anybody on the rafters in heaven. All those little bits that you don't see. You just see Shush run in and blast everybody's head off. He makes it look too easy. Well, there's a lot that goes into a play like that. And look, against a force buy on nuke, rushing top doesn't seem like one of the best options, right? You think, oh, let's go yard, let's probe, let's prod them out a little bit here. Maybe we'll work some slow picks towards ramp. They've just gone pedal to the metal, straight into that top site, cracked open some skulls, and looking very good now, Heroic.
I can't help but feel like that's a call you make just to demoralize as well. Like, you know the if you do hit top side, it's going to be over by 1 minute 40, and it was. I mean, you just saw how quickly BNB went from, okay, boys, let's talk about this round, let's keep our heads high, into, okay, save.
Yeah, one of the reasons as well that you can get away with a top play against a lower force buy, especially after the pistol losses, they're not going to have Molotovs for Hut and Squeaky, so you're not worrying about extinguishing those. Rinse and repeat, but it looks at things, Cadian's going to nip on down that vent. Now he's got a lot of map control to work with here, and this is where we get to see how a Bad News Bear is going to chase that tail.
Did they even have the info on it? How stealthy was he? He's coming down now. Oh, and John G, yeah, none the wiser, just slowly descends the ladder into Cadian's grasp. It looks like another frag's been found. Swisher on yard falls. It's refreshed to do the damage, and oh, wasn't expecting Sheikh Zula to be so elevated. He's on top of the hut. Should have some bullets. Yeah, it does put them into stun. It's Tessus who doubles up nicely and will finish off the round with some style. Spongy caught out on main and recovering every weapon they can. Heroic, not many casualties to report yet. I think 4 deaths total over the first 3 rounds of play.
Looks like Junior can get his AWP out, though. And that's a big plus here going into the first gun round. There might need to be some omissions in terms of weapons. You can see Swisher going with the FAMAS instead of an M4, but that's because he needs that utility I was prefacing earlier. So they're able to make this one work here, but an important round right now for Bad News Bears to see if they're going to be able to contest. Because they lose this one, well, then the scoreline, we're likely looking at a 5-0 start.
Yard focus. John G's there to receive them. Good angle. Not the frag. Oh, he's going to be punching his desk after that one. When you're holding the Aggie line and you do get the fight you were hoping for on Silo. And the result is a lot of loss of control. Junior posted up, tested quickly, bomb spotted, frag found. That's a lot from Junior. He's pulled us back into contention. Spongy Smoke should enable a reposition.
It's a lot of info right now, but Tessus in main. He could cut off all of this.
Oh, he's a sitting duck. Doesn't finish his meal. Tessus unable to convert the spray. It's kept level by Stown, who's walked ramp. And they're all over the shop. Heroic, 3 players, 3 very different locations.
Yeah, Bad News Bears had to respond to that lower presence, and they've lost all the territory and the means of things. Now, taking lobby back, we saw them do this on the pistol, but trading places once more. Refresh over towards Hell. Shush parked himself with the bomb over towards Secret, and Stown working at ramp. So a lot of control here for Heroic, and the problem for Bad News Bears is if they do tuck themselves in lobby, they'll be giving up this top side.
If Swisher goes silo, he could stop them right here in their tracks. The timing is just off. Oh, that's going to hurt. No, that was the chance. Bomb spotted. You need that from Spongy. Bomb now loose, and the round starting to fall into Bad News Bears territory with only 9 HP. Stown's hopes to finish. Great shots from him, and he knows there's another towards the main roof, jumps into the crosshairs, and so that will be converted. The double from Swisher. Nice flank on the low HP, does convert in the end.
Yeah, going to be counting his lucky stars that Tessus didn't finish him off there when he came through main. That could have been the difference maker in the round, but a positive again. Junior will hold on to his AWP, and rotating the AWP lower after you've lost that yard control. Look at that, easy as that. Click that mouse one, shot comes through. We're able to play with those rotations from there.
I will also say, like, for Bad News Bears, they have got the most irritating of opponents now. To sample European Counter-Strike, you're being handed a real damn squib in the form of Heroic, taking all these individual duels and these chances, refreshed straight through, traded nicely. Swisher caught through the smoke, though. Crosshair placement from Cadian. Perfect, and now into the vents, potential double. John G can win the round right here. If he could just hit the dink, he does. Down lives on to 9 HP. And a man advantage now for Heroic into the low side. Shakes here. The Zula caught out in the open, and that should confirm things now. I'm afraid Junior, with the AWP, going to look to preserve.
Yeah, and that's a quick one. That's exactly what you're talking about, right? This is going to be difficult to handle. They just send Refresh out towards top side, and then they just lose it. Like, the comms are, yeah, coming top, flashes, you know, and then next minute, Heroic are everywhere. So hard to keep track of.
I mean, because Heroic are going for this, and I do think it's like it's turned up to 11 because of their opponent. You know, like they will play this style of play to an extent against everyone, but there is an extra pep in their step, it seems, in terms of willingness to take these individual duels, to have untradeable positions, and it's leading to Bad News Bears being given a very confronting realization that we have to win Angels against these kids if we want to try and make them work.
Yeah, for sure. And this is one of the things, I'm sure people have heard me tell this story many a times, but back when I was playing, one of the things when you were versing much better opponents, or Europeans who always thought they were much better opponents, most of the time they were, you have to earn their level of respect, right? You have to be able to stop them getting away with all of these maneuvers and disrespecting you with just these heads-up fights. And once you've earned that respect, you can kind of start tunneling the game into a normal game of Counter-Strike. Now, Heroic, they play with a lot of pace. They're very fakey. They do this stuff traditionally, right? So this is them in their element regardless. To be able to stop this, you're going to need to do something special. That AWP carried on through.
So you know it's a saved AWP. Junior's bringing it to door for the punish and a chance. Straight past the ear of Stown, and he's not done. Peppered a little bit. 2 frags already in the feed, and he's just comfortable. That AWP not going to be easy to retrieve as the Flames now cover it. Looking for a very quick fit here, locked in by the Heroic boys. Spongy to the last-ditch attempt, and the same for Sheikh Zula. 5 now to the Danes. And though you said it was a CT-sided map, this one could feel very, very much the opposite for the Bad News Bears if they can't dig their teeth in on the next gunny.
Yeah, and that's the problem with the CT side, right? If you're not being able to save a lot of guns here when you've clearly lost a bomb site and you're just losing round after round, even with that lost bonus maxing out, but you need to buy mollies, you need to buy smokes, you need all of this utility to be able to negate the aggressive plays. And right now, Heroic are just having their way with the Bears.
It's not fun. Like, there's a lot of Counter-Strike that's a lot of fun, but losing like this, you just feel like a chocolate teapot.
It's just a shock to the system as well, right? Because you're in your region and you're one of the better teams over there. Obviously, we've got Liquid, we've got EG, we've got the Brazilians who play from time to time as well, but...
A bit late from there, John G there. He's gone to confirm yard control, and there's even one lurking there for him if he does start to hunt for secret. So Stown's there to stop the fast flank. They can focus their attention on the lower site, and they're already 3-man to the good down here. Not a single CT rotate into the lower half of the map. It is from ramp, and it's Sheikh Zula with a lot to do and a lot of territory lost.
Oh, and just covering the rotations. Cadian with the AWP in lobby being a nuisance here. They can limp out this smoke. They can get towards the back of that bomb box and plant no dramas. In the meantime, Jonji's taken down Stown. Cadian with that AWP again. Things are spicing up towards B.
He's not expecting this, though. Already on the window position. 3 players down there. Cadian in yard and killing lobby. I mean, it felt like there's 10 players on Heroic for the CTs there.
Oh, they just can't get away with anything right now, Bad News Bears. Half the time they're not even looking in the right direction. Just Heroic players being thorn in the side. Just one to survive will be... Oh boy, Spongy down here. Now, if they go running away, is he going to try and go for a bit of a ninja defuse here? There's no kit.
He was smiling.
Yeah, I saw the smirk too.
I mean, a 10-second ninja is
it's not going to happen now.
It's not going to happen now.
Come on now.
But he's safe down there, right, in the corner?
I think he's going to have to... Is he just going to live just here? He's going to have to run away a little bit.
Just a little bit, like there.
Yeah, there we go. Just back it up enough. Alrighty.
Okay, not calculated to the same extent I thought it might have been.
No, I thought maybe he was hanging around because he knew something we didn't. But I know that bomb radius down there is pretty scuffed at the best of times. It's like, okay, you can survive at 1 HP or something. But yeah, done and dusted right there. Sitting duck Jonji on top of the warehouse. And this is what I'm talking about. Just looking the wrong way. Junior got no idea Tessus has already crept on up. And, well, at least they're having fun. There's some giggles, there's some laughs, there's some smiles.
You gotta. You definitely gotta. You gotta keep your morale high, and you never know what you might turn around with on the Deagles. Just a little bit of Kevlar as well for good measure. And they are going for a 4-man yard. Cadian just gonna go completely dry, ready for that Deagle fight, even going for a very ambitious wallbang. And first blood drawn, a lovely little pop flash into Johnny's nose, and he's just caught out completely. Junior's Deagle has something to say. He does ascend, and perhaps about to be sent a little lower. It's down to confirm our suspicions. Sheikh Zula remaining for the 7th here for Heroic. Down the vents, Shush has already acknowledged that it's a possibility, got his crosshair placed firmly on that potential.
Consolation frags right here, and I guess on just the Deagle purchase, that's all they're really looking for. Max loss bonus in play. But the scoreline will read 7-1 unless something miraculous happens here.
It's a newspaper.
Yeah, Bad News Bears.
Yeah,
they're reading the newspaper. Yeah. Well, I guess it is only bad news now.
It was only, like, for some reason, it was like a book always in my mind.
A book?
Yeah, like a full encyclopedia.
All right.
But obviously, why would they be reading an encyclopedia when they're the Bad News Bears? It's not the Bad Encyclopedia Bears. It doesn't quite roll off the tongue. I'm with you now.
What else could we do? We got bed and breakfast.
It does look like the kind of logo for, like, you know, at school, like the company that would distribute the school.
Yes, Scholastics or whatever it was.
Scholastics, yeah. Just like a Scholastic Fair. Like, the Bad News Bears logo slapped on that, like, traveling circus that used to come and sell you books. And
yeah, why did we do
gummy
that?
brains and stuff. Ooh, like a spy kit.
There
Like a
was that
magnifying
stuff
glass,
too.
a little dusty brush.
I remember like you could get like the weekly, or maybe it was monthly, and you could build like a skeleton. There was like an anatomy one. There was a lot of those.
Do you ever do the choose your own adventure books?
I did. Goosebumps?
I don't know, but I'm talking more like you're in a dungeon. It's like, oh, do you want to go left and there's a cave troll? Well, turn to page 327.
No, I didn't do the wizards.
Okay, I was doing wizards and pixies. I guess it makes sense. Regardless, a slow one from Heroic. They've just decided that 8 rounds of flat-out Counter-Strike is enough.
Yeah, have that pace change. Why the hell not?
Let the Bad News Bears face the wrath of a boosted peak. No one's home. Flashes are diligent. Oh, Junior lost vision off that. I thought he'd managed it well. And now they have slipped the net. He has to acknowledge they could be close. There are wall bangs to be hit and have been lined up more times than I care to admit.
There's just so much space to work with here. There's still a minute left on the clock. Junior can't contest that area of the map. Swish doesn't know if he needs to be lower, if he should be ready for upper. And, well, it looks like they're setting up for this top piece.
Okay, main smoke. Swisher confirms he might want to get off the ladder. He's got something. It looks good. 3 frags from the CTs in the feed. Only 2 remaining, but they are still hitting shots. Junior pulls it all onto Cadian. And with 35 seconds left, he's got an opportunity to at least try and level it out in the clutch.
He's probably going to want to get down this vent, but it's not going to go. That's a classic KDM maneuver right there, you know, trying to play with those mid-round. Well, it's late round, super late round, right? And normally that vent gap is left open by a lot of teams. So just falling to his demise, and that will be the second for Bad News Bears. So there we have it. They're on the board. They now carry double orbs across into the next gun rounder. You can see the utility on the top side here. Molly towards the bomb spot. You got some flashes coming on through, and that ladder position actually paid off. It didn't look like it was going to by any means, but stalling out Squeaky Door. And there's one of the easiest kills of Sheikh Zula's life right there. So you love that one. There's a bit of a smile on his face after that, and we're back underway.
Double orbs in play, but we haven't seen one dispatch ramp. I mean, Heroic previously did knock on that door in round 9. Chips away. They're going to flash through this. Swisher's in trouble. Spongy too. He can get them both if he's not careful. Swisher does manage to adjust for his own. Shuts them both down on the top side. A smoke to bail himself out of trouble. He's living. He's doing everything he can to survive. He draws attention, but suddenly Heroic thrive. And it's all onto Jonji. Hasty does find it with the USP. He's got 6 bullets left to isolate refresh. Oh, the dink. Doesn't have enough in the chamber, and it will immediately be Heroic returning to control. BNB sent back down to the doldrums of, what is it, 5K high end, 3K low end.
Yeah, like it's not the end of the world because they did carry a couple of those rifles through, but it's not enough for a full buy now. Junior's going for a scout, which indicates to me this will just be a partial investment. They're putting up a bit of a fight here, but it's not looking great by any means. And oh, with another half buy in play, these haven't gone well whatsoever. Cadian, pry open Squeaky Door. Hello. Nobody facing from main. The Molotov has to force him back in a bit towards Yard. Jonji goes looking, Jonji goes down, and Sheikh Zula, well, he's going to try and fill the foot.
Ooh. The full recede and a nade on its nose, just for good measure. He confirms their suspicions that there's no one home on Yard. You'd think it's Stound's flank.
Yeah, no one's outside now, guys.
Yeah, Junior. Junior. He's just returning to his happy place.
Hello, keep coming.
Look where he's got to.
Oh, Stound, he knows.
Wormed his way through.
The
barrel and the headshot.
The poor guy. He's like, oh, yep, he's already hell. Guys, we've lost Heaven.
They just dumped so much util Yard, they know it's enough to pull the ramp player out of his hidey hole. And now Sheikh Zula walking into Cadian's pushed up AWP. That's a freebie. And that's a bomb plant.
And that's a round. So 9-2 the score will read. These D-Eagles, can they get any AKs to carry through? I'm sure they'd love that. Money, not a problem by any means over there for Heroic. You got Shush, he's got 12.5. Cadian's got 8 grand. The other 3, they're sitting pretty on 4K.
But it's mean. I mean, it's exploiting the expected reaction. And, you know, like, you can't even fault Bad News Bears for doing what most professional teams would do. You know, acknowledge the Yard presence, rotate as you should, especially on a half buy. Spongy, you talked about finding AKs, has managed to put at least 1 body down. Refresh may not let that save go down. I think now upon the descent of that ramp, there shouldn't be too much of a hope. Go on, Spongy. Go on. Oh, no.
Well, he lives.
Super up. Yeah,
he
that's
lives.
something.
He lives.
Keeps his Kev.
That's not too bad. you know, we're reaching when saving the Kevlar. Not too bad. 9-2 is the scoreline here. Look, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to paint you guys a possible picture here. Let's just strap ourselves in and look for some highlight moments. And I don't even mean individuals. I just mean something that we can carry forward for Bad News Bears going into future games. Smoke's being lined up. Yard control on the docket once more. Refresh task with that. Jonji sees the smokes. One of them has been unraveled here by the molly, so making life a little bit more difficult for Heroic here. But this just comes down to a matter of timing. Heroic can hit pause. Sure, they don't get the space. They can rejig this one. Oh, Jonji has so much to worry about here.
He's got the right weapon for the job.
He has no support either. Like, Junior right now is, I think he's looking at Hut, so Jonji is really on his own.
Oh, and he's kind of operating under the assumption that they haven't crossed red, or at least there's potential for it. So he's so exposed to anyone that wants to take that fight to him with his eye pressed to this scope in his blind spot. KD will be dropping some tops like Yuto. That's the duel he's been waiting for. Does stabilize the aim into a cross. Oh! Nice chance. It's a refresh though. And Swisher keeps it level. Bomb loose and out in the open on Yard at the 50-second mark. A good chance for a third here from the Bad News Bears. Let's see how they handle it. Swisher has a flash for that warehouse push should he want to take more. He's kind of on his own, though, responsible for that bomb.
He's pinned down by this orb.
Doesn't want to give Cadian the duel.
Oh, the finest of margins there. He's just playing and walking on that tightrope. So Cadian profits, and now 30 seconds. That could have been the kill. Spongy almost enough. Tessa's down to 6.
This is it. The molly is...
Oh, they've seen him. Oh, they've seen him.
That's so mean. I felt like he had a real shot and sent channeled straight into Cadian's AWP.
It's just crazy how comfortable they are. They were just focusing on that Swisher fight in main, right? They knew that they were going to get him one way or another. Either he stays stuck in the corner and they can slowly scale and take space away, or they make it so awkward he has to take a fight, eventually walks to that orb. This is a big kill onto Junior, right? Because he was rotating in with the AWP. Junior could have made a real difference from that heaven position with the big green. And I think that kill from Cadian right there was the final nail in the coffin of round number 12. Round number 13 kicking on off here, and just back down to these pistols. More of the same for Bad News Bears. This has to be hurting. And you know what else? This game is going past in the blink of an eye because they're not putting up a lot of fight. They're not getting a lot of post-plant situations where they can actually retake. They're just getting obliterated right now.
Swisher's hearing these nades being thrown out. He knows his presence. He would love to find a little safe haven. I don't know if he got spotted. He certainly was moments away from a barrel info on his main roof position. Tessus above him. He's firing off shots, but Tessus has actually completely evaded CT gaze and is heading heaven with some pace. Backs a turn, Junior. At least tags up refresh. He'd love to keep him busy, distracted, but there he goes on his next re-peak. Tessus still working on his campaign, and Swisher again issues. This time on Squeaky. Spongy still lingers and he's surrounded by Heroic. Like, they could just pause now. The frags will come to them. And as the smoke fades, poor Spongy needs something. He gets tagged up as it fades. How brutal. Lovely. Jonji just the one, though. Tessus is ready to emerge from his hidey hole on Heaven. And 11. It reads 11 on the T side from Heroic.
All right, well, might be a little bit of a... Wait, what's the time? Let me have a little bit of a look
Extended break between our two games?
Yeah, could be an extended break.
It's scheduled for 4:45. Now, the current local time stands at between 50.
Yeah.
So call it an hour from now before we'll be getting that Vitality Ents game underway. Vitality Ents, though, getting to see my first look at fully new Ents.
Yeah, with Hades in the mix instead of Alu, right? Oh, here's Jonji again, and there's Jonji dead again. Tried the aggressive maneuver, right? Don't want to give this space to Heroic. Have to try something, but pretty much on his lonesome in that environment. Can't be traded, space given up, and down a man again are the Bears.
Oh, Spongy, an opportunity here. He was cleared, but Shush doesn't look, and now too many men. Couldn't quite pick his poison between the two of them, Cadian and Tessus. They are both battered, but still thriving, still alive. Swisher in the vents will be held should he choose to ascend. He's baited the shots nicely. He's down, he's present.
Yeah, there's no going up. It might even just be a save for the final round of play here. And well, when the scoreline already looks how it does, it's difficult to just swallow this one and go with it. But they're dropping back, they're dipping back. They want to hold on to that AWP. I don't know if Swish is going to get away here. He might just have to hang out. Well, we've seen what happens when you hang out here and the bomb goes off. It's on the other bomb site right now, so maybe he walks away from this one. But yeah, Ents, last time we caught them, right, is when Spinks came in, they had Snappy, there was the whole drama, the whole team was finished, and then it fell apart, right? And then in Pro League Season 13, they looked good, right? Yeah. They looked good, they impressed in their opening group, and then it kind of dipped off again. Alu's taken leave. I think Alu's now no longer on the roster. Maybe his transfer list is something along those lines, but they have had Hades, who's another Pole, come in. So they have Dihar and Hades now, Snappy in the mix, Spinks and Doto, the only remaining Finn, who was like the most recent guy brought in for the finish
well,
scene.
I will tell you that Spinks, Doto have both impressed me already, and I have heard good things about Hades. Yeah. I know like Dihar is like this guaranteed like bottle rocket who can continue to impress, but I don't know, if you put Spinks and Dihar both on an A-game day, I think they can test anyone in their group. It's going to be very fun to watch. And that's up against Vitality, so a real opportunity for like a little quick test. How much resistance will we be getting out of Ents in their Pro League season?
Yeah, might be able to pull something miraculous off like last time, but there's a bit more information on them this time round. So let's take a look in here, round number 15, final round of play in the first half. And a bit more of a slower approach here, so...
It's great. Heroic are just going through their playbook, trying them all out for size, and everything seems to fit. Like, you've gone to the perfect shoe store for you. It's all your size, and it's all your style.
Yeah, there's a lot of utility being dropped lower as well.
Jake is in so much trouble. There's 3 players to contend with. Junior's got someone above him. He knows there's someone. Someone's on the hunt. It's Tessus who will find his 17th frag. 17-4. Bloody hell. Bad news bears. Off to the races, courtesy of Spongy. Topside could be his, and he's calling for help. Takes the space, confirms it's there. And it's gone. Cadian coming in from Mini.
They know Spongy has to be here, right? He got that kill.
Yeah, and John is making it very clear that it's an untradeable position, so isolate this as best you can. And they can just double swing on this, maybe even triple swing. Good God, here we go. Doesn't manage to track him, and neither will Jonji. 13, damn, Heroic making quite the speed run of this one. The opening game of Group A here for Season 14 of ESL Pro League. Heroic, just 3 rounds ago.
Hey Future Pros! Today I wanted to show you another method to take outside and find picks on the T side of Nuke. This execute will obstruct a lot of vision from the CTs and possibly force a warehouse player out into the open for a fairly easy pick. For this execute, you will need 4 Future Pros along with 3 smokes, 2 mollies and 2 HEs. Future Pro 1, you'll be throwing the bottom hell window smoke. To throw this smoke, hop into this corner. Aim at the top of this pipe vent and slightly to the right of the line. Run forward and jumping through the smoke as you get close to the wall in front. Save your molly as you can use this to block off secret as you spend more time outside. Future Pro number 2, you only have a warehouse smoke to throw, so don't mess it up. To throw the warehouse smoke, look into the center of this wall. Aim at the bracket on the silo, then jump throw the smoke. After this, head into lobby and hold off any pushes. Future Pro number 3, you'll be throwing the A main smoke, mollying secret, and saving a HE for CT red. To throw your smoke, position yourself so half of this vent is cut off by the wall. Aim to the top of the cables, run forward and throw the smoke just before hitting the box. Then clear some close angles and hop onto this box. From here you can throw a molly to cover secret and hold the push. If you feel like it, throw your HE to CT red with Future Pro 4. Future Pro number 4, you'll be throwing the CT red molly along with a HE. To throw your molly, wait for the warehouse smoke to bloom, then make your way into this gap. Aim at the lower corner of the garage door and jump throw the molly. This will land behind CT red and possibly cause a counter terrorist to rotate back towards the ladder area. After this, running throw your HE behind CT Red as you could get some chip damage on the rotating player. Then have Future Pro 1 boost you behind T-Red, and if you're quick enough, you should be able to catch any CT trying to get up from warehouse to ladder. And that's about it. This execute is a nice way to find a pick outside. If you have confidence in your aim, I have no doubt you should be able to catch CT player out.
Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come.
But it's not good news for the Bad News Bears. They have 2 rounds to boast and 3 rounds in total over the course of this series so far. A 16-1 followed now by a swift 13T rounds from Heroic. North America's hopes of Group A are starting slowly. And Machine, I've got Chad Sponge Birchall with me. We hope we've got our audio all sorted. I am seeing Armored Julies.
Oh, dearie me.
In action.
These
Now,
keep getting played, don't they?
Swisher fragged out with a 3 on the Julies. Let's see if Refresh can do better. They're going ramp, so I doubt it. Instead, they walk into Tessus, who's actually running towards 20 frags in our 16th round of play. Spongy charging up through the ramp, and there's a flying shush. Oh, very precise, good trade. Jonji keeps advantage temporarily. It's taken very quickly back. Junior, one of the 2 remaining, the double Js. Looking for some juice. Tessus, 6 HP, if you could just dunk.
Oh, catch that
That's
one.
Lovely.
Bowling from Jonji there, that was nice.
Can't get the bomb down necessarily, though, with these 2 CTs.
Oh, are they going to clear him?
He's got a chance here. Oh, perfect placement of the crosshair, hunting for Stown on the retreat, and good shot from Junior. He's provided they want to go for the top site rotate, and Cajun's going ramps. This is perfect timing. Oh, they're uncertain either.
Oh, he faked the vent noise there as well, so maybe that was comms because the bomb's going to go down. They've maintained control here of Decon, and Cadian's going to be in the complete wrong place for this. Now, because they dropped the Julies, it looked like there was a kit in play, and oh dear, this one becomes very difficult to retake now. Bomb already getting close to halfway tick. Cadian have to hit a couple of bangers here.
Yeah, he's running out of chances to hit his bangers, and Jonji does just accelerate into the next peak. Wins his duel, 4 frags from Jonji, and he'll take the Julies for good measure as well.
Big J, Little J, the combo, getting it done over there, so...
Big J, Little J, cardboard box. That's good, yeah, I like that.
They're able to make this one work. Shot for Tessus to kick things off, and the Julies, well, they didn't get anything done. I think Jonji's going to be... I don't know if he's going to be happy to carry him through. He's going to have him, though, to carry through, so we'll see how the next round of play here. This should be a... I don't want to say a gimme for Bad News Bears, actually quite the opposite. This should probably be one of the hardest rounds the Bad News Bears are going to have to play. Contesting against a team as Forspy from Europe, that's no easy feat. And we will be seeing 5 Deagles coming on out, a bunch of smoke grenades, a couple of HEs, and some flashbangs to boot.
Now, if you want to replay how Heroic handled this second round on their CT side, it was a... Oh, excuse me, on their T side, it was a top pop.
Yeah.
I don't imagine that's something the Bad News Bears will be able to pull off with the same potency.
No, and I don't know if that's going to be down to them not being able to run a similar strategy. I just don't think that Heroic are going to leave similar gaps, right? I think we might see maybe one of these smokes that they purchase and we have a bit of a tech.
5 smokes? So, I mean, if Bad News Bears give them the luxury of a default spread to start things off, could see things get a bit chaotic. Deagles hiding in smokes with low time. We know how awkward it can get. Nuke not necessarily a prime map for that to occur.
Well, Yanko once said to me, you can't be strong everywhere, right? Which is very, very true. You on the CT side, you can't be strong everywhere, right? So imagine if we see something like this. Heroic sends, let's say, 3 players towards top, right? They have one guy go ramp to drop a smoke. Okay, so if they go top, we're going to have a lot of bodies there, right? If they go ramp, we're going to smoke it off. If they want to push through, we'll give them the space. Now it's about, all right, well, you know, you can't plant at ramp. You need to get lower. You can't plant outside. So if Bad News Bears opt for either of those avenues, it should give Heroic time to rotate in and be able to use their utility. Looks like we're just getting the match medic here and sorting things out. Junior is back, and we are back. Freeze time starting to tick on down. Let's get this one underway. I'm curious to see the approach.
It's also worth reminding and reiterating that Bad News Bears have had, what, 4 weeks with Junior in the roster? 2, I think you said.
I think he said they practiced for about a week.
Oh, a week.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I think I must have translated that in my head as a month. Okay, so just a week with Junior in the roster. So already large disparity between the two. That's great from Stown. Damn, Crosshair couldn't have been better. Through the vent, into the head. Jonji dead. And AK recovered. Junior equips. We talked about Deagles close in the smoke. Oh! And Tessus lets it slip. A real opportunity there. It does go awry. Shush is on a very hasty flank, and I think he could, if these Deagle shots from Stown do connect, have a chance to strike quickly in the flank. In fact, here they come.
Oh, look, the guns they've got for this.
Galil, AK, flank from ramp. It's a 3v3. They're going to make this hurt here. Heroic, second round. Advantage BNB.
Fight.
That's a big fight to win. He's expecting a second as well, and Junior does fall. It's not done just yet. Bomb planted in the open, though. This should be a Bears round. Playing with the door, playing with the time, and I don't see kits. What's the best case scenario here? I'm not sure.
Might even be a save call, but they're too committed to this right now. Heroic probably want to get out of here. They've realized there's no time. They're just trying to do more damage, but this was a force buy, so Bears, they might get some more damage done. Shakes Zula out the decon door. Can't get the kill, but confirmed that the guns will be saved. And look at what they have saved. 2 AK-47s. They've actually walked away with some buttes, some absolute buttes. They can drop their sidearms. The Deagles can go across, so we're going to be talking 2 AKs, 2 Deagles minimum.
Why doesn't it work when I do that? I spam that vent exactly the same spot. I'm not getting headshots like Stown.
Yeah, I don't know. He's got something about him, old Stown, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's just, you know, it's all about visualization. I swear these kids have just got like incredible visualization as to where these fights are coming from all the time. And Stown can just see his head straight through the vent. He's living in an X-ray world.
Just knows how many kills he could have had there,
yeah,
right?
He does. I mean, that was 3 on a good day.
Oh, they're forced. They're completely forced here. Swag 7 in the mix. There's a scout, and they've already got the opening kill.
I was too busy getting lost in your eyes there, Chad. He knows where one is. Caden will draw attention. Down, unable to spray, and so we go on. Tag with the scout, can't finish his meal. Caden's got a lot to do, and he knows they're coming in thick and fast. Deagle's perfect, turns the flash.
Wrong way.
This is tense. Sula's looking the wrong way, and now only 2 remain for the Bears. Spongy and Swisher for their honor, as Heroic's force has rendered them a man advantage. Oh, I think he's got a little glimpse of a shoulder there. Refreshes ready to snap. Fires off a warning shot, willing to overcommit, and he's got some real tight lines he's working with there. So potential for a low site take is held by Tessus. I don't know when he'll have the sound cue. Okay, so he's actually tucked in on site, so they'll have some room to maneuver. Vents becomes an option.
Oh, this is so hard. There's no nades for them to be able to take this lower control with. They're just operating with the guns alone. This should just be a field day for Tessus.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to shoot their toes. They'll be completely blind to it. Door swings open. He opts for a line, and as their backs are turned, he lines him up for the double. 21-7. Tessus having a very comfortable first game of Pro League.
Yeah, and right now, Bad News Bears, well, they're really under the pump here because they lost all those guns in the round that they did win. Now they've lost to, we have to call it a force buy. 2 saved AKs. They bought an M4. There was a scout and a swag 7 in place, so it was actually quite a potent purchase here from Heroic. Now, well, they're going to have to force buy their own. We're going to be looking at some Tech 9s, just a bit of utility around it, some Deagles, Mac 10s, P250 as well. Well, this should be looking done, especially now. It's down onto Spongy, first man's fallen. They're going to get the space, they're going to get across, but now it's about what they work with.
That was a chance. A small glimmer of hope fades as Jonji burns. He was ahead of the molly. If he'd have just caught down, grabs the M4, slows their rotate. Down, though, with his running out of bullets. Shake Zula's managed to deliver something with the 1 HP. It's just a matter of time. Heroic, 3 AK-47s and 15 rounds in the bank account, looking very set to finish this one off. 16-1 on the first. Looks like a 16-4 does lose. They'll be defending their honor, though. It's going to be armored Deagles, a Tech 9, a P250, a sidearm of their preference and choosing. This was my framing. Potentially, Jonji had a chance had he got that frag and stayed ahead of the incendiary. But yeah, Heroic, they have just got firm grasp on this defense.
It's a great way to kick things off, right? Heroic, they haven't necessarily had the best of times after they won that Pro League season 13. Cologne was a bit flat for them. This is a good way to get the second half of the season underway here, and it's looking like KD wants to continue the punishment. Look at all the space he's going for. They're out towards the top side in the meantime, and Shush is under the pump here. They're in.
They are in, and so is Down. 3, not quite the 4th, he even transferred into it. A dink, no less, somehow. Jonji, glad he bought his helmet. Cadian surging forward, the free fire's not there. Jonji's a gamer. Tessus still looking to finish it right here with a 1v2. Baits the fight, pulls it out. Tessus to finish, 16-4. Stylish stuff from the Danes, all things considered. And Bad News Bears going to be setting their sights on the next game.
We both know we're not the same without rock bottom. Let it go, but we come back to craving problems. Am I your favorite kind of shame? Do I make you wanna hate? Don't go chasing your demons and ghosts, 'cause you might find what you're looking for. You might find what you're looking for. Don't go chasing your demons and ghosts, 'cause you might find what you're looking for. You might find what you're looking for. We're coming for you. We're coming for you. We're coming for you. The ground shakes to the sound of the beating drum. It's high stakes, don't get caught in the hailstorm. We're coming for you. The storm breaks, but we keep it moving along. So ride the wave with the kings of a new dawn.
Stones in a helpful hand, broken bones in a bloodstained flag, open road and nomadic plans.
Well, there's millions and billions and trillions of people looking onward into these moments here at ESL Pro League Season 14. Of course, not a whole lot of moments shining there for the Bad News Bears, but they might just be turning back into the Bernstein Bears. Welcome back, everybody. Jason, Momo,
reference.
and myself, Trace, here to kind of talk about what happened. I don't really know that a whole lot of things happened there, Jason.
I mean, it was, you know, it was a spanking. There was that. That happened.
Light spanking.
Yeah, just a light one on the bottom. Just a little bit disciplinarian. Yeah, this is I mean, man, 5 rounds across 2 maps. That's
not ideal.
That's brutal. But we have to say, like, this is a really tough test for Bad News Bears. Heroic is a team that's, you know, at one point during the online era, they were like, you know, was #1 in the world. Obviously won Pro League, the defending champions. They've got a lot of good things going for them, and they've been improving on a scale of competing with the world's best. So, yeah, tall task for Bad News Bears. It's not going to get easier. This whole group is a bit bit rough for them.
Yeah, because what they've got coming up next, they had Heroic today. They got Vitality after that.
Yeah, that's no
And they get Astralis.
Yeah.
So,
but at the end, there's ENCE. So you get to at least, that's a little bit of a breather.
So you're saying they have a chance against ENCE?
I didn't say that. I just said when you compare it to Vitality and Heroic and Astralis, ENCE is like, ooh, thank God. That's the one where I think if you're Bad News Bears, you're like, look, we're going to try and put some things into play. We're going to try and be competitive. We're going to try and do a really good job. Obviously, you're aiming to win because if you're Bad News Bears, you're also playing for, a sponsor, an organization.
Things,
yeah, you're paying for Future and Counter-Strike. You're playing for it. But you're looking at that ENCE game towards the end of the group stage. You're saying, okay, that should be one where we might be able to steal a win. That's the most realistic victory we can take.
Yeah, and that to be some sort of solace at the end of the season. I mean, we haven't even gotten through the second match, right? So don't tell me that Bad News Bears can't beat Astralis. Like, come on, guys. No.
Dude, I like it. I like the intensity.
Yeah, it was a little much. It was a little over the top. Obviously, this one was a little over the top there in regards to what Heroic were dishing out in the way of Bad News Bears. For Heroic, we're back online. We heard the Cadian tweet. We saw it. He was, Pro League's back online. I guess we're back, boys.
All you can do is make a joke about it at this point, right?
Yeah.
Like until you convert it and show what you got on LAN as well. So yeah, a little bit lighthearted. That takes a bit of the sting, perhaps, of some of the community perception away for the team. Maybe just allows them to have a little bit of fun with it. But yeah, this is Heroic, obviously, just in full control, and it's tough. If you're Bad News Bears starting on the CT side in the first half, you only win 2 rounds. They're separated by 4 rounds in between. You weren't able to get anything consecutive going, and you're dealing with that really difficult counter-terrorist economy on a map where your economy at least allows you to get an early start in these rounds to where you can settle into your defenses. We saw a few times Heroic, that push through ramp room that caught Junior off guard. When the resources aren't there for the defensive side, Heroic was just feeling so confident on an individual level to push the envelope that it's just gonna punish you at certain times, and it did a number of times against Bad News Bears.
Yeah, how many times do we see Tessus and company just wrap all the way around to hell and they just go right up the ladder? No one even knew they were there. Just kind of running the map. You were in control of the entire map, and if you're Heroic, that's pretty much how you had to feel coming into this one.
Oh yeah, after that first map too. Like that first map break had to have just been like, all right guys, we got this. Let's, nobody be shy.
Yeah, don't be shy, Jason. So for us, obviously, we could talk about the downfalls of Bad News Bears and what all that spells going forward. And in this group, we kind of highlighted they're not the favorites to go through. They're not the favorites within any of the matches they have. But at what point can they use that to their advantage, Jason?
Well, again, like we just kind of touched on, it has to be looking ahead towards ENCE. You might be looking at Vitality and saying, there's a team that we might be able to cause some upset, might be able to keep it close. Obviously, Zywoo's going to be tough to get past. I think if you're looking at Astralis, that's not a team that's going to be dropping any kind of surprise match to you. Heroic looking good. Vitality, we're not really sure how solidified they are with playing, as well as they possibly can be at the moment. So maybe there's one for Bad News Bears where you say maybe we can steal that upset, but certainly it's looking towards ENCE. And yeah, at the moment for them, it's still kind of, at this level of play is still a learning curve. This is still a learning experience as much as they don't want it to be that way.
So, Jason, let's learn you today. Let's talk a little bit about the groups that we have in front of us, because we didn't really get you in for the pre-match, the pre-show. So I figured we could probably do all of those things you missed now if you'd like.
Oh, perfect, Trace. Thank you so much. I'm glad we saved those. Yeah, I was really missing that.
No problem,
when I was sitting on my 3rd flight this morning.
We have your 1xBet prediction in an envelope down here, too. So I don't even know what that says. Can't imagine.
Well, if Cologne is any barometer, we know that people can just come in and just start changing predictions in the middle of the tournament.
That was printed, Jason. No one wrote that.
Yeah.
That was printed. So
sure.
Obviously, I didn't really, I don't know what happened there. It just kind of works out sometimes. For Bad News Bears, it didn't work out. For Heroic, it does. We continue down that trajectory. We were going to have someone on air, but it would appear as though that's not going to be happening. Jason, I'm sure you'd love to preview the next match, wouldn't you? Just kidding. Do you want to get out of here?
It's up to you, man. You're running the show. You're running this thing.
Well,
that music, however, that kind of decides it for us, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it is about that time. I got about 3:15. The next match set to start at 4:45.
Woo!
Get some tweets in a little Momo here.
Nap, get
Let
some
them
popcorn.
know what you need to think about going into this matchup. Vitality ends the second BO3 on the cards in the second game here for Pro League Season 14.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Now we need to get a entry fragger, but I'm bringing in my boy Nico from G2. He's really strong. Individually, he has a good mind. I want an entry fragger who has the head with him as well, who's able to make the right decisions, who's not only going to run in first, but not do it with the head under his arm. He knows when and how to take fights, and at his best, he will out-aim anyone. So I'll also bring in Nico for this team. The AWP player. There I would like to go with the Simple. Super strong player, right? We all know what he's capable of. 2 years in a row he's been fighting for that first place spot. And yeah, he can do unreal things with the AWP. Now we need to get an IGL, the guy who has to sit in the middle. And I think it's up for no discussion that we need to take the one who has had the most success with his team. He's brought Astralis to something that they definitely weren't before his appearance. So the in-game leader of my team is going to be Glaive. He's been doing massive work over there. And even though there's at times some banter and rivalry between me and him, I respect his work a lot. So he's going to be the IGL for this All-Star team. The star player of my team will be Saibu. And I think that also you can make a good argument that when you see him play alongside Nevera, where Nevera has some of the AWP duties, he's still doing just fine. His rifle work is really good. If he wants to, sure man, bring out that second orb. I don't care if it's T or CT. Now we need a lurker, boys, and to get the lurker, we have to respect the legacy, respect the history. You might forget them in these 20-21 times, but you definitely shouldn't. I'm gonna add GetRight as the lurker of my team. Back in his prime, in the early CSGO days, he literally invented this position. And he was such a pain in the ass to play against. You never knew where you had him. He was such an awesome player to play against. And even though that he is now a retired player, as the only one of the ones I chose for the team, I don't think that anyone can or should forget how incredibly good he was earlier on in Counter-Strike Go. When we're looking to add a coach to this All-Star team, it's very important that we do not only get a coach that has a strong strategical point of view, but also knows how to handle human beings with differences and is able to tell them all that, listen, we collected the best possible players for each role. I don't care if you sometimes disagree or whatnot, we have to make this work, so let's get those trophies. So I'm going with a coach that has both the strategical strong side and also the human strong side. And that's why I have to go with Sonic. The work and the chemistry that he's built in Astralis is unbelievable. So there's no other coach that I would want for the team than him.
you get a player on the team and you kind of already have in your mind how you want him to play, so you force him too much in certain roles or positions without really giving him the room to maybe get his side of things or how he wants to play. And I feel like usually when you really give someone the confidence and the trust to do what he wants and let him figure it out by himself in a way, you know, within the space of the team obviously, then you get a lot more out of that than just saying, okay, you need to play here, you need to do this and that. Because then you're kind of missing out on some skill sets the person have that you maybe didn't think about at first, you know?
I think one thing, again, I go back to just kind of the biggest thing I've been harping on is this level of communication. I don't think people realize how much easier the game becomes when you are confident in what your teammate is doing, when you are confident in the communication and the information that's being passed to you. I don't think people realize how much of your focus can be elevated by you simply communicating properly with your teammates and how much it brings them into the game as well. So I mean, I honestly, you know, outside of anything crazy coach quote or like some kind of coaching technique, literally just communication in all aspects, and in terms of being uncomfortable, in terms of being comfortable. I think that just helps. It elevates the teams, and it elevates individual players beyond what you would believe.
Which teams at this event has a logo that represents an animal?
That represents an arm?
An animal.
Isn't Vitality like a bee or something? Or am I tripping?
I don't know.
I thought Vitality was a bee.
Is Vitality like a bee?
Yes.
Oh no. There is 9, bro. They have to be. It's not Navi, not Gambit, not Sprout, not VG, not Cole.
Not Vitality.
Not Vitality.
Not Astralis.
Not Astralis.
What else do we have? Vitality, what the fuck are they? There's nothing, right?
No. Oh wait, they're all doing this bee shit. Vitality. Is there something I'm missing? Bzzz, they always do bees.
Vitality, a bee.
So we got Bad News Bears.
Yeah.
So us, Bad News Bears.
Liquid, Horse.
Liquid.
Fuck. Who else is there? Wait, is LDLC a bird? Wait, is Mouse something? A mouse?
Mouse?
Oh, yeah, well, yes.
It would be funny if you forgot that one.
Big. Big? It's
big,
an animal? No,
yeah.
it's not. The beer?
Yeah, okay.
The beer?
J'avoue.
Wait, so Spirit is something. Dragon, right?
Yes,
Spirit.
Yes, Spirit. Who else is in this tournament?
VP is one.
What do they have, bro?
Virtus Pro has always been like that.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking...
Yeah.
Get it, boss.
Okay, if you have to think about it.
Furia.
VP, what are they? They're Wolf, right?
VP, yeah.
VP, Wolf.
LDLC, oh yeah. LDLC? Ah oui, it's Fox.
Fox, yeah.
It's true.
Yeah, Vitality has a bee on their logo.
Oh, LDLC?
LDLC? But bro, they just have LDLC, right?
No, they have something else in it, right?
What?
Yeah, we've said it. It's on camera.
It's a fox.
When? Oh yeah, true. It is.
Furia.
Oh my gosh, dude.
No.
That's so easy.
Furia?
Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Vitality was right.
Wait, really?
Right?
The bee, which is technically an insect.
Oh, it is a bee. Oh my gosh, you're right.
I give up.
Virtus Pro.
Oh my god, yeah, I didn't even think about them.
LDLC is a fox.
Yeah,
Oh,
true.
And you got the rest of it.
I mean, I'm proud. Vitality was
No,
the
not
joker.
bad. Not bad.
Ooh, VP? Oh, true, there, yeah. The beer as well.
We're done.
You're right.
It wasn't
Good
bad.
job, guys. It was Furia.
Fury.
Oh, Furia.
Nice. That was good. You did all the answers, actually.
I was going to say
LDLC, the fox.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think we missed one then.
Yeah, you missed
We have 8.
Who?
Furia.
Yeah.
Furia, man.
Yes.
What?
Furia was one.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
It's a like lion or
Panther or something.
Almost. Yeah, lie.
You got a lot.
I did not know there was a bee in Vitality.
Same. Thank you.
It was decent.
Yeah, that's pretty solid.
Yeah, very.
Ej, under bro. Side.
Last the slope.
One kitchen.
Bomb. Window. B-side hit with Deacon.
Okay.
Maybe I'm lying.
How much HP do you have?
What the f? Let's
One
go.
side.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I think we should play a bit more slow.
No, don't play slow. One mid. You can fade. What? That's right. Didn't read you. But, you're too good.
Yeah. No, you are too good. I was just lucky.
Oh, what a smoke! That ramp.
One CT. He's from... yeah, whatever smoke.
Nice. Top mid. Oh! Last try. Thank you.
One slope. Or less slope.
Nice.
One mid.
God. I think choose his B player and then refresh his A player. Behind. I think he's behind. Hit him. Oh, what? No man.
Oh.
One ticket. Oh.
He's low,
Side. Oh, what?
Oh my god, you are so good. I can't do anything. Two up connector, I knew it.
I'm landing. Out. 1 HP. Here or what? I think you ran out. Such a good move. Nice rotation.
He did it.
bloodstained flag. Open road and nomadic plans. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'ma bring it in the firefight. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'm the reaper in the dead of night. Lightning strikes in a quiet town. Bodies fall upon sacred ground. By the flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get ya. I'm coming, I'm coming. I'm I just subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight, we go inside. The man, he is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your mission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt. It's so high from here. You can see the world. And we are insistent to be smooth.
No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend it, I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. You either got it or you don't, you either bought it or you won't. You either wanna give it everything or you wanna cry out a soul. I'ma say it from the jump, mama ain't raised a chump. My mama raised me to persevere if I'm ever here in a slum. Cause nobody starts at the top. You do your part and you better buy. Working hard each and every day, even though some days it get hard to watch. But you gotta trust the process. Grind hard, don't you ever quit. It's a must, you see the progress. Got a ball till you get a hit. They can never do what I could do, cause they on the same stuff. If you doubt me, then I'm coming to show them what I'm made of. Yeah. Always showing your integrity. Yeah. If you want it, I'ma let them see. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend it, I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend it, I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win.
Wake up, put the work in, that's the only way it's gonna work out. Hard work and dedication, no time for procrastination. Takes a lot of time, a lot of patience, a lot of heart mixed with motivation. On the days that you feeling down, look in the mirror for your inspiration. Like, woo, just notice, never stop, never quit. People wanna see you doing good, but never better than them. Gotta push yourself to the limits. You cannot lose if you are not in it. You gotta lose sometimes just to win it. Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner. Don't be a slow learner. Oh no, you only get one shot, one chance. Talking March Madness at the big dance. Talking big man on campus. Like
no guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory. Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. From the back roads to back streets, I see you foes trying to trap me, but I don't run like a track meet, even though I'm number one like an athlete. And the way I maneuver around you and through you, I'm coming and I'm bound to pursue you. I'm everything that you knew of, plus more. What's in store is I'm about to get to you. Sleepless nights, better think this twice before you step to me and come and speak with strife. There's a lesson when you reach my life. It'll be chin-checking and I'll teach you right. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one, I'm right here. I get it in, I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. Cause I ain't taking no losses. And I don't even care what the cost is. Are you prepared for the forces I'm about to bring, cause I'm the boss of all bosses. I penetrate your thoughts and fill them with doubt. You gon' feel where I'm coming and feel what I'm about. If they come in with the drama, I'm wheeling them out. Cause I ain't about to have somebody here stealing my clout. I keep my friends close, enemies closer. Cause that's the way it is and the way it's supposed to be. Anybody can see there's only room for one, and that one is me. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one, I'm right here. I get it in, I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you scared. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you're scared.
Broken bones and a bloodstained flag. Open road and nomadic plans. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'ma bring it in the firefight. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'm the reaper in the dead of night. Lightning strikes in a quiet town. Bodies fall upon sacred ground. Burn that flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get ya. I'm coming, I'm coming.
see the world. Aren't we all insistent to be small? Subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight we go inside. The man is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your omission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt.
Part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go again. I don't comprehend it, I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win. You either got it or you don't. You either bought it or you won't. You either wanna give it everything or you wanna cry out a soul. I'ma say it from the jump. Mama ain't raised a chump. My mama raised me to persevere if I'm ever here in a slum. Cause nobody starts at the top. You do your part and you better buy. Working hard each and every day, even though some days it get hard to watch. But you gotta trust the process. Grind hard, don't you ever quit. It's a must, you see the progress. Got a ball till you get a hit. They can never do what I could do, cause they on the same stuff. If you doubt me, then I'm coming to show them what I'm made of. Yeah, always showing your integrity. Yeah. If you want it, I'ma let them see. No guts, no glory. Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go again. I don't comprehend it, I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win. No guts, no glory. Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go again. I don't comprehend it, I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win.
Wake up, put the work in, that's the only way it's gonna work out. Hard work and dedication, no time for procrastination. Takes a lot of time, a lot of patience, a lot of heart mixed with motivation. On the days that you feeling down, look in the mirror for your inspiration. Like, woo, just notice, never stop, never quit. People wanna see you doing good, but never better than them. Gotta push yourself to the limits. You cannot lose if you are not in it. You gotta lose sometimes just to win it. Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner. Don't be a slow learner. Oh no, you only get one shot, one chance. Talking March Madness at the big dance. Talking big man on campus. Like
no guts, no glory. Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go again. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory. Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go again. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. From the back roads to back streets, I see you foes trying to trap me, but I don't run like a track meet, even though I'm number one like an athlete. And the way I maneuver around you and through you, I'm coming and I'm bound to pursue you. I'm everything that you knew of, plus more. What's in store is I'm about to get to you. Sleepless nights.
All right, let's go. First attempt.
Oublie pas sur le nez, tu attends.
Ouais.
Je t'ai casqué de quoi? Quoi? Bah, je crois que Deagle c'est ton arme. This guy is freaking strong with Deagle.
Kill me, Matou.
Break this? Oh, okay.
Where are you?
Here. Can we change weapon?
Let's change weapon or...
Ah ouais, j'ai oublié que tu pouvais. Bon, on va se calmer, Kevin.
Ah, t'es Matou.
Nice, the comeback is real. Bon, cliquez.
He's playing on my PC, that's not normal.
Oh.
Non, Matou.
Okay.
T'es sûr?
I'm back. I'm gonna fuck you up.
Oh. Okay, nice shot. With you. Fuck.
Right. What the fuck? Ok, je vais...
Stylé, hein, pas vrai. Hein. Pourquoi on a pas ça, nous? Ouf. Nasty.
I need another weapon. I'm not good with this.
Don't kill me, Imo. Kimato, j'arrive. Coming.
I'm coming also.
What? So fast?
I'm gonna win this.
Okay, just lose.
I'm gonna lose this.
Welcome back, everyone, as it's time to have our debut here from Team Vitality up against ENCE in the ESL Pro League Season 14 here with Group A. If you missed out earlier on today, you missed out on a very one-sided match with Heroic up against Bad News Bears. But you know what? We got our own little vaccine with J&J to help cure any boredom you might have in your day of action. I like this. First time, I think, doing the desk together. You know, two equally handsome gentlemen.
Yeah.
Equally tall as well. It's just, you know,
I was going to say, there's a little bit of a height discrepancy. I need a box, a ladder.
So, you know, I think actually we talked about getting you one of those.
Yeah, I've historically always turned them down, but this might be a different situation. Usually there's more than just two people on a desk. This feels a little uncomfortable.
I think it might be fair just to maybe cut my feet off, and then it'll be a little bit more equal. You know, putting you in a box might be easier. But one team who hasn't had an easy time so far, at least in recent times, is Team Vitality. If you look back into the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, they definitely had quite a bit of a struggle here, Moses, and I think we have to start to actually talk about that initially because they're not looking too good, not looking too hot coming into Pro League.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird question marks around this team that at one time was so dangerous, and it's also odd, you know, feeling like there's question marks and hesitancy in a team that has someone like ZywOo, who's been, you know, the best player in the world, or rated the best player in the world the past few years. That can obviously be up for discussion. But, you know, I don't know. They don't seem to be living up to the potential they once had, and it's been like kind of a crazy time for Vitality in terms of, you know, players stepping back for a moment, taking a little bit of a break. Longtime member in RPK, who is such a huge, consistent, I think is the most important way you could describe RPK. He's gone now. Kyojin coming in, he's only had 4 months in this team. So there's a lot of moving parts, and I think for me, I can at least kind of understand why there's some underperformances and some inconsistencies in them from tournament to tournament.
Well, speaking of underperformances, one player we never really expect to ever have an underperformance is ZywOo, but unfortunately, that's exactly what happened at Cologne.
Yeah, and it's also, I mean, listen, Cologne was not great for him by his standards. That's a pretty good tournament for some other players, but he is suffering a little bit from the fact that he has, you know, been the past few years the only player who could stand up and match Simple in terms of individual production. So it's very noticeable when it goes quiet. And I think that's also part of what has exposed Vitality for having, you know, a weaker Cologne and some struggles, you know, recently in the past, is if ZywOo is not going to be like that Simple-esque hard carry for your team, you're missing a lot of firepower that you've relied on. I think it's kind of exposed how much they rely on ZywOo.
I think it's always been the talk of the ZywOo show when it comes to Vitality, and as you mentioned, like bad for his standards, but he still put up a 1.12 rating. That's still better than the majority of the players who are playing at Cologne.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. I mean, obviously, I think that his individual level really hurt them at IEM Cologne, just from what they're used to, but I think it's more of a product of just, you know, being uncomfortable within the team. I think game plans for Vitality haven't been super impressive in my mind when I've seen them play, especially at Cologne. I was pretty critical of them then.
Yeah.
So I think the hindrance of his individual level is more a product of kind of team confusion.
And I don't want you to make any predictions. I kind of hate to put people to make predictions.
You can do it.
I'm curious, like ZywOo coming to this event, obviously having a little bit more time with the team, having the player break. We saw, you know, some great pictures of them relaxing and stuff. Do you feel like maybe this is something he needed in particular with the team, the time to get back into his former glory?
Probably, but I mean, I don't know. Yes, but you can also say it about pretty much everyone in the Counter-Strike scene at this point. I think every player, when the player break rolls around, is just like, oh, thank God, we get some time off. We got to go chill. So, I mean, everyone kind of needs that. You know, and certainly when they come back, you'd hope they'd be a little bit more refreshed and maybe mentally able to kind of fix some of the problems they struggle with. It's hard. It's hard to fix problems within a team. With the kind of schedule that Counter-Strike has, you know, an online schedule, especially during COVID when you're not always together, sometimes you're not able to boot camp, it's difficult to manage the schedule and fix issues within a team, especially issues that maybe aren't tactical, right? If like they're not like purely Counter-Strike based problems, it's tough. It's tough to overcome those.
And speaking about things being tough to overcome, we have to take a look at their opponents come into this with ENCE because we got to see them at Pro League last season, and that's that big jump up we're seeing in the rankings coming in between March 24th and April 14th. But since then, Moses, not a lot of much.
They haven't really necessarily even played too much. I mean, yeah, we had that player break, obviously. They haven't played since mid-July, and most of the events they're playing in are, you know, I don't want to say like lower tier, but they're lower tier. So, you know, your successes in those tournaments aren't going to have as much of an impact on your world ranking. An event like Pro League, like last time, and now like this Pro League as well, this is the one where if you're ENCE and you're looking to make a huge jump in the rankings, you got to do good here. The other events don't matter. If you can blow this one out of the water, that's going to be a huge jump for you relative to what you're doing previously.
Well, what's worrying for me is the fact that the last two events they played in, they lost to Havu and they lost to Endpoint.
Not the prettiest games.
Exactly, right? But this player here on your screen, Hades, as we're going to be talking about, the new up-and-coming opera for the side events. Obviously, after losing Alu, we can see the former teams he's been on. For me, what really stands out, Moses, is the longest time he's been on a team was Aviz, and that was about 4 months of time.
Yeah, but I don't think that's necessarily too crazy. At that kind of level of play, you are bouncing out around a little bit more from team to team. You're kind of trying to find a home, somewhere you can spend a decent amount of time and develop. Somewhere, obviously, an organization like ENCE has resources, has some kind of infrastructure that Hades isn't used to happening. And I think that's where he's got to look at ENCE at this point in his career is, yeah, maybe, just use this as a platform to show how good you can be, to learn some skills from some experienced players, to learn how to play and develop within a team, and start making a name for yourself here and see if you're going to either become incredibly valuable to the ENCE org, or if you make a big enough name for yourself, down the road, maybe you're moving on to another squad if they like what they see out of your performances.
Hey, the new Polish super team. You think back to the Golden Five, if that could potentially happen.
Yeah.
You have Diha, you have Mihu all doing well.
I gave up on a Polish super team a long time ago. As soon as Taz and Neo and Pasha retired, I was, it's done.
It's done.
It's done.
Well, you know what? I'm actually curious. Obviously, being like an ex-player back in the day, being a coach, like the stability, I feel like is something we really can't underestimate of having a team, having an org that believes in you and puts those resources into you. You look at Bad News Bears, and they're just trying to find that stability with our organization. Yeah. Do you feel like Hades might be potentially that kind of player, getting that stability, he can grow into this massive star? Yeah,
I'm just going to be straight up honest with you and all of you out there in the world. I haven't watched a whole lot of Hades play, so I actually couldn't answer that. I mean, this is kind of my first real glimpse at him, which I'm interested to see what he's going to have to offer and see, where he can potentially go. But yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing. Like you said, he's jumped around on a few teams. That's not crazy. That's not any kind of red flag. Now that he's on ENCE, what can he do that he has this opportunity with the resources, with the infrastructure, with a structured team around him as well? And yeah, I would love to see if, I mean, look, we've had a lot of young Polish players come up, like you think like Mihu and like people saying this guy's going to be like the next cornerstone of Polish Counter-Strike. I mean, there's a world, and I think there's a certain amount of pride in being able to be that player for your country or for your region. And if he can do it and become like a really household Polish name, that'd be great. And then maybe down the road we do get to see that Polish super team come back.
And knock on wood
exactly.
There. But Hades, he's definitely one of the players we're going to be watching here on our epics.gg players to watch of him and ZywOo. So we'll take a look. When we come back, we'll be ready here for our second match of the day.
As Counter-Strike Global Offensive has aged, so too have the players brought up solely on its history. And an influx of young players have taken over the scene, but perhaps none better than ZywOo. Aged just 20 years old, he became the third player in the history of the HLTV Top 20 players to get back-to-back #1 ratings in 2019 and 2020. Despite being a shy and reserved personality outside of the server, there are very few players in the world more menacing to play against than ZywOo and his AWP, and he's been the backbone of Team Vitality's success. However, if there is a wild card in ENCE's deck to go head-to-head with ZywOo, it's the Polish opera Hades, who was brought into the roster in May to replace long-term AWP and franchise player Alu, who took a leave of absence. Hades' presence was immediately felt as the team won their first event with him on board. However, if the kings of Tier 2 want to step up against the big dogs, it's Hades who might need to be the man to do so.
Well, the big man to do so. We have so many different teams. Astralis as well, with Lucky coming in with these star operas looking to shine as bright as they possibly can. And we're getting to take a look at our vetoes so far. And I actually wanted to talk to you, Moses, about are we going to expect maybe some comfort picks coming through, especially of having Hades on the team, trying to play maps they can use him and utilize him to the best of their ability. Yeah, well, we're going to see some Mirage and some Overvest and some Vertigo, Kaplan. That's what we've got on the table. So yeah, comfort picks. Quick. But no, I don't know. This veto is a little bit of like it kind of messes with your head just looking at statistics of win percentage on each map, because like we kind of outlined, ENCE is playing in lower tier tournaments against lower opposition, so their win rates on some of these maps are actually much higher than Vitality's, who's obviously had to face some tougher competition. So I think these are good maps. Mirage doesn't surprise me at all. I think Vitality doesn't have a great looking win rate on it, 50% to the 80% of ENCE, but I think Vitality is they've always enjoyed Mirage. I actually personally don't like Vitality's T-side on Mirage. It weirds me out.
makes me feel real uncomfortable.
I feel uncomfortable right now with how you feel uncomfortable watching it. Actually,
glad I'm able to exude that weirdness.
Yeah, I'm curious though, Kyojin. We haven't really talked about him in particular too much. We've been focusing obviously on ZywOo. I'm curious if you have any thoughts on him. Maybe the addition to the team that we got to see throughout Cologne as well. I mean, I feel like he's been a pretty solid addition, but as you mentioned, RPK stepping back, it's hard shoes to fill.
Yeah, really, really hard shoes to fill. I mean, RPK was a legend unto himself. So yeah, he's got a tough job, and he's only been here for a short while. So I mean, that he's got to get comfortable within this team, and then we'll see what he's got.
Speaking of short while, you don't have to wait too much longer, as we're going to head over to our commentators here for our second match of the day. It's Sponge and it's Machine.
Thank you very much, fellas. Yes, second game of our very first day getting into the action. It was such a quick one, Chad. I'm hoping we get a bit more of a competitive one here, so we can get the ring rust off of our vocal cords as well. I haven't been casting Counter-Strike for a month straight, so happy to be back in the saddle and ready to get into Vitality, ENCE, Mirage. Starting on the defense will be the French, and ENCE, the international roster, who made a lot of changes in pursuit of glory. The last of the old guard in Alu departing the roster, at least stepping down. And we've got this four-man mid-Glock presence, and they're already testing Masuta. He's very ambitious to be going for wide swings like that. And now bullets are starting to connect to Soa headshots. Apex does well, trades are in, 2v2. Snappy with the bomb on his back, the ramp 1-for-1, and you can see Kyojin holds strong. Okay, so things have changed, it seems. Vitality 1, ENCE 0.
Alrighty then. Well, this is another question mark, right? With Bad News Bears, to expect them to be able to bring a lot to the table, you'd be very, very optimistic. With ENCE, though, it's more a question of how far away are they from Tier 1 competition. Now, the desk touched on it a bit. Hades coming in, this will be a true test for him. It looks like we have a little bit of a technical issue. You know how it goes, ladies and gentlemen. Always out the gates. Well, we should get this one sorted and back underway ASAP. Now, I want to keep my eyes on Masuta here as the individual for Vitality to see if he can continue to fill this role that is seeming like he is going to become the second star of this team. We know that Apex and Shox are towards the twilight years of their career, right? Apex obviously picking up the in-game leadership role, and Shox now, look, he's definitely not a supportive element, but he's no longer that Shox that we all remember, Shoxy Jesus going around. He can have those games where he's dropping bombs.
But, I mean, I don't know if this is just too much of a divisive question, but isn't that also just a part and parcel of maybe not him falling off so much as other players playing much higher than Shoxy Jesus could?
Yeah, I think that a lot of players would definitely attest to just how difficult it has become, right? Everybody has fine-tuned those little details of the game now, right? Everybody understands. This game has been out for such a long period of time, and we are seeing individuals getting better and better, and all these different tools that are available to help them refine those little bits and bobs. But let's get back underway. As you can see, not a very long technical issue by any means. And ZywOo, straight out window, going to be charging up middle. Kyojin, another man here with that silent stem 4 who we're going to have to keep an eye on. But it looks like Snappy and Co are setting themselves up for a bit of an A-set piece here. The smokes are out through the sky. They're going to get what should be a free A site for a plant here. A retake setup has been deployed from Vitality.
Yeah, Hades is going to be bringing that bomb in now, and no one can contest
Huge gap there.
Yeah, big gap in the smoke, sure, but they are across. Snappy jumping across, and it's Apex to try and keep them at bay with a FAMAS. Kyojin, aggressive, good flash for the swing. Snappy unable to deliver. Bomb now ticking. ENCE have done well to get this bomb down. If they could just find a frag, there could be a way back in. Incendiary will make things difficult, as will Kyojin as he knocks a head off of another. Doto's Deeg only good for the one. And now Deha just desperately hiding in the off angle, hoping not to be cleared. If he could just deny the first, maybe. There's more to be said. Deha stands for another, but close. 14 HP remaining on Apex. They got plenty of time for the defuse. But ENCE getting something out of that second round.
Yeah, keeping it competitive. And with that plant again, look, if they had one more kill, they might consider going for another buy here. But I think this time round, it should just be the partial investment. Next round, bring out those full AK-47s, all that utility. You're in the realms of possibility for another partial, so all good. Can keep it competitive for sure. But it was clear that Vitality were happy to play a bit of a retake so that there you could just see nobody deep within the site, nobody under shadow. They were playing from afar. And great stuff from Masuta.
Yeah, damn, that long-range MP9. Nice little burst, good control. And Deha did very well to hide in that perfect, like, you know people are going to jump to try and clear it. He hid to the point where he wasn't cleared. And we're off again. It looks like quite fast into way. In fact,
they did force.
Ahead of the smokes,
are out.
They're in. And already one of them's out. Snappy, first of fall. CT's a problem. They'll plant connector side. That looks like a great incendiary. Destined for success. Sphinx will be forced away from the line. Bomb not down yet, it's loose, and the bodies keep dropping for these trades thick and fast.
Boy.
Shocks another, they keep strafing out from CT. It does start to calm in a 1v2. That bomb now down, Masuta tags up Dia on the cross.
That could be good.
Nade looks great. Bang, straight on the nose, and a 1v1 established. He's got a smoke, he's got a kit. This should be a chance for Masuta.
Looking the wrong way right now.
Half health, and the time is ticking in his favor. Yeah, he's going to clear out ramp and under dark, but time getting a bit sensitive now. Smoke and a hold. Fakes it out. Smoke deployed as well. Spinks does reveal his location, but now time is on his side. Masuta let it go a little too far gone. Spinks will collect.
Looks like time was a problem there as well, so a little bit late on that defuse right there, but the Force Spies, I guess it's been one out from ENCE, right? The fact that they got another plant there, everybody goes down. So Money's in a bit of a weird spot for both teams here. ENCE should have the better buy, and they're actually the ones to take the timeout. This is going to give a chance for Vitality to have a conversation about things here as well. But persistence looks like it's key for ENCE out the gates here. And just one note, it looks like Snappy's in his bedroom, and I think if we remember back to when we had ENCE in Pro League last season, they were boot camping together, right? So they wanted to try and keep Spinks at those boot camp. Maybe I'm wrong. Are they? We'll have to wait and see. See a couple more cameras before we can tell exactly where everybody's at.
I know ENCE do have a facility.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that.
Natu got that one done and dusted, didn't he?
I haven't seen Jorna Leppen in a very long time.
In some time.
He used to be like a regular occurrence in our lifestyle.
He's probably watching this. So, hi to Natu.
Hello,
I'd say he
Natu.
definitely is watching this.
Yeah.
Quick little note going into the next round of play, round number 4. Apex sacrificed everything here. He's dropped an AWP across to ZywOo. He had 4,750 smackaroos, and there you go. The AWP's already struck, so exactly what they wanted out of this, profiting with an opening.
Perfect. And yeah, now Vitality don't really feel at too much of a disadvantage. It's Deagles up against AKs, but ZywOo's AWP has already put his name into the kill feed. And pressure now from Hades. He's found at least spotted out one. ZywOo's here to punish though, and it's a missed shot. They know where the AWP is now. It won't stop the commit. In fact, here they come. Snappy, Diha, both connecting. Problem for Shocks as he advances. He's ahead of the molly, but for how long? Yeah, that should confirm things. 3 versus 2. The bomb now down, and Apex and Kyojin hastily retreat for a save.
Yeah, just backing off here. And look, it's not a huge amount to hold on to. Apex with the sidearm of the Deagle, they can drop that across for another round of play. Kyojin would love to get his hands on something, and you can see he's hanging out over towards CT spawn. I think ENCE will do good to hold on to their guns as well now. Want to start to consolidate a bit of a T-sided economy here.
There is an AWP on site, though. I'm surprised Snappy hasn't gone in pursuit of it, whether it's the AWP or the FAMAS from Shocks, something that's not the MAC-10. He is still on the site and he is going hunting. I hope he will treat himself right.
They're having a look for it.
Where is it gone?
Where's it gone?
ZywOo threw it as far as he could.
They actually can't find it, so...
Can our Robs team find it? Here's a fun game, boys. You got 5 seconds.
Good luck, MC.
MC's desperately hunting for the AWP, but yeah, just gone, absolutely missing. Don't know how ZywOo managed to make it disappear over on the site.
Threw it to orbit or something like that.
So he did open up nicely. That's 2 for 2 on ZywOo's mid-fight so far.
Yeah, you wouldn't be expecting that as well, just because of the way that these rounds have gone and the fact that Apex basically sacrificed everything to make that one happen.
I reckon it went up on the box. Looking at where ZywOo died, he might have just tossed it up on the boxes to his corpse.
Okay, so they've got those Deagles, they've got that AK. Apex is actually holding on to that. Bit of mid-util coming out again, and here ENCE go once more. Mid-control granted. Nobody really wanted to put up too much of a fight, and utility towards connector to hold them at bay, but this boost, Shocks might be able to find something here. Oh, they've scuffed it.
Cancel that, and straight punish. Snappy could get more here. Apex, however, with the AK and Kyojin as well, suddenly arrives. Problem for ENCE, this is supposed to be their round, and now Deagles are tagging up. Diha down to 56, and Apex on for 3. A 4th as well to finish the job. It's only Diha. Apex will be bested. 2 to Diha's name, and 1 more to find. It's Kyojin up against him, and lots of time. A battle of wits between these two. And easy as that, Kyojin loses his head. ENCE got a bit scary there towards the end. They ran into the only rifle that was preserved. Vitality do very well to make that costly.
A little bit to get by going. And Kyojin's one of these guys who loves that silence down forward. To get a little bit messy for a moment there on short. See all those bodies hitting the deck. Not popped on up, and here we go again. Back into the gun rounds and fast towards middle once more. The flash is good. ZywOo cannot contest, and quickly and scurry to get this top mid control. Window smoke to be thrown out from Hades. And they're already controlling this avenue. Dihar would have caught a little slither there. It's forcing out some CT-sided util. They don't have a huge amount to work with here. Shox has taken some damage, only a little bit through the smoke, and regathering to fight this. They want to boost over towards the bricks once more.
Oof, that's Shox. Big opener. Makes up for his shortcomings in the previous. Same boost, different result. Didn't slip off this time, and so ENCE now having to stomach a man disadvantage. They are split up quite evenly. Snappy still lingering to house and control of the B aggression, and it looks like Masuuta's not interested in any of that. Thought Snappy had a pretty passive line, but he's been hunted down. Through the mid smoke then. ZywOo tucked in. He's been spotted out. It's big find from Spinks. Doto, if he can force Apex into focus on that Palace position, this could get problematic for him. He's got a lovely sweet spot between the util, though. This should enable a frag from Apex, but if not more. First found, Hades down, and now Spinks with his double. Problems for ENCE, though. That bomb cannot go down, especially with Masuuta just pushing through the smoke. He's going to pull them off it, and that's as easy as it gets. Tagged up, but they're the ones to zip up the body bags. 3-3, and ENCE down to the trying buy of 1,600 on the low end, so they will respect and accept.
Yeah, those plants were really good early, right? The fact that they were getting into those force buys, being able to get the bomb down, helped to keep the money there, and that's how they were able to get on the board early. But now,
forcing again.
Yeah, look, it is definitely one way to make sure this CT side economy doesn't get too out of control. Right here, right now, they're still kept pretty honest, and it's looking like a fast B play. Tech9's AKs, they're just biffing.
There's 3B from Vitality on the opener. Apex to play short, but he'll be able to react very quickly if, I guess it's an if, Masuuta needs help. He's already dropped out his util, dropped the player, Spinks burning, and there's more bullets to come. A chance from Dihar. Problem though, he's losing teammates left and right. Masuuta lines up a second, he's burning as well, and 3 frags just like that. This force by flat as a pancake. Vitality don't even break a sweat, and that is going to hurt. They're gonna see the gap now start to grow. Vitality pulling away.
This is odd, isn't it? It's a little bit jarring.
It is difficult.
A little bit.
Do we say it out loud?
I guess we can.
Are we professionals?
Well, no, look, we are professionals, but more so, maybe if we do sound a little bit off, we are getting different audio than what you guys are receiving at home. So it's just out of sync. So it's quite weird when you hear the gunshots before the frags come in, but we'll do our bestest. This will just be a full economical right now, not anything invested whatsoever. Apex being diligent up towards mid here, dropping his utility to flush anybody out of those hidey holes.
You know you'd be mad if you were hiding in that doorway for sure.
He might get a chance for a couple kills here, Apex, you know. And I guess while we have him on screen, this was another individual I reached out to from Group A just to have a conversation. I asked Apex when they returned. I think he said it was last Monday they returned. So they've had a week worth of practice. They've been at their boot camp facility. And he said they have high expectations or high hopes for the second half of the season. So I guess that means the tail end of the year.
I'm sure they'd be pretty disappointed with their Cologne performance. I think that a lot of teams and other players, like Vitality, they themselves did, and just couldn't quite meet those expectations in the first LAN back. So I think that's probably going to be a big motivating factor.
Yeah, I think for the team itself, you know, when you're bringing Kyojin in to take over somebody like RPK's roles, there's going to be a bedding in period, as well as the fact that Masuuta was also last year, remember, a rookie. We were going back to LAN, so there's a lot for them to adapt to. And this is a team that has ZywOo in it, right? And I think the desk were pointing out they were comparing ZywOo's stats to Simple's stats. And look, one of the questions is, and it has been a conversation with Vitality in the past, is, you know, do you just do everything to give ZywOo everything, or do you try and have the team function fully? Well, maybe that's a question they're still trying to work out with this new constellation of the roster. But back underway we go with the rifle rounds, and down towards Connector is Snappy, leading from the front here.
Ooh, and they are got this. They may not be anticipating Apex, and he gets a lovely freebie. Back turned, I say free. Doto ensures it's not. Far from gratuit. And there's 2, maybe get 3 up towards the mid side. They'll go for a silent boost. Now Shox is patrolling for this exact thing.
Hello.
Hello, collects And Zaiwu advancing onto Diha, who's got a bit of a rock and a hard place scenario. Shocks on one side, Zaiwu on the other. And even tucked in, concerned about the B aggression, so he's considering 3 angles right now. 60 seconds on the clock, and it is going to be Zaiwu, given the first and even a dink into Hades. The god of the underworld gonna have to work with just a shoestring budget of HP.
Dodo's here with him as well over towards middle. Has the bomb on his back. The problem is, both sides are pretty heavily fortified right now. Kyojin can just sit and wait for any sound cues, and, well, there's one.
If Hades is not wallbanged here, there's a chance. And so far, so good. So he gets it down. Dodo really does have to play for his life here. Kyojin very quick. And now all the problems for Hades. He just doesn't have the health for this. Does well to take down Kyojin. Shocks right there behind him for the trade. And we will see Vitality just edge themselves further away here on the defense. That's 6 now. 3-round discrepancy between the two.
Yeah, but that plan is great. It means that ENCE can at least have the conversation of do they want to go for a buy here. Now, we've seen them operate with Galils. We've seen them go for those force buy scenarios. At the high end, we've got Hades at 4.7. We've got 4K on a bunch and just under for a few. So they should be able to make a buy work. And as I'm saying that, and you're going to get to watch these lovely little replays, that buy is coming into fruition once more. And it really feels like ENCE want to have some pace about this. They don't want to play this slow game. They want to kind of bully their way into all these different corridors. Mid seems to be on the docket once more as we're back underway. Dodo and Hades, top mid control. Diha and Spinks over towards A, and Snappy just set them up in middle, and now he's rotating all that way back over to help the boys out. Looking like they want to do a bit of an A split here. Zaiwu waiting top connector. Apex and Sandwich, and Kyojin, well, he's got a lot of baiting to do on that site, try and draw them in.
That's high-level gameplay right now. Essentially, completely nullifies the T-smoke deep, unless they want to take a chance. It seems like they do, as their teammates arrive ramp, they snake on through. This is going to be a pretty solid pincer movement. Here comes the frag. They're going to accelerate on this. Good from the double Ds. Diha, Doto, double. Should be a plan. Suitor and Shock's not interested at all.
Yeah, immediately there should be the save call, right? Because you consider this, they'd have to rotate through, clear out window, have to worry about jungle. There's also middle that is a bit of a problem. And speaking of problems, Hades is already on the hunt right now. So up through underpass, he might find both Shocks and Masuda, who are currently residing up towards the B apartments. So tucked in towards that kitchen. Shocks a little bit more passive here. But they'd be working wonders to strip some guns away from this CT-sided economy, but he might be looking in the wrong direction. Back and forth he goes. How far do they want to push the issue here? This will be the 4th for ENCE. It looks like they'll leave it there. So Hades containing Snappy, Dodo, and Spinks back towards spawn where they started the round. Secured and plenty of money for Vitality going forward. They can get an AWP. Shocks has 11k. He can drop an ult for Zaiwu, no dramas. Apex can buy himself. And if Masuda really feels like it, he can hook Kyojin up as well. He's got 4.3, so there's enough there to make a buy work no matter what. But what approach do they want to look for right now? Do they want to stop this mid take, right? You can drop that top mid smoke, maybe put a couple mollies, maybe be a little bit more aggressive and fight middle, completely remove and negate that part of the map. Here's Mr. Animated himself. Apex on your screen. There's a push.
Late window smoke as well, yeah, so they're going to be flying through the ocean. Oh, running straight into the orb. D is there. The missed shots from Hades. Apex causing some serious chaos early on towards the B side of the map.
Needs to get out now though, doesn't he?
Yeah, but he's got just enough cover and just enough time to slink back in towards the A site, and now none the wiser. ENCE going to have to try and piece this one together again. Where did that Frenchman go?
They still have to be worried about it, right? You can see Hades still posted up watching this underpass position. They will need to clear it out or assume that there is a player lying in wait. Smoke. I'll make that a Molotov towards window from Snappy coming on out here. And then they're just going to retool and regather back through spawn with that bomb. So Snappy to stay around middle, the rest of them to group to hit A.
Ballsy of Vitality to be pulling out a 2-man underpass push for a full gun round.
Nope.
And there's a big duel from Snappy to be winning. Apex, that's going to solve so many things. Not only gives them the man advantage, they found the missing man from that underpass exchange. So regathering, retooling, 45 on the clock. No rush necessarily. There's only an incendiary to keep them at bay for now from the CT's remaining utility.
Oh, it's passed.
Just a glimpse of the elbow of Hades, and ZywOo's not missing much into the head of Doto. More problems for Ents. And that's not the only man waiting to receive you on the site. Another wide swing, confirms it's Tetris and plucks him from the air. It's Snappy to do it all. He won't clear his corners, and it's all too easy for Shox to collect. Great shooting from ZywOo, and does ward them off the A site for future rounds.
Yeah, it felt like Shox was a safety net there regardless, right? Because you knew that ZywOo was going to get at least one, and then Shox could have mopped up the rest, but not really needed until that final frag there, and Vitality up to 7. Now, this is much more competitive than our first series in the day. And this jarring push, I guess it takes the surprise away, right? If they push and they're able to kind of put Ents on the back foot, Snappy's now having a call with the mystery around the corner. They're not able to necessarily set the tone in the way that they'd like, but the guns are back out. Oh, they're pushing again.
Okay, and ZywOo's going to bodyguard the top mid through the one-way. Now, 3 members on the bomb, our B side. ZywOo, a tag into Snappy's toes. He will repeat count successfully. There's more on mid. Oh, it's not far off, you know. Doto does well to find one, nearly a second, despite his boots being late to the ground.
Hit B.
Yeah, Masuto's alone. Shox is desperately scrambling over there, and the util he's thrown out has kept them at bay in time. The rotate's there just in the nick of time. Masuta there, Shox, Apex. Masuta, oof, shy of the mark, and Diha quick to convert. 3 versus 3. And they're looking to get that bomb down. Apex makes no secret of his CT presence. Nade looks good for
he's hurt.
Little summon, but yeah, Nade was a 3v2. And whew, Shox. Quick on the AWP. He needs 2 more, though. And they'll play the angles. Very difficult for Shox to find both of these independently. One on either side of the site.
Oh, he hasn't been caught in a jiggle here.
This is his chance. Slips past the mark. Good play from the boys there of Ents. It's Hades to close it out. 7 from him, but Dina, of course, top of the scoreboard as well. So they weren't even competitive.
I think there's money still for another buy here, and maybe double offs with Shox hitting a shot like that. Yeah, there it is, confirmed. So the 2 big greens around. Apex is just down to the little pesky SMG of his. And well, let me fly over to spawn and see if there's anything on the ground for Kyojin. Doesn't look to be the case. You can see him purchasing into a deagle right there. Buy still not great for Ents either. Snappy just holding on to a MAC-10. AK is in the AWP in the hands of Hades. And Diha, well, we were speaking about him a little bit earlier. 12 kills for him. 7 apiece for Snappy and Hades. 5 for Doto, 4 for Spinx. Just taking a little bit of a look at Spinx's ping. Well, I'd say he's probably got to be in Europe somewhere. 23 ping for him, so that's definitely under par. But back out mid we go, and Ents haven't really had too many dramas in getting this real estate on the map. Diha pushing quickly down towards connector. Snappy with him once more, and this is looking like a similar routine. Kyojin has to get something close to a ramp here, and he's mounted up onto the flower pot. Or the vase. Or the urn. It's probably more like an urn.
I suspect there's probably plenty of potential bodies that could have been cremated into that.
Oh, urn's only for bodies?
Well, ash.
Okay.
Which usually, yeah. I don't think you put flowers in an urn. That would be a vase.
I thought urns just, they carried various things, like liquids.
Liquids?
I'm going to Google about urns.
I could have sworn that the urn was often partnered with cremation.
Cremation?
Yeah.
That's the way I want to go.
58 seconds here on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Your question is the purpose of an urn. ZywOo both put their name in the feed. It's not going to be kept level for long. ZywOo, every bullet seems to be connecting, and he's perfectly repositioned. He feels like he's dealt with one problem. His teammates clear it out, and now just 2 remain for Ents. Doto looking to kick and scream a little. ZywOo's the one to issue the gag order, and Snappy walking straight into ZywOo's crosshair, denies long range with a MAC-10.
They don't have head armor, you know.
Yeah, there's a world. I mean, he's got 2 frags already. They have the bomb, and they are starting to extract to range. He'd love to be able to just bunny hop, grab the bomb, slink away for a plant. Ooh, I don't hate it. Bullets are going to come through.
Houdini maneuver here.
And that's the end of him. Masuta confirms the bomb disappears. 8 to Ents 5.
So urn, noun, number 1, a tall, rounded vase with a stem and base, especially one used for storing the ashes of a cremated person. However, number 2, a large metal container with a tap in which tea or coffee is made and kept hot, or water for making such drinks is boiled.
Ah, okay, so the urn for the coffee.
Yeah, I don't think that
Seems a bit dated, maybe.
Yeah, so I don't. Let's just say it's a pot. A pot. They have a pot.
A pot.
There's the pot. The double orbs out again. And the force by once more for Ents. They've been really limping into a lot of these buy rounds.
Oh, it's just walking into that Zywoo crosshair as well. He doesn't seem to be having too many issues, especially peeking over his own smoke. If his teammates need any help, it seems they will. Call upon him. That's a double dig out of Hades. And a very convincing start to his A take. The pole, 3 frags to the good. He's done it all so far. Evades the nade nicely. Spink's desperately looking for something to equip himself with, and that distraction is perfect. It enables Shox to flank. Hades does not have the health for this, looking for an ace clutch. Some great deagle work, and now even better on the AK. Only Shox stands, and a very quick one on the USP. Ooh, you can see the frustration there on Hades' keep POV and on the camera, but very, very close to a masterful ace.
Yeah, great round. And again, you know, Ents with these lower buys, they've been able to keep it competitive. Sure, only 5 rounds here, but they have kept this one in touching distance. Would love that 6th because we're looking at now 2 on the trot here for Vitality. This will be the 3rd in a row if they're able to close it out. Doesn't really look like anybody from Vitality is necessarily slouching in this. You got 15 kills apiece for the likes of Apex and Zywoo. 10 for Masuda and Kyojin, and then Shox is on 9. So everybody's contributing when they have to, and Shox with an impact frag right there. So not all kills are weighed the same, but would have been a nice round there from Hades.
Oh, it's happened again.
The mid-opening from Zywoo.
Yep, Zywoo has once again opened up proceedings. His opening kill stats in these last 6-7 rounds, I reckon, is definitely in the high 60s to 70s. Apex onto Hades, no more impact from him, and that spray from Doto through the box headshot with a full spray. Definitely a little bit of luck involved. Lady Luck smiles in Doto's direction. This would be big from Diha, and it's delivered. Okay, so 5v3 becomes 3v3, becomes 3v2. Apex gobbles a bullet. Problems now. Zywoo has to close it out, and he has not hesitated onto Doto. Now, they know where Zywoo is. They can probably assume Masuta, the B player, still rooted on his site. And picking the lesser of the 2 evils here. It's a FAMAS to contend with. Caught with the nades in their hands. Diha's down 1v1, and Masuta will finish. Opportunity goes awry, and just 5 posted by Ents. 10-5 to be specific. Vitality swapped to the T side, and we'll be right back with your second half.
Hey Future Pros, back to Mirage with another smoke. This smoke is pretty situational and one you definitely won't be throwing that often, but as always, knowledge is power. To do the smoke, jump onto the first crate at Tetris, find this incredibly obvious dark spot on the wall, and jump throw the smoke. By some wizardry, you will find that this is somehow smoked off stairs. This is a very easy smoke, and I hope you find yourself in a situation where you get to use it.
Very solid defense from the French Vitality. You can see Shox representing. Physical CSGO trading cards available over at epics.gg if you fancy. You got the Super Centurion Mega Zywoo Megazord.
I did indeed.
Is that still... Don't tell me you've lost it.
I did. They're all in my drawer at home. And
you know where it is?
I did grab the pack that we had with us in Katowice, and I've taken it home and I opened them all. There's a couple of badges in there. I'm gonna get a folder. It's all gonna be coming together, and I'll show my kids one day and say I used to play against these guys.
Yeah, back in my day, on Mirage no less. So it's definitely relevant. 5 men from the Vitality squad all gathered towards B.
Look at these nades in hand, though. Hades has spotted a couple, and Snappy can release this one for a lot of damage. Oh, it's premature. They've been baited out, and that right there is not going to land anywhere near they wanted. Spinks in his face. He's gone down, and the B bomb site has been swarmed. This one's all over Red Rover.
It certainly is, and nothing for Doto to even say about it. What are you going to do? He will pull up to kitchen, ask a question. Kyojin will confirm his suspicions that there is an enemy there, and now grouping up for the double swing. 1 is all it takes. Okay.
Did you ever at school play the What's the Time, Mr. Wolf game?
Yeah, man, of course.
So that's what I think like maybe some of these jiggles could be, right? If a player like jiggles and the game is a little bit closer, you know.
It is there is an element of that.
What's the time, Mr. Wolf? 3 o'clock. 1.
Oh,
2,
that well, I couldn't remember the second component. So depending on the time was how many steps you were allowed to take?
Yeah, well, he'd have to count, right? And then you could go as quick as you could if you wanted to risk it, because he'd turn around. Yeah. And then he'd get you.
What's the time? Does that mean we're the piggies in that game? Like, is it our Mr. Wolf kind of piggy?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if we're the piggies.
We're the ones playing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they've gone for a force buy, and that's really uncharacteristic for Ents. Don't know if my sarcasm was thick enough there, but smoke's dropped. Here we go.
They are on their way. Diha and Doto looking to combine. Good shots. A man advantage. Zywoo's next. Oh, couldn't quite finish his meal. Zywoo was so low, though. 10 HP. Someone needs to step up, take him down, and they will. Doesn't stop him before Galil found another target, though, but a 1v2 established, and this force works wonders. This could be Ents getting straight back into the CT side of things, right out of the gate.
Yeah, they have to convert this one, though. If Shox steals this one away, real problems for Ents, because it will have to be an eco in the next. I don't think they can run the force buys like they did within that T half. Bomb plant, lost bonus, that's all not there. He has so much time to work with, right? So I think the longer you hit pause, this is when Ents have to start considering, is he going around the world? Is he going to come from B, up through underpass, up through top mid? And that's exactly what Spinks and Hades are investigating right now. You can see that it's just cutting that sound, not taking any fights. Shox has given himself a bit of an avenue here to get closer to the bomb.
And it was dropped on bricks, so they didn't necessarily have the full info that it was still there. It's been scooped up now.
Oh, and they've gone all around the world here. Spinks is actually investigating over towards the B bomb site.
Yeah,
so a one-on-one is possible on A right now for Shox.
Ooh, Shox, just by cutting noise. But, I mean, the issue becomes his plant position. Hades may be able to deny. Hades is his best bet to deny 10 seconds. Shox, you've got to clear CT now. Oh, he's got time if he just landed the shots. A little sketchy on the Galil, but he did isolate his duel. Hades will save them, and that's Ents successful in the second round force.
Yeah, now they can bring out the big guns themselves. Hades straight into an AUG there, and 4 being purchased on up, so the buy's going to be looking good here. And the question is, do Vitality want to continue the force buy wars here early? I can tell you, the answer is yes. And a nice little deagle shot there from Hades, even though Zywoo was super low. Time a massive problem. Even if Hades had just lived there, would have felt like enough to win that round. But an AK for Zywoo, deagles for the rest, and back underway we go. Zywoo and Shox, sort of a death squad towards top middle, and well, they've got control.
He is hunting. Of course, right on the right spot. Drops out the smoke and pressure, and mid established. They've heard the AK. They know it's coming. But that seems to be a cue for Zywoo to actually get spurred forwards. Clears out the right side of the window.
Well, he has to, right? This is the only real gun in a round like this. Kyojin hasn't looked up A ramp right now. This is about to get dicey.
Yeah, it's very loud about it. Into the sandwich. Oh, an MP9 could not have been a better weapon to deal with him. Kyojin and Masuta both fall. And now Zywoo's AK will test it. He's got a quick adjustment, but Diha better. And the rest just falling into place nicely for Ents here. It's Apex's Deagle, just trying to take a couple with him, and does manage to put one body down for the rebuy.
Oh, I get the idea. You think there's probably going to be a lot of focus towards middle just because of how much real estate Zywoo had taken, but when you consider it, it's kind of the other thing. They weren't fighting him. So if they're not fighting him, they're going to be a bit more passive on those areas, right? So the Deagle's hoping to capitalize on the space or the attention that Zywoo was meant to draw, but they didn't want to bar of it for Ents. And Doto, you're not going to get 2 easier kills in your life there, mate. back turned, dealt with. And now, well, Enter well and truly in map number 1 here. Scoreline 11-7, the eco coming on out. Run boost and the swarm of the Vitality Bees through middle. He's being dinked on up, but he wants to re-peek.
It's brave. They are charging up mid, and they do stand and melt the entire Vitality squad. Throwing 5 bodies into mid, you can't blame them. Getting it over nice and quick. An efficient finish for the 8th of Ents. And they've got a bit of a bonus situation here, at least on that MP9. I wonder if Snappy's going to take that towards the underpass.
Oh, he loves it with MP9.
Very successful CT aggressions from underpass from our French squad. Keep track of it, though, and yet to see that Spinks magic on the individual level. So far, it's actually been Diha and Hades who've been consistently keeping up that fragging.
Yeah, the Dusk was talking about the Polish Counter-Strike, right? You know, every now and again, one of those names creeps up. They get Snatchy from Ago for a while there, or... You know, there's always seems to be something in conversation, but Diha and Hades right now are probably flying that flag.
Oh, Diha, so aggressive. The flash is brilliant. The trade, however, from Apex does arrive. Out, big fight from Shox. He's lost it to Spinks. And already, very early into the piece, we've got a lot of bodies dropped. Apex looking to rejoin Kyojin, but he's not waiting. Straight up, Apex knife out. Should be a freebie for Hades as he doubles up on his frags for round 20. And a 1 versus 3. Kyojin puts his thinking cap on. Nice play from Spinks. Lingers in the flames for the 9th.
One thing I'm noticing with Ents is they're not afraid of taking the fights here against Vitality, and that's a very good sign, right? When we were watching that Bad News Bears game, I don't know if they were necessarily afraid to take the fights, it's just they weren't winning any of the fights that they were really finding themselves in. Whereas you look at this game, you come in here, you think, yeah, okay, Vitality, they got ZywOo, they're obviously the more experienced squad, they're obviously what should be the better team, you look at the world rankings, all that good stuff. But Ents, they're putting up a big fight here, and there he is again. I know people at home, when they watch Apex, you know, there's a lot of conversation about like his expressions and whatnot. Now, I'm sure if it was a massive problem, like people seem to highlight, and it was affecting his teammates in such a negative way, they'd probably all sit down around a table and say, hey, Apex, we need you to stop this, right? But the fact that they seem to just be able to work and continue to play with it, maybe it's not a big deal like everybody is making it out to be. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, look,
speculation.
Yeah, when you're a fan of a sport or a video game, you're going to be looking for something to dig your teeth into, whether it's a detail you found that others haven't. You want to feel like you're paying attention and starting that conversation. Oof, damn, the Snappy on this anti-eco round. Just these Deagles falling apart. Anti-deco round, to be specific.
Yeah, they're just like happy to biff as well, right? So just peeking on in, taking the jewels, found himself a 2-man advantage here, and I think that'll continue to build because...
I hate that fight. I don't know how people make it look comfortable, but like, yeah, Hades so comfortable to knock that one down. Apex having exactly the same set of circumstance and the same result as well. D-Hat last to be challenged out here. Smoke is fading. ZywOo will stick out his barrel. I think he's been... Oh no, he hasn't been spotted. So element of surprise, short-lived. Spinks clears him out, and we will see the gap close to just 1. So, I mean, after a competitive 10-5 half, Ents, by winning that second round force, have immediately commanded the respect of Vitality.
Now we're going to get back into the gun rounds here, and it looks like an AWP isn't preferential for ZywOo. They're just going to stick with the 5 AK-47s. And the flash work here is good, right? You've seen a lot of these duels that Ents are going for. There always seems to be a flash assist or being alley-ooped by their teammates. Hades, this has to be impressive, right? This is what we were talking about. When he joined the team, when he took over from Alu, he was definitely turning some heads, and he's continuing to do so. Apex is in so much trouble here. The fact he gets 1 is massive. Snappy goes down. In-game leaders trade each other out.
Yeah, nearly 2 there, dude. That could have been a catastrophe for Ents. Spinks is going to have to find a bit more of a passive position. The damage keeps coming, as to the frags.
Well, they know Spinks is here as well.
They know ZywOo's ramp. 2 pushing in from Connector. He has to drop his smoke just in pursuit of survival here. It's going to be very tough to survive. The dunk does come in. ZywOo too good. Doto posted up. Great shot. If he could just deny. Bomb held. ZywOo over the smoke. He's not ready for it. Doto falls to the AK of the Woo. And now D-Hurt looking for impact. No issue with the kit. Would have loved a smoke, but they are both opting for that ramp after plan. I think he might have caught a glimpse of one. Oh, that incendiary bodes very well if he could try and draw the fight. 1 ahead of it. That's the headshot, and he's found it onto Shox. Plenty of time here. Will he assume they doubled up? He's operating under the assumption. ZywOo makes it clear with the trajectory of the incendiary. It's not perfect. Chooses not to peek. You cheeky boy. He's outplayed you there.
That's really creative from Zywoo.
Yeah.
Like, the molly didn't land exactly where he needed it to.
But he expects the swing off the back of it, right?
Yeah, that's very... I don't think I've seen that corner of that... well, I guess, what are we going to call that? Wall? Used in that way. Like, he's used just the slanted edge of that wall to lob that molly out. That was cool. And there you go. A second round on this T-half here for Vitality. And it got very close because this move out of ENCE was heavy towards A, right? 2 pushing Palace, and then they had multiple members still over towards that A bomb site. So they had hedged and put a lot into that one, but we're back into the double AWP. Spinks into one, Hades into the other. Shox is just rocking a Deagle here, and there's a Galil for Masuda, so this isn't a great buy for the French.
Changing the setup. Spinks and Snappy dispatched to the B defense in favor of that AWP. Now Doto advancing ramp. Kyojin has housed any CT aggression's ramp for now, and instead fully blind and swung on. Damn, that is perfect from Vitality. Shox has even found another as well. Hades, alarm bells ringing. Might want to save. Yeah. I don't know if they'll let them. This is a hard cross back. Masuta is in the position to challenge. Ooh, uncomfortable. Snappy wants to guard the AWP back to its safe hidey hole. I don't know how safe it will be. Let's find out. Shox is already on the way.
Yeah, they're actually sending out quite the scouting party here. So through spawn will be Apex. Shox is going to clear out this B area. The bomb just about halfway ticked now. So if Vitality want to throw a couple of bodies at this, by process of elimination, they are going to work out they're over towards the B bomb site. And I think they already have done so. Just getting past these AWPs now. Well, that's it. They're calling it off. Zywoo doesn't want to push through the vent room. They don't want to contest against Spinks' AWP up here towards the B apartments. Bomb goes off. 13 now for Vitality, but I still feel this is going to be a bit of a struggle to get across the line. Lots of money for ENCE to make the buy work. They could drop guns across. They can buy their own, so no dramas in the weapon department. This is the pick here of ENCE, so if they have anything in store, we'll have to take a little bit of a look. Second timeout used. We've already seen one aggressive maneuver. That was the one I just highlighted before where Apex went 1-for-1 in apartments. Or Palace, as it were. What are we going to be looking at here as the mix-up? They have everything they need.
Oh, we've reached the point here at round 24 where our economy graph, you can see, presented by Coinbase, is completely leveled out. Been in firm control events this entire time. Vitality now have an opportunity to break through. 7K on the high end in terms of Hades' save.
Yeah, both teams, if they do lose this round, will be able to get another buy going. So we're going to have some highly contested rounds for the next couple. Vitality might need to grab this one and chase those guns away if they want to make life a lot easier for themselves here. But go towards window to deny that smoke. A gap created.
Good start. They're going to re-smoke it. They heard the extinguish. Enables Apex to take space. Oh, he's straight through. Oh, thread the needle to perfection and just element of surprise. He wasn't ready for that, and he looks to do one better. Hard spray. They're into the site though. Spinks for the tail end. Doesn't hit his shot either. And I'd be scared to repeat. There's smoke, there's flame. And this looks like another Vitality round. Pure reactive play. Apex, the one just leading by example as he opens up the B site.
It is a 4v4. Looks like they're hanging around here to see if they can find a kill. Maybe someone getting a little bit lazy from Vitality in this post-plant situation, but if they go for this and they lose everything, I was saying they can go for another buy in the next, but that's going to hurt them going forward. And yeah, there's the call. Snappy from the grave, letting them know the save has to come on in. Those footsteps going to be heard a little bit from Shox there, so Vitality, they grabbed their 14th, and that was great work from Apex. We see a lot of in-game leaders doing that. They get that mid-control on their own, but they don't normally just run up catwalk and get their entry kill onto the B-bomb site.
I don't know how much of that was just him thinking and reacting off of the sound cues he heard, but knowing that they extinguished the window smoke and there's probably a gap means his info is the only person that could stop me walking up cat is the person on that gap. So I'm just going to re-smoke it and beeline for it because their setup is expecting that to be held by the gap. So he's kind of just won the round off the back of his own judgment there.
Yeah, and the fact he's gotten past connector as well, which, you know, didn't look like it was heavily contested, was huge. So Apex doing what he does best. Hey, we got an entry frag there, and that's the 2 kills. That was it. That was the round. So Apex guaranteed them the bomb site right there, and they just had to fortify to do the rest. But here we go.
Oh, Hades bringing a spark of aggression into this run boost. A very hard shot. Zywoo's missed his too. Hades sticking around. He has to. He's been blinded, and Kyojin arrives. They know they were both there now. Just corpses from ENCE. And Vitality with a 2-man advantage in pursuit of 15. They would have to really screw the pooch here. They can play the numbers advantage, even trades. You can see how isolated these ENCE defenders are. They need a hero moment out of one of these 3 names. And Snappy starting to feel the pressure. Oh, I can't even get one done. Shox wins his duel. Spinks with all the utility in the world. And AWP no less as well.
Oh,
Apex,
noisy.
Very noisy. And Spinks will happily collect. It is just one. Could just be a consolation frag considering their positioning and finances. So Vitality look to lock in map point.
Yeah, and the thing is 20 and 100 in the next round, so it's not like money has been a problem for ENCE in too many of these at all. They've been able to get the guns out. They've just either been out-positioned or their aggressive maneuvers haven't panned out. Another one right there that didn't pan out. They've gone, all right, let's go for mid-control. Let's actually contest for a little bit of real estate on the map. They lose the underpass fight. They lose the fight with Hades there in middle after the awkward exchange, and, well, they lose the round very, very swiftly. So again, there won't be any dramas. Snappy, Diha, Hades can all buy. Even if Spinks goes down, he can repurchase an AWP if he'd like. But there needs to be a response, obviously, here out of ENCE. So this one is done and dusted, and we'll be moving on to Overpass as quick as you like.
And this was ENCE's pick as well, so if they are looking to do damage in this series, looking to start their Pro League off with a win, I think a lot of people would expect it to start on Mirage. Vitality opting for Overpass. Was that a surprise to you at all?
I don't know.
Like their strengths in their veto, it's not as apparent as others, is it?
One of the things that I was really curious of within this player break was if teams were just going to come out and prioritize different maps. It feels like for Vitality that hasn't really been the case because they're still just batting out Ancient. You think if you were ever going to, take a risk and start channeling something in. So seeing them go for a map like Overpass, I love their pacing in the bathrooms on the T side and how they take a couple more risks than we see other teams do. And I think Kyojin actually fits the RPK anchor role in the B site quite well, so not too many dramas.
Yeah, Kyojin's been a real threat as well from this underpass position. We saw him in the round prior, opening up the account. Will this be the last round of Mirage then, or have ENCE got more to say about their map pick here on the CT side? 5 required in consecutive fashion. Apex does get past step 1 into the ladder room and presence and pressure towards that window fight. CT's drop a risk here, actually advancing on top of that. He confirms at least 2 mid. He spots Zywoo. Kyojin unloaded his mag at him, but they have already set up Apex as somewhat of a late round trap. I say late round, it looks like he's actually struck already. Diha down, that will get the CTs feeling a little hot under the collar, and so divided. What was a 2-1-2 is now a 2-2, and they're on either sides of the map. If this gets any worse, Apex onto Doto. Hades with it all to do. He's not expecting the whole team, though. Turns around, and the whole Vitality squad will be looking to close this one out neat and tidy. Detached from the pack is Spinks. Great shot prior to the pop, and now a chance from Snappy. Here we go. 2v4, 20 seconds. Suddenly, that bomb needs to go down quick. They can't really contest it. Zywoo to bodyguard him. Posted up on that CT line. And just as he looks away, something perhaps for the CTs to work with. Vitality definitely favored in this 2v2 though. And jumping around, Zywoo's doing parkour, and it will be Snappy to lock it in. ENCE they go again. Zywoo's been trying to become a, what do they call it in French? Traqueur? A tracieur? A traqueur.
Is that it? I've been watching the videos.
I've read the word, I've never heard someone say it out loud.
All right.
It's like T-R-A-C-E-U-R.
Well, if there are any Frenchmen out there, let us know, because my accent's terrible.
Yeah.
But that got to be interesting, because I thought once he repositioned to Tetris, he'd maneuvered to a power position, right? That's what I thought they were trying to set up right there. But just the timing, like Zywoo just looking away as the peaks come through from CT. Smallest of margins, but that's a massive 2v4 from Spinks and Snappy right there.
Yeah, and you can see just how bad it looked at times. The fact that Spinks even gets that frag towards Connector, it all starts to fall apart here. Snappy winning his duel against Kyojin to end it. So, let's see what... Ooh, Doto brings in a very early frag, dropping his incendiary as well. He's expecting a fast one. Swings into Zywoo for more damage. Doto pops off on the site. And now just Shox and Kyojin. Okay, ENCE, more to be shown here on Mirage, it seems, in the closing stages. Great Molotov, should isolate some fights. It's going to be Snappy to step out and deliver. And Kyojin not long for this world at 15 HP. He's tagged up already. dunked nicely.
Okay. Well, that's a bit of pressure right there from Vitality. You could just see, like, the fact that Dodo gets that first felt like a fadeaway kill and dropped that molly. He fell under pressure, and yeah, that was actually quite the pace coming out of Vitality there. So they're going to take a timeout. I'm sure dropping that 4v2 situation, they probably feel like they flubbed the ending of this game. But now it's just about not getting too flustered.
Yeah, don't get tilted.
You just need one more. You only need one more, right, guys? All right, so just keep it calm.
I sincerely hope they're not bickering about the previous, you know? I mean, it's in their wheelhouse. It's definitely not out of the realms of possibility.
Save it for the VOD review, because you got nothing to talk about otherwise. No point doing it in the game.
That's true, yeah.
Everyone knows where the mistakes were made.
The VOD review is for the bickering that you didn't get out in the official.
The coach gets out the wooden spoon. Or the rolled up newspaper.
Or you get a kind of a full therapy session. You have to use like it. How does the statements go? When you.
It's very modern. It sounds like what you're doing here.
Yeah, the modern one. It's like when you X makes me feel something.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what I mean?
All right. Yeah,
It's got a name for it.
I don't know the name, but I know where you're going with it.
Like couples therapy. Oh dear me, Diha. Again, that's 2 opening frags from ENCE in the first 5 seconds of our last 2 rounds, and it's going to get worse for them. ZywOo pulls something back, but with the bomb going down, the CTs cannot contest this. 3 versus 4. Map point still in Vitality's court. It only takes 1 frag for it all to start spiraling out of control. They have Util, Spinx and Hades both with nades. ZywOo with more pressure. It's snappy onto Masuta. Very flustered for the French.
It's a default plan. Shox can't even contest it. They can just defuse right now.
They could.
Just sit it,
Shox has
boys.
the element of surprise and they're defusing it. 3, 2,
Yo, they just took it, like, what did they just say in the timeout? It should have been, hey guys, let's just default, let's take it slow, let's get some map control, let's find an opening pick. They just ran on in again. All right, I'm starting to get a little bit worried right now. And it's heads-up fights. Like, the fact Doto gets 1 here is great, right? He's completely out of position. They played nobody over towards A early. That was complete mid-focus. Then as soon as they deal with the early pressure, he just turns his attention and grabs another kill, which catches him off surprise. So that's 2 rounds in a row. Doto's done a great work to find a kill. Yeah. Here we go again.
Bit frustrated, perhaps. Vitality, that's 2 opening picks they've conceded. Let's see if they can evade that this time. They haven't lost anyone in the opening 10. That makes a change. And 3 early leaning aggressive towards the A ramp. Masuta responsible for housing that as mid-util's dumped by Apex. That's pressure onto Diha.
Well, they didn't continue forward today. They're still close towards the ramp right here. So unless they go looking for Masuta, they're about to lose a lot of space, and Apex might be able to find a bit of a timing here. This smoke over towards Connector currently guising his position.
Diha's far too smart for this, or far too sharp, as he does take off the head. Apex dead on Connector.
That's one of the problems there, right? You could see in that camera right there, he was calling something. So his focus was not just on his crosshair with somebody walking on in. He was actually communicating with his team about what they wanted to do next. And Diha's had the perfect little clear. This is starting to get very, very rough now for Vitality. The next round, we're looking at the loss bonus of only 2,900.
Oh, the timing from Diha is phenomenal. He's got such an understanding of when and where these duels are coming from. Hades could say the same as he drops Masuta. They are clawing this right back. And just as I say that, Diha confirms that Shox has no impact into 29th round, and only ZywOo to be confirmed. All right, solid work. Diha and Hades continue to be the star players of ENCE here on Mirage as they look to lock in quite the 5-round comeback on their map pick.
Oh, this has gotten very, very ugly very quickly. I think Shox in this second half has had limited impact. I think in the first he had 9 kills. He's currently only sitting at 11. Right, it's been ZywOo and Apex who have been topping the charts here. Kyojin's done a bit and Masuta there on 15 kills. But as I mentioned, it was 2,900 as the loss bonus coming into this final round. And that was enough for Masuta, Apex, Shox, and Kyojin to all buy. But Mr. ZywOo, the superstar, is probably going to have to operate with a Galil here, and that's exactly the case. You've just seen him purchase that up. Now, this went from a 4-on-2 man advantage to now the scoreline sitting at 15-14. ENCE feeling like they've got the wind under their wings. Double orbs coming out to play again. I think extra guns are being left in spawn. Deagles aside, plenty of utility kits for everybody, and maybe this one has overtime written all over it. So let's get underway.
Lots of pressure from Vitality up mid. Storming into the middle area, Diha. Brave to peek out on those sound cues, and another body dropped. ENCE to trip and stumble over their shoelaces on the final hurdle of a 5-round comeback. Snappy needed 2. Masuta far too good. Apex even
2v4.
flanking. Hades is looking the wrong way. Need to find one quickly and has. Is he anticipating the flank? He is. Oh, Hades starting to show off. And he's already confirmed there's one close right. I'm not sure. Oh, he's got the vision for that.
Big gap.
If Zywood gives him something. One little glimpse. Okay, he knows there's at least one on site. Hades making something out of nothing here for his squad. I think he caught a glimpse. He's going through the smoke. Warp equipped, looking for the quick scope. Challenge, it's not far off. 16 to 14, a heartbreaker. So close, a couple of rounds for Hades with the big clutches. But Vitality do take Ence's map pick away from the full 30-round slog. Definitely bodes well for a competitive overpass, which is where we're headed next. Analyst desk first. We'll be right back.
Close to me, going.
Good luck, man. I'm completely segregated.
Kablamo! Whoa, with the preach, holy moly!
Hey guys, how to preach.
Today we're gonna show you some... Never mind. Another? I'm behind him. He's like on the coast down here. Oh, two.
Still not close enough to help you.
Okay, I'm nuts. You going for? There's deep people and close.
I'll go for the deep people then.
Okay, I'll go for the close. I've whiffed, I've whiffed, I've whiffed. He has no idea. Oh! No! Just spiral back around. Oh, I see two.
Nice. Did you get a gun or not?
Yeah, I got one. I just see that one.
This guy.
Nice.
I'll go for a gun. Two.
Okay, two spotted. They're both like there on that ping.
Nice.
Easy.
Well, it was an eventual victory here for Vitality, but it wasn't easy by any means. Closing things out on Mirage with a 16-14. But Vitality, we had questions about them come into this with their recent performance at IEM Cologne, and obviously the performance they've been having these last few months playing against these lower tier teams. But my question to you, Moses, is Vitality, were they looking like the typical Vitality you would see, or were ENCE playing that well?
I think ENCE played a smart game, and I mean, it's all, they played good. Hades with 25 kills. AWP was pretty effective on the CT side, some good positioning. I think also it comes down to part of the reason I mentioned in the pregame, Vitality's like weird T side. I think it's just a T side that can get read kind of easily. I mean, you're not always going to know everything that's happening, but you kind of know what they like to do. I feel like they've been playing very similarly on Mirage for some time now, and I thought ENCE did a really good job of handling it. Like a lot of the mid presence fakes, the feints towards mid, and then it's going to be a timing pop out, Palace and out the A ramp. They do it towards the B bomb site, which is I think where ENCE had some struggles with it, but towards A, I think they did a good job. Vitality just put together a really nice streak later on in that second half to get 4 rounds in a row. All plants found their way into the bomb site, and that's the thing. That's where like you see the experience of Vitality and having a little bit more structure, and ENCE as a kind of a newer squad still trying to figure things out together. The post plants, you felt like they were firmly on both sides of the map in the favor of Vitality, which I think is probably where ENCE lost this game.
Obviously when we do talk about this one, we have to mention at least one player in particular that was a successful force for Vitality, ZywOo. We always had questions. We talked about his performance in Cologne.
Yep.
For his standards, not as great as we normally see, but still good standards overall. But it seems like typical format of him coming into this first map.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. That's good to see. Certainly since we brought it up in the pregame, that kind of dip off that he had at Cologne, but you also have to add in, Apex had a great game as well. Apex had 23 kills, so he had some production from some of his teammates to kind of alleviate some of the pressure, but yeah, this CT side especially, you could see the op getting rolling, easy angles, even a little bit blind, and yeah, this is one of those games where he's on point with the op, and I mean, you could just see, just taking a life every time ENCE wants to progress across the map. That's the tax you have to pay, and ZywOo made it hurt.
And I feel like one thing we have to mention as well, we saw in a couple of rounds, was they didn't look necessarily comfortable in some of these post-plant positions as well. But we also have to talk about the two players, the Air Force aim high head-to-head here between ZywOo and Hades, because we talk about one side of the coin with ZywOo performing well, Hades, a lot of question marks around how he would perform, and we got to see a damn good performance out of him.
Yeah, gotta be. I'm happy with that as one of my initial glimpses at what he can do. That was a good first map, and obviously able to do it with some of the AK-47s as well. You brought it up at 1.2 in the green room. It was his performance with the AK-47. I believe it was this exact one, a quad kill in the round to get him really started to shoot up that kind of scoreboard and start to feel a little bit better. But he put together a good game, obviously, and that's a nice glimpse. And now I feel like, for me, I always feel like I'm going to see more out of Oppers on Overpass for whatever reason. So I'm interested to see. There's a lot of creativity and a lot of there's a lot of protocols you can run through as an Opper on this map on Overpass. I'm interested to see what he has at the table on this one.
We also had, the double op setup happen a couple of times as well. We saw the confidence come out of him here, just holding towards A-ramp as we watched the very end, and you were saying to me, come on, you're going to hit that shot. You got to get that one. And
yeah,
he's hitting the shots. Again, this is not easy to go into a team like Vitality with such big names like your Apex, your Shox, your ZywOo, and to be able to hit your shots when it matters for your team is so important.
Even that 1v4 at the end that came into a 1v2 looked like that was pretty doable. He put himself in a good position. So yeah, I mean, he had a pretty varied CT side as well. Using that AWP at a bunch of different spots. He used it at triple box, he used it at ticket booth, used it at the A ramp. So yeah, he was moving around. I think we saw him push up mid with it once or twice. So I mean, that's cool to see from an Opper coming in, is that he's able to kind of have a bunch of different ideas of how he wants to play with the AWP, because with that weapon in today's game of Counter-Strike, you have to be mobile. You have to be giving a bunch of different looks.
And you mentioned this before, that he was using a lot of the rifles. And I think for me, and I'm actually curious about your thoughts, I think it's important to be able to have an Opper on your team who can play those rifles, because you're not always going to have the op if you're definitely down and not winning rounds.
Oh, it's not important. It's critical. We're long past the days of when you could have an Opper who just can't use a rifle for whatever reason. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I wasn't going to throw names out there, but that's fine. Yeah, he is the stereotypical example. He is like the one that you point out and you say that is the perfect example for this concept. Yeah, you just can't. There's too much force buying going on right now. There's too many low buys that you have to go through even as an Opper, and you cannot be just someone who sits those rounds out and is like, I'm just going to wait till I get the op to do cool stuff. So yeah, that's certainly good to see as well out of Hades.
Well, you're mentioning the op. We're going to be seeing the Oppers Playground coming up next here. So we're going to head to a short little break, but we have Overpass on the cards coming up next here between these two teams. We'll be heading to a third and final map. Well, we'll find out after this match.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. and the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
I think this whole matchup right here is the David versus Goliath.
Yeah, I think, well, obviously Liquid is going to be overwhelming favorites, and I think this would have to be such a massive upset for ENCE to pull this off, and we've seen them kind of do it. 18-16, ENCE about to knock the North American hopes and dreams out of this major.
Alu, 32 kills to his name, gonna add another one, and here's Alu with 2. This could be all she wrote for Liquid. Alu chipped in for a third, 20 seconds left, and a fourth. ENCE have done it. They pulled off the upset.
ENCE eliminates a tournament favorite right at the start of the playoffs.
Reverse a tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're playing for fortune to come. You're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, but back your back now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They're waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle.
We're rocking and rolling ESL Pro League. 14 seasons.
This is cool.
Not sure how I'm going to manage.
Let's just do a sentence at a time.
Chad, it's literally a speech jammer.
All right, let's turn it down. Let's turn it down completely.
Okay.
Take one ear cup off.
One ear cup off.
Yeah. And then what we'll do is we'll just cast and we'll see how we go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I actually did a video on my YouTube channel when I was trying to be a content creator, where me and Lauren casted like the Katowice finals with an actual speech jammer. This is going to be worse than that.
No, it's going to be better.
All right, check it out. Team Vitality versus ENCE. We're heading into Overpass, and already a 16-14 barn burner on Mirage.
All right, here we go. P250 for ZywOo in this one. Bit of utility for Apex there. And out the gates we are. Doto has the kit, the double flash. Pretty standard CT buy here. But they're gambling 3 players over towards A. 2 up long, 1 over towards bathrooms. And Snappy taking a couple of jewels early. 1x bet odds favouring the Frenchman here. But the fight's not as Diha only gets the first. But that's about it. Snappy's been able to draw things back to a 3-on-3 and continues to fight off those flashes, but he falls. They know that there has to be another not too far away, and that man is Doto, now in the crosshairs of ZywOo. Digs someone up through the tree.
Doto, he is still standing and like very brave. No armor as well. He's the kit, and he's been hunted. Lovely play. ZywOo did not back down from that engagement whatsoever. Hades now in the 1 versus 3. He is just going to float between the 2 options.
Well, he's had a couple of clutch attempts so far, hasn't he? On Mirage, he was just a little bit shy. Let's see if he can pull this one off. So back down through connector, they rummage. Hades is going to be hearing this with the sound cues. He's in the right place, Alex.
He certainly is, but tucked in on Graffiti. They're going to walk in, unguarded. He hears one drop. Oh, and the jump from ZywOo, just the tip of his head. It's such a nuisance to try and actually find some lethality here. 20 seconds, Apex to plant. He's bodyguarded by the crossfire here. Shots from ZywOo, repositions, can't quite get the crosshair there. But regardless, that will be Vitality. Taking the pistol, nice early spread, and just finding those... I think with the 2 opening frags really did just get slowly converted.
Yeah, especially like, so ENCE get the first, but then as soon as the immediate response comes out, things get difficult. But to be fair, ENCE have forced what feels like almost every single round in map number 1, so it's no surprise we're going to be seeing it again. So they're getting pretty handy at these forced buy scenarios.
Part of me still doubts Apex's T-side scout. He does like...
He loves it!
He loves it. He's a fiend for the scout. He must have some incredible rounds with it on practice.
I just think the way that he can zip around so quick with it.
Yeah. Gets info, definitely not going to be a slouch on it. You can see he's tagged up Hades there.
It's just weird, right, to see like Apex rocking the scout when you have like ZywOo. But maybe if he feels he's able to pip a couple gaps, it might even keep him a little bit more passive on the anti-ecos. You know, there could be a couple of different reasons for it.
Imagine if it's a coaching decision, yeah.
So Apex, we want you to hold back a bit, mate. Can you use the scout? Yes, boss. All right, well, they know Hades scout's in play, so you need to be a little bit more careful when taking some of these corners. 3 players.
It's a pretty solid setup. Like, the Eagles are very scary. 2 body shots as you turn this corner. Oof! And there he goes. The body shots immediately. Best them both. Weapons to be retrieved there. And Vitality, a little bit of a panic now. You're going to have to regroup. You want to try and trade these as best you can. Looks like they are going to stand and fight. It was Snappy to get a little hungry for that.
Still problems, though. Very big problems here. Half HP for Kyojin. Just a Deagle bullet and he'll go down. And they're continuing the issue over here towards A. Shox on his own towards bathrooms. Kyojin and Apex tasked with long. Takes down Hades, but Apex is low and the flank might be a problem here. Through the fade of the smoke, Shox has given them the number advantage. How are they turning this around?
Yeah, beautifully done. Apex actually just finishing off what he previously tagged. And Spinks can destabilize here. First, and does. Disappears. A hard headshot required.
That was the kill.
It was the chance. Doto can still have a go. A couple of pot shots, though. just short of the mark. So some real opportunities there from Ents. It's Shocks that bails them out nicely. I think the frag on that lingering toilet Deeg did certainly confirm things.
Yeah, that setup, not only was it good like in the front of bathrooms to deal with anybody, the reason they were able to get away with that was because Hades was over towards the lip of the site. You can see the Deagles here. There's two players looking at that doorway of the bathroom, one towards long, and then Hades holding off towards the divider area, which meant if they were to peek on that scout, it would probably funnel them into the bathrooms as opposed to taking that long-range duel. But somehow, Vitality are able to mock this one up. So great stuff there for the French, and now they will be versing, well, the closest thing we get these days to a full eco. Just a couple of upgraded pistols here out of Ents. There he is. No scout this time around. Apex getting stuck in, gets a kill onto Doto and gives the number advantage on a round that you'd really be wanting to keep clean here, Vitality. Miss Molly there. No one will be burnt at barrels just yet, but the B bomb site with the bomb in the backyard still looking like it's on the docket. Deagle's so scary. Like, the thing is, when you see a couple bullets go right there, you're like, oh, okay, well, you know, not. But it's the smallest of margins we're talking about between just ripping somebody's head off with one click of the mouse or not. But as simple says aim higher, I feel we could probably all do that.
Yeah, sure. I definitely saw, I think it was yesterday, there was someone with a great little graph of time to kill.
Okay.
With Deagle being significantly higher than everything else at various ranges. But if it was suggested and implied that if it was brought to 3 body shots, it would fall in line with the time to kill of every other weapon.
Okay.
But the argument that people were presenting in the comments was that it's the only thing that balances out the CT economy discrepancy. Like it's their way to win the force fires. It's their way to stay relevant in the anti-ecos.
Yeah, the problem is like the stomach kills, right? I think that's the one that everyone has problems with. I don't think anyone has any issues with this thing just being the hand cannon to rip people's head off. 2 to the center
of mass is what I've said to people, because you can kill 4 people, or even less bullets actually if it's collateral.
But like everyone at home, just tell me how frustrating it is to hit those 2 bullets to the chest and not get the kill, right?
Oh,
like that is so frustrating.
Yeah.
That is one of the worst ways to go down. So look, I get it, especially when you're ROPS and you sit close low ramp on train and you kill 3 people coming down with 6 bullets and then you hit the other guy for 50 and your team just basically win the round off that. But you still have to be ROPS to do it, right? So look, I know how it can seem. And if you take it to a Valve dev, you know what they'll say. Have you ever thought of a different way to take that area? But yeah, look, lots of questions. But this round did kind of take its time after the opening frags didn't come in. The MAC-10's doing work.
Also, I will frame it in another way to think about it, which is how mad would you be if CSGO's Deagle sucked? Like,
yeah, it's like an iconic weapon,
It's such an iconic. It's right there with the AK.
Yeah.
Remember how upset we got when they changed the AK sounds?
Yeah.
Never mind the stats. So keep that one in mind. It's like you think you want it, but you don't. Not different game dev there.
Well, the Hail Mary nades didn't tickle anybody up, but they do give a bit of information to enter. At least 3 players were hanging out towards the back of B. Now, Vitality have a lot of time on the clock, right? That was a maneuver they've done out the gates, and now they're searching over towards A. Clearing out long, looks like it's next. Kyojin here, run boost for Zaiwu. He's going to open up the crosshair. There's nobody home to receive this. Quite the passive stance on this A site. Hades over towards bathroom. Spinks in towards the site itself, the dice boxes. Snappy on rotation here. And Diha and Doto, the double Ds, to lock down the B site. Just gone sub 1 minute. And now it's starting to smell like a bit of an A finish. Bomb scooped up by Shocks as they make their way over towards bathrooms.
Hades has been posted up here the long time. Drops his smoke, holds his tight line. 30 seconds. Vitality will be hitting his sight. Snappy's rotated into support as well. Needs some frags out of Hades here. Spinks and Snappy will have to do it now as he's caught out and just run over. That was with just a MAC-10 from Zaiwu. Burns down to a crisp. And with 20 seconds left and 2 players to find, they don't have to really panic too much about the plant. It's uncontested. Diha and Doto on either ends of the extremities here. He's tucked into underpass. Shocks going hunting. Could result in a little bit of extra contact at the end of this one, but he's gone silently up the ladder, so no info for Shocks to work with there.
Yeah, one thing that went unnoticed just there, because all the action, or at least the attack from Vitality, was starting to come in towards A, was the aggressive maneuver from Doto to push into backyard. He's grab on with the silenced M4, so bit of mystery around where he lies. Shocks starting to get a move on now to cut this one off. They'd love to take away another one of these rifles, and He's got one on either side of him right now.
I wonder if D is ready for that as well. If he's expecting short push. Oof, handles one. Shock's coming for more. How quick is he? He's very quick. Gets quite expensive for Vitality. Admittedly, that is the 4th now to 0, but losing 3 bodies they didn't need to.
Well, nice to get that AWP right. Also deny that from Hades going forward. I think considering, you know, where this guy's come from, which for most people is nowhere, like he's just appeared, he's just on all of our screens. He did a great job in map number 1. So he will be denied the AWP going into round number 5, but Ents with those saved guns, a couple of extra kills, will be able to get the buy going. M4's dropped.
I saw on our graphic for Hades that he had a trial for Ago, but didn't obviously get offered the position. And I wonder what Ents saw in him that Ago didn't. Conversation for another time, as we do see Ents in pursuit of their first defensive round. They've got all the weapons to do it. Best chance they've had in a while, considering the round run. Vitality are now on.
Well, Snappy's about to be in a lot of trouble here. There's no real way out. Nobody's looking at balloons above him, so if he does want to scamper, he really needs to be worried about above him too. Diha coming to support, pushing in towards the sewer. So this is a lot of info right now for Ents to operate with again. They have an inkling that there's not too much pressure over towards this B bomb site right now, and hold on a second.
Yeah,
that's a lovely freebie, isn't it?
And this crossfire is what we saw from the Deagles. This worked for Hades and Spinks, and this time they're so blind. Quixote nearly gets them both. Spinks did put a bullet into his head, which should force the fight away. But that's
the rotation as well.
The double rotate. Yeah, very trigger happy on that one. Snappy stepping up to the mantle. He's going to lose his life here. He wants info, but he loses it all. The only hope they have here is that Vitality take too long.
Yeah, but that's the bomb that's spotted, right? So maybe Vitality want to retool and go somewhere else. They have enough utility. They can take their time and go for an execute, but it's allowed Ents to rotate back in. Diha tucked in towards the pit, and here they come.
I fancy their chances here, you know. If Doto could just finish off one early, the smoke is there. Hard shots to hit. He's being danced with. Great double from the Diha. 2v3, Misuta crawls straight into the crosshairs. Apex in a 1 versus 3. He has quickly neutralized 1 and 2 more to find. Hades and Diha are on the hunt. They should be able to trade up and don't even need to. Using that USP, staying dynamic, and we will see that first go the way of the CTs.
Where did Zywoo leave the AWP in all of that? Because Hades won't be able to pick it up right now. So he must have left. Yeah, okay. So as he's come through Monster, I assume he's picked up the gun off of Shox's dead body, who went down through Doto. So Hades did find the AWP in the end there.
Just in the nick
did he
of time.
purchase it? No,
yeah, no, he just grabbed it, yeah.
Okay, all right. So as I was talking with me hands, I took my eyes off the screen. But this was it. This was the smoke kill. Just, oh, wow. Okay, just 5 bullets clean through. It did look good for Vitality. I think this kill here, even though it looks really good, the issue is Masuda has a bomb. So Snappy's seen the bomb at 30 seconds. Yeah. And then they've just been able to hedge and gamble at that point. So here we go, 4-man boost. Seeing if they can find a kill. 5-man boost even.
Requires 5, takes 4. Holding their nerve. Snappy, be careful with those jumps, bro.
It's the safer of the 2 options, right? The other one we've seen already be naded from Vitality here, and he was jumping in a similar position, so avoiding not only that big old boost, but the nades as well. Now regathering over towards Fountain. They'll have to clear a lot of real estate here, and sure, there's over a minute left on the clock. They have utility to work with, but there's a lot of unanswered questions. Shox being able to get a little bit of territory over towards B, at least secures the idea that there's no crazy Ents pushes coming in again, but this is the fight.
I don't envy Spinks' position. He's holding a real slither gap. You can see the cross. Oh, can he? I guess not. Kyojin can. Just a tiny pixel of Spinks, and he unloads his mag into it. Great control of the spray. It's Hades that's going to struggle to get away now. Smoke's perfect. Buys himself some time for the re-peek, and Hades delivering. Looking for 3. Zywoo denies. Bomb is loose, and there's chaos. Absolute pandemonium. 30 seconds left as Shox is taking the B site. The bomb way behind him, though.
It's on Diha.
What a flash. Don't know if Shox spotted him out. If Diha could finish Shox off now, things could get really awkward.
Well, Apex needs to get over there quick. Diha could do so much damage now, and there's only 2 on the site.
He's Molotov, he knows he has to be close, and Diha does eliminate the threat. Zywoo, bomb on his back, needs to isolate this duel now. Diha's managed his angle so well, but time just in favor of Zywoo. Bomb to go down unless he could get the deny. He can't, but now a 1v1. Snappy looking to pull it across the line just as the smoke blooms. He holds his nerve and holds his spray. It will be 2 for ENCE in a row.
2 rounds in a row that almost feel like a bit of robbery from ENCE, right? 2 rounds where Vitality looks like they made the right calls, they made the right plays. That one got out of control for a second there, but as soon as ZywOo takes down Diha, I think, yeah, they've done it. They've done enough, but Snappy, big clutch. Now it's going to put some questions into the Vitality camp right now as 2 on the trot in the lost column.
He sees a whole lot. I think Spinks maybe just lost in his comms or looking away elsewhere. Didn't get to pull the trigger on that. Hades does an awful lot from his position. ZywOo, of course, keeps it relatively competitive, but a 1v2 here from Snappy, and love this from him, just holding the nerve and holding that line.
Now, here's the thing. We've just seen a timeout come on in, and it makes a lot of sense because the money there is hovering for Vitality to go for a buy, and there's that frustration. There's a desk slam from Apex, and they will go with the buy, and you can understand why here, because only one player surviving from ENCE there. If you're Vitality and you win this, you're just going to break the bank, right? It's easy as that.
Apex has got a Harry Potter tattoo, and I was like,
oh, you didn't see that one?
No, I saw it, and I was like, I know what that is. I've watched it. It's the Deathly Hallows.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's 3 of them.
All right.
And that icon
you watched them
represents
recently,
all 3.
that's right.
So there's an invisibility cloak or something.
Okay.
There's an Elder one.
There's the ones in play.
There's another one.
Is it the map?
That's the one.
There you go.
Yeah, well done. Mischief managed.
You didn't want to go with Star Wars? You could have watched 9 movies.
I could have. I mean, Lord of the Rings, I didn't do Hobbit. I just opted for the core 3, the trilogy.
That's already like 9 hours.
Yeah, could have really rotted the clock. Ooh, quick turn, Hades. Vision maintained as Till forces them out of their bathrooms. And it is a bit of a different setup, so they're probably just relieved not to be having contact on this part of the toilets area.
But it's clear with every one of these setups they do, right, what avenue they're leaving open for Snappy to have to rotate back into. So they're just paired up. They're either going to fortify towards, long or towards this middle area.
Hades can still be threatened. What a bloody brilliant molly. He actually can't really hold the same line. Kyojin trying to hold for the push. No aggression from the CTs here. And here comes Vitality. Oh, nice find on the deagles at nearly a second. Just the tip of the head visible. It will be Snappy going down. And now Hades got a hunt for this low HP. No issue for Shox. Down 10 HP and another head dart does go down. Aggressive, very aggressive. The wallbang does soften up Apex. He nearly finished him through the wall. Hard done by for Diha. More damage inflicted. He's nearly killed Apex entirely through wall and smoke. But he has no idea of how much damage he's inflicted, how much they've been softened up for the potential 1v3.
Yeah, he might have considered that if he knew just the HP of Shox and Apex in this situation, but making some sound cues like he's run away, and now he's starting to have a little bit of a look back in.
I'd have loved it. There's even a kit on site. Could have snuck on in. Masuta is going to be doing his job.
With Hades in a lot of these fights, he's been doing some very good up close and personal AWPing, right? Combat AWPing. They're in his face and he's hitting some quick shots, so they're always the hardest to hit. Spinks was so blind there as well. That was a really, really rough situation to find himself in. Bomb goes off. 5th round on the board here for Vitality. And this half is now starting to get away from ENCE.
Fully behind on that death as well. You can see Spinks. I mean, he spent his whole round in that corner, and by the time he actually gets tested, it's just a full white screen. So no fun for him. Well played by Vitality, and they just get themselves straight back into the driving seat. You won't believe what ENCE have done, Chad.
Well, it's a force buy situation, of course, isn't it? Famus, MP9, Diha with that saved M4, a scout for Hades, and a deagle for Dodo. So let's see what they can do with this.
That could have played out so nicely as well, with Dodo pushing his Diha tagged up Apex. Just wasn't quite accounting for someone so close.
Oh, this is a lot of information for Spinks here. So they need to be on high alert towards B. They need to block this monster tunnel because they're coming through.
They are coming. Where's the nade? They're ahead of it and no one's ready. I say that. Diha does well to post a single headshot. Nade for Doto to try and get away from the murder. But just way too much. It's Kyojin, Apex all combined.
Bomb's still down right now, so they need to get back there and pick that one up. Spinks, is he going to beat ZywOo to it? I think he's fine. ZywOo gets to pick up that bomb and he'll scamper back towards the B bomb site. Masuta dealing with this connector control, but if he looks the wrong way, Spinks might be able to get the better of him just here. So we're going to come down to timing, and it looks like Masuta is starting to take a glance to his left, spots him at range. The MAC-10, not the best weapon for the job, but the kill is good. And that's the round done again. So it was a force buy. I'm sure Snappy and Hades wish they had something better to save, but it might just be holding on to the Scout and the MP9. This should be 6 right now for the French as they continue to mount here on this T half. Remember, this was their map choice. Looking to close things up 2-0. And if you think you've seen enough Counter-Strike today, I reckon you should hang around. Astralis versus Spirit. And I don't know if everybody caught the news, but you saw a little post come out earlier from Zipek saying he's exploring his options. His contract's up towards the end of the year. That's interesting. We know that Glaive re-signed just in that player break. We also know that Lucky's been added to the team. So we don't even know what constellation of players Astralis are going to be running with here within this tournament. It's going to be 6 men if they're going to be chopping and changing things up. It's all coming later today in the final time slot, which will be 8 p.m.
Yeah, it was nice. The video Astralis released as well. You kind of got a good slight feel for the person that Lucky is and the opportunity he feels like he's been given. So obviously that's a story that will continue to develop as he does and as they do. We'll see them head-to-head as our final series of Group A tonight.
I'm putting a lot of stock in Spirit coming out of the break. I was watching Magix and Dagster and Chopper, Mia. They all were just playing FPL constantly. I don't think Magix took a bloody day off. The guy was playing like 12 hours of Counter-Strike a day. It was wild. So I'm putting a lot of eggs in that Spirit basket. I hope that out in the break they are able to show some good form because some very skilled individuals.
Didn't have fun in Cologne though, did they?
No, it wasn't. The wins, you know, were against teams that they should have beaten. And the loss, I think, was it a loss against Vitality? I think we were talking about. It was kind of close. So I'm sure they'd love to forget about that very quickly.
Oh, Dota. They're ready for you. Shox collects his 8th frag, and Vitality just slowly encroaching on this B site. The Suit is the one to be shepherding them away from the underpass tunnel. And a nice little bit of fun for them in round 9. They'll get the frags they desired, and it looks like Hades will just hold on to his scout as best he can.
Yeah, I don't know at this point. Do you even... Yeah, just get away with your life at this point, mate. The Kevlar's the best thing he's holding on to here.
He's not holding on to this. There's 0 chance Hades saves anything.
Yeah, it's crazy they're hunting him as well, right? Because who cares? Like, if he holds on to MP9, yeah, that's fine, actually. You can have that. Carry that through. That's all good, dude, because they're going to go for a full buy now anyway. So AWP comes out. Couple of silenced M4s in the hands of Doto and Snappy purchased on in. There's a kit in play. Might be the only kit in play for Doto. It's crazy, like ENCE, the Finnish team, you know, the one that everyone, the whole country's getting behind. Now there's just one, well, actually I tell a lie, there's 2 Finns. Saw the coach, he's a Finn as well. But it's just a complete change. And I guess maybe the same might happen in Fnatic over there, right? We know that there's 2 Brits coming in, Alex and Mezzy.
Color me hyped, by the way.
Kita actually make it 3.
Yeah, casting, and you know, Fnatic, a notorious UK org. Haven't flown a Union Jack for the Counter-Strike team in some time. Very excited to be seeing Alex given a chance, as well as Mezzy as well. But that's, of course, for Fnatic. You'll be seeing more of them when they do get into the action. I actually had the day up earlier.
Group C,
interested.
Which is late next week, I believe.
Yeah. Oh, it's on my birthday.
There you go.
31st of August.
Same as my sister.
The first time we see them is on the 27th of August up against Na'Vi.
Yeah, all right. That's one way to start the tournament.
Hey guys, first official. It's only the champions of the last LAN.
Amazing form. Here you go. Have fun.
Oh, that could be fun. They got all the bells and whistles this time, Chadney.
Yep. Well.
Is he jumping for the? Oh!
Come on. Oh. Go again.
Don't you dare.
Do it.
You wouldn't. So that's a pretty nerdy way to check for the 5 stack if you're interested. And that is Diha onto Shox, catching the aggression. He's the only one that doesn't participate in the 4-man boost. He's the one that just acts as a stepping stool, so he goes pushing short typically on that. So nice shutdown from Diha, and the rest of the map control is going to be significantly lost. This is going to hamper Vitality's default spread, and it's probably going to be quite a late finish from them here in round 10.
It feels like it has to be a B at this point, right? You saw once they identified the boost, they went a little bit more aggressive on long. They're actually pushing Snappy through connector right here, so cutting the map in half.
This is a big one for Doto. He needs this frag and confirms it. Now Vitality's chances truly will start to fade. 3 versus 5.
Snappy's behind Zywoo at least here, but he might lose him. They're going to walk into B for free.
I think they're going to use Zywoo as a bit of a fake, yeah. Doto has no idea. If he tucks in on sandbags just in the nick of time, should be able to play denial here. Zywoo does show his face towards the other side of the map.
Cleared.
Suter clears him, and now suddenly what was 3 versus 5 becomes a 2 versus 3. There's a world where Kyojin and Masuta can fully convert this. And pulling up their socks. There is util available.
This is a power position. Masuta can win the round from here.
Can, not this time. Hades denies and all on to Kyojin. 3 to find, he's opted for the ramp. It's gonna be very hard to isolate multiple duels, and already onto 1. D is there, oh my god, they were both there. Snappy and Hades both caught some flack from the AK.
Oh, I think Masuta continued to push forward there because they were expecting more to come in on the flank, right? Because of how much map territory they didn't have. If Masuta just parked the bus, you know, that could have been it. Now look, he's obviously not to know, but that was great for them to at least get into the side, considering how that one started. Really good stuff from Ents there to get their third. But they need to chip away at this T-side bank balance because there's enough for a buy going into the next and maybe even one more for Vitality, even if they are to lose a couple on the trot here.
Quite an impressive overcoming of the, what was essentially 2v5. Masuta, Kyojin combining for a bomb plant and a couple of extra kills as well. The lineup, they really did get low. Snappy was the one to finish the job. Hades had an AWP, so if he missed his shot, could very well have been a lovely 1v3 to finish things off. Aggression from Doto, full blind, not going to lose his life. It's Shox and Doto in this constant battle for short control, and it is Shox's domain typically. This time Doto plans to stand actively pursuing that part of the map.
Good time for Hades to actually dip on back here. Meanwhile, Doto has taken down Shox again, so winning out that fight once more. 4v5 disadvantage for the French here as they press onwards. Now the bomb is left very, very deep, and Masuta will be able to get this connected control. We can see there's nobody on the other side of things, but how far do they push up on A before they send somebody back to pick up the C4? They will need that.
Who got the short straw? It's Masuta.
All right, well, back he goes, and luckily, Doto hasn't continued to push, right? He got the kill onto Shox, and he's dipped on out of dodge. Shox has had a real rough go of it. Doto spammed him through the smoke. He's killed him in a couple of rounds, hasn't he?
True, Doto versus Shox. There was definitely a bit of a rivalry brewing. Shox more frustrated than the Finn. And there's a 3-man defense here, so they are ready to receive. In the off angle lies Spinks. Good work, good dink. Masuta brought down to 9. And that's the bomb carrier. If they can put that bomb loose now in toilets, which they can and do, Snappy has locked this one down. 24 seconds, he doesn't need to overextend, but he swings out for more. Apex, his next victim, and Ents a 4th round. You said they had to whittle away at the economy. Well, finding Zywoo on the save would certainly not be a bad way to start that off.
Especially if they kill him after time here.
Doto's...
he might actually be able to do so, you know. 5 seconds left. Zywoo, you need to tuck in. You need to keep this AWP, and you need to make sure you don't lose the loss bonus. Oh dear, it's after time. That is horrible. It was after time, right?
Yeah, it was 2,400, dude. 2,400.
Oh, yikes. Okay, well, that's a great way for Ents to get themselves back into this half. Zywoo's going to need to drop right now. Someone's going to either have to give him an AWP or an AK-47. I think it's probably going to be the latter. I think almost all of Doto's kills have been on Shox.
Yeah.
Like, besides that last one there onto Zywoo, but it feels like he's been pumping him. I think there's 2 keys for me right now. Doto getting that kill, and Snappy has been a bit of a nuisance. You can see he's been more active now within these like mid-rounds when Vitality are trying to establish. He's pushed through Connector in a couple of rounds. There he's been jarring, pushing up through A when he knows that they're advancing.
You'll never guess what Shox is up to. This time Doto not going to be willing to push the issue, but he is hanging out on barrels. We could be seeing another head-to-head of these two. Absolute arch enemies of one another.
Just having this part of the map as well is important, right? Because Vitality, if they know that you're not hunkering down towards B at all, then there's never any threat, right? And that means Snappy gets to float around for free. So Doto transitioning across towards Monster, but looks very aware right now. And Adiha, Spinks, and Snappy setting something up. There's all
a
three of
boost
them
off
kind
the
of,
flash,
yeah,
maybe?
they're kind of hanging out. They're definitely setting something up. Well, fumbled that one. You don't want to step up after those sound keys have been made. And Shox has just perched at Sandbag, looking for a head.
And I think they're happy to wait. And that was the really quick reactions on the trigger there. Shox remiss. Kyojin, aggressive, does catch that Doto push. Keeps Monster under control, and now they can go anywhere they want. It does seem like they're starting to target their affection towards A. Apex has already maintained a lot of long control, and if he could just tuck in far right, that would be the full commit, but Hades on the wider check.
Oh.
Yeah, nothing to report just yet. And now Apex is going to be really tucked in on that deep left side.
20 seconds, though. Time's a big problem here.
Apex really wants to be the first contact, and he made it clear he's coming from there. That'll Optimus. They need to be able to stop that bomb getting across, and it's not going to be easy. Masuta makes that clear. Good shot, but not enough. 8 seconds as the bomb goes in. He can stop it. He can stop the plan. He needs to, and hasn't. That would have been round winning from Snappy. Perhaps he can still close it out. 2 required. Apex on site. Masuta maybe spotted out in the fading smoke, and that's the end of that. And they'll make it 8. Solid recovery. It's Masuta with 4. And that was a chance from Snappy. It's long range, eyes so close to the screen at that point, but 1 click could have secured a 5th.
He definitely had a chance, right? He definitely had a shot right there, but not to be. And now, well, Vitality, they've taken the half. 8 rounds to their name. 4 for ENCE. The best that they can post will be 7. And their bye going into round number 13, not looking fantastic at all. Spinks just with the deagle, bit of util behind it. There is a kit for D-Heart. Hades onto that AWP, but he'll need to find some impact. So jumping on up, he's over towards Party. Scoped on in. I'll look over the smoke, but Mollied out of position, has to dip back, and he is under the pump right now. Just from utility there, Hades knows he can't hang around. Any repeat could be deadly, and Vitality are just working on this map control. So through connector they go. ZywOo for Fountain, and Shox and Kyojin dealing with any B presence. And Doto has been such a nuisance on these pushes.
Spinks has found success in that close toilet angle before with his Desert Eagle. He's been quite quiet otherwise.
A bit worried for Apex here. Yeah, and for good reason. You could just see he had a bit too much pep in his step right there, expecting a lot of respect in that area. And oh, now they're going to head into the B blender.
Very blended. You can see they do find some frags, but ZywOo down to 27. He's going to struggle to, get the bomb across. It's finished off nicely by Snappy, and with 40 seconds left, Shox straps himself in. They may not be anticipating this. He hears the scoping. Snappy should be responsible for this, but this could be a double. This could be the 1v3. He's not even thinking about it. Now he does. Shox pays half of his health for the first, and he knows the AWP was last spotted there. Oh no! Spinks, little shy of the mark there, gave Shox a chance to adjust his crosshair, but it will be 5 for ENCE. And if they can close out this half 8-7 after everything that's kind of went down at the start of this, Vitality off to a flying 4-0 start. I think it was even worse than that. It was like 6-2 or something at one point. This would be a great recovery to an 8-7.
I just could see what was going to happen as soon as Apex started heading back up the stairs, because Masuta had already limped out, right? He'd already crept on the precipice of what Spinks was holding. So Apex is assuming that that is clear, but they haven't communicated exactly what has been covered on off there. And it felt like that was going to happen here. Oh, okay, that's a double little goosh. And Shox, well, he's dead. Snappy profits a bit more, and Snappy's impact in some of these rounds really being felt now as 6 is looking great. Spinks mopping up. Nade's doing damage too. And they'd really have to fumble this one, ENCE. There's only 2 remain. Kyojin, well, make it just Masuta. Kyojin's dead. Clean. Great round. Good stuff from ENCE here. Really breathing a bit of life into this first half. Nothing, I couldn't put my finger on something that has specifically worked for Vitality, though. They've been made to, struggle for a couple of these rounds right here. So I couldn't just say, all right, yeah, run that round again. There's nothing that really sticks out like a sore thumb that they can just opt for.
Yeah, really good kind of late resurgence out of ENCE here on the CT side. 7-2, Vitality posting just 1 in the following rounds of play. Let's see if they can make it 2. It's final round of the first half, map 2 here.
It's another new look. Like where Spinks is right now, pushed all the way up long. This is going to cause some massive issues, and actually gives a lot of information. Apex, are you going to clear your corners, my friend?
I think he's kind of focused on his play on B, and that just leads to a free frag for Snappy. And the door's blown off. He can control short from there should he desire. He's opted for the long road to rotate back. This is going to be quite a quick pop onto B. Hades will have a chance. And tags up Kyojin. That feels like he's been robbed there. Tagged up, but Shox is fragged up. Snappy. Hades falls as well. Vitality are making this one hurt. Just individuals fragging out. Dancing around the smoke is Doto. It's ZywOo that's playing with him, though, and will secure it. Surely the round as well. Spinks, late arrival, coming in from behind. He's likely to be checked. He needs to hit this first frag now. Has done so. It's Shox to lock it down. 9. Ain't too shabby. Vitality will take it, and so will we. Group A continues, as does ENCE Vitality after the break.
Hey Future Pros! Today I wanted to show you a setup Heroic used to get a free cheesy kill on a CT playing towards B short boost spot. Overpass has a lot of double and triple nade possibilities, but let's start with this one. For this pro tip, you'll need 3 Future Pros, 3 HEs and 1 molly. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the short molly to stop any CTs from pushing and one of the HEs. To throw your molly, you will need to stand on the edge of this shadowy area. Aim at the bottom center of the B, then jump throw the molly. Next, make your way to the surf ramp. Look for this dark line and stand in front of it. Aim to the right of this grate along this line. Then simply running jump throw the nade and you are set. Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the other HE. Head to the same surf wall and position yourself between these 2 white cracks. Aim along this line of the grate halfway to the right side. Then running jump throw the HE. Future Pro number 3. Guess what you'll also be throwing? A HE. To throw yours, head to the surf wall with your other Future Pros. Stand over the bottom corner of this red smudge. Aim along the second line of the grate close to the center. Then running jump throw the HE. If anyone is close to the boost, they will take some hefty damage. If they are unlucky enough to be boosting, well, you probably get 2 free kills. Happy nading.
Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend it, I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win. You either got it or you don't. You either bought it or you won't. You either wanna give it everything or you wanna cry about a soul. I'ma say it from the jump. Mama ain't raised a chump. My mama raised me to persevere if I'm ever here in a slum. Cause nobody starts at the top. You do your part and you better buy. Working hard each and every day, even though some days it get hard to watch. But you gotta trust the process. Grind hard, don't you ever quit. It's a must, you see the progress. Got a ball till you get it hit. They can never do what I could do, cause they on the same.
Solid and competitive half for ENCE and Vitality. It's the second map of the second series here in Group A and our very first day of our 14th season of ESL Pro League. I'm Machine, I'm hanging out with Sponge, and the French are just 7 rounds away from closing out this series 2-0. But Chad, you were telling me, or expressing a bit of a discontent from what Vitality were laying down. It did feel like nothing was necessarily by virtue of a Vitality T-call.
They didn't get away with anything cleanly, right? They had the biff and battle for all of those rounds, right? Which is a really good sign here. As
From ENCE,
yeah,
certainly.
So it means we might have a competitive map on our hands right here, but things might get more, let's say, easy for the French now they're on the CT side. Real opportunity for ZywOo to activate that AWP and be a nuisance, but that is quiet down the ladder late, and the 1x bet odds at the top of your screen favoring the French in heavy, heavy odds.
So they're going for the underpass push, but spotted out one. Look at the angle from Shox here. This is what I want to talk about. No one is expecting this, and he's hitting them all. Go! No, just the first. Knocks the bomb carrier down and struggles to finish his meal. It will be Spinks charging ahead with Deha, and there's a chance. This is a big duel. Big duel for Deha. Too many targets on his plate. He struggled to put anything down range. Bomb now lost, as is the round. falls apart. But Shox, he was the only man on this side of the map, but what an angle and what a start into the proceedings of this pistol.
That was a very, very interesting pistol. I think there was a heaven smoke that was thrown as well as that short smoke, but the short smoke was more, I guess, to sell a bit of a fake here as we see Hades attempt to take a couple of heads. Not to be the case. ZywOo will chop his off, and wow, you know what's going to happen now, don't you, Alex? It's going to be that ENCE force buy. They love a good force buy. Yeah, that was strange because on the B side, I don't know if you guys noticed that, but they dropped a smoke that landed in front of sandbags towards short B, and I think there was a heaven smoke as well. So I guess the push through underpass was hopefully catching rotators off guard, but I think they peeked out Monster and they had a lot of early info. So yeah, curious one there. It's creative, at least from ENCE, and I love to see new ideas coming into play all the time.
This is loud. Shox got the perfect weapon for this fight. Snappy, very, very quick. First bullet out of the Tech 9 there. Okay, so a man advantage to work with. You take those in the second round. One of the more competitive and chaotic rounds we have in Counter-Strike these days.
So now I said I got to play a couple of pugs with Katie, and I played a couple with Snappy as well, and he really does enjoy the Tech 9. He's got to be one of the only people in the entire world who are loving the Dug Dug. Best friends with the Dak Dak.
I don't fancy ZywOo's chances with just a scout, though. Would need some very precise headshots. The smoke start to rain in and remove his vision, as do the flashbangs. He does peek out for a freebie. Diha's head is in the vice, and he's already tagging up another. ZywOo's made a lot of impact.
He's still alive.
I can't believe he's not dead. He's catching them on the reload. They will peek out. It's Apex's FAMAS that fills the feed for 2.
Flanking both of them.
Yeah, Masuta's there, as is Kyojin. And now they've not got to rush this plan. But as he takes a look, he gets way more than he bargained for. Hades tagged up. Oh, and pushed on. Kyojin denies Vitality with the dunk to finish. Oh, 11, and it felt like ENCE's right until it wasn't.
It's crazy. If that little bit of information was gathered that both were flanking before he gets to Optimus, he could have dropped in towards drop down, dropped over towards the B bomb site, and got a plant down for absolute free. But this is the Tech 9. Bosh. Easy as you like from Snappy there, but ZywOo does more than enough. The fact he gets the first, he stays alive, I think he gets an assist on another player here. Just a real nuisance, giving Apex the ability to chop down 2. And, well, just so upgraded Deagles here, 4 of which Diha staying with that Glock, and ZywOo doesn't want to hang around for too much more. Warning shot of the Scout is out. Just Doto over towards B, no surprise there. Shox is going to be isolated in connector here. They're going to be at party above him any moment. Oh, Shox in trouble again. This time he grabs one. ZywOo with the scout connect. Snappy dead. Shouldn't be too many dramas now. I think with that damage done early, Vitality should be able to clean this one up. It always looks so quick, doesn't it, when you catch from the guy who dies, POV?
Yeah, I mean, it's also just when it's the headshot, you just see that instant sound effect. You really do feel the velocity of the drive-by. And Sphinx is still out on the list. 12 to Vitality. And they'll keep all of those bonus goodies, I reckon. We'll get to see perhaps a little bit of an avant-garde strategy for the MP9, the Scout. ZywOo will be able to play a pretty standard game this round anyway, but this is how Shox started things off. Yeah, getting pressured by 3 players and taking one with you always does feel good.
Yeah, it looks very pedestrian when you see it from Kyojin's POV just there. But they don't really have any crazy spawns to use the SMG, the FAMAS, in too much of a different manner. As you mentioned, ZywOo could just play like a normal round. Get some tags, fall on back. Hades, without the AWP, has actually opted for the Krieg here, so keep your eyes on the SG. Dodo's wormed his way in towards Sewer there. He's going to hunker down. Give any communication on the jumps, any aggressive maneuvers coming on through as the rest of his teammates are working on this A progression. Front bathroom smoke comes out.
Shox is kind of committed to this now. With Diha throwing out long util, Shox is going to surely, yeah, you can see, wiggle of crosshair. He's going to either have to pick his poison, he'll confirm The shadow position instead. Snappy still wins the duel, and now Vitality have to overcome a man disadvantage. That was one of their more promising rifles as well. They might want to gamble stack with their remaining resources.
There he goes with the scout.
Oh my god, I looked at the minimap for 1 second. Now 4v4, and they do stack up and push up. They want to try and punish and at least get the info so they can have some bodies in the right place. They might be a little late here. I think Apex is calling. He says there's nothing here. Get your booties to B.
They should get there in time.
This is a very fast flank from Apex, you know. If he swings open this door, he could have 2. Famas, chance, and found. Great shutdown. Zywoo more from the scout as well. He's still looking at the door. He has no idea Apex is evacuated. He's flanked Monster Tunnel. And with 15 seconds left, Doto's looking in the wrong place. Apex long gone. Burrowed away to a new location, and the round falls apart like that. What a horrible way to lose it.
Doto's been here the whole round. The guy's just been sitting in sewer this entire round, and now he's going to have to try and save this gun, and I think he's at least going to get away with it here.
Don't speak too soon. Watch Zywoo have a look.
Alrighty. Oh, they let him live. Yeah, that was crazy that they had enough time to head everybody over towards the A site. Apex push all that way like a madman, gets the info, similar to what Snappy was doing in the first half on the CT side, right? Taking a couple of these very risky info pushes, and then Apex, the voice of authority on the team, can basically confirm it's all over Red Rover.
The pre-aim could not have been any better. He's pre-aiming the crouched head. Like, he didn't even have to adjust his crosshair.
And now he has an AWP, so let's see how much more pain could be inflicted here. Round number 20, a buy again from Ents. A bit quicker this time. Over towards long, very fast from D-Hut. Shocks again. Let's see if he gets caught off guard one more time, because you can see with his reactions, it feels like he's not ready for those fights. This is an interesting setup.
Oh, you take those every day of the week. Apex was about to try and make his flash play. He's countered by their own, and now it's Masuta willing to take the duel. As B defender, I want to keep those numbers level. I was going hunting on long side, so D-Hug just times himself out of there.
Squeaks away.
Yeah, Zywoo's cleared it out now with the Shock's double peak. So there's a timing on this. It looks like Zywoo is being kind of summoned back to the other side. Certainly now that Masuta and Kyojin have gone down to Snappy, there's some impact again from the in-game leader.
Yeah, it might be too late. She cried as she waved her wooden leg. You heard that one before?
Is that,
I don't know. That's what my mum says. I don't know. Too late, she cried as she waved her wooden leg. I don't know where that's from. Let's have a Google, shall we? The internet knows it all.
Yeah, I had a really odd, vague childhood memory come through recently of like, I think I used to have plates and bowls from a children's series. I think it was a book. You know, it had like a toad and a hedgehog.
Okay.
There was a rather hedonistic toad who lived in a manor. He was very rich.
All right.
I couldn't tell you what it was called. Toad of Toad Hall, that was his name.
Toad of Toad Hall.
Wait.
Oh, Zywoo, you better run, mate. You want to hold on to this big green, let me tell you.
Yeah, it's an AA Milne thingy-majiggy. Toad of Toad Hall, a 1908 novel, The Wind in the Willows.
Okay, bit of a classic.
Yeah, why was I aware of that? I guess I'm actually
This is all crept in. Well, there's Too Late, she cried. She waved her wooden leg. I'm trying to find it. I'm behind a couple of paywalls.
Does it just have like Miss Birchill as the original?
It just is like searching for the origin, right? So I don't know, maybe it's just one of those things.
Good openings from Snappy there. And if they want to be competitive here, Ents, of course, Vitality 13 is the big number. 3 rounds separating them from closing out this series. And the only evidence we've seen from Ents that they can post T rounds is that one right there. Round 20. Can we see some simultaneous rounds out of the attack? It's 3-2 split of their resources now.
It's quite a heavy rotation back towards A. Yeah, they've just sent Apex and Masuta over right here to bolster this A defense, so they're just going to push forward through Bathroom. Shocks is already forward through long. And once again, there's a bit of a timer on this, because if Ents just accelerate towards B, they can just run into the site where it's only Kyojin holding over towards Jao right now.
Oh. He's going to stick around. The fact he's still in that position, like you
very cocky, isn't it?
Nerve, and yeah, he will get sussed out in the end. Turning the flash forces him to disadvantage. D-Ha losing his duel though. That's big from Masuta.
Shocks is quick on the flank here.
Very quick. I wonder if he'll even be loud. They might have heard it.
Oh, they've heard each other. Surely Hades has heard a step here or two.
He's acknowledged it. Shocks as well. That's the bomb carrier, though. Hades, you can't lose the bomb.
Oh, he needs to throw util, the stalemate.
Okay, bomb spotted. Shox is still on this flank, and this could be round defining. And on the monster tunnel, looking the wrong way, and Shox bides his time for the perfect.
Oh, no.
Gets the first. And another one comes in from Doto. Perhaps they can get that bomb down. They are so low. Apex, surely he can finish this off. 16 points of health between the two of them. First found, and it is just unloading the mag. He knows how low Spinks is. It's Apex to finish, and pulls them into 14th. Very close to finishing things, and it's not bells and whistles for all of them. Snappy's going to struggle to pull out everything he desires. Vitality, though, not necessarily flush for cash either.
Yeah, I think it was just the one man surviving. Lucky they can grab that AWP across and make this one work. Lots of money on Apex to drop it. I think both in-game leaders have had a 2v1 clutch in this game so far. Impact being felt. And I think the defining fight here was the Suda Diha fight, right? If that one goes the other way, then this round gets much easier. But the fact that they win out the trades on the site, the fact that Shox only gets one from behind there, Zayu goes down without getting anything done, it did get dicey. So ENCE, even with the scoreline at 14-7, they are keeping the pressure on. Two Famouses. The only omission on the other side, as you mentioned, is Snappy into that Galil. So the buy for ENCE is looking very good here. Hades has his weapon of choice. It's one kit in play. Shox is the only one with the defuse kit, so keep that in mind if we do find ourselves into a post-plant scenario. But business end right here, right now.
They opt not to extinguish, or Doto chooses to be ahead of it. Puts him into that one-shot headshot radius for the M4.
They gambled 4B here for a B hit, so it was just Shox on his lonesome over towards A, and there's a massive gap. If Doto continues at this pace right here, he will be there before the rotation coming in, and this is very noisy from Apex and Zywoo. He might even be calling the steps here. Doto's going to be up close and personal.
This is huge. This is huge. If he can just pause, he might even catch some CTs reaggressing. He can pause right there. Don't give him anything on their early looks. They're going to want to answer some questions here, and Zywoo does strafe into his crosshair. For a brief moment, the nade and the Molotov will force him out of position. That's great. He surely has to go wide. And here's Doto. Great use of util. Hades will connect as well. And it's only Apex. Doto, faffing around with his nade. Pulls Apex into a deeper line, but now swinging in is Spinks. The rest should fall into place nicely, and Hades will be given a nice and easy one up the connector.
That's crazy. That's crazy that they opted for just the one-man A setup in a round like that, and Doto's able to pip the gap. Like, think about how much space he took and quickly, right? He didn't extinguish, he just kept running, had a teammate do it. They didn't use a whole lot of utility to get there, was just able to be hot on the heels of Shox, who re-rotated back around, and then a huge gap. And you could see Zywoo, it's like, well, I can try and take this fight. I'm at a disadvantage. If I push out long, I'm probably going to die to somebody wide. He could only stand and burn. So huge. Doto with a round-winning push.
And it got really uncomfortable for Doto, you know? Like, he's spotted it. He knows there's an AWP posted up on his teammates on long. He has to be responsible for that frag. So a HE, a bullet tag, and a Molotov spread for the final 30. He uses every tool in his arsenal to break them. And break them he has. Vitality on Peanuts for our next round of play, round 23.
It's really going to extend play here, because if you're Vitality at this point, it feels like it has to be a force buy. Now, if ENCE are able to weather the storm of this, right, they get themselves up to 9. The next round has to be an eco or saved gun, so we're talking likely to be 10. And we know what happened towards the tail end of Mirage. Vitality started to get flustered. They were just kind of throwing bodies. They lost a 4-on-2. No reason ENCE can't make this more competitive than it already is.
I like the flash long. Gonna perhaps set Diha up for success. It slowed them down. It's gonna be Masuta and Shox holding their close lines. D is responsible for any aggressions early from the CTs. And I'm sure the conversation that ENCE have had is to be ready for anything. You know, there's a saved FAMAS, but what Vitality have equipped themselves with around that remains to be found out. Oh, no one's holding long, are they? Okay, Hades is.
Best weapon
for
the job too,
default.
yeah.
Good weapon, yeah.
Well, I think Snappy's seen enough.
Diha's tucked in. Zywoo's got the gamiest ball brains, and look at him clearing very wide. Takes down Diha, grabs himself an AK, and look how quick they are. They're hot on their heels here. Yeah, very quick flank. Spinks, you better turn your ass around after you've thrown out your util. That door is about to swing open. Spinks does deliver the one. Zywoo, though, exists, and that's enough for a double. 2-on-2.
Oh,
Shox
no!
does get caught out by Hades Orb, but it's a 1v1. 30 seconds as Snappy plants B. Misuta a Deagle. He'll have weapons to retrieve. Snappy's got full util as well, so he can surely isolate this.
Oh, what?
Misuta with the Scorcher! Snappy thinks he's got it down pat. Goes to give him the fight. One shot out of the Deagle. Ouch, and that's going to leave a huge mark. This was supposed to be the door into a big ENCE comeback.
Yeah, I think that's just absolutely been knocked on down right here. That was huge, and I don't even hate the play from Snappy, right? The fact that he's just planted. Yeah. If you're Masuda, you're thinking, okay, he's planted the bomb, he's going to play the post plant. Where's he going to go? Yeah. How much tricky business is he going to do? I don't know if Masuda's awareness was there or he's just hit a reaction shot. Zywoo with the triple was fantastic. I thought Hades, after he gets his kill on shot, oh my lord. What a back and forth round that one was.
Yeah, and then Misuta does one better. Like, he's looking one way, he's looking the next.
Jeez.
That is fantastic.
Hot stuff there.
Hoo-wee. That's that new generation boy. Let's get it into our 24th. Could very well be the last of the series. Where did their health go?
Nuked.
Stack nades. This time, Apex gobbles them up. That's 3 nades. That's his recommended daily allowance.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be taking any more of those today. He was real mad on the cam just there. And after a crazy round for them just to win, what a horrible way to kick off the next. They just get the guns back in their hands here, but Zywoo's still alive, and so is Masuda.
If Snappy gets them both here. Oh, a nice find from Misuta. Successfully on the smoke trick.
Dodo's heard all this. He knows there was 2 players. He knows that they've picked up a couple guns. He can relay that information. They need to find Zywoo and they can't. Diha's down, 3-on-3.
This could be it.
Look where the bomb is, though. They have to hit, like, they couldn't accelerate, right? Even if they wanted to right there, they couldn't accelerate because let's say Dodo drops back to get to the bomb. He gets caught off in the middle of all this. They're actually gathering over towards the B bomb site. And it's the anime weeb team of Vitality to close things out.
Misuta, Kyojin, yeah, I'll give you that one. And Kyojin already on to Zoto. And the frags just keep coming. Only one man now stands between Vitality and their first successful series of Pro League. Spinks. 79 points of health and a dream. They are a little battered, a little bruised. Widely strafing into the first and running out of bullets and health. There it goes. Vitality. They'll cleaner on the second, overpass their map and justified with a solid 16-8 posting. And that's not all the Counter-Strike that's done for today. We're going to be breaking that down at the analyst desk. And then after that, we get a new look at Astralis. Will Lucky be showing up for the 6-man roster? We'll see them going head-to-head in just a moment. Down, but where's Zywoo's fragged? He's got to start posting something, but from where? just got a slight gap under the smoke, and it's enough to catch Boomich in transition. Zywoo wants to pull it across the line. 2 frags onto 2 of the best. And now swings out for another. He's possessed. Zywoo won for another ace. Another clutch. It's Perfecto hunting him. No one has been able to knock him on his ass yet, and he's got 6 HP. It didn't stop him before, and it doesn't stop him again. Zywoo!
Looking a little bit too easy here for Vitality as we headed over to our second map of Overpass, and they close things out in a landslide victory. Not quite the landslide we had with Heroic up against Bad News Bears before, but still a win nonetheless. And Vitality have to be happy about it, though Apex did have a couple of moments of frustration, as Sponge did point out, especially when it came to nade stacks over towards that B side. But Vitality, you know, there were questions about them coming into this whole event in general. They're looking pretty confident, looking pretty good today.
Yeah, at least in this first matchup, and that's good. Obviously, a good way to start coming out of the break, getting a nice quick 2-0, and realistically, just doing your job. Like, that's exactly what's expected of you. Come in and beat ENCE, who we don't know a whole lot of where they're going to be placing as they move forward, and where they're going to fit into everything. So, yeah, Vitality comes in, handles business. Zywoo has a good series, and that's another positive note you can take from it for Vitality.
Yeah, I think it's an important note to have, too, because you don't want to see that downward trend come in for a player like Zywoo. You don't want to see him continually decaying over time and maybe not be able to rise to that former glory of him as a player. But when it came to Overpass, their T side out of Vitality looked pretty strong, and you wanted to touch on this.
Yeah, I actually thought there was some cool, I thought it was really cool calling by Apex or by the team or whoever noticed it, because, you know, early on, or especially in the CT side, ENCE was playing 2 players over in bathrooms, which is a lot of resources to be far away from that B bomb side. I saw a couple rounds where there was a really good mid-round call where you have that engagement, maybe they go 1 for 1, maybe they get 1 kill, but they spot both players in bathrooms, they have an idea of where the main force is, and going away from that kind of a presence and finding an easier time at the B bomb site, where one round they caught a player going for an information play, pushing through the short tunnels. Another time they just found a defense that was on its heels that wasn't using utility properly to keep monsters smoked or Molotoved off, and they're able to get a nice timing hit there. So yeah, I just thought, you know, as contrasted, since I was a little critical of their Mirage T side, I thought their Overpass T side was much cleaner.
Well, you know what? We actually do have Apex on the line to go for a quick little interview here, so we can maybe ask him about the
Did he hear what I was saying?
I'm hoping, kind of, but I also even want to touch on him when it came to his reactions, especially with that 3 stack of a nade on top of them. But Apex, hopefully you're here. Hopefully you can hear me. Let's confirm. Can you hear me, man?
Yes, I do.
Could you hear us 10 seconds ago?
Yes, I did.
Shit. What's going on? It's really good.
It was true.
No, it's good to see you, man. How you been? How is it coming out of the break?
Well, the break was needed once again,
yeah.
But feeling refreshed after this short period of break. Really happy to be back with the team, even if it's only 1 week, and just being ready to start the season.
Let me ask you actually about the player break in particular. Like, how do you feel it helps the team mentality just to have that time off to refresh? And does it make you guys want to like push even further now that you're back into the Pro League?
Well, to be honest, the first part of the season was rough for us. We didn't play as we expected. So for this one, we just put really high expectation for the second part of the season. So that's all I want to say.
Cool. Yeah, I was going to head in that direction as well. What was it like? What's it like as a caller for you? We kind of touched on, not in like a bashing him kind of way. Cologne for Zaiwu was an event that like he still played good, but probably not fully up to his standards individually. What's it like as an in-game leader when you're trying to figure out how to overcome maybe an individual not playing his best game throughout a tournament? Did you feel like there was more pressure on you to call a good game?
Not really, not really. I mean, we had the last game against FaZe was really close.
Yeah.
Navi wasn't that much, but it was still 2-1. So we lost to better teams. We had like, obviously, we had two rookies in the team that never played big events before Cologne. So we didn't expect to win. To be honest, we just wanted to see where we were at that moment on LAN because it was the first one for us. So no, not really. I mean, we just kind of tried to think what was wrong with him during that tournament.
Yeah.
And we felt we found the solution, and obviously it's gonna get better in the second part of the season. I'm pretty sure.
Cool. Just another one real quick. I mean, obviously the second half of the year, you said you guys are kind of gearing up for that. You have what we're going to do Pro League, and then we have Blast, and then we have IEM Summer, and that kind of takes us right into the major. So pretty busy schedule, but can you talk at all of, you know, what your goals are for the team in terms of these events leading into the major? Obviously you're trying to peak at the right moment. So what's kind of the conversation around the team heading into these events prior to the major?
Well, the best feeling will have win one of those.
Okay.
Would be perfect for us to go further and to go to the major. But yeah, just performing well as we did in 2020 and just coming into the major with a lot of confidence, and that will be the perfect match for us.
Nice. Can you speak at all? What are your thoughts so far? I mean, you guys had, you know, one thing that I have to imagine hurt a lot, especially for you, would be losing RPK as a player who's kind of such a consistent, powerful force. And I know this has probably been touched on plenty, but what are your thoughts so far in the progression of oh my God, Kyojin?
Well, it's still long. I would say exactly the same I said last year at the same moment with Misota. Those players come from nowhere. They were like no one.
Yep.
For real, no one. So you need to do all the work with them from the beginning. So it takes time. He's not up there yet. He's progressing. He's getting better, obviously, but he's not at RPK level yet. That's for sure. So yeah. Obviously, we're just trying to work more and more on him.
Cool.
Not putting him too much pressure sometimes, but he needs to do the work, and he knows that. So that's life, and that's how we need to work with him anyway.
All right, well, Apex, I don't want to keep you too long, but I want to ask you one last question here. It's a little bit of a lighter question. I swear, I mean, I was around in the earlier days of CSGO, and I had a little bit of a hiatus here, but I swear you look just as young and just as good as you did back then. What the hell do you do to look this good, man?
French wine.
What do you think? What do you say about Counter-Strike?
No, you in general. Look at your face.
You said you haven't aged.
You haven't
in like
aged
4
at all,
years.
man.
Oh, okay. Well, I think the last few years I got bigger. I got some weight, so I tried at least to look better lately. And yeah, I don't know. It's as Moses said, it's like French wine. More it's old, better it is.
Well, mate, the weight's gone to all the right places.
We all gained weight. It was that exciting moment of the Counter-Strike boom. We all went a little too hard in the paint.
All right, well, Apex, thank you so much for joining us, man, and congratulations on your victory today.
Thank you very much, guys. See you soon.
See you soon. Look at that confidence. See you soon, because we normally interview winners, and that means he's going to be back tomorrow.
And he knows all of his teammates are going to say no to interviews.
That as well. That helps.
too.
It's great to hear from though, and I also like. I wanted to ask him a question in there when he mentioned like they had 2 new players who didn't really experience land playing at these big events. I was curious if they actually ended things out in a manner they were like, yeah, we're happy with that. If they were content with where they finished.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on that too until he said he was like, yeah, we're just gonna forget about the first half of the year. I was like, I got you, bro. We won't do that. We won't harp on it too much. But yeah, that would be interesting to know like how they felt after. Obviously, going to be disappointing no matter what. But was it like disaster level disappointment, or was it like, you know, we just kind of missed, we just didn't play well, like, you know, we know we're better, blah, 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 you know, the standard stuff.
Well, I mean, again, Na'Vi and FaZe, right? They didn't lose to some teams that got knocked out early. They lost to some teams that were big hitters.
I think FaZe at the time, though, like, certainly with the run that they had, they gained some esteem within the community, but I think at the time, if you're Vitality, probably losing to that FaZe hurt more than it does, like, looking back and certainly seeing where they ended the tournament.
Yeah.
That loss at the time had to have been pretty painful, I think.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously, we got to hear a little bit from him about what they're doing in their player break. He got to relax a little bit. But also, I kind of wonder, what have Sponge and Machine been up to in the player break? And I know exactly what they've been doing. They've been playing some Mecha Arena, so we're going to check out their gameplay. And we'll be back a little bit later on here with our final series of Astralis up against Team Spirit.
Yo, Alex, you almost done?
Yeah, nearly. I just started a control point.
All right, I'll take a seat.
5 minutes or something.
Wait, are you playing Mech Arena?
Yeah, you heard about it. The team-based tactical shooter, 5v5 online.
You're telling me the one that mixes that perfect blend of pick up and play fun with skill-based matchmaking?
Yeah. Have you been customizing your mechs at all?
I've been loving it in that bloody hangar. You should see it. It's decked out.
That's the one. Yeah. You want to pick it up? You want to have a game?
No, let's do it.
I just won.
MVP!
MVP!
Hey!
5 games?
5 games.
We start on Mech Arena.
Yeah, the classic control point clash.
That's the Badger.
Let's do it.
Okay, different game modes?
Yeah.
All right, may the best mech win.
3, 2, 1, go. Let's get things started.
I'm so slow.
If you hold, I'm giving you like, you know, if you put the joystick like all the way forward, you get a little bit of movement speed.
Oh? Sponge is eating some serious rockets.
What is going on, man?
Bot 1 just unloaded on you, bro.
What is going on? Oh, what are you doing here?
Just chilling, man, just chilling. Just chilling, killing, you know me.
That shield's gonna run out soon.
It is.
This is the angle management you were talking about.
I'm managing my angles really well. Oh, dear. Down goes Sponge A. Oh, he's angry about it. I love how quickly you capture the control points.
Well, that's not good. That's not good.
Oh, that is stylish. I'm farming him. Laser beam.
No. So am I going to sit on the sideline here and watch? I feel like that's what's going to happen. So if you could leave me alone.
It's just you versus 5 of them. 1v5 situation.
If you could leave me alone.
You're about to get headbutted, bro. I'm bringing the headbutt straight here. No. Bot free, my job. Oh, my kill. We talked about this.
I've lost. Yeah. You got 100 points.
I'm just headbutting my teammates.
That's GG.
Yes.
I'm really disappointed.
MVP, no less.
Of course you did.
Most valuable.
I didn't even get on the podium.
I got 6 frags, dude. Get it on HLTV.
That's ridiculous.
Anyway, good game.
Good game.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Welcome to Window Workshoppers. We're going to be taking a quick look at some of the workshop maps that are at your disposal. Today I'm joined by Rushly1234556. Rush, what are we looking at?
So this is Aim Rogue. We've played a lot of this. It's a pretty fun little aim map. It's 1v1, procedurally generated, so each time it's a different map, and we had a lot of fun playing it.
Yeah, you can see there in that little lobby, you can pick your loadout, armor. There's all these kind of funky grenades. You're about to see one of my favorite ones very soon. But basically, in this little arena 1v1 that we were doing, it gets a bit cheeky. It gets a bit heated, I might say.
Yeah, we definitely shout at each other a lot. There's a lot of feelings hurt, especially on my side, because you are a better player than me. So when I do win, I do give it some, though, and I can tell you get real mad.
To be fair, I was playing with 80 ping when we recorded this, so you did have... this was on your own server as well. So this type of behavior here with my wall hacky grenade, this has to happen, or I'm just going to get absolutely flatline, mate. So I'm sorry that you get upset about it, but it makes life easy.
80 ping, you're a former pro. You have to use these little cheese things. I don't even have a bind for that as well.
You want to see cheese?
Thing.
Look at this. This is cheese. I have to no-clip in the maps before you do because you're going to pummel me with it.
All right, what do you give it, Chad? Out of 5 bumps, what do you give it?
For fun, 5 out of 5 bumps.
Excellent. The second map we're going to look at, Chad, is Aztec. This is created by Henge. It's a remake of Aztec using the ancient skins, and we like ancient, don't we, Chad?
Yeah, ancient's a good map, but what caught your eye about this one, Rushley?
Well, Aztec, a lot of people like Aztec and say it should be in the game. I don't actually agree. By the way, look at this. They even recreated the little helicopter here, Chad. That's pretty cool.
Okay, helicopter sequence, not bad. Do you think this is going to get any play time? What are you envisioning this as? Just a bit of fun with some mates?
I think so, yeah. I mean, it's not going to be going anywhere like serious or anything like that. It's just going to be some friends screwing around, but it was pretty cool. I did a little run around here. They did a very good job with the textures, so Henge, +1 from me, honestly. But Chad used to play this professionally. Here's a smoke for you.
Hold up a second. I never used to play it professionally. It used to be played professionally. I remember 23 at WCG against MIBR, Kogu & Co., and they got destroyed. But that's like in 2004, so that's for boomers only.
All right, whatever. What do we give this one out of 5?
Well, I haven't run around on can you do the rating?
I give it a 4. It looks really nice.
All right. All right, up next is Orplitsky, and this one is very close to my heart. So I think I played a lot in my younger years in public service, and as you can see here, it's just absolute madness. The CTs, they get thrown on out with AWPs, and the Ts are ejected, Rush, as we can see here. We got people from the community come play with us, right?
Yeah, you hosted this server, so thank you for that. It was actually a lot of fun. I'm a movement guy, so I actually really enjoyed it. Some of it was kind of broken, but overall, I had a really good time with it.
It could use a couple tweaks, right? One of the things we see is, like, as you get thrown out, all you have is a knife. There's, like, some nades and Zeus's in the bushes, some smoke, so we had some strategy going, but it's super imbalanced. If the Ts do win, it's a massive feat.
Yeah, and also there's like a lot of little things dotted around the map, like a Zeus, there's some nades. I know, Chad, you were loving the nades, trying to do some lineups, as you always seem to do in these kind of things, but it was really fun. I got stopped a lot by my teammates just like that, so I had a great time, though. This was some good fun. We played it for like 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, this one's just about nonsense, right? And this one, in terms of a bump rating and how high it's going to be, this one gets the bloody gold standard, I think 5 out of 5 bumps.
Oh, lordy.
So when we are looking to fill an open position on our roster, besides obviously monitoring like the scene constantly, we also often talk to our players and ask them, who did you encounter in the last few months in your matchmaking games, who you think has like a lot of potential and could fit into the team? And for example, similar with Beamers, who we recently added as our 6th player when we were looking for someone, our management team already had on their radar, but our players all said, well, yeah, he seems to be very mature for his age, 17 at the time, and also someone who brought a lot of potential. And then we got in contact with him, talked to him, so how he fitted into the team character-wise. And we came to the conclusion that he was someone that had the skill potential and also had the mental strength to fit into the roster. And so we slowly integrated him into the team. And it was a similar process with a lot of other players that we have in the team, like Robs or like Frozen, for example.
I feel like I was playing good CS for a long time already, but there was just no options organization-wise. There were no like big tournaments and stuff like that. So even though you maybe kind of were a pro, it's not like a pro in the sense that you get paid to play and stuff. People also quit playing CS earlier at that time. because obviously you cannot just play for fun or just for the competition your whole life, right? That was a really long road, and there's tons of stories of things going wrong there, but in the end it's been a fun period, and it also makes you value what you have now.
Some of the most important parts of being a pro player, in my opinion, actually have not so much to do with the game itself. You know, a lot of it comes down to being hardworking. A lot of it comes down to being self-starting. A lot of it comes down to mostly, I mean, most of what I deal with on this level is communication stuff, and I mean that kind of becomes the focal point of being a pro player, is your ability to communicate ideas, your ability to communicate in the game, and your idea to really just be able to work together, you know, as a member of a team, which is in short supply, surprisingly enough.
My skin full of scars, I can feel anything. Turn up to feel the difference. My eyes cried out, I can feel anything. I'm blind to see a difference.
If I had to put my main team, I would start with Nico as an intro fragger, because he's just. I remember at E-League Season 1, and I saw Nico playing Deathmatch, and he was just destroying that server. And then obviously we felt the same thing an hour later when our match started against him. So yeah, I would definitely put him out first. I'd have to go with my boy Sipix. He's a guy who is extremely good at reading his opponents, obviously, especially in clutches and when you are that anchor position. Yeah, he's by far seen over the history of CSGO, the most valuable player on that position, in my opinion. It's either between Kenny or Fallen, but I would go with Fallen this time, because I think that being an in-game leader, winning 2 majors, and being so consistent with the AWP and being the AWPer, being the in-game leader, having to call with 10 seconds left, I think that's quite impressive. I'm gonna have to choose one of my players as well, and it's Glaive, definitely. I think that Glaive is a phenomenal leader. I think that's a must-have trait, actually, if you want to succeed as an in-game leader, because a lot of the times it's about your players believing in your calls, and Glaive has this magical way of just making his players believe in his calls. There's no question that it's simple. It could be Saiwu in the future, but I still think that if you want to be the star player, like the history of CSGO, you need to prove yourself. So it will have to be simple. He is that X factor who just can always carry his team and always shows up. Has been proving himself on different teams and in different scenarios. So it's simple deserves it. I would definitely go with someone I think that I know, and that is Zeus. He has won 2 majors and has been coaching a bunch of teams and has made them successful, in my opinion. So I think that he has been proving himself time and time again, and he's also a leader and a guy that I think a lot of coaches looks up to. So yeah, definitely put him on the team.
I was like, the hair is exactly the same. Rops.
Rops? Rops. Rops, no.
Rops.
You're so fast. Is it?
That's
Is it? Oh my god, you're insane, man.
Oof. Device. Caldera.
No, wait,
we
wait.
get deducted points?
Стика, maybe. Device? Нет, не похож.
Is this Voxic, maybe? No.
LDLC player, I guess. It's like... Это испанец, француз, кто-то. Нет, это этот, как его зовут? Хаджи?
Oh, wait. Oh, fuck, I don't recognize that.
What are those? It's Hat from Australia.
How do you know that?
Bro, I know my player.
Oh my god.
Has anyone guessed this one?
Santaros?
No, but it could be someone from Big, I think. Maybe.
Tizian?
Is that Sergey?
Exile, maybe?
Is that Sergey?
That's not Cadian, right?
Oh.
No, that's not.
Or Elige, maybe. It could be Elige, yeah.
Oh,
Elige.
Xantares? Elige or Xantares?
Elige or Xantares. But we got it anyway. I know the hair.
Oh, it's Guido? No, not Guido.
Tizian.
Tizian?
No.
Tizian?
No, it's not. I don't think it's anyone.
Oh, it's Elige.
Elige? It's Elige.
Yeah.
Nice. Good job.
Edward, maybe. Or maybe... Zaivu. Or maybe...
Zaivu.
Looks like Shush.
Could be.
Someone with a beard, seems like. True. Very true. Who has a beard? I don't know. Beard. Fallen.
Fallen, yeah.
Oh, this Fallen. One of them.
Seems to me like Fallen.
Yeah! Let's go, Emmy! And so all the Asian TV browsing has finally fade up. Yeah.
star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, getting it up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. You either got it or you don't. You either bought it or you won't. You either wanna give it everything or you wanna cry about a soul. I'ma say it from the jump. Mama ain't raised a chump. My mama raised me to persevere if I'm ever here in a slum. Cause nobody starts at the top. You do your part and you better buy. Working hard each and every day, even though some days it get hard to watch. But you gotta trust the process. Grind hard, don't you ever quit. It's a must, you see the progress. Got a ball till you get a hit. They can never do what I could do, cause they on the same stuff. If you doubt me, then I'm coming to show them what I'm made of. Yeah, always showing your integrity. Yeah, if you want it, I'ma let them see. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win.
Wake up, put the work in, that's the only way it's gonna work out. Hard work and dedication, no time for procrastination. Takes a lot of time, a lot of patience, a lot of heart mixed with motivation. On the days that you feeling down, look in the mirror for your inspiration. Like, woo, just notice, never stop, never quit. People wanna see you doing good, but never better than them. Gotta push yourself to the limits. You cannot lose if you are not in it. You gotta lose, sometimes it's the winning. Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner, don't be a slow learner. Oh no, you only get one shot, one chance. Talking March Madness at the big dance. Talking big man on campus. Like
no guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. From the back roads to back streets, I see you foes trying to trap me, but I don't run like a track meet, even though I'm number one like an athlete. And the way I maneuver around you and through you, I'm coming and I'm bound to pursue you. I'm everything that you knew of, plus more. What's in store is I'm about to get to ya. Sleepless nights, better think this twice before you step to me and come and speak with strife. There's a lesson when you reach my life. It'll be chin-checking and I'll teach you right. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one, I'm right here. I get it in, I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. Cause I ain't taking no losses, and I don't even care what the cost is. Are you prepared for the forces I'm about to bring, cause I'm the boss of all bosses. I penetrate your thoughts and fill them with doubt. You gon' feel where I'm coming and feel what I'm about. If they come in with the drama, I'm wheeling them out. Cause I ain't about to have somebody here stealing my clout. I keep my friends close, enemies closer, cause that's the way it is and the way it's supposed to be. Anybody can see there's only room for one, and that one is me. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, worst nightmare. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you scared. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you're scared.
Top right. Magic.
Served. No, no.
Behind the ramp.
And he's close to me.
Oh.
One top right, probably.
In the middle.
Yeah, top right.
30 HP on Magic.
No,
we
that
go
was
together, we stay together.
That was a close for a double, man.
Fight together, we win together.
Oh,
Sip.
Close.
You are just camping.
What do?
I only have 2 bullets, and one is for noob.
Fair enough.
Top left.
Sip. Nice headshot. Galore.
Smackdown.
You're the one to carry this. You're the M4 guy on this team.
Mystery. And a happy holiday.
Oh my god. That's bad.
No.
Matches. You are crazy good.
Stop looking at you!
Mr. Mute.
Top right and mid right. Let's go. Top right still.
On ramp one.
Pushing right side.
And where do we have Magic?
I think he either served or then he's top. Oh, he's top left now.
Top left.
Nice. Magic.
Keep an eye on him.
Just doing Sip tactics.
What's that? Hiding? Down left and top right.
I'm dead.
Nice. Magic. Good team play.
Magic's then take me on a 1v1 again. Oh.
Right. Top left.
Top left.
Right.
He went down the ramp.
Yes, I'm holding him. He's not falling back. He can't
He's
fall
not
back.
falling back.
He's coming to you.
Nice.
I was baiting. I wasn't holding him.
I know.
Top right one. You saw him. Careful for serve.
Are you not
Holy shit, that was bad.
How are you not dead?
Yeah,
I hit you.
I think one served.
I think.
Pushing left.
Dead.
Down.
Mid left.
Okay.
Come so soup.
And we have the crouch and the...
Oh, I think one served.
One left. Left down.
No.
Magic, you are the best right now, I must say.
Thank you. I like when you talk dirty to me.
Top left, he's hit. 21. I repeat,
Is
21.
he gonna serve? Is the question. Oh, he was.
Oh,
what?
shit!
How did you not win that one?
So easy.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get into our highlight match of the day. Astralis up against Team Spirit to close out our first day here, Season 14 of the ESL Pro League. And obviously you guys have seen over on HLTV, you've seen on Twitter, you've probably seen on Reddit. We're going to be having Lucky join us here to play in his first match, his debut with Astralis. But before we can even get into that, we got to bring in our commentators here. We have a new pair coming back in. Well, not too new if you watched back in Season 13. It's going to be Harry and Hugo. And I have to say, boys, we have a special surprise for you. Baby No Money is here live for an interview yet again. No, I'm just kidding. How you guys doing, man? It's ESL Pro League Season 14.
Damn, he really ruined us like that.
I was actually excited for a moment. I was like, oh, all right, man, shit, we're getting Baby No Money on here again. Let's get this guy in.
Well,
Hugo,
instead it's just a bit of Counter-Strike.
We got a big cash money matchup on our hands regardless, right? Bit of Astralis, bit of a lucky Astralis affair going on. I mean, there's a lot of reasons to be excited for this game. There really, really is, right? Last time these teams faced each other, if you remember, it was that nail-biting match all the way back at Katowice for a shot at the semi-finals, and Team Spirit 16-1 Astralis. That was obviously back with Device in the squad. So it's going to be interesting to see, like, you know, how Lucky fares versus this Team Spirit team. Hugo, you got any thoughts? Nice shirt, by the way.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you. Yes, but just for you today. I think it's super exciting, right? Obviously with Lucky, right? We're wondering, you know, how's he going to be on the AWP? How much time have Astralis put into this roster with Lucky in it? Obviously, it's been a month since they've played an official, so they've had some time over the player break to get things going. And you know, on the other side, Lucky's got to take on Dexter. It's not an easy AWP to get your hands round, but depends whether Dexter shows up today. That has been the one question mark in team spirit as of late.
Yeah, right. I mean, like his kind of peak came in right about as they were winning Katowice, right? Like the numbers don't lie here, and then we've kind of seen him fluctuate up and down. I feel like he's going to prove to be a pretty key pin player here for team spirit. I think you probably agree with me.
Yeah,
there.
it's a safe bet, right? And you know, for Astralis, it's more like we're back to online, we're back to scary situations. They did so well in Cologne coming in top 4, but that was online. You got to keep in mind that's Astralis' bread and butter. That's where they want to be all the time. So now into another season of online Pro League, we see teams like Heroic. They're back in their element, mate. But for Astralis, are they capable online? Because we know Spirit have been grinding hard, Harry. They've been putting in the hours these last few weeks of the player break.
Yeah, you know, one final thing, I guess, before we could like look to give this back over to JCap over on the desk is this is our first time in a studio for a while now, Hugo, and it feels really good to be back. Firstly, right, it's very exciting, and so y'all know we get pretty wild with it, right? I can assure you that like you're going to be in for a treat today, Hugo, right?
Hell yeah, let's do it. Right back to you, JCap. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Hugo, I knew times are rough for you. I know you've been streaming a lot since you've been in quarantine over here in Cologne. I didn't think it was because you couldn't afford enough buttons to get your shirt up properly. But, you know, hey, guys, welcome. Glad to have you here.
That's just for you, JCap. That's just for you. Hey, you can do one more if you want.
Why did Harry go for the zipper is what I want to know.
Because it's like, right, look, if I want to be a little bit flirtatious, I can go all fully unzipped. But it's like if I'm being really conservative and like if we need to kind of...
Perfect. Keep it there. That's great. That's a good look for you. That's a great look for you.
It's like, yeah.
You should see his shorts. He actually has...
Dude, I hate it done up. I hate it. I can't believe you just made me do this, Jason.
He has identical shorts. You're in full green, Harry. The same color.
I do have shorts, but I don't want... I was about to lift my leg up. I don't think that's a good idea for anyone.
Don't want to pull anything. You haven't stretched.
Hey, we didn't talk about that. All I know is you're wearing green because it's a sign of money. It's a sign of Pro League. And gentlemen, thank you so much. We'll check with you when the game is ready to go. Yeah. But it's time to dive into our last series of the day. And again, as you heard them talk about Lucky against Dexter, it's going to be an interesting one. I can't wait to see what Lucky's going to be able to do. I can't imagine for Glaive the pressure that's off his shoulders now, not having to run the op for the team at all anymore.
I got something for you.
What do you got?
I don't care what Lucky's going to do in the server today. I care what the rest of Astralis is going to be doing in the server. I care how they're going to set Lucky up, because you can't go into this game with someone like Lucky who's been in this and be like, listen, bro, you're going head-to-head with Dexter. Good luck. This is up to Astralis being able to set him up, put him in positions to succeed, and highlight some of his strengths that they found through practice and through scouting him and picking him up. So for me, yeah, it's always fun. It's romantic, the op-on-op battle, but it's more about how Astralis move around the map and leave him in positions to where he's able to get a couple easy kills here and there. Astralis isn't going to ask him to do what Device did. They're not going to ask the world of him quite yet, right? So it's more to me about how they're going to look now with an Opera back in their lineup.
Yeah, I think Charles as well, the other players, can be very happy because they don't have to do interviews anymore. And we actually have Sadakis doing an interview with Lucky before we kick things off today. So why don't we check in with that? We come back and we're ready for our first match, or our first map of our last match of the day.
There's been a lot of change coming into Pro League this season, and a lot of change among the top teams over the pandemic era. One of those teams, surprisingly to some, considering their success, is Astralis. And the latest change, obviously after Device shockingly moving to NIP, is Trick's star Opper jumping over. Lucky, you joined the team on, I think it was July 26th, just before the player break. And yeah, 18 years old. You said it in your interview. When Astralis comes knocking, you kind of have to say yes.
Yeah, I feel like it's a dream for many and for most, especially Danish players. Astralis is the team that you are looking up to your whole career. And when they came and asked, I didn't really have to think that much before the deciding answer was yes. So yeah.
I think you managed your expectations reasonably well based on what I've read about your signing, and that you said, look, you're not going to be Device. It's hard to be what he was. It's hard to replicate that, but you're going to be yourself and you want to have your own impact. Obviously, you were signed right before the player break. This event is your debut. You're back to a 6-man roster, but I get the feeling you're going to be playing a number of those games. How's the incorporation in the team been so far? What kind of practice have you guys done coming into Pro League?
Yeah, we've been at boot camp this week, and the first 2 days was like team building days without the computer, which is very important for us, especially in Astralis. And yeah, the rest of the days we've been practicing a lot. Of course, we can't get the full potential out of the lineup yet, but we've been practicing a lot, and I'm sure that we are gonna show some great play. I hope, at least.
It's a lot of pressure, obviously, on a name like Astralis. How do you guys approach this? Obviously, like you say, you're not going to get the most potential out of this yet, but is every game a learning curve? And what's the goal and expectation from the group stages?
Yeah, we've been discussing a lot of what we expect from this tournament, and we see it as a start of a build-up tournament for us, a startup tournament. But we are still sure that we can beat any team if we hit the A game. But our expectations are not to win, but to play our best game ourselves, and then we're sure we're gonna go far in the tournament.
Awesome. I love it. I love that there's so much young talent coming into the scene. I mean, Astralis was already a young team in its own right, but now you're the next generation. Like you say, you looked up to them. I remember when they were created. So I don't know if that makes me old or just that it's a cool story. Maybe we'll leave it at that. Maybe we won't get into my age. Look, dude, awesome to have you on the team. I think a lot of people are looking forward to seeing you jump in the server with Astralis, and best of luck this event.
Thank you.
Well, what a great way to test Astralis here. There's more difficult teams in the group they could be playing against with the likes of Heroic. There's definitely some easier teams they could be playing against with Bad News Bears, but they're playing against a team who started off the year so damn strong. Team Spirit, this team with Dexter coming in, looked unstoppable at the beginning of the year, and I feel like, Moses, this should be a decent test.
Yeah, I mean, it should be. It's going to be tough, I think, for both squads. This is actually a really intriguing matchup because Astralis was so damn impressive back at IEM Cologne in our return to LAN while they'd been lackluster online. Team Spirit was the obvious. They had the opposite. They had a really good online to start the year, and they started to make a name for themselves. Obviously, that huge 16-1 win on Dust 2 over Astralis was a big point to make their name a little bit more powerful and have a little bit more weight behind it. But now they're going back to online, which is where they've shown their strength. So yeah, this is actually sneakily where I think if this was taking place online at Cologne, I would confidently be like Astralis is going to 2-0 this. It's going to be an early night, and I think now it's going to be way more tough in these conditions for Astralis. The one thing Team Spirit I think have to be cautious of, I hope in the second half of the year they've prioritized a couple things. I think they need to deepen their map pool and make their map pool a little bit stronger. To me, they still feel like a Dust 2 one-trick pony, and also their Inferno is absolutely abysmal, and that might be a map that Astralis can just go to right out of the gates and be like, look, it's not a free win. It's still going to be tough, but you know, the odds are definitely in our favor.
And Inferno obviously is a map where you don't necessarily need to have like a strong T side op, maybe not necessarily a strong CT side op to do well. So Lucky can really kind of set himself in place for the team and see how they do work with him. But I'm curious though, because I feel like Team Spirit, sometimes you just don't know what you're going to get. You don't know what team's really going to show up at any given moment. We obviously saw, as you mentioned, a really good start to the year. They had a little bit of a dwindle since then. They've had a little bit of a rise as well. They've kind of gone ups and downs. But I don't know what team's really going to show up at this point in time.
I think we're going to get a solid Team Spirit today. I mean, they're no matter like what level they're playing at, their like decisions and style feels really weird going up against it.
A lot of weird teams for you.
Yeah, weird's a nice adjective in my book. But they just feel, it feels uncomfortable when you play against them because it seems like they're doing things that you don't normally get against some of the other top teams. So, you know, regardless of what their individual level is going to be, there are going to be some odd scenarios that the Astralis players have to work through, which shouldn't be too much of an issue. I would expect a Dust 2. I would expect an Inferno.
All right, well, we're obviously going to find out, you know, if you're right. And, you know, when we started off talking about Astralis, I feel like you brought up a really good point. You're not really focused on Lucky. You're focused on the other players, right? Yeah. And we can't forget, yes, just because they're bringing in a different player doesn't mean Astralis is necessarily that much weaker or that much stronger, because they still have such a strong core of players along the team. Bubsky as well has been able to make a name for himself within the team.
Yeah, and I mean, that's been cool to see him kind of step up, being more solidified in this roster, not just rotated in for a map here and there. But I mean, anyone who watched Cologne has got to have respect for what Astralis as a team, like, you know, despite all the distractions swirling around them and still swirling around them with you know, some of these roster swaps, Lucky coming in now playing, that's going to be a huge conversation. Zipnik's tweet, that's going to be a huge conversation. Yeah. This team has just gotten so good at ignoring those distractions, and potentially because they spent like the first 2 or 3 years of their career, you know, just choking right at right at the finish. Like, remember when they were in like the TSM, the TQM days, Dignitas, like before they kind of became Astralis and learned how to win, they were like the team who got to like the semifinals every single time and got knocked out. And I think that kind of difficulty early on helps develop. There's a tougher mentality that I think now we're seeing some of the results of that, not only through their stretch of being the best team of all time, but also now being able to just kind of shove the distractions to the side and focus on the game itself.
I feel like you have to have tough skin when you start off, like you said, not doing well or I mean, obviously doing well, but not closing things out. And then when you are at the top, anytime you slip up, you lose against Team Liquid, people are going to question, are you still that strong Astralis? So the skins definitely become thick, but we do have our maps obviously coming through. Dust 2, we have Inferno, like you said, and Ancient to round things out. I'm excited. I hope you're excited. I hope you at home are excited as well, because we're going to kick off here our first map in our final series of the day, as we brought to you by none other than the handsome, the ever glorious looking, showing a lot of extra skin today of Hugo and Harry.
Yeah, that's right. There's no such thing as showing too much skin. That's what the old saying is, Hugo. Let's get ready to head into game now. It's a little bit of Astralis taking on Team Spirit. And oh, we got lucky in the server, man. It is a lucky day today. We're on Dust 2 to open things up. And the map picker Team Spirit, they're going to be beginning over here on the T side, Hugo.
Damn right, Harry. T side start. Bit of utility as well. And they go fast out long, Astralis. Don't contest them there. Set up leaning towards the B bomb site, even getting lucky into position with a cat boost. He's going to be able to grab info mid early. Bubsky going to call for those rotates soon enough. Maybe a bit of a run boost here coming along. But Spirit are in no hurry. Spotting. Finally, the smoke start to land. Bubsky's made the call, and you can already see those adjustments Astralis are making. Pulling CTs on over. Lucky even doubling back, and it's Magic to try and lead the way into the bomb site. dupreeh, quick tap, and Lucky gets dinked back, pushed into the short side as Astralis set up for a retake. Bombs going down, and all the advantage in the hands of the Danes.
Yeah, dupreeh's just waiting up here towards elevator. He's crouched down. Look at him. It's like he's broken. Here he is trying to move on in. Dexter's going to tap out Magis. dupreeh, quiet, and there's a double. Will get taken care of. Dexter laying waste to Astralis. Lucky low on health in a 1v2. And this is a bit of a trial by fire for the guy. Ooh, up and over, but he can't quite deal with Dexter. Great round from this guy to open up. 4 kills from him, and that's going to be the pistol locked in for Team Spirit, Hugo.
And that was a big question today, Harry. It's like, Dexter, is he going to show up? Is he going to look good, right? He may have struggled back on land for Spirit, but here online, this is where this guy formed. This is where we expect to see him performing. And in the pistol round, he waits no time. Dropped over a P250 and 4 frags in it to start. It's a lovely start for Team Spirit. You love it when they drop over a P250 to the frag, and they've got faith in Dexter, and for good reason. Scouts are out. Astralis deciding to force. Deeks up on long, and Magis gets a messy tap. He'll finally get taken down. Survived far too long, but the flashes helped him out there. Bubsky's now trapped up at car. Astralis, they were double B. They're already starting to pull away. It's obviously a long take again.
Yeah, I still feel gross after watching the attempted D-tap from Magisk. And now, look, now you've got this long control kind of hanging in the balance. Team Spirit, they've got the scout set up in pit, and Dexter has once again removed one of these A-site players. Bubsky can't find a thing. He's cleared at the car. dupreeh's pushing it through the lower tunnels, mate. He is a long way away from playing into this round. So Glaive is all alone. Make no mistake about it, it's going to take something remarkable here to ever even make you consider attempting this round. Glaive's running for the hills, dupreeh's too far away, and Team Spirit, they don't know it yet, but this round is as good as done.
Yeah, even making sure that no one's hanging around for Astralis. Quick pop into spawn. You know, if you were going to try and activate this flank, that's why Glaive's backed up. The longer he lives, the more chance dupreeh has to do something, right? More eyes of Spirit are considering spawn, are considering catwalk. But once it's a 1v4, you've got more than enough manpower to cover every position. That's still the case now, and Astralis won't be moving in to take down any more players, hoping to grab exits on the retreat. And some of these rifles are tagged up, so there's a chance for the Deeg and the Scout. But Astralis know in the back of their mind, they're really looking to essentially replay this round, right? Come back in with another Deeg or another Scout and some USPs. It won't be pretty. It should be a 3-0 for Team Spirit.
Well, Hugo, donde está your predictions, right? Let's let's get your thoughts on this game.
Okay.
You know, while this little just save is going on in pit, are you leaning any strong way? What's the Hugo Byron take?
Okay, well, like, you know, I rate Astralis, even though
it's not a controversial
statement. It's a safe call. That being said, though, I am going a different direction here.
Okay.
I am leaning in the way of Spirit for this series, simply because, well, the online factor I certainly think plays in. Obviously, Lucky's a new addition, right? No doubt they've put in time, they've put in work over the player break, but so have Spirit. And I mean, Chad was talking about this earlier, but, you know, Spirit have been putting in the hours, man. You can't go on Twitch without seeing Magix playing FPL. He's doing it day, he's doing it night. Does the guy even sleep? I don't know. And yeah, in terms of individuals, Spirit, we're already seeing them looking pretty rare and to go, pretty warmed up.
Yeah, I mean, you know, something that I think is probably going to help Team Spirit out a good deal here is they've had a little bit of time away, man. Like, these guys were playing a hell of a lot, you know. They kind of followed in a similar pattern to what we saw out of teams like Big and Heroic in 2020, where they focus on, like, really upping their level in a short space of time, and that means playing a hell of a lot, putting a lot of hours in, and with that comes, like, an eventual exhaustion, you know? Like, it's hard to keep this level up. And, you know, I'm hoping that now that they've had a bit of time away, you know, that could be the remedy for someone like Dexter who has maybe struggled with consistency. Maybe that's how we get a return to form for him.
It's a beautiful setup, Harry, but I do want to hear what you think is going to happen in this series. I do want to name out of you. Yeah. It can't just be me locking in a prediction.
No, that's fair enough, Hugo. That's fair enough. I did try and give you like a politician answer there.
Yeah.
You know, I just said a bunch of words.
Just give me a name. Give me a team.
For me, I'm also going to get on the Team Spirit bandwagon.
Well, you're certainly safe for this round at least. 5-on-1.
It's looking good, right? So,
well, you know, Bubsky, he's hanging around.
Yeah,
maybe he grabs an AK.
That's an AK. That's
They're
money.
mid already, though. So.
He's out. He's still going.
For now.
Come on. Oh, there it is. They hunt him down. You know it was going to happen. It was just a question of when, not so much if. Now we have that 3-0 lead for Team Spirit. But the money is there for the side of Astralis. They're going to be coming in with the guns now.
Yeah.
And maybe we even get to have a taste of this lucky AWP.
They've already been mastercrafting this rifle round, right? They've had essentially two ecos to just chat it over, to sit in the B bomb site to work out what they want to do. They've seen some tendencies already towards long for Spirit. So let's see what Astralis want to throw in here. Still a scout on Dexter, right? Money's there. Spirit running essentially a bonus in that way, but they're looking to get a free AWP instead. They'll find it on the A site. Lucky sat back watching for a mid to B. Glaive's moved in to allow him to watch the catwalk, and utility is going out into A, but don't be fooled, it's not a commitment. Spirit are trying to get that utility out of Astralis. They're not budging. Astralis not falling for this, holding it onto mollies and smokes still. So Spirit will have to do a little bit more than that if they want to force Astralis' hand.
Yeah, but the old saying is, you know, slow and steady wins the race. And right now they are just working some of this mid-control. They're not going to get given anything, right? Dupree is down here in middle, but he's not looking for a fight here. This isn't really an engagement he's keen to take. He's just watching for the CT push. And so at the very, very least, right, if this play comes in towards Cat, if this is just the standard Cat exec with the smoke going down, the molly's now raining over, it looks like it. Dupree's at least here pretty quickly and is able to help out. It's all going to come down to what Lucky can do with this AWP, right? Is he able to find anything? Well, he's already been flashed off. He's already set up to play retake now. This is a 5-on-5 retake in at the A-bomb site, and these always get a little bit weird, especially with guys like Chopper ready to cut down these rotations out of Astralis as they move in through middle. Luckily enough, they've grouped everyone up in CT. Oh. I say lucky enough, mate. Magix has doubled down. Suddenly, the script's been flipped, and oh my word, Team Spirit. In a matter of seconds, everybody's been deleted for Astralis. And that round looked like it always was going to fall comfortably into the Team Spirit ranks.
Yeah, they just had so much space, right? They knew their cat flank was open, or covered rather, it wasn't open. Magix was able to jump up, fight CT. Dexter just flexing as well, running the Deagle over the scout in that round, and he finds kills in the post-plant. That's such a shame for Astralis. You'll notice at that retake in the 5-on-5, Magix and Glaive both had full utility. They had Molly, Smoke, Nade. They were ready to retake. They were calling that one, but they never got a chance to use them. Quick kills from Spirit, and now another fast long take. We know they love Dust too, and we're already seeing the reason why. Astralis put back to pistols, and Glaive, he was caught on that mid-cross. Mears holding upper tunnels, the rest of Spirit just sitting out long again. Seems to be their game plan right now for the T side, and I can't blame them. Nothing is putting a stop to it. Maybe the Magis Scout could do something on that A site, but Dexter's looking to take him down with the orb. Oh dear, missed shot. Second time around is perfect though, and now Dexter, he can own the angle. He can just hold on, let his team move up on the long position.
This should just be another clean round for Team Spirit. You're going to be hard-pressed to find anything here with the flashes raining in. That's a free, easy kill. Sure, Dupree gets one nice one, but look at this. He's ramped in through middle.
Almost.
And Mir doubles down. I was never worried, Hugo. 5-0 for Team Spirit. Coming into this, we said the last times these teams faced, it was back at Katowice. It was all for a shot at either the semi or quarterfinals. Now, that series ended up going the way of Team Spirit. That was back with Device in the squad, right? And there it ended 16-1 on Dust 2. It was a huge deal. If you were watching it, it looked like, for the longest time, Team Spirit were about to 16-0 Astralis, and that would have been huge.
So what you're saying is there's room for improvement.
So what I was going to say is, like, wouldn't it be wild just run with me down this?
5-0, yeah.
5-0, right? I don't want to get ahead of myself, but
this is how you jinx it, Harry. Quick kill out long for Glaive. Nice shot from Mir. He does get the trade, and his teammate's out behind the blue, but Bubsky knows. Smoke down on the Molotov to keep Sumdayung alive, and he has the option to escape if he wants. He does not. Hanging around, knowing Bubsky's trapped pit side. He has a molly, but everyone's played Counter-Strike. The second you pull that out, you know you're getting peeked. He waits in the smoke to throw it. Lucky's moved in. Bubsky now has cover. He doesn't need to make a move here. He can wait on Lucky's contact to swing. Dexter's doing the same. Locking down the long angle. Smoke will cut off Lucky. This is a great play from Spirit. And Bubsky gets hounded down. Lucky, what can he even do here? Nothing. As the smoke shot comes in for Sumdayung. It's another perfect round out of Team Spirit. Astralis are trying to rotate in through B, but Spirit are in no hurry.
Not even close, baby. Uh-oh, never mind. Dexter's dead to Dupree, and suddenly this round is back up in the air again.
No smoke.
Yeah, you're not over the line yet, and it's about to get a lot more dangerous. There's a lot of peril involved in trying to get across here without the smokes.
They threw the bomb. To who?
Oh, Magisk. Oh, trying his best. Loads of damage. Sumdayung will get knocked out, and so it's Chopper left in this clutch. 1v2. Dupree's been spotted up on short. Chopper will have a chance to get the bomb down at least, but Utility's coming in. The molly. Oh, it does force him wide. And Magisk is going to lock in the round for Astralis. Great stuff out of him there. He was 0-5 coming into that round. He nails the shot onto the crossing player and then closes it out for the squad as well.
Yeah, more and more rounds we're seeing these B players for Astralis do a really good job of saving the utility there. That's what really gets them going in that retake. Otherwise, Chopper has a really good chance of isolating 1v1s on the headshot angle. The AWP is in a scary position there on Dupree. So, yeah, really, really nice round out of Astralis. On the board, Harry, breaking the curse, breaking the streak, and ruining the 16-0 dream. I think that's your fault.
Yeah.
Danes can thank him for a change, jinxing the other way. The Spirit still have plenty of money in the coffers. They can continue to rebuy on this T side, back to the long position, potentially. They've been all over it so far. Astralis decided to put numbers in this spot. 3 with a flashbang. Dexter takes the timing shot. He finds nothing. Be a good round to try one of those B executes, but right now Spirit are just ambling about in spawn, clearing the middle area.
I will say this much. The initial eye test, right, of Team Spirit, like this is kind of the recipe for a Team Spirit victory, right? Admittedly, still early days. There's still times for things to either get better or get worse, right? That's kind of the nature of time. But right now, Dexter looking really, really good. He's been so key since he's done this sort, man. The control he's been able to take out towards those long doors, the kind of, space he's been able to create for his team, unrivaled. And it's certainly promising, seeing as we were kind of building this guy up to be the linchpin for Team Spirit.
Well, he's got his work cut out for him with this double AWP on the other side.
Well, that's an interesting conversation in and of itself, right? The double AWP.
Maybe one for later. Seems like this might be the execute. The molly does throw a spanner in the works here for Spirit. They have to slow down. They will still commit behind these smokes. They don't have a whole lot left up. Glaive has gotten himself into a little cubby corner, hoping they don't clear it, and no one's seen a thing. This could be naughty. Lucky flashing up for Glaive. They don't check. Magix gets blind, rather, but he still gets the kill. Lucky now forced back to the long position. Astralis' retakes on A have been troublesome at times. Bubsky wants to throw himself into the fray. Bombs going down with just enough time. And Spirit have so much map control. They can back up to Cat. This might even force a save for Astralis. They don't look interested. So that double AWP, Harry.
Yeah, I was going to say, right, like, you think about when Device first left this team, what we saw happen with the AWPing, right? It was basically everyone donning it at some point in time. Zip even had that little clutch, but he was, never buying it up himself, even though, sorry, even then, not in the service, we don't have to worry about him right now. We've seen everyone else don the AWP, namely, I think it would be Glaive and Dupree as like the two that spring to mind. But it's interesting to see how they're going to divvy this up now with Lucky in the roster today. We got this Dupree-Lucky combo early on.
Yeah, it's just so much pressure on Lucky, right? You've got to think about the player he's replacing. It's going to be no easy feat. But the young guns, Harry, they're certainly hungry for places right now. I think it's worth mentioning as well. So many of these teams, so many of these main rosters that we see at this event have actually got academy players subbed in as their 6th man. So, for example, you've got Fnatic. They've got Regali from Fnatic Rising, another AWP prodigy. Aqua from Big. He's on the bench right now, or at least on the 6th man spot. So if things do go weird, if players, it's online, if there are problems, we might be getting some academy team players in, Harry.
And some of these guys have looked really, really impressive, right? We were kind of blessed enough to get to spend a lot of time watching those academy players, man. I hope that we get someone, like a Regali, in the server and having a chance to showcase what he can do.
Fnatic's a whole different conversation with many facets to it.
There is a lot
plus
to
the Chiquino main AWP, but it's something to keep in the back of your head, something for the future. Right now, in the present, Spirit are controlling the game. The big save out of Astralis keeps the double up. Lucky's handed his over to Glaive, but it's only for a spawn. They swap back. Long is taken by Astralis. This gives them a lot more room to breathe in this round. Spirit are defaulting. In no hurry yet again, trying to once more force utility from the hands of Astralis, and they're pretty unsuccessful in their endeavors. One molly out mid, but the A players hold firm, and the B players get stuck in. Dupree puts his AWP right through the tunnels, and might even call for Magis to move up alongside him. Still wary of a mid to B. The Spirit likely going to telegraph that play if they were to go for it. Instead, looking like an eventual A split. Just making sure your backline's not open.
Yeah, they will swap a player down into lower. Samdai, Young, and Mir trade in places. The fact they're still keeping a lower tunnels player really makes me start to wonder if this is actually destined to be the mid to be. And it looks like it, right? They're throwing that mid to be smoke in now. They crept out through the doors. Blade gets that information ahead of time, and the flashes, they're gonna leave the player up close and Magisk blind, but he still takes one to the grave with him. This mid-to-be is shut down. It's dead in the water, mate. This is not a mid-to-be anymore. This is a recovery mission. They're going to try and bail out through the lower tunnels, join back up with Samdai Young, but he can't get past Dupree's AWP in this B bomb site. And so for Dexter, it's a bit of a sad reality, but it's one where he just has to write this round off and save that AWP. So Astralis do pull through with a second round.
Yeah, and just to go back on the point of utility, right? Astralis, this name is synonymous with incredible utility over their years of the Astralis era. That was what we pointed to so many times. But it's not just the fact that utility is valuable, it's why it's valuable. It's because they don't, fall for your fakes. They don't get caught off guard. They're so good at saving it to the last possible second, not only to the retake, but just getting it down at the right moment there. Volley's down into middle, trap Team Spirit in position, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, and Astralis managed to trade their way in mid to a win. Plenty of money on Dexter, right? That's why he didn't want to save, but an unwinnable round in that 1-on-4. And so the Astralis double AWP continues as they take a second round, and now Spirit may be wanting to kick up the pace a notch, setting fully towards the B-bomb site. But look who's here.
Ooh, Lucky throwing up on this boost, him and Dexter, they almost collide. But in the end, both players remain unscathed from that first attempt at the fight. And Team Spirit, they kind of move away from this idea of hitting B now. They start to default out. They're holding the long doors, making sure they're not getting pushed. They're going to try and take mid and cat. Now, the bomb is still left down in lower. And that's now the responsibility of Dexter to keep an eye on it. Gives them the option to go back to B if they don't like what they see over towards this A side of the map.
Okay, this is all a bit of a ruse. Maybe Magic's even drops into spawn here. They're setting him up for it. Flashes go in, and Magic's now trying to cut off one side of this mid to B play. It means Team Spirit can go for the same play, but they only need to worry about the B bomb site, and boy, do they need to worry. 2 men inside. Magic's still with utility. Glaive's going to drop his smoke. Magic's waiting for that window drop. Meanwhile, Magic's, the other Magic's, is cutting off rotations over on the A site. Lucky's dead. Bombs are loading up, but that's a danger, but no one's watching it. Magic's going to push in through. If he can get this kill, he can win the round alone in this 3-on-5, but he turns back and Chopper sideline him 5-on-2. And Spirit looking like a lock in here. We've still got Magic's in CT spawn, and so Astralis hard-pressed to save, but Bubsky will just get out of there alive.
Uh-oh. Chance to take some to the... No.
Optimistic.
Yeah, man. I mean, hey, if it hit, we all would have said, like, oh, remember that no-scope from Dupree? Right down the mid door.
Imagine.
Oh, crikey. Right, so... It's another Team Spirit round. Something I'm finding interesting here, right, is Lucky with this AWP, he's playing over towards Crossroads, over in that A-bomb site. Well, obviously, we used to have, you know, the $1 million man and Device over towards this side of the map, right? He used to be so proficient at holding down this Crossroads. You know, there's that clip of him where he has the ace burning in the Molotov, man. Like, he was incredible at it. Then, oh my God. Okay, so all the guns are taken away as well. We'll revisit that in a second. Then, when Device left and we had, you know, Glaive donning the AWP a lot of the time alongside Dupree, oftentimes it would be him holding down that Crossroads area. Even he was pretty proficient at it. Thus far, Lucky hasn't been able to find much from the Crossroads, and a lot of these A rounds have come down to like retakes in 4-on-5s, in 5-on-5s, and that's a very, very rough spot to be in. Yeah, you need that AWP at the Crossroads to be getting one if you want to then commit to that retake setup.
Yeah, that was the point I was just going to make. Maybe I'll save it for a rainy day, because we do have a quick long take again for Spirit out behind the blue boxes, and Glaive cordoned off by more smoke grenades. Bubsky still trying to fight for his life, but just shooting into dead space. Good Molotov, forcing smokes out of Spirit. They throw 2. Both players panic. It's a good bit of teamwork, but it does cost them utility. And they don't have much left of it. Boost over blue. Magic's looking for this opener, but it's Glaive to pick him off, providing cover for Bubsky, who's still just being a nuisance, swinging in and out, left and right. Good night. Finally gone. His teammates will evade the situation, escaping in a 4-on-4 and setting back up in the bomb site. Now this is the time for Spirit to slow down, to recuperate, to figure out what they've got, and it's not a lot. 2 smokes and a couple of mollies as well. Don't even have flashes to get these AWPs off the angle. And, you know, going back to that point on AWP, yeah, I mean, think of the old days. It used to be so easy to sit card, kill 4 guys coming up catwalk into that A site with ease. Well, nowadays, it's just so punishing. The double smoke crosses, the amount of flashbangs. You'll be happy if an AWPer gets 1 kill on car and backs up to long in a 5-on-4 to play retake. So, yeah, Lucky, at least in those positions so far, has often been flashed off, often been cut out by utility, but such is the way of Dust 2 right now. Oh, that's more like it. Lucky with a flick. Run boost denied.
Okay, yeah. So look, man, if Lucky can deliver a little bit more like that, oh, maybe Astralis can put a stop to this long take after all. Glaive, there's a little gap there, and Chopper tries to go back in the second time around. Lucky is just smiting them. When he's given these clean fights out in the open on A, man, he'll nail the shot. He'll make it happen. He catches the run boost as well with a nice little flick. And so there's Astralis in with a 3rd. You get a little bit more mileage out of that AWP, and everyone's having a good time.
Yeah, that's more like it, right? No flashes for Spirit in that 4-on-4, right? I mentioned that, and hey, it comes back to hurt them. They try and use a different method of clearing the long position. And, not every AWPer is going to hit that shot, and even the best AWPers won't hit it every time, but that's a great way for Lucky to show his worth right there. We needed that. Astralis needed that. Back on the board, they're just trying to come back into this game right now. Spirit call a quick pause. Still got plenty of cash flow. And so more in the tank to show. Glaive taking the AWP, but I would imagine this is once again off of a spawn position. Looking for the quick long pick and then throwing it back into the hands of Lucky or Dupree. But actually he's got the worst spawn. So just sticking with it for this round. And, you know, nothing wrong with that, right? We've all, you know, you've already talked about this as well. The amount of players on this team who can don that AWP, certainly not shabby. Again, Magic's always a nuisance out long. The molly falls a bit short this time around, and so he will stand tall. 3 players for Astralis here. He is none the wiser. Just trying to cover himself. Mir's got mid picks. That's the round. That might just be it. 2 quick kills towards the B-bomb site. And you know the in-game leader's screaming, run B.
Yeah, it wasn't your original plan, but then you get given those 2 kills on a silver platter, and it's like, well, yeah, you know, sorry, Magix, you're probably screwed, but we're going to win the round, right? And that's what matters. He gets left and fed to the wolves over at long, but it doesn't matter, right? The thing that matters is locking in this 8-3 scoreline. You've done that, you've kept it safe,
and you know,
it all comes on the back of those 2 B picks, and just the immediate decision to go, well, we know B's clear now.
That's a rare catch, right? Because think about how many of these rounds Spirit have taken long like that, and they've committed with it. They've put 4 or 5 players there, and they've actually followed through eventually, albeit with maybe some slowdown once they get the corner control. Well, this time they do the same protocol. They throw out the corner smoke. They get the flashes. They get Magix. God, that's going to keep me tripping all day.
Yeah,
they get Magix.
They
behind.
did this to you for the first day.
Exactly.
Hugo. It's fine. It's like the hardest names right away.
They get Magix behind blue bin, and then at that point, Astralis are thinking, well, it's another long tape for Spirit. It's another commitment, and they just try to jump over mid on those rotates. Well, that's what's going to catch them off guard.
Yeah, there was an interesting change here for Astralis, right? You touched upon how Glaive was taking the AWP over Lucky. Well, we've kind of seen Glaive, like, as mentioned, when Device originally first left, he was donning that AWP towards the crossroads. He takes it there in this round. I think, hoping he can solve some of these problems at the A-bomb site. There was also the triple long push from Astralis.
Rifles up close.
So you have that AWP there to supplement the push, right? You get the rifles in at the close angles. And yeah, look, now that the spawns have changed and it's all gone back to, how it kind of should be, right? We got Lucky donning that AWP again. Him and Glaive has swapped back.
Lucky had the spawn there, but in that round. But I think the difference was, Astralis have realized spawn means nothing with an AWP because all Spirit are doing is smoking the corner every time without fail. And like Lucky's even been shot through it in the past. So you don't just want to go, oh, I have the AWP, I'll play the corner.
Oh,
what do I do? I'm smoked.
Lucky with the
push
M4
behind blue.
pushed through the
smoke. So he used the spawn.
Yeah,
that was the call, right? 3 rifles, taking long, pushing pit, pushing blue, and taking control. So not wanting the AWP to just get rendered useless by Spirit's utility. But they're doing a really good job right now, our Spirit, of exactly that. Astralis hanging on by a thread. If they lose this round, their money is in the bin. Spirit foaming at the mouth at that prospect. Lucky taking some serious space. Got to watch out for Lower. He's got a smoke to play with, but won't be here forever.
Oh, dude, there's just something about Dexter and the angles that this guy holds as well. Like, when we just looked at him there in the tunnels, it's so grimy, man. Like, he's watching for this lower tunnel push. They don't have the mid-info, and they saw that there was that smoke down, that Lucky was playing around. So they're instantly suspicious of it. They're instantly suspicious of a potential lower play, and they're just sweating the clock in that sense, right? They're kind of saying, look, if you want to try this this mid-aggression, you're going to feed us a kill, right? We're going to turn it against you. And now that they haven't been pushed, they haven't seen anything here, this is where they start to come to the conclusion, okay, he didn't push lower tunnels, the smoke was there, maybe he was around, but he's certainly not here anymore. So they've cleared out the lower tons, they've got catwalk, this is a lot of map control for Team Spirit to have. They haven't really had to, expel all this utility yet either in clearing a lot of these positions.
Yeah, it seems like they're just going to try and do a basic cat fake here with a bit of util and then pop into B. I wonder if Astralis will, change positions, if they'll fall for this again, right? If that long take in the past made them rotate off B, how will the cat take do it? Still 2 players in the bomb site, util getting dropped. That's a big spot for Lucky. He sees them going back to the B site. He can come that along, and Astralis know what's up. Oh dear.
Yeah, there's very little time here as well. They're waiting for the molly to fade. They decide not to smoke it, but now they've really got to go. They've got to pick up the pace and get into B. Still a man in the site. Oh, a second even dropping in, but Dexter's going to knock out Lucky. There's no time.
Maybe.
Oh, it's close. It's down to like the nearest second, but no, Astralis, they do get that round on the back of the time.
Yeah, that last second Molotov, man, right? Those B players have been waiting all game to not only use them in retakes, but maybe, just maybe, a last second B rush. And with 20 seconds, a Molotov coming into the tunnels, that causes so many problems.
It's brutal as well because they had a smoke. They were holding a smoke over the Molotov. And then I think the call just comes in. Like, look, if we smoke this and run through, like, we're dead. And I know we kind of have to, but maybe we can play with the timings. And they knew they had to get those kills right away. I think it was the appearance of that third man, the AWP in the back of the site, that kind of surprised them. And then with the molly, they just didn't have the time.
Yeah, good spot for Lucky, right? Getting that early info that, no, this cat take is not real. And that almost was for Dexter. Catching a player retreating back from long. Glaive will live to fight another moment. Lucky's up on cat, and he's joined by Many men. Astralis with a triple short setup. Could even flash this corner. Bubsky's playing anti right now. He'll peek on Lucky's shot. Flash goes in, Bubsky starts to move, he clears it out. But is this all misinformation? Team Spirit are heading towards a long position with 4. Young lurking around lower, looking once again to deny this aggression. They know that Astralis seem to know what's going on, right? Bubsky even flanked long in the previous round, so you do want someone, somewhere, to stop those kind of plays, and Young is the man for the job. Spirit starting to make moves up long, and Astralis, they will know what's up, but how can they really stop it? Smokes are yet to come in. It's going to be very late. They are lining them up now as we speak. And remember, Astralis have 1 bit of utility in this entire round. They've got to do it off gunfights and gunfights alone.
Yeah, they've at least got all these players, all these bodies up in the right place. There's a weird little smoke dropped here from the AWP of Lucky on short. He's trying to play around it. This was the 1 bit of utility that they had. And so you better hope that Lucky can deliver on the back of it. Bubsky catches the short side rotation in the meantime. And Lucky still dodging his way in and out of this smoke. Is just being a nuisance, right? He's still applying so much pressure. Oh, Dexter gonna get swung from CT, and it's Dupree in with a double. Lucky locks it in, and Astralis up onto 5. That was a wonderful little round there out of Lucky. Dupree looking good as well. Sorry, Hugo, you want to come in with something?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, that's the smoke. Lucky drops a little smoke that Simple always uses there, right? He's been doing that as of late, dropping that just on the catwalk. It means you're not just constricted to playing on the cat box on the corner. So many teams, you know, if they don't have short, they'll just get mollied off, they'll get pushed back, forced to play retake. It lets you actually commit to fighting for A in this position, and Lucky gets a good bit of value out of that as well. He drops the bomb in this kill here. Really, really nice stuff. Poor Dexter as well. Molly's out a player back at Gandalf.
He's
double
trying
scopes.
to help his teammates. And
would have had that kill locked in, but swung from Dupree and lower as soon as he double scopes.
The you know, that smoke that you talk about, right? The one that Lucky drops, the one that we see Simple use. It kind of reminds me of, you know, like the Inferno, like backside pillar smoke, right? Where it kind of, you know, over at B, it just gives you a wider playing area. Look at this, over at the long doors, Lucky is trying his hands at this aggression again. That means that Glaive is now donning the AWP, and between the two of them, they're going to both nail a kill out of the gate. Team Spirit are down to 3 players. They've got this mid control. That's something. But they're kind of clutching at straws here. 2 smokes. They do have enough to get past, but they've still got to break apart this double B hold of Dupree and Magisk.
Oh, they will do indeed. It's coming to them, though. Young, and he's not ready. Dead to Dupree. Now they can double back. They know 1/2 of the split is gone. Spirit need to fight their way through the Molotov. Magic's with the kill, but Dexter has to go through the flames, and he won't live to fight it. Gets the frag, but burnt out right at the end, and that's enough for Astralis. That's a round. They're happy with it, looking for 7 at the end of the half. That'd be a good CT side. You'd be happy with that, especially considering how this game started. 5-0 for Spirit, 7-2 up. And Astralis have really had quite the recovery here.
Yeah, no, it's been great to see that they still have that resilience, right? In spite of the changes, in spite of the kind of, you know, hands you get dealt, you still hold on to that champion quality of being able to pull games back from a very one-sided start.
Yeah, the best part about that, Harry, is it's not like they've even had the caveat of, oh yeah, they broke Spirit's money, they put them on pistols, and then they took a couple of rounds. No, Spirit have bought every single round of this game. We have not seen an eco out of Spirit. This is the worst buy they've had since the rifle rounds have happened. So, you know, that's super impressive for Astralis that they've gotten through this AWP of Dexter and the full util every time.
Well, a fast B play now to close out the half team. Spirit Pace is looking to be their ally, but oh no. Magisk and Glaive, Dupree even coming in. It's a party. Oh man, it's the old guard of Astralis holding down this B-bomb site. Team Spirit sent packing. They never even get through, you know, the bouncer at the door. They're turned away at the entrance of the club, and now their night's ruined. 2 on 5. What could they even begin to do here, Hugo?
Spirit didn't RSVP, clearly. Not invited, turned down at the door. Wrong trainers for this club. And the molly makes things worse. That might even get hurt. Dexter, hello! Doesn't want to burn out 2 rounds in a row. Maybe give me the scout back, mate. I'm low as well. But at this point, I think Spirit know better than anyone. This is a done deal. A couple of bullets from Magisk will seal this fate. And it seems like Astralis are on to 7 with 5 alive at the end of the half. That's it, beautiful stuff. Astralis a recovery, and now they go into the T half. Let's see how they fare as we switch things over after the break.
Hey Future Pros, what's this? Dust 2? It's back? I don't believe it. Well anyway, here is a T-sided smoke for long corner. To do the smoke, go up next to this wall as shown. Find the left broken brick. Once done so, jump and throw the smoke. Now you can take long control without the fear of getting AWP down. Good luck!
Well, as we head back into the slightly musty, dusty Dust 2, it was certainly smelling like Team Spirit right out of the gate, but now Astralis have risen to the occasion to close out that first half. We've got a real game on our hands, Hugo, right? No longer are we looking at this going, oh yeah, 5-0 for Spirit, they were kind of looking really quite comfortable. No, now I find myself starting to get worried for my prediction and worried for the Team Spirit boys.
Yeah, some of the naysayers for Astralis were even calling the 16-0 at 5-0. But where are they now? It's a good little comeback, but will it last long? Astralis on a pistol round, lucky with a P250, but it's not armored. He's got the grenades as well, sending his team up for success, but in no hurry to do so. Man, flashed into middle, they're coming out lower. No one's blinded by it, and he decides to back up. They could be on Cat. He's got to call that over. It's even forced a smoke out of Magix on that A site. Long being held from the car. Dexter having a really good game right now. And Team Spirit even got a re-aggress on long. They got a flash to do this, but lucky with a tap. Oh, lovely stuff. The flash is in, and Magix responds as well with a quick kill. Do they know about Glaive behind the bin? More flashes, and from either side, everyone's battling for this position. And the USPs are coming out on top. Double for Chopper. Magix from range with the Glock. keeps this round up in the air, but the bomb is under control of Spirit.
Yeah, this is so weird, man. They've traded places. That bomb control is everything for Astralis, and with a player crossed out to behind the blue bin, we're going to be hard-pressed to get this bomb back. The nade goes in. Magic's Glock is just built different. It taps out Mir, and now it's all Sumdai Young. On V2, and he's going to reroute entirely, leaving the long doors, conceding control of that bomb to Astralis. He's now playing this as a 1v2 retake into the A bomb site.
Oh, he's got a quick kill. Dupree's plotting in the middle of the site. Sumdai Young hunting him down, and he's done some damage. Dupree trying to stall, just trying to survive, and Sumdai Young caught it. The shot he finally does. It's not open. It's a safe plant. He could stick it, but no kit. Does he really want to play with fire? Faking it out. Magisk is moving in. Sumdai Young waiting for the right time to strike, but Magisk does it with everything. The Glock, the USP, nothing holds him back, and Astralis find the pistol round.
4 kills out of Magisk to make that happen. The majority coming off of long-range Glock kills. Guy just takes the round by storm. And now Astralis have tied this game up. Suddenly, you can put that hell of a start we had it, from Team Spirit to the back of your minds. This is competitive again. And the sleeping giant of Astralis, well, they might be getting their stretches in. They might have woken up after all. Okay, Dexter.
Reasonable.
Poor Lucky, bro.
Unlucky, bro.
That is devastating. All right.
They're still going to commit. They're not scared away, but maybe they should be.
Maybe they should.
No.
Oh my God, the Deagle. Magic's with 3. They just feed the beast. They feed him on short. Dupree is a dead man walking, and the Deagles get it done. Team Spirit. All right, we see you, Team Spirit.
Yeah, we haven't really had to see any of their, force buys or ecos this game, right? They're never fun on Dust 2 on either half, but Spirit, they finally lose a pistol. They're put down to pistols themselves, and they get it done. Lovely start from Dexter, and just, that wasn't Deagle body spam. Double headshot, and then the body shot for Magic's. Precision. And Astralis right back to Deagles of their own.
Okay, Bubsky. Can he land a mid-doors shot? He's not getting a face, so, the statistics would lean towards no on this one. Yeah, the Deagle buy for Astralis, it's not looking as impactful as Team Spirit's. It's kind of just been broken down. This is an all-in investment as well. They're taking a full Glock round in the follow-up, so this scoreline is going to get even bigger.
Dex is trolling today, man. He's run through so many Molotovs. He goes from 100 to 20 by just running through his own molly in mid, just trying to hunt that final kill. Get those stats looking nice and pretty. 2 KD right now for him. And luckily, it won't cost him anything. Spirit hold on to all these rifles, including many of Astralis's. And now we have a Glock eco. It won't be fun. It's going to get worse before it gets better. 11-8 is likely to score. And so let's at least make this quick.
Yeah, I mean, it's the least they could do. And, well, they're doing it. So, yeah, shout out Astralis one time.
Respect.
There we go.
Yeah. Dexter got his ecos after all.
Yeah, man, Dexter's happy. Mir's content as well. He gets a couple in there just for good measure. Oh, hello. Little team economy graph.
Yeah, shout out Coinbase one time.
That's pretty nifty. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, money bolstered for Spirit, and they've still got the AKs and Galils in play as well. So, argument to be made that Astralis are more well-armed in this round, right? But the AWP is here on either side, and Dex has really been putting his to good use. That was one of our big questions today, and he has answered every single time. Lucky finding out the hard way right now. Lurk on B for Magisk. Keeping up presence. And he's got no more nades to sell this fake, so Astralis will need to go soon. Oh dear. Lovely contact play.
Yeah, right. Nothing to give away the element of this push, right? You have the element of surprise, rather, the entire time. Now Dexter is wizened up to this, and he's at least taken 1 to the grave with this A push, right? It leaves you in a 4-on-4. this is now like a lot more retakeable. You're a lot more tempted. If this was a 5-on-4 exec into the site, you might just lean into a save from the get-go. So Dexter's at least given them a reason to consider this round, but whether or not they're going to go for it really comes down to Magis. Kuko's running in through middle. Now they're like, all right, boys, screw it, let's go.
Oh, no.
And Sumdayoung comes in with another. They're deciding to do this at the final couple of seconds. The doors are closing, and Team Spirit are knocking them open. There it is. Mir with a double. There's very little time left, but I think they've just about got it.
Wow.
12 on the board for Team Spirit.
Yeah.
And they get invited back in. They get invited back in. They were saving.
Yeah, I think to be honest, I think they always wanted that. They had a couple of players outside long ready, and they were aware of Magis. That was the key. They were looking T-spawn. They were aware that he'd thrown Util into B, and the reason Spirit were aware of that is because they pushed in through mid after the fact. They knew that he couldn't have rotated back up the catwalk. He had to be coming in late from spawn. So Sumdayoung waits top mid. He grabs that kill as Magis throws himself into what he feels like is a free round, and then boom, suddenly, like you said, the doors are off. Spirit, my goodness, that's not a round they should ever be winning. But great work from them.
This is kind of scary now because you think about how these buy rounds have gone for Astralis. Well, they won the pistol, they lost the anti-force buy in the second, then they come back in with guns there. They have a round that looked like it was locked in, and then there's that last second retake. Now both rifle rounds have kind of, you know, fallen apart in a very, very rough way.
Yeah, and these won't be any easier.
You know, you don't get many rifle rounds here with this scoreline starting to build up against you. You don't have many left to play. With the first two falling apart so direly, it's going to come down into this B push with the Deagles, with the pistols. Bobski opens up. Sumdayoung is in a bit of a rough spot here. Combat AWP in, and they're all around him. The AWP's given over now. That's put into the hands of Bobski.
Hello.
Chopper has managed to drop the bomb. 3-on-3, the bomb's out in the open, and that makes man. Is he going to go through? You madman! He's flashed in, and yeah, maybe that is a little overzealous. Magisk's Deagle churning through Team Spirit. And Dexter, okay, now down to the 1v1. Lucky, talk about a trial by fire. The new AWPer on Astralis going blow for blow with seasoned veteran Dexter, and Lucky's going to close it out. Astralis are up onto 9. And this series, this map, it's a wild one.
Lucky's a madman. He picked up an AWP parry and he stayed on the P250. He's like, yeah, I only need one bullet. And it's not from the cannon. Holds the door. He knows Dexter's aggressive. He knows what this guy's like. Dexter just wants to get involved, man. Throws himself back into the final fight of the round, trying to catch Lucky going for the bomb. And he would not make that mistake. Yeah, it's a crazy play, right? It looks mad, Spirit going in through, but I think they realize in that 4-on-4, like if we give, or 3-on-3, if we give away the bomb, if we let them plant, we are locked out of this bomb site. We've already given them an AWP and a rifle. They can set up, and we know what Astralis' post plants usually are like. Let's forget the round prior. And so Spirit, they try and throw themselves in, and it almost works, but Astralis have won a bit of a force buy. They're back in. That's got to feel good, a sigh of relief. As it felt like this game may have been slipping away, like you said, off the back of Eco wins and tossed away rounds.
Yeah, that's like a great little, you know, kind of momentum break for Astralis, we'll call it, right? Like They'd had these two rifle rounds that had both had really, really dismal endings that, you know, hadn't panned out at all. Well, then they're able to, you know, kind of take one back against Team Spirit. They come into that round with very, very little. They come out with a victory. And now, you know, not only are they fielding that much more here, but it's just a bit of a confidence booster knowing that you can get those rounds over the line. Here's another one of these B plays. They're running it down through tunnels into Sumdayoung. Magis taps him out. So now we look at Car. Now we look at Mir. We look at this one guy all alone. Magis tries to go over, but Mir is digging graves. He puts 2 in it. Dupree and Lucky are left up in this one. And with kills coming in between the two of them, they've left it in even odds. This bomb can't go down yet. Dupree needs to get in through the tunnels. Needs to be here to help his teammate out. And so now he's in position. Lucky will have that bomb plant denied because of the Molotov for the time being. He's burnt very, very low in it. It's a tunnels post plant, so Dupree can play around this in the long run. Team Spirit taking their time. They faked the lower tunnels rotation and now group back up, looking to come in through mid.
Yeah, Astralis aren't falling for it though. Dupree still watching on, towards the doors, and he's going to get his first sign of contact, gets the kill as well. Dexter might just have to save, call it. Unless they feed you at the last possible second, there's surely no way back in. He's at least got dupree's position. Quick kill, dupreeh has his knife out. He thinks it's done. It is far from it. Dexter has a kit. He just needs an immediate shot, and frankly, there's no time. Kill or not, it's an Astralis round. Lucky playing with his food and making sure Dexter dies with him. He will. 10 rounds to Astralis. Lovely stall out of Lucky. dupreeh almost gives that round away. And we're getting scared for Astralis in some of these rounds.
Yeah.
They seem to be calling it off very early.
And that's the thing, you know, like Astralis aren't getting respected the same way they used to, right? Like, you know, maybe if this was Astralis from a few years ago, yeah, you would have been saving there. You would have gone, jeez.
I mean,
1v2? No, I'm good, mate. I'm fine, actually. dupreeh still alive? Yeah, no, I'm good.
That's now 2 1v1 clutches that Lucky is locked in.
Right? Yeah. And both times as well, it's versus Dexter on the other side, his AWP counterparts. And that's pretty enticing, especially because I think when you look at like pound for pound firepower, Dexter's been coming out ahead there. But in terms of winning these last few rounds, it's been all Lucky.
Yeah, Bubsky's really having a mare today. 5 and 15, not the start you would have wanted. Still time to recover. There's still time to find impact in this matchup. Astralis is just trying to hang on. Flashes out long, double setup. Spirit are here. Molly goes in. Glaive's trying to get that headshot angle. Now they've been drawn in. Will they be ready for the second man? Magic's ready to re-peek. The Molly goes deep. Chopper has his contact, so Magic's does not need to worry. And Dex is not going aggressive enough to get caught by this AWP. With the corner smoke, Astralis don't need to worry about it either. Bubsky don't want to get caught with nades out. Dropping a smoke. Dexter will catch that cat play. Double down for Dexter, and he knows Long's on lock with 2 more CTs there. Astralis go elsewhere. Back to Catwalk. Miz spotted it, and he won't be giving them any way back into this middle. All his util down at the right time. And Astralis, how do they get out of here?
Oh, Bubsky, this could be a round-saving play. He does remove 1, right? It looked like it could have been the lineup. He doesn't get the double, but still, a 3-on-4 feels infinitely better than the 3-on-5 you were just in. Suddenly, Team Spirit are kind of hunkering down a little bit more. They're trying to piece together what's happening now, and they spot the bomb over here in the B tunnels. They see a mid-to-B player as well. They're piecing together the B play, and Some Die Young has now dropped the bomb with just 10 seconds left. As good as Lucky's been in the clutches, he can't win this one. So it's 13 on the board for Team Spirit. They bite back right away. And something I do want to draw some attention to, right, when we were talking about Lucky Zorp in that first half, when he was playing over at the crosser, it's very, very rarely would you see any kills on these crossing players. Dexter, every time we've had these cat plays come in, it feels like he's been good for at least a double. And this round is a great example of that. Like, Astralis were just left up the creek without a paddle the moment they lose that short prong to the attack.
Yeah, nothing about that round went to plan for Astralis, right? Think about not only the boost, right? No one peeked into it. Dexter played super passive and didn't give away that opportunity, but even the double long setup, Astralis are out long and they're wondering, why is this pit player not re-peeking? He should be scared that we're walking up on him. Maybe they suspect that there's a second man there, right? That's the reason that Magic's is playing so safe, because Chopper has his corner. And at that point, Astralis, well, they lose the cat play. They can't get on the long cross either. They don't know where that second man is. And at that point, everything's just falling apart at the seams. It's a nice try. We're back to the drawing board. And right now, Astralis working with some felt tips. The Eagles. 1 saved AWP, and Bubsky's at least bought a rifle. Maybe that can get his head back into it.
Mate, felt tips, that takes me back, Hugo.
Yeah,
I always used to, you know, my mouth would go blue when you chew the ends off. Not always blue, obviously. It depended on the color of the felt tip.
All right. This is still a winnable round, right? It may not look pretty. Your one danger is it's dust too. You're not going to be giving these positions where CTs are overzealous and give you weapons and then you're suddenly armed. You've got to commit in order to get the kills in so many situations. So Lucky is really tasked with a lot of pressure in this round to find opening kills. Astralis have 2 flashbangs to set him up. He's holding down on long. Magix is here. Dex is AWPing the cross yet again. Had no problem doing so, as you said. It will be this A split for Astralis. And Dex has now moved back in on long to support Magix. Right place, right time, but will he hit the shot? Not yet.
No, mate, they're out of there, dude. The molly forces them back, and Probably for the best, right? The only other alternative there was you commit through the Molotov and then you were in for a really bad time. They're going to get sent over here towards Cat. I think they're probably going to have a better time over here on the catwalk. That little Molotov pushing them back might have actually led them to greener pastures, right? Dexter, he's kind of swinging back and forth between supporting long because of Magic's forward position, but he's also having to come back and help out at the A site. So timing's everything for Dexter. He is here to help out. He's throwing flashes for Chopper to take this peak, but a kill's not found, and in fact, all the damage is dealt the way of Chopper at ramp. They know he's here now. The bomb has snuck up into the site on Glaive. He's taking like a pacifist approach. He's just bomb out, sneak up, get it planted, and now Astralis have got a 5-on-5 post plant. This is weird.
Very strange indeed. And no utility gets Spirit back in. That was a one flash to go and a smoke remaining. Lucky gets the first blood late in the round, and now Mir's got to turn around. He can't get any kills. There's so many players facing. Lucky has cover, and he's providing the goods. 2 kills, Young the same, and Dexter comes back in alive, knowing Glaive was the guy to plant that bomb. He's got to fight him with a pistol, and so he shall. 14 rounds, Dexter clutches it out against Astralis. Nice try with the Deagles, but nice try won't get you anywhere.
Man, that's insane as well. Like, it's so last second, mate. Like, you don't have anyone to come and clear short. You know that the bomb was planted for Catwalk. It was the only place they could have planted it for. You had a very, very good idea of where Astralis were in that post plant. But as they start to creep up through CT, it's the sheer number of players that are just facing from Cat that I thought was going to surprise Team Spirit.
Definitely.
Dexter does this incredible job of trading out these kills.
And Young as well. We just saw on the replay, the quick double tap left-right gets 2 Deagles out of there immediately. So, you know, huge from him. AK picked up, put to good use. No dinks allowed where we're from. Now, triple MP9, that was a costly round for Spirit, right? They're not exactly rich. This is still one that Astralis can keep in the back of their mind. Those MP9s, they chew through armorless players at the best of times. Good grenade. Oh, no, it's not. It looked like it. Magisk barely tagged up. Chopper now up for the job, and he's going to do exactly what we need him to.
Money, baby. Here it is. Big cash. Big Chopper. And now just Dupree with a little Deagle.
And big dreams.
Oh, my God, yeah. And Biggie falls down into mid. It's Chopper finding that one. 15-10. Team Spirit over on their CT side. They need to deal one more round to find that killing blow to Astralis on Team Spirit's map pick.
Yeah, and that's probably a surprise that round as well, right? Even though Astralis probably made the call, like, yeah, money's low, they won't have a lot. Maybe they thought that they would substitute a utility, right, rather than the rifles. They went for SMGs. And that's the first time Spirit have actually thrown themselves in and started fighting. They know they are able to, right, with Astralis broke. But Astralis have not have to face anyone on Catwalk this entire T side. And now Dexter, he's tasted blood in the water and he wants more. Oh, he hit that shot. Glaive gets tagged up, but the winner is Glaive. Taking the frag, and Dupree follows up through the smoke. Double entry. The Danes needed it more than anything. And there it is, leaving the worst weapons worse for wear here for Team Spirit. They're going to group up in middle and try to put a stop to this play.
Yeah, this could still get uncomfortable, right? Like, you kind of have not much to lose here in a sense if you're Team Spirit. You're already at such a big disadvantage. This was also like a bit of a bonus round attempt with a lot of the MP9 still in play. And so they move across while this mid control is still hanging in the balance. They reinforce this B bomb site. And I don't think Magic's was spotted crossing mid. I think he hit a bit of a timing around that smoke that was down. So are Astralis aware of this double B hold? Because it looked like originally that's where they wanted to end up. But now I think we're seeing the winds of change are blowing.
And they're blowing east. Back up Cat. No one here to stop him. Chopper locked out in spawn. And he doesn't even know as well, Astralis, man. They've had the perfect rounds to contact play into A have been the ones they've called it in. And yeah, this should never have really been a round that Astralis would lose. And so it will not be. Bomb gets planted. And with no kit, Spirit are already leaning away to try and save what they've got. Just when you think Spirit are ready to shut down this first map of the series, Astralis show us just that little bit more. And keep the game raring to go. Remember, this is Spirit's map pick as well, right? Inferno coming up next. They're certainly going to have trouble there getting through Astralis, device or not. This is still the same core to be afraid of on that map. So Spirit, they don't want to go to overtime. They don't want to get any more sweaty than they have to. And so saving these 3 guns at least allows a rebuy in the follow-up. One more opportunity, one more chance.
Yeah, it's if that one goes against them that I start to get a little bit worried, right? Because at that point, you know, they've got this full investment coming in, and depending on what they're able to save will really affect if, like, we're going to see 1 or 2 more rifle rounds on the back of, you know, a loss in this one. But it is scary, right? When it's like, when those are the hairs you're splitting, when it's like, oh, you know, say we take an L here, potentially you only have like 1 or 2 more chances to actually win the game, even though the scoreline feels a little wider than that margin. Astralis are by no means out of the runnings yet to pull this back. And once again, they're just settling back into some of this very like slow, patient mid-control work in some of the longer angles, seeing if Team Spirit go for any, you know, info plays, be it a tunnels push, be it a peek through the mid doors. And it was just the plan from the get-go for Astralis to hold this default. The bomb was left back in T-spawn. Bubsky goes back to get it and now rejoins Magisk down here in the tunnels. The rest of Astralis are taking cap. And so this is looking like you're going to fake a bit of an A play, fall back into a B site execute. Question is, how much do Team Spirit fall for?
Or if at all. Mir's still got a molly to stop this B play. And so Astralis can't afford to leave this to the last couple of seconds here. They've still got to throw some sort of cat fake first. In fact, Glaive's already doubling back as Dupree sets his eye on the A site. No pick's been given over. Team Spirit are at least peeking together on this one line. Sun Dayoung might be a dead man, but even if he is, Mir should have that trade. Flash into middle, Glaive just clearing it out on his own, joined by Dupree. Mir drops the smoke, it's well timed, he's got to go back and check middle. That leaves Sun Dayoung alone. Chopper does draw one in, and Mir helps out as well. Sun Dayoung, this could be the beginning of the end, and in fact it might just be the end. There it is, Spirit locking in their map pick. Dust 2 is theirs, and Inferno has to be coming up for Astralis in that second map of this series. Stick with us, we got the desk, and we'll be back with more after the break.
Возьми только каш в руки сразу. Чел бежит, короче, по миду. Стой сейчас, стой и пари правее. Еще ниже стреляй. Вниз правее, сильно вниз. Я когда тебе скажу, будешь стрелять. Еще ниже. Все, стреляй. Левее чуть, левее, вниз сильно.
Я
вот
попадаю хоть?
Выигрывает.
Я вообще ничего не слышу.
Все, стой. Берись направо мышкой, направо просто. Еще вверх теперь. И левее стреляй.
Guys, it's a bank on T-spawn, what the fuck?
У нас мало времени. Еще. Стой. Чуть-чуть правее. Стреляй. Вниз.
Да я не понимаю, правее, вниз, Лёня, куда? У меня там бабки хоть есть. Мне гиф нужен, блядь.
Еще правее, теперь беги вперед. Все, и направо теперь. Беги. Вон почти.
Guys, I don't understand where bot is, where I am.
Теперь назад идешь, что ты в план попадешь. Бот справа! Стой, не стреляй! Он ушел! Ты можешь ставить бомбу. Бот на бомбе. Он диффузит, но прицел очень далеко от него. Тогда влево. Ниже. Ножом его зарежь его.
бля, где он? Прицел не понимаю, куда поставить.
Так, Дул, теперь, короче, прямо до конца добегай. И поворачиваем прицел на 90 градусов налево. И ниже, еще.
Лёнь, ты понимаешь, что я не вижу экран? Какие 90 градусов?
Я не знаю, как объяснить. Только чуть-чуть левее прицел. Чуть-чуть, прям чуть-чуть. Еще чуть-чуть. Во, все, Гуччи. Все. Стреляй. Ниже прицел. Ниже. Короче, это было почти идеально.
Окей.
И теперь можешь прям бежать.
Не могу, походу. Куда?
Левее, поверни прицел. Левее, еще левее. Вот, да левее. Во, попадал. Это была лучшая попытка.
Ай.
Well, Team Spirit definitely had that, well, Team Spirit as they close out our first map in our final series of the day. Thank you very much, Moses, as they take a victory, much earned and much deserved victory for them here on Dust 2. And Moses, you pretty much expected Dust 2 to come out anyways, and we probably out there expected them to do fairly well on Dust 2 as well. But 16-11, not a bad scoreline here.
No, but this is kind of the problem because this is, I mean, I'm not gonna say it's expected because Astralis is still a good team. Obviously, a little bit of a switch up in the lineup maybe changes some of the odds on this map, but I mean, this is pretty par for the course for Spirit's series. Is generally, you know, win on Dust 2, solid win on Dust 2. Doesn't happen every time, but most of the time, and then struggle with the remaining maps. And next up is Inferno, which they're rough on. But I mean, you could kind of see they have a cool idea of how they want to play Dust 2. They like to take a lot of risks. They're feeling very confident today. You know, finding some empty spaces, finding some gaps to slip into, and making rotations really uncomfortable and awkward for an Astralis team that has Bubsky, who's still, I would consider, you know, a newish player in the team that still has to find his footing, and then Lucky, who's obviously brand new rookie into the team as well.
Yeah, I mean, Lucky did get to have his moments, and we were going to touch on, as the match started, you know, Lucky versus Dexter, but we didn't want to touch on that in particular because we didn't want to compare the two operas.
Yeah,
we have to talk about that Dexter dropping 25 plus kills there was fantastic to see.
Yeah, he's back. That was a good showing. And I mean, you could even see, again, some of the confidence is, you know, pushing onto that bomb site, the A bomb site when Glaive is at the default plant spot and just spamming through the box with the USP and making sure he completes that kill. He had a great game. He was very impactful for Team Spirit, and that's what they were missing out of him, you know, previously in Cologne, is this kind of an impact that he can have. So really good game out of him. Mir had a good game, but again, I think the biggest advantage that Team Spirit has over Astralis right now is that with someone like Lucky in, changing the way protocols work, changing which players are playing and communicating together in this Astralis core, the confusing rotations and plays from the Spirit individuals is going to catch them off guard, and I think that's what happened here in this map.
Dexter, you know, 14 out of his 26 kills.
That didn't hurt.
AWP. That didn't hurt at all, but, you know, we got to see some cockiness out of him, particularly. He jumped up towards the A site once the bomb was down. He took a 1v1 versus Glaive with just his USP out, and
he was feeling it.
Yeah, and he was, and this is something you talked about, you know, when it comes to like newer players, right? Sometimes they don't listen to what the brain should do, or tells you to do. They just do what's instinctual to them, and some of these moments for Dexter was able to shine. And I mean, to be fair, Lucky as well had a couple of great moments as well. I think of a couple different moments in particular, thinking onto the CT side, defending inside of a smoke towards Catwalk, and the way he's playing around the angles. And again, I feel like he has probably one of the most difficult jobs to do because people maybe expect him to be the new device, but even he said with an interview with Sadakist, he doesn't want to be the next device. He wants to be his own person, and he has to kind of pave his own way, and this is part of the clip right here that I was just talking about.
Well, yeah, and then that's going to be the learning process. Is, I mean, first up, before you can really pave your own way and start to build your own legend as an individual, start getting comfortable within this team that's built a framework that created the best team that we've ever seen in Counter-Strike. So, you know, absorb a lot, learn a lot, make a lot of mistakes, and eventually start to kind of implement your own game style and your own ideas into this Astralis framework that they're going to bring for you. So yeah, some nice moments. Not a complete map, and I don't, you know, I personally didn't expect Lucky to be able to put together any kind of a map that we were going to go crazy about, but yeah.
Well, I definitely had better stats than what we saw there. That was completely not right.
So you can only go up from those stats.
Yeah, exactly, right? If that's your baseline. But I think it's important, you just said, like, make mistakes. And I feel like some players, when they get brought onto a team, they get brought onto like a trial process for the team. They really kind of struggle to feel comfortable, to have that that luxury of, I can make mistakes and I'm not going to get cut from the team. Whereas, I feel like Lucky in this position, I think maybe he knows he can make some mistakes. They know he's a person they have to mold a little bit to help fit him into the team, and he can have that kind of weight taken off his shoulders.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, also, let's keep in mind as well, with Device leaving, with Zip kind of whatever's happening with him and his tweet and his place in this roster as well. I wonder, there's got to be a certain feeling that there is kind of going to be maybe not like a full-blown rebuild, but if you're Lucky, you got to be feeling like a lot less pressure. Like, there's a lot of things going on, like focusing on him. Yeah, they're going to harp on him. They're going to be on him in practice pretty hard. But, as an overall image of Astralis, no one's going to be pointing as Lucky and saying this guy's the problem. So he's fine for now. I think he gets to just chill. I think that's all he has to do is relax. They make him as comfortable as possible and try and fit him in and try and keep making him try new things. Keep forcing him to get out of his comfort zone and kind of learn some of the other aspects of the game. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of a tough loss for Astralis. I actually thought for a second there in the second half they were going to be able to sustain and bring it back a little bit. I felt like they had something coming, and it just kind of got snatched away from them. So yeah, that's a good win for Spirit. But now it's like, looking at the map, it's like Inferno's next, and you're bad on this map. Now again, Lucky coming in throws things for a loop. This isn't going to be the same Astralis. It's not going to be the same dominance. There's some changes, so you have an opportunity here to kind of steal a 2-0 win over Astralis to start your Pro League season. And if you're Team Spirit looking at this, yeah, you're not great on Inferno, but you kind of have to at least win this series.
Well, I mean, we talk about Dust 2. I mean, Astralis still put up a decent amount of rounds. They still had a good performance.
Well, they're still
going to
be dangerous. They're still going to be good.
Exactly. And then when you go into a map like Inferno, which will be coming up next, Spirit's going to have a tough time, I think, even close us out, even with Lucky come into the team here and kind of slot in within the roster.
I think one of the other guys that we should touch on too, because it'll be an ongoing thing, and we've focused a lot on Lucky. Bubsky had a pretty rough game on Dust 2 as well, and we've kind of seen him have a few quiet games as he gets added into more and more of the map pool. But certainly if you're Astralis, you're going to want to start seeing some more of those performances kind of picking up. It's hard to kind of judge everything that's going on depending on who's leaving, where things are going to move. So for Astralis, it's still wide up in the air, and we'll see what sticks.
Yeah, it's going to be up in the air, and we're going to see what's going to stick when we head on to Inferno after this short break. And of course, join us once again. It's going to be the handsome gentleman of Harry and Hugo.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Oh, Trace, that's a wonderful pen. Don't tell me. Clone 2016 limited edition? It looks so soft.
Your compliment was sufficient, Hugo. Hey, Harry. Nice pin. How the hell are you?
Chad has mistaken me for this dickhead Harry, which seems logical because he also works for ESL and I cast with him regularly. Harry and I also go to the same barber, although I have a slightly better haircut.
Chad, congratulations, man. I saw the reports. Time game went well.
Thanks,
yeah,
man.
great stuff. ESEA tonight?
No can do. Got an 830 res with the pros, man. Trying out a new crosshair, though. I'll swing it over.
New crosshair. What do you think?
That's very nice. Look at that.
Gave it a go yesterday. 1 on the thickness, 0 on the dot, and 1 on the outline. It's great for visibility.
That's very cool, Stunner, but that's nothing. Look at this. Daring yellow, thin outline. What do you think?
Nice.
Jesus. How did a nitwit like you get so tasteful?
I cannot believe that Machine prefers Rush's crosshair to mine.
But wait, you ain't seen nothing yet. Check out this bad boy. Statement read, almost a statement in itself. Dot, for that pinpoint precision. And let's not forget a little bit of girth. Goes a long way.
Impressive. It's nice, it really is. Now let's see Chad's crosshair. Look at that subtle neon coloring. The tasteful thickness of it, oh my God. The gap is perfect.
Something wrong? Stunner? You're sweating.
We got a barn burner on our hands. We really, really do. Team Spirit, a map up in this series now. They just took down Astralis back on Dust 2. And so now, Hugo, we start to put our minds forward to the Astralis map pick of Inferno here.
Yeah, this is where things get a little choppy, right? This map's not been great to Spirit in recent times. Only 2 wins out of their last 10 matches. And a lot of losses to even lower tier CIS opposition back at the RMR. We know how competitive this region is, but it gets even harder when you're up against the Danes in the server. Welcome back, ladies and gents. It's Inferno. It's the second map, and it's a bit of ESL Pro League Season 14 to round out your evening.
Yeah. I love that guitar, man. I love that sound effect. Let's go. Let's get into Inferno. Second map here. As mentioned, map pick of the Danes. I'm really curious how they're going to look with Lucky being fielded in this server here as well.
He held his own back in the previous map.
He did. He finished top of the board for Astralis, actually, so that's definitely worth keeping an eye on. And look at this Team Spirit, little T-side start, little fast mid play, little woo up through middle, and now they're chasing down Dupree.
Yeah, he's just got to run for the hills. Flank is in from B-Glaive. Quick kill. Dupree looking for support. It's not there in time. Magis trying to stop them crossing from Motor, but he can't hit the shots. Bubsky, he does get one. Lucky's trapped in the pit at least, but they are hounding him down, or at least trying to. Bubsky fighting a lot of cover at least. Mir hops himself in, but he's dead to the USP. And Sumdai Young with a bomb down and a 1-on-3 on his plate. He's found the first.
Yeah, Sumdai Young, and he's up against the 2 young guns, but up and over. Bubsky locking it in.
That's more like it.
Yeah, that's what we want to see out of him. It's the round for Astralis. They grab that pistol. Great stuff there out of Glaive, right? Pushing fast down Banana. The moment they don't get contact there, he takes a peek right down Banana, doesn't see a thing, and he goes, well, they're not fighting me here. I'm going to read into this is the A commitment. And he barrels down Banana, comes in with that wrap, and it means Astralis, you know, they're already rotating, they're already moving their pieces into the right place, and it's all on the back of the info Bubsky and Glaive provide.
Yeah, also helped by Dupree, right? He jiggles long, and he actually like pulls his knife out and does a little strafe left and right, and AD on the corner, and he baits some shots out of Spirit. That pretty much confirms the mid-rush. And yeah, it's a dangerous play. Spirit can always double back. It's Inferno after all, but Astralis seem convinced, and rightly so. AK's out in the second. Glils as well. Just the sole AK on Sumdai Young, but Spirit with the bomb plant are baited into Bayern. I mean, I say baited, it's, if anything, a better buy than Astralis, lacking the utility. There might be a necessity to this T-half, but let's see if the individuals can fare well. Find a couple of headshots, next thing you know, you've won a round on Inferno. They're just waiting out these HEs.
Is that exclusive to this map, or is that all maps?
Yeah, I mean, get 5 kills, you win the round, most cases.
Wow, that's pretty...
Yeah, try that at home with your friends. But, yeah, Spirit. Who needs nades when you've got headshots? But do they have headshots, Harry? That's the question.
I don't know, Hugo. You're meant to be taking inventory by the sounds of things. You keep just throwing more questions my way. Look at this, right? So let's see. Do they have anything up their sleeve? It's going to be a little banana take. We'll have a look in banana, see what we can see. Glaive flashing the peak of Dupree back in.
Spirit know what they're up against, right? They're doing their best to bait out everything. And here comes the commit.
Yeah, it's looking to be fast into the A-bomb site. 3 strong here for Astralis. It's this hero AK on Sumdai Young that's hoping to find these openers. Only SMGs here, apart from that one M4 down in the pit, and it's already gone. Magix has dropped the one rifle. But here's that flank up through Banana. It's cut down again. This falls into the 1v2, and Magix, he's caught planting the bomb. Astralis pick that one up. They lean into that fast on the retake. Once again, they have this flank coming in, right? Keep your eye on Glaive and Dupree, because they've done that in both of these rounds now. Very, very proactive at stealing that banana info away and coming in on the fast flank.
On top of that, some super nice awareness from Astralis, right? What Spirit throw in terms of utilities? They throw an arch smoke and they throw a library smoke. That makes it look like that they're, you know, wrapping the long side. And in fact, they were. While the bulk of Spirit were coming up short, Mia was trying to get that long wrap, and Spirit were waiting on porch side, showing their hand, but just trying to draw Astralis in to wait for Mia to backstab. Astralis don't allow that. They throw a moto smoke. You don't often see CTs do that, but they knew it was the commitment. They knew they were being wrapped, and that basically makes Mia useless. All he can do is kill rotations, and he's not even able to do that. Spirit's hand is forced up short into the triple A setup. And that's a really nice call out of Astralis to drop that smoke. I didn't catch who did it. Maybe Lucky. Either way, it's a lock-in round. Spirit decide to reforce a little bit. They put in some pistols, put in some nades, and try their hand again at A.
Yeah, and it's stacked 4 strong here. Glaive, once again, is just looking to be the master of banana. Banana master, maybe.
It works.
Oh. Here they come out through the apartments. Bobsky, oh my, it's ugly. He will regain control. Dexter finding the first. The Tech 9 can't tap out this player who falls out through Moto. And Bubsky has traded places with the apartments lot. He retakes it and then is there to close out the round for Astralis.
That started so bad for Bubsky and ended so well.
It was very, very weird, right? He's just so, you know, when they're flooding you like that, it's terrifying, man. It's terrifying. And so he's trying to deal with the guy who dropped pit, then he's getting surprised by more dudes coming through the smoke. Nah, lovely little reposition out of him, right? Plays it safe, just is playing to win the round. They don't give this kill to Dexter. He had his chance here, but that's how fickle the Tech 9 can be.
I was gonna say, yeah, that gun, man. Pros can make it look good, right? Like medium speed taps.
Cadian always makes the Tech 9 look good.
Yeah, medium speed taps looking for headshots. It's no longer like the run and gun, spam the chest, you know, just sprint through. Oh, that's not cool, Glaive. Chill, bro. There's a smoke there, and they go through it into Glaive. Again, double down. But yeah, Tech9 has definitely turned from like run and gun. Obviously, the movement accuracy is trash now, and the body spam to now. You've got to be precise. You've got to be ADing. You've got to be getting the headshots, or it's pretty bad. Some entries there for Spirit, but in this round, it's not going well for them. Lucky up on the boost, spots Magix, does some damage, and drops off back. Spirit do the same, grouping up at the B site. Now this is a bread and butter round for Astralis, right? Man advantage by 2. They don't need to make any kind of info plays. They can sit back with their 3-2 setup. They've got some util still on B, and they're ready for this commit. It's coming.
Yeah, Choppy spotting that first bit of contact. That's Magisk been spotted back at Coffins. But they're smoked out. They're delayed on this B push. They still look like they want to commit with it. They're now lining up the Coffin smoke. They've got a CT smoke to go in as well. So they've got all the utility to make this commitment happen, but you've got to uproot these 2 bodies back in the site. The rotations are coming in now for Astralis as well. Bubsky is pushed all the way through the apartments, and he is calling that, yeah, boys, it looks like a B commitment. That's because it is a B commitment. Nice. And so he's now wrapping Banana, coming in on a fast flank. The problems now are twofold for Team Spirit. You've not only got to clear the 3-man stack site, but you've got to do it before this wrap comes in.
Lovely.
And they can't find that timing. It's a very small window, and it closes up on Team Spirit there to find Astralis another round.
Not gonna lie, I'm a bit weirded out there by that take for Spirit, right? Like, there's no problem with recommitting in that 3-on-5. It's all you have in terms of control. All you have is Banana. But what they do is seconds after Dupree smokes them out, they're already lining up their util. They're already throwing in the Coffin and CT smoke. Now that's fine if you're gonna, pop a flash over the wall. You're gonna commit through Astralis' smoke, but they don't even do that. So they throw the util. Astralis at that point are confirmed. All right, it's a B hit. They have nothing else. Lucky's rotate comes in, as you say, and then Bubsky activates. Like, Spirit don't even get into the bomb site. Bubsky's there by the time Dupree smoke fades.
Also, can I just say, much better showing out of Bubsky here.
Not a Dust
He's
player.
Already outdone his scoreline from Dust 2.
Very impressive.
And we are just 4 rounds into Inferno.
It's a sigh of relief, right? It shows the reset potential. It's something that's very hard. You lose a map, especially if you have a poor performance and you feel like you're the reason that you lost that map. Well, it's very hard getting your head back in. But heads in the game for Bubsky. Not a Dust player, but Inferno far more comfortable, it seems.
Yeah, I just think, CS is easy. It's just all about clicking on them. And namely in the head, I think. That's the fastest area to get kills, Hugo.
I've heard that.
Yeah. Very few people have figured it out.
Well, maybe Magix has with his Deagle. We've seen some dirty shots from him today. Astralis, even taking Banana yet again, they just really are not scared of. A new map and a new Astralis, absolutely. Far more confident, far more focused in. And all the real estate to go behind it. Glaive, now this is dangerous, committing here. You rarely see players stay in this spot once that smoke's faded and they don't have a re-smoke. You're here to the end, bitter or not. Jump dodged, and Glaive peeks out, dropping the bomb. But he needs help now more than ever. No, he doesn't. 3 on the spray. Magist with some assist, lays down some damage, and he might even set Glaive up for a little bit more. Doesn't want to swing out wide with 3 HP, so he swaps sides instead and lets his team swoop in for the round. Nice tap. And 5 alive on the anti-eco. Astralis in control. It's the inverse of Dust 2. It was 5-0 up for Spirit when Astralis got their first round. Will that curse be lifted here and now?
Yeah, this double B hold of Glaive and Magisk has been so oppressive, like in the rounds where you've tried to take B, they really haven't given you a hell of a lot, right, is what it feels like. They haven't been challenging you at the car all too much whenever you've tried to go for these late B commitments. A lot of the times, they're falling out in the late round, and that's because they've been so good at getting these openers from, like, the early Banana fights, right? When you've got the smoke down in the choke point, when you're raining the nades in.
Oh, Dexter.
Yeah, dude, Dexter's wild.
The Mothman, Harry.
He is the
Mothman today. He's just run through every molly that Astralis have thrown down, or his own molly when available. It's going to cost him though. If he gets the kill, it's worth it there. But now, sitting on 30, at least he's Norpa. He can handle low health, and Spirit are a man up.
I reckon that's why he does it.
Yeah.
Because then he never is to,
give it over.
Octan's law never has to give it over, right?
That's a good point. Magix is like, oh man, I'm 20 health.
I've been hit down to 15. Oh, sorry, mate.
Tough,
I'm just burning a molly down to 2, wouldn't you?
That's your molly,
Funny
Dexter.
that.
You just threw it on the floor.
All right, so look at this, right? They're out in top middle, but this is just establishing a bit of a default. Yeah, Astralis are taking gambles of their own. That's because they lost Lucky in that mid-fight. They go, well, look, if we're going to win this, we might need to make risks happen. We might need to take a bit of a gamble here. They leave 3 over towards B, and they've read this like a book. Team Spirit are going in to this site that is stacked to the 9s.
It's got to smoke down Molly. They're going to go. Where's the flash? It's not over yet. They're just going in dry, and all the kills coming in. Magisk does one in. The Molly burns Chopper out, and then jumping over the top. Glaive just trying to finish his spray, and 2 kills come through for Spirit. They're holding on. They flip the scales on its head. 3 on 2. Bomb still loose. Time to grab it. Got to watch the smoke spam. 2 players are tagged up. The flank from Bubsky with a Tech 9 right now.
Oh, Dexter. Oh, there it is. Up close. Bubsky's removed. Magisk left up in the clutch, but that bomb's going to go down. There's 8 seconds. Magisk is playing in the smoke, and Mir peeks ahead of it. He doesn't have the bomb out. He's looking for the fight, knowing that they're going to try and stop that bomb plant with so little time left.
That's metagaming right there.
Yeah, mate, as far as rounds go, right, that is a very, very scrappy round. It's great to see that Team Spirit are able to, like, regain some composure in the chaos of that situation.
Yeah, some whiffed shots especially.
Yeah, but it was like, that was like a real coin flip of a round. That's kind of the sad part, right? If you're Team Spirit, you can't look at that and go, yeah, all right, boys, let's just give us another one of them, like, and then we're on to a winner, right? It's not going to be easy to replicate that. You're lucky that you're able to weather the storm of a triple stacked B bomb site.
Yeah, pretty sure that was a 2-on-4 as well for Spirit after the entries were shut down after those first couple of kills come through on B for Glaive. So that's a real shame of a round to lose, but history is repeating itself. And Spirit have broken that 5-0 streak as Astralis did back on Dust. Can they build upon it? Long smoke is in. It's looking like a faster round. The bomb is still back in spawn notice, and Magix is getting tagged up through the smoke. Oh my goodness, the pistol doesn't do it. And Bubsky caught out as Dexter runs through the utility. He is on one right now. Lined up in the B side. Glaive's got the bomb. It's all up in the air.
What? Yeah, look at this. This is so wild. They've taken long, but Glaive has taken bomb control off of Team Spirit, and the round now might fall apart on the back of that. Dexter started it off with a double. We can see him. There we go. He does get lucky eventually. Oh, this is weird now. You are splitting some very, very fine hairs. Glaive. Oh, there it is. Down in the bottom all the way from T-spawn. And the worst part for Dexter is even as he tries to get this bomb back, he doesn't know about Dupree, who's still lost in the source at this A bomb site. He's going to get shot in the back of the head. There it is. Astralis up onto 6. That round is chaos, and Glaive is very much the hero.
Yes, absolutely, right? Dexter gets a double A kill. That's the saddest part, right? He gets a double A kill, still commits into the mid to B because the bomb is so far back down ramp. And all along, it was a solo B player, right? That's temptation enough, as Glaive had no support, but didn't need it, Harry. Lines up a double, goes even further, chases them in alt mid. You'd think Glaive sitting on the bomb. He's doing nothing of the sort. Perfect round from the in-game leader here. He's still got it. A lot of players would have gone for the knife here in that frag for Dupree, but he's a better man. He won't offer up any way into that position for Dexter. So no clutch today off of the AWP. And a bit of a pause for Spirit. It's actually a tech as we wait to get resumed. Spirit might need a breather after that one.
Mate, I would, right? If I'm Dexter there and I got some double A's
entry.
over there, over up on the A bomb site, I'm full of sodium, mate. Full on assault and battery.
My goodness, this is wild, but it is reassuring, right? Astralis, you know, like we saw a good game out of them on Dust. It didn't start too strong, but they definitely had the resilience that we always know them to do, to have, right? And pulling back that comeback to, you know, an 8-7 half at the end of things. It was 7-2 up for Spirit. Even the second half, yeah, okay, maybe the you know, winning the pistol, but getting forced on through everything up into the air. But Estrada still managed to win some rifle rounds in there. Well, now it's an entirely different ball game. They are commanding the pitch, demanding respect, and keeping Spirit on their knees.
Yeah, honestly though, I think even though this is like great for Astralis, great for the grand picture of this series, I think Inferno was always a map that Astralis were kind of destined to win, if I'm being honest. This has been abysmal for Team Spirit as of late, right? They played it a hell of a lot back in the CIS RMR. They didn't win it once, Hugo. They didn't take one victory versus the CIS squads there.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
You know, so they field losses to teams like K23, VP, 100 PG, Na'Vi. The only wins they have are Endpoint and MIBR.
Yeah.
So yeah, in terms of what we were expecting for Spirit here, we were kind of anticipating they might have a rough time.
Well, you know,
look at where we're flying around.
Yeah, I know,
right
it's
now.
beautiful. Look at the vineyards. Harry,
Could you take me here, Hugo?
Maybe a bit of a holiday. But yeah, it's good and it's bad news, Harry. I'll tell you why it's good and it's bad. It's bad news for Spirit. It's good news for us because that means we might get an Ancient in the tank tonight. And I think everyone's been waiting for a little bit of Ancient. At least I am. Not everyone's a fan, but I want to see what Astralis have been cooking up in the kitchen over there. And we've seen how some CIS teams have dominated on that map as well. You know, even teams like VP leading into it. And yeah, I just, you know, the more Ancient, the better.
Dude, I love Ancient.
Get it
really,
going.
I'm happy that the teams are so willing to embrace it as well, because, you know, like what used to be the case whenever new maps got bought in, like historically, right, was largely you would maybe have like 1 or 2 top teams that kind of lent into it, maybe, but they were like the exceptions. And then you would have like a lot of the underdog teams like desperately trying to pick it up, right? Because then they're like, oh, we can play this versus the top dogs. Whereas now it feels like it's such a wide adoption of Ancient. I think a lot of teams have tried to put the effort into playing it.
Yeah, and you know, it especially is more interesting in series like this where you have 2 teams with a very solid insta-ban that never changes, right? A lot of teams will float maps, or they'll you know, keep it in the back pocket, or they'll still prac on the 7th. Well, both these rosters, you know, have pretty consistent insta-bans. Astralis more often than Spirit, right? We've never seen them play Mirage, that being Astralis. Spirit often go for the Vertigo ban as well. So, yeah, you know, it was kind of destined to happen. A bit of a handshake there to let it slip through at the end. If you are wondering what's going on, by the way, a player's Spirit is changing their internet connection, rebooting the router, as it were, switching lines, whatever it be. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah. That just means basically turning it on and off again. We
all
know how long that takes, roughly. And it does work an embarrassing amount of the time. Normally, I find if you can't fix something by simply turning it on and off again, you need to call a professional. Speaking of calling professionals, mate, that's what Spirit are going to have to do. I want to kind of look at some, you know, I think Mir is going to be very, very key. If you wanted to have any chance here, he's going to be the guy I'm looking to. I think the fact that Dexter is even exerting as much pressure as he is with the T-side AWP is miraculously impressive, right? It is a very, very taxing side to try and play an AWP on. It's very, very hard to find impact. Some of the best AWPers in the world lean away from a T-side Inferno AWP. And yet Dexter's been creating all this space, and there hasn't been that like 1-2 punch to follow up on it yet. Mir is very much that like left hook to the right hook of Dexter in my eyes.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, especially, you know, yeah, well, typical T-side AWPers, Harry, don't really play like Dexter has been in this map, running through all utility that Astralis have thrown down, the mollies and the smokes. Nothing will stop him. And it's a delight to watch. It's probably a frustration to play against. There's nothing better than watching a player, you know, count ammo of their opponents. Say you're getting smoke spammed, and you wait for that 30th bullet to come through, and you know you can jump through the smoke. You know they've got a reload going. Now that's when the question of bait and switches get pulled in, but hey, it seemed to work for Dexter already. And hopefully Spirit can warm back in after this little break. It is,
I was going to try and lean away from like us having to do any, you know, stories or gags on day one. So maybe we still don't have to. I'm gonna try and, like, you know, like let it subside for a bit for now, because we're still in this.
Control yourself, Harry.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't have to.
But I do love the. Well, here's the problem is the music just always gets me feeling like really emotional. Yeah,
you don't want to start telling a funny story over this, do you?
No, it would be really hard. You know, like I want to sit down, Hugo. I want to sit down. It's all gonna be okay, everyone. Everything's gonna be fine. The music's emotional. The stakes are high. The volume is low. There's a lot of directions. And you can't spell directions without...
Careful.
Oh, hang on. No, never mind. No, won't say that one, actually.
How do we pick up from that, then? Yeah. It's nice to be back in the studio with you.
It is, man. It is.
It's been a
really
long
nice.
time coming. It's been a long year here, casting from my kitchen, pissing off my neighbors.
Dude, it was really cool to like a kitchen cast, because I don't think anyone knew we were in your kitchen.
We broke the fourth wall. We're actually on the beach in IEM summer.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We were in Hugo's kitchen. It was very, very fun.
It was not quite as fun as the studio.
You would have the blender going in between, you know, games, because it's loud as hell. And that was always traumatizing. I'm glad we don't have the blender
It is a very
anymore.
loud blender, yeah. Shout out Trace Donis did sell me that blender.
He sold it to you, like, personally?
Yeah, he did.
Wait, really? That's his blender?
It's one for the house in Cologne.
Oh, my God.
You know, Chad
I
used to
don't
make
think that was
smoothies.
his. I think he sold you...
No, he bought it on Amazon, or someone did. No, I think that's
think
what
he
happened.
scammed you out of some money.
I remember Chad bought one, and he was making smoothies. Remember, we cast in DreamHack.
He was
Chad
making
bringing us
smoothies, and he would
smoothies.
bring us smoothies like every game.
Chad packed it up. He took it home, and he left. I think 2-3 weeks before me, you, and Trace left. And Trace, he couldn't go one day without the smoothie maker. He immediately bought another blender, and they sold it to me, and I took it home, changed the plug, and now it works. But it's very loud, yeah.
So what we're saying is, you know, we ain't juicers. We can say, screw the juicers. We're all in smoothers. Smoothies. Doesn't have as good a ring to it.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say so.
No, we'll hold off. I think we're waiting on choppers still to reconnect. I think we are actually throwing to a break. So stick with us, folks. Hopefully, Team Spirit, Astralis, Inferno. The second map of this series will continue in just a moment. Go get a drink, go to the bathroom, get some popcorn, and we'll be back on just a moment.
I think we're missing a bit of team synergy, like feeling on each other to complete the part of each other, like so we can be one mechanism that works perfectly. Sometimes we're missing these details, and it's pretty important. Like, but it's for myself. That's my thinking.
Oh, hey, we're back. We're back with the game. And look, the clock is ticking down. That means we're actually getting back into the swing of things here, Hugo. A little break. You know, this was a time for you guys to go and get ready. You know, like you had a chance to go get a drink, maybe some food, maybe a beverage. That's another word for a drink. You could have had any one of these 3/2 options. And if you missed the timer, that's on you, because now we're back into the game. Astralis, they've got a little partial investment here. So they're going to try and break apart to further widen this lead.
Yeah, no brakes on this train, but there may be some waits, some stops, as Inferno is often fairly slow to start. Spirit, they just want to take back Banana Man. We've seen Astralis command that position round after round, and this is no exception. Lucky on the AWP, holding in deep. Focused on the scope, the flash pushes him off. He still has a full belter utility to deny a rush, and already Magisk has answered the call on his rotate. In fact, a 3-man rotate, and it's wisely done. Spirit are committing. They are not waiting for anyone.
Yeah, in they come, Lucky with the first. We need the rest of Team Spirit now. Come on, boys, let's go. Let's get it moving. It gets the people going. And Glaive is going to knock them all out of the round. Jeez, that's a bit of a gnarly one there. 7-1 for Astralis. You know, the attempt at a B crunch, it was just, you know, a weak little low buy around that 1 AK. Not the end of the world. Now we have the guns coming back in. Dexter's even got money to potentially don an AWP here. That's, you know, anyone else might not consider it, but Dexter's definitely the sort of man that's going to look to bring that into play.
That round's like every MM rush you do in T-side Inferno, right? You jump through the smoke, you die, you wait. Where's the trade? Oh, your entire team is hiding in the smoke, climbing up blue. Oh, that's a shame. Well, bit of a boost up for Lucky. He's going to check out deep mid. There's no one here. Dexter is working ult with his team. Someday Young and Banana might come back into the AWP and a missed shot. Not the end of the world here. Won't cost Astralis anything, but an opportunity missed, and now it will be a quick play for Spirit. Oh my goodness, flash over. Lucky dropping his. Bubsky could get a multi-kill here. The bomb's dropped, but he will get traded. Dupree still keeps this round intact here for Astralis, up by a man. Bomb is loose. Spirit, they can't go back. They can't call this round off. They have to commit.
Oh, hang on. Sundar Young with his big old hands. He's been able to grab that one through the smoke. And now Mir comes in with a kill as well from down in pit. This is weird. There's still 2 players for Astralis in the site. The smoke is concealing them, kind of giving them a bit more room to play with. They hear the molly tag someone, and they check for Lucky. They don't know about Dupree. He's back in this. Oh, no, they do know about Dupree. He's brought to his knees. It's Glaive, 1v2. This guy's second on the team right now, right up there. Oh, sorry, top of the board, I mean. Right up there alongside Bubsky. He's looking to make this happen. Big swing from Glaive, and he's hit this timing. Now he's a lot closer to these guys in the site. There's the first for Glaive. Cooked. Low HP on Mir, and the molly burns him even lower. Will it spread, or is he fine? He's towing the line. It's fire time, and Glaive is going to lock in the round. Astralis 8-1. Big Glaive with another clutch.
Yeah, we love that. Full of them today. And Astralis, nothing can go wrong. Moonwalking. Oh, dear. Yeah, playing chicken there, though, in that round, right? Spirit, they go very quiet in the pit. They get the bomb back under control. We have a couple of kills out of nowhere. And this clear from Dexter was dirt. Dupree was tucked in behind the Cold Zero box. He couldn't even trade in time, and somebody grabbed him instead when he tried to swing to take down that orb. You always have faith in Glaive isolating that 1v1. Realizes very quick that the molly hasn't spread on top of the box, and that's the only position Mir can be left in. Nice try out of Spirit. Right, that went bad from the get-go. Oh my goodness, Magisk just running down Banana. It almost looked like a lock-in. Everyone was trapped behind the molly in front of the smoke. Still, the entry comes in for Spirit. Need to respond. Lucky with the orb, and everything going well for Astralis. Might force Spirit back into this A site, this nearly empty, barren A bomb site. It's just Bubsky alone in the pit, calling for help. Spirit needs to cut off these long rotates first, though, and there's already 2 here.
Yeah, in this smoke, it's concealing Team Spirit. Oh, Magic's with the opener. And now they're a little more enticed. Just Glaive left to get past.
No
And
way.
Magic's 2 quick taps has opened up this A bomb site. Bobski is the final unknown entity. He is the final T to cross, the final I to dot. Down here in the pit, can he put a stop to the A play? There's one for Bobski. Learns about the man up on balcony, but it's Magic's on a tear in this round, continuing to put up the goods. Lucky is now all alone.
Yeah. This is the last spot they expect him from. Now, they're still stalling. They're waiting for the kill. They know he's got the AWP. He got a kill earlier. And so they're still both back down in the pit. Will they expect this position? Doesn't look like it. Crossing in. That's the bomb. Lucky looking for the other player. Looking for the cover. He can't find it. Magic's back down in the pit. Lucky drops. And they should hear that, but he still hits it. 1v1 now. Lucky. Missed shot. Another chance, and he'll nail it. 9-1. Astralis. Nothing can go wrong for them right now. They've got clutches coming out of the wazoo. And Spirit bow down to the Danes. Oh my goodness. That's the last place you expect the AWP to come from in the clutch. Especially considering he was B from the get-go, right? He was the guy to get the kill off the top of the wall. So you're also expecting a CT rotate. You don't often see an AWP run down banana and flank caps. But Lucky's just that kind of guy. Great entries from Magic's as well. Such a shame that it falls on dead ears.
Yeah, it's really, really scary, man. Like, you know, when we were back on Dust 2 and we had those first few rifle rounds go against Astralis, it was like, yeah, you know, think about how brutal that must feel. Well, if you want to talk about rounds feeling brutal, there's no feeling quite like losing these back-to-back clutch rounds. You know, having this scoreline build up more and more in your face. 9-1, and it could get even sweeter.
Oh, that's sweet.
Hell of a shot out of Mir. 1 HP as well when he makes that happen.
Sheesh.
1 HP on the jumping Glaive.
Tapped him out. But what will Spirit do with this kill, right? They can't botch this opportunity. This is the best bet. A 5-on-4, an untradeable one at that. Not the kind of kill you expect to get, but one that you need to make the most of. Grouped up towards the A site. Astralis split 2-2. The read is right for Spirit. But even with the right read, can they hit the shots? Bobski and Dupree, terrifying prospect on the other side. Bobski still even has a molly to stall things out. It's a good timing on it. Gonna smoke it as well. All that does really is prolong this wall, but they'll walk right through. No pain through the smoke. Bobski gets spotted. Dupree has his cross. Bobski knows he can live here. He doesn't need to fight to the death, but he's damn well trying. A lot of damage, not converted. Dupree, it's up to you. And he finds the first, the lineup, and he can't transfer the spray, but low health on everyone. They've been dinked down, and Astralis just have to finish the job.
Yeah, look at the HPs. There's 22 health on all 3 players combined.
But do Astralis know?
That's the problem, right? Sometimes the numbers are enough to seal the fate of a round, right? Sometimes you just look at the top of the board and you go, yeah, 2-on-3, they've had time to get set up.
You'll hate this when you watch back the demo.
Yeah,
like,
this is unreal.
Like, I'm very surprised they called this off, you know, yeah. Like, you don't... I guess Bobski didn't know he dinked Dexter on cart. He was just spamming the same angle, and a transfer got him last bullet. But Dupree definitely should have called the Magic's as low at least. I guess the other question is Mir.
Mir as well is unknown because he was spammed down to 1 at the start of a round through the smoke. So they actually only know that one of these players is tagged. It's kind of devastating because... Mate, they are like the walking wounded on the side of Team Spirit.
You take that if you're Spirit, but you are trembling in that 3-on-2 when you're thinking about the chance
fully
of losing.
Thinking like, yeah, they're going to give this a go. Like, oh my word.
Real shame for Magisk. He was so quick on that flank there. We've given a lot of credit to these, you know, flank down banana plays for Astralis, or even just the mid pushes on the B executes. And you know, right now that is a worst case scenario. They were set up in the right place, but they just didn't believe. 9-2. A chance back in, and we know that CT money is rough. All it takes is 1 round to put Dupree on a deagle. He's surrounded by well-endowed teammates with a decent wallet. But Spirit just looking to mug Astralis, take their keys, take their phone, and put them on pistols. This will be the round to do it. No longer Glaive at B alone. This time it's Magisk. They will be swapping it out. Putting Lucky there instead with the utility. Astralis fighting for mid. They've not often done this, right? happy to concede and play back with these double pit app setups. Now with 4 in middle, they just want to fight for the round. They might not get a chance. Lucky will be calling for help soon enough.
Yeah, in these B holds, man, Glaive has been such an essential piece of the puzzle. And he's not here just yet, but he is starting to make his way around. Glaive, man, it's like you can hear me. Look at this. He's like, yeah, I am an essential piece of the puzzle. Let's go. Oh
no.
My God.
What's the lineup?
No, it's not. A puzzle piece is missing. It's the worst possible fate. Magisk trying to hold on to B. Smoke down in CT does allow that bomb to get into the site. But still, Magisk has get...
Oh, he's trapped. Don't move.
Oh my
Not a
God,
muscle.
Magisk, it's fine. Fire, it's like a T-Rex. It's all based on movement. And if you stand still, it can't see you. Will they just save, though, right? With Magisk so low...
Dupree's not even here.
Yeah, Dupree's so far away. I think you do just have to write this one off.
This is so rough. They need to smoke Magisk out, but you can see they're hunting him down.
Yeah, no, he's
first kill, and he's got it. Off the silent streak, 0-11 until that moment. I don't know if that's related to his reconnect or not, but I'd imagine that's his actual score. Well, he's now on the board, Harry. That's a sigh of relief for Team Spirit. And a massive round as well. We talked about how that would be mugging Astralis off and breaking their money here. The save allows something in the follow-up, but this is it. You're already staring at Astralis' follow-up buy. 2K a player otherwise. And Dupree didn't even get a rifle out of that round, so it's a very sad fate for Astralis. Spirit, great recovery into the B site. Magix has been all over the entries today. Think about that double arch kill on the round that Glaive clutched out, I think it was. And right there in B, lines them up, shoots Glaive in CT before he even kills the AWP of Lucky that was reaggressing. Astralis got caught in a very awkward timing trying to push back into that banana position.
And I mean, here's the thing, like, you know, there is still a chance to recover this half, right? Like, much akin to how Dust 2 went, where we had, like, that really nice start for Team Spirit, and then Astralis were actually able to make it very competitive. You can't make it as close here. But with Astralis fielding a buy into this round and, you know, putting a bit of money behind it.
I like this buy, by the way. This is a really good buy. If they eco this and they keep 2K a player, which is what they had prior to buying, they buy next for 4,400. It's a whack buy. They don't have an AWP. They don't have full util. They lose that, and then they are left with, again, scraps for the last. This means at least they take a buy. If they lose it, they eco one, they buy full last. Astralis are happy with a 9-6, but, you know, this at least gives them the opportunity for a 10-5.
It does mean, though, that you've got, like, one proper buy round between you and that 9-6 scoreline, right? And so you kind of are anticipating, like, a 10-5 is a good outcome here for Astralis.
And if they win this, they are laughing.
Oh, bro, yeah. Then they're big money winners. So let's see, right? Bit of utility going in towards this B side from Team Spirit, but this ain't no commitment. Mir's been tagged down low. And Dexter, reluctantly, no Molotovs to walk into. He's given Mir the AWP.
Yeah, shuffling back a third player, Bubsky. It's all on him in this round, really. The one rifle. Dupree with a shotgun. Left on his laurels in the A-bomb site. Glaive coming as well. 4 men here, just in time. Team Spirit gonna hit the go button. Dexter with a pit volley. Lucky pushes apps, and now he's got right behind the enemies with a rifle as well. Bubsky puts his to good use, and Lucky just wants to cover the cross, try and peek off the back of Dupree's control. Glaive still smoked off, but Spirit are slowing down, and this could be their undoing.
Oh, yeah. Lucky. Another. And now the AK. Oh, swinging out. The Mag 7 up close in the site. How can these two? Lucky and Dupree have got to try and help each other here. And while Lucky's pulling the attention up towards the apartments, Dupree is given that much more freedom to swing out from in the site. Oh, Astralis, they are looking like they could be onto a winner. Just Dexter left to get past. He's removed the first man from play. With only 10 seconds left, time is his big enemy.
What? He's going for the AWP. He killed Mir there earlier with the AWP. Trying to give his teammate a gun. Dex is hanging around for exits. He knows he can do damage at least. He can't win the round. And the AWP will send him packing. Nice stuff for Lucky. Yeah, okay, the gun's a bit of a bait. And Dexter knows he can get a kill off of it, but it changes nothing. And Astralis, they cash the check, Harry.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal as well. Dexter dying after time leaves you in a spot where you kind of have to force here if you're Team Spirit now.
This was set up for a 9-6, but that risky buy for Astralis, I say risky, if anything, was the wiser choice of the two options than to eco. And you've got to say as well, Astralis have had every goddamn read in this CT side. Think about the amount of stacks that they've had, right? Sometimes solo players, like Bubsky alone in pit, or Lucky alone on B, and as soon as Spirit getting in position to commit as 5, it feels like Astralis have 3 there in time. Just the last possible second they have to rotate, they will always hit that on the head. That's the experience on this map. Great reads coming out of Glaive, and even better shots being hit. Team Spirit looking for scraps. They need a hero.
Yeah, and this isn't the build-up to Hugo's musical interlude. This is actually looking like just a B sneak. They're doing it dry. They were trying to play contact into B. They get Mir out in the open, and he's creeping in. He's thinking he can forge this path into the B bomb site, but all it's actually done is given that first kill over to Astralis, and now they're not going to repeat this. They can keep smoking it off.
Oh my.
Magiska's going back in with the MP9 for more. There's a molly in the hands of the pillar player, but he's able to get it out in time, and now he's ready. Gun up. Trying to help his teammates out here in this site. This is not comfortable for Team Spirit. It's death by 1,000 cuts as the MP9 whittles them down. Astralis up onto 11. And yeah, man, these executes, they look rough for Spirit.
If you even want to use the word execute to describe that round, right? Like they're so paranoid, they're going to get swung. And well, they were right. Magisk and Dupree just come out swinging from either side, on B, on CT. And they just crush Spirit in the choke point. Astralis, not a wrong read this map, and every clutch to boot. Feels like they've had it in their pocket. Last round of the half now. Spirit again, a desperation buy. They've got to do it. Double AK, right up Banana. Magiska's had enough.
Yeah, there's the opener. Once again, this very oppressive banana control coming in, and Dupree has even removed another man from this round. He's just taking fights in middle, and he's not paying a price for it. Finally traded. Lucky, there's a freebie on a Dexter. And to Sumdai Young, gonna do the honorable thing and run to his demise. 12-3, Astralis, great first half out of them. They're looking to recover. They're looking to send us to Ancient. Can we get there? Find out in a minute.
Hey Future Pros, on Inferno today, and I thought I'd show you how to throw the classic one-way to help you sneak out of the A apartments and maybe find a kill or two. To throw the smoke, get apps control, then position yourself on the edge of this door. Aim at the lower middle part of the extended bit of the arch. And throw. It's crazy how fast Rain throws his smoke, as this version is a little precise, so give it some practice. Now you have a good chance to crawl out of the apartments and play around the one-way smoke. CTs should usually be playing more passive once the smoke is thrown, but maybe you can find a CT with his pants down.
Spanish fans all around the world are probably rejoicing right about now. They're forgetting about Dust 2. They're putting that to the back of their minds, because here, Astralis on their map pick of Inferno are looking like a different beast altogether.
Absolutely, danger looms for Team Spirit. They may not even have an opportunity to showcase gun rounds in this CT side. Astralis just moments away from taking us the distance in this series, and it would do it justice to say the very least. Let's jump in. T-side now for Astralis. They've had every right read on that CT half, every stack in perfect positions. How will Spirit fare having to make those same decisions? Astralis moving up apps fast, waiting for no one. The steps get heard, lots of wood. Tippity-tappity as they jump out into the A site. Double porch setup will do work as Mir gets a double triple and the molly as well. Everything for Spirit. Blink and you miss it, this round is done unless Magisk has something to say.
Ah, poor Magisk. Ooh, okay. That's a nice tap. But still, he needs 4 more just like that. And yeah, it's going to get brought to a pretty abrupt end. Hell of a round out of Mir.
Yeah, that's big as well, Harry, because if we looked at these scoreboards coming into the half, they're not pretty. Dexter, Magic's having incredible games right now, entering up a lot. That AWP was nice when he had it in the early stage of the half, and Magic's always provided opening kills on the AK. But Chopper, 1 and 14. Young 5 and 14. And coming into that round, Mir was also 5 and 13. So it wasn't pretty. Now with at least one man warming up, maybe the others can follow in suit.
Yeah, you just want to supplement this Dexter-Magic's duo, right? If you could have a 3rd man in tandem with that, and that's why we keep mentioning that we're hoping Mir is that 3rd man.
Needs to be.
You know, that would be the route to recovery here. Dexter as well might be having an easier time of AWPing coming up in this half, so maybe his impact can look to go up, but being real, like he was already finding so much over on the T side. So we got this little D round here, this force by for Astralis, keeping the pressure applied to Team Spirit. Lucky and Dupree over towards the apartments, and well, there was Lucky and Dupree here. Now it's just Lucky, right? Dupree is sidelined by Dexter up on the balcony. Glaive wants revenge for his fallen teammate, so he's moved in to help out with this double mid push. Right now, they're trying to take this default. They've got options, right? Astralis, they've got a lot of choices here because of the control they've taken up in mid, but now that these players have been spotted, Team Spirit, I'm imagining they're going to pull a player back from B, but they haven't yet. They're still committed to this double hole down towards the A bomb site.
Yeah, Arch Smoke, they'll hear that land though, and so now they can read into it. It is going to be this A-Rap. You've got to watch out. Dexter and Grave. Oh, he pokes his head up for a couple of quick shots, and the headshots are all his. One more through the smoke. Magics will close. Nice and easy round there for Spirit once they hit the 5-on-3. Astralis are given some room on long, but it's all by design, swiftly taken away. And the round as well, 5-12. You don't want to call the comeback here, but this is how it starts. However, I'm not saying squat until I see a gun round from Astralis.
Yeah, I mean, back in their CT side, right? Glaive definitely deserves a lot of credit for the openers he was able to find, right? Especially like early in that first half, his banana aggression was great, and I think a lot of the calling in terms of the rotations, mate, they were so well timed. That was something you drew attention to, right, Hugo, for the Astralis defense. T-side, it's going to be interesting to see if Glaive can kind of keep up that ability to open. It's not really what we think of when we look at him. This round should be a quick, clean one, and it's not disappointed in that regard, really. Yeah, you lose one of the SMGs, but it's not the end of the world. Yeah. Now you're up onto 6, and now we got the big guns coming out for Astralis. This is where it gets interesting again. This is where Team Spirit are really going to have to switch themselves on.
Yeah, we even have an AWP as well. Somebody buys that up. He got 3 with the MP9s. A bit of moolah. Goes a long way when Dexter's picking it up. Astralis, we're expecting AKs here, right? Probably no AWP the first round. We'll get the taste of blood, get to see how Spirit are running their first rifle round as well, knowing they're up against guns. And hell, the bonus is you might get a free AWP if you win it. Prize on the line. one step closer to victory lane. Triple B early. Spirit take Banana with their utility, but they won't push down. Astralis instead push through, meet them there. Mia, quick fadeaway kill. Bubsky does get that trade. Some die young. Dead, throwing grenades. And even though Mia got that opening kill, it did not deter Bubsky from continuing to push back in. He grabs a free molly. Yoink. But they want to re-aggress. It looks like it. Mia's close. Smoking CT. Now, Spirit hold off in case this is an execute. And they're getting very worried that that's the case. A third rotation coming in. Even Chopper leaning alongside. Still 1 and 14. Still having an absolute mare. Astralis, where do they want to go? Back and forth. Grouping up eventually in middle. And they seem to have made the right read right now. Can Glaive at least keep them here? Because this aggressive flash back down Banana will confirm the suspicions that Spirit have. Is B clear? Yes, it is. Free real estate, mate. Better run that rotate.
Yeah, at the same time, while it's confirmed, like, yeah, B's clear, now the alarm bells are going off, right? You're realizing if they're not Banana, that means they're moving into this A bomb site. Chopper here alone. As you mentioned, he's having a rough old game. Magix is going to come in and try and help him, but they're already too deep. Chopper dead immediately. Still 1 and 15. That could have been his moment.
Did Glaive crash?
Oh my word. What's happening here? Yeah, Glaive just looked like I don't know, he's just stopped in the middle of short. But
Doesn't
don't
matter.
worry, because Dupree's there to pick it all back up.
I don't know if he was like asking for the bomb or something, but he was knife out in the open.
Yeah, just stood still.
That didn't look normal. I'm looking at him. Yeah, no, he's in the server. He's still here. Maybe he was just waiting for the bomb. Maybe he just thought he was safe. But off of that re-aggress down Banana, right? Team Spirit got so much info. They just, fast flank the A site. Something that Astralis is certainly used to. They did it themselves a lot of times. But whether Glaive was lagged out or caught by surprise, none of that matters, Harry. Double swing back onto Porch. And Astralis lock in their first gun round. It was all worthwhile. We saw nothing.
Yeah, Dexter is now donning this CT side. Oh, that's going to be exciting, right? He tries to take that fast peek down Banana, but you want to talk about fast peeks? Look at this. Up through middle. Magic with the opener. Dupree catches Chopper changing weapons, and that's the A bomb site overran. This is the round done and dusted. We just witnessed it.
They're already hunting, Harry. There's only 2 guys in A. 3 guys are fanning out. They're spreading back to old mid. They're looking for the kills. Magisk even going in through the library smoke to take CT spawn back. And I love this spread for Astralis. They don't even push down mid and go straight to Banana. They clear everything. They go alt mid, they clear T-Apps, they clear T-Spawn, and now they lock in Banana. They know Spirit, there's only one place they can be. Hidden out at the back of the bomb site. Molly start to go in. Astralis executing into this essential retake, this hunt.
This is wild. They're trapped in ruins. They're trapped in this little church at the back of B. They're on their hands and knees. They're praying, please, just let me get these guns out of the round. It's going to be all Team Spirit have. Astralis can't let you have nice things. They take them all away. Astralis up onto 14.
That's so beautiful.
And this really now should be like a hard GG. This should be the round that just decided the outcome. The immediate 3K to open up the A play. It's some weirdness in amongst all of that, right? But you get the kills. You immediately hunt down those saving players. Great stuff out of Glaive and Astralis here.
Yeah, Chopper, I mean, he is in his head after that one. He's holding a smoke and, switching around, and then Dupree just walks through and kills him before he can get his gun ready. Oh, just could not be worse, could it? As well as Dexter. Finally gets the AWP. What happens? Magisk goes wide on him. Dexter doesn't see. And Magisk doubles up on the long side entries. Yeah. You don't call GG till it's done, but this is as close as it gets, and it's about to be confirmed. Sunday Young locked out of the B-bomb site. It's a full mid-stack for Spirit, and what the hell do you do here? Not even a kit. They knew they weren't going to retake. And if you're still wondering, I can confirm that's not going to be happening. Try as you might, Astralis will lock you out.
Pulling everyone round, like they're still interested.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, I don't think you even give... Well,
they don't either, Harry. They're out of there.
Yeah, there they are saving now.
You hang around. You always give it, the due diligence it deserves, right? Maybe you look and, do Astralis get overconfident? Do they jump through a smoke? Do they give you a free gun? Suddenly, you can be inspired in a 5-on-4. We saw rounds like that back on Dust 2, for example. But this is not one of them. This is not Dust 2. And the scoreline speaks volumes to that. 15-6. Spirit continuing the losses on this map. Winning 2 out of their last 10 games here on Inferno. Well, now that's 2 out of 11. Any Ancient fans?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, right? It at least sets us up for this very, very, you know, exciting third map finale of Ancient. I'm kind of happy that it's feeling like a done deal that we're going to get there. Team Spirit, you know, if they wanted to embark on this comeback, it's going to take a miracle. They're force buying up here. They've got MP9s to supplement those pistols that were carried forward.
Yay.
A kit in play as well, but you know, you're not celebrating this investment if you're Team Spirit here.
It's just a formality at this point. 5 kills. Or 3 kills and a bomb plant will do. However it be, Astralis are looking to get us there. Triple B set up for Spirit. Bubsky safe jump spotting. This is a new way to do it. Making sure that you can't get a headshot. Very little opportunity given over. Not like Spirit have the guns for it either. Now we saw this reset of Bubsky off the back of his abysmal Dust 2 game into this. He had a great start. He was 9-1. He was really looking good. He kept it up. We got to ask those same questions into the third map for a player like Chopper. 1-16. Obviously focused a lot on the leading as well, but needs to be doing more in the server. It's a good start for Magics. Will it go anywhere though?
Oh, Astralis are quick to just up and abandon the A play, right? While they were looking to contest this mid control, they go, look, dupreeh, you see what you can get away with up in the apartments, right? And maybe we'll come back to you. He's heard players rotating over, as has Bubsky. And I think that's going to send Astralis back into the A play now. With dupreeh still holding on to the apartments, it's kept this avenue open. This was always an option for Astralis, thanks to dupreeh in this position. As they sneak in now, they've read this one right. 2 players in the site, and Lucky with the opener. Bubsky's going to lock in that second kill, trading it out. And now the bomb is down. 15-6, it's all on the line. A 3-on-3 retake. dupreeh in the apartments. He could shut down rotations. He's going to miss this timing, but he can still wrap through Boiler. And it's this Boiler wrap that really could seal the fate of Team Spirit here. Yeah, they've dealt with Magis down in the pit, but I can't stress enough, dupreeh, he's got the round in the palm of his hands, and Bubsky is there to lock in the victory for Astralis on their map pick of Inferno. That means that we're going to Ancient. We're going to the big green boy as map number 3.
hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you. Take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine. Show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster. Gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now. Getting it up now. Go with the move, go for the goal. Lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to.
Astralis keeping things alive here as both teams, them and Team Spirit, try to fight to keep themselves undefeated. Well, to become undefeated here in our ESL Pro League Season 14 as our debut day of Group A has kicked off and almost winded down and almost did a little bit early. As Astralis have been able to at least take Inferno in a very one-sided fashion of 16-6. Jason Kaplan still joined by Moses here, and you kind of called this. I mean, you're kind of brilliant. You're kind of amazing at your job. You're irreplaceable when it comes to death on Twitter.
Go on.
I don't know how much flattery I can really do right now.
I know. You were doing good. I was just gonna let it see how far you could take it. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of I don't know if I would call this back to normal for like where we think this series or for Astralis. I think this is more a reflection of Spirit, as I said. Like I feel I don't know why I cannot shake the feeling that this team is a one-trick pony on Dust 2. Certainly their Inferno is abysmal, a very low win percentage, and in the second half of the year, if they don't fix that, this is not going to be a team that's making deep runs and challenging and upsetting teams. Inferno's too popular a map for them to be this bad on it and still be able to be a consistently dangerous team. I think the biggest factor of this, obviously, individually, Astralis players looked a little bit more comfortable, but I think that's a factor of, again, the map of Dust 2 for Spirit. They're so good at finding space. They're so good at exploiting rotations. They're so good at having individuals take initiative and take up space on the map. And when you get over to Inferno, it's a lot harder to do that. Choke points are constantly smoked off. You've always got nades. You've always got flashbangs and Molotovs coming into these various choke points. Harder to find opening kills to create the space to slip into. So I think for just that factor, I think Astralis players on an individual level just had like a bit of a reprieve. They got to relax a little bit more than they could on Dust 2.
I mean, they looked so fantastic on that CT side when it came to Inferno, and one player in particular that we were looking at was Glaive. And again, we can't really understate, I'd say, how important it is that he's had that pressure of maybe running the op for his team taken off his shoulders. He obviously has a lot of work to do when it comes to Lucky to, I guess, mold him within the team, but Glaive, he performed well, and for an in-game leader to do that compared to Chopper, who I believe had 2 kills, that's great to see, and that's a great way for Astralis to bounce back in the series.
Yeah, and ever since he joined Astralis, he's been one of the best fragging in-game leaders we have in the entire scene, so just more of that out of him today, even some of those cheeky kills through the smokes. Yeah, he had a good game. Dupree had a good game. Bubsky obviously had a bounce-back game from Dust 2 where he was a bit quiet. So, yeah, everyone on the Astralis side, I mean, it didn't seem like there was any sweat. And we even saw early on in that first half, one thing that was like, okay, Astralis has really switched into this game. They're mentally focused. Was a stack towards the B bomb site early on after losing a player. I think they ended up losing the round anyways, but the fact that they're that engaged and moving around the map, that was a good sign for what their Inferno was going to have.
Interesting stat here, actually, at the bottom. First death percent, 27.3% for Glaive versus 9.1% for Dexter. Now, I don't want to read too much into it, but to me that says Glaive's more willing to be a player to go in first, whereas Dexter's more about, I'm going to play around my own team and look for my own opportunities.
Yeah, you also see, like, you saw in the highlight package of some of those Glaive kills of him taking that fight at half wall down Banana, spraying through smoke, eating flashbangs, can still, while blind, taking the fight and still holding down the trigger, getting stuck into it in Banana. And, just by the nature of that kind of a play style, you're going to win some, you're going to lose some. So you're going to die first a few times, you're going to get a couple kills first, another time. And that's just the way it plays. Dexter, obviously, a little bit of a more passive role here for Spirit on this map.
And I do kind of wonder, looking at Dexter playing the ace side, I believe he had Chopper there to help him out with. And Chopper, as we mentioned before, not to call him out or anything, only having 2 kills in the entire map. Whereas you look on the side of Astralis, they had multiple people at that ace side able to defend, able to pick up kills. We saw Lucky multiple times holding over towards apartments, towards B. They were able to rotate players in quickly. Magic was able to play over the top of the boxes a couple of times, and it seemed like, Astralis were just able to fire on all cylinders and able to back each other up in a way that Team Spirit wasn't able to.
Astralis had a few of those rounds, too, where, like, it felt like the round wasn't anywhere near in their control, like it was lost and they were able to pull it back. Not too many of them, but just a couple of them, and that's tough to deal with. Yeah, Chopper with a rough game, but again, like I would pin this on, like maybe I'm a little too forgiving of individuals, but I would pin this mostly on Spirit just not being comfortable on this map. And when you're not comfortable in what your team is doing, and you're not comfortable with what your teammate is doing, and you don't necessarily know how he's going to react to a situation, sometimes that causes you to play poorly because you don't have that faith that something is going to happen that you need. And especially for someone like Chopper, who's thinking for the team as well, you know, not always, you know, his mind is going to be split. He's not always going to be fully focused on his own crosshair while he's trying to move his troops to where they need to be.
Well, speaking of our minds, we got to focus on what's coming up next because we have Ancient as our third map here, our final map of the series. And looking over past results, you have Spirit played it 5 times, 60% win rate. You look at Astralis, they played it 2 times, and I don't believe they won a single time, if I can read HLTV correctly. I feel like this is a map that could favor Spirit, but I feel like if you're Spirit, you have to have that extra map up your sleeve, right? We used to talk about when Vertigo came out initially, you know, teams who weren't really confident in some of the other maps, they would have to pull that one out to catch teams off guard.
Yeah, I mean, just the benefit of having the new map in the pool be strong for you early on is huge. We've seen a lot of teams go on runs when a new map comes into the pool, and they're kind of the first team to show and establish dominance on it. Yeah. And I think we're kind of having that jockeying battle of Ancient across the pro scene right now. Obviously, Astralis is, as you said, a little bit on the losing end of that little battle going on. They're 0-2 on the map, which doesn't bode well. I have faith they'll be able to figure it out. Do I have faith they'll be able to figure it out with a rookie stepping in and playing within a team that he's never played in before? I don't know about that one. So this is going to be rough. Inferno's nice. Ancient's going to be tough for Astralis.
Going to be tough indeed, but we are going to head to a short break, so at least Astralis and Team Spirit have a couple of extra minutes to decide what they're exactly going to do when it comes down to this final map of the series. We'll head to that break. We come back, we're jumping into our final map, or our final match here for our first day of our Pro League. Woo!
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
I mean, obviously it was hard on the team when Device left because it just put all the roles in the air. And for me as a person, he's a guy that I've been playing with for a long time, and you could say that we were somewhat of a duo. Now I'm a little bit more left on my own, but I mean, Device wasn't Astralis. He wasn't the only reason why we performed, and that's how I want to try and look at it. Mainly, it's all about all guys in the team trying to fulfill that role and do their best. Then I think we can come a long way, as we also showed in Cologne. We don't need an AWPer to go in potential finals. So.
There's no need to go again. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go again. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win. From the back roads to back streets, I see you foes trying to trap me, but I don't run like a track meet, even though I'm #1 like an athlete. And the way I maneuver around you and through you, I'm coming and I'm bound to pursue you. I'm everything that you knew of, plus more. What's in store is I'm about to get to you. Sleepless nights, better think this twice before you step to me and come and speak with strife. There's a lesson when you breach my life. It'll be chin-checking and I'll teach you right. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. Seen that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one, I'm right here. I get it in, I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. Cause I ain't taking no losses. And I don't even care what the cost is. Are you prepared for the forces I'm about to bring? Cause I'm the boss of all bosses. I penetrate your thoughts and fill them with doubt. You gon' feel where I'm coming and feel what I'm about. If they come in with the drama, I'm wheeling them out. Cause I ain't about to have somebody here stealing my clout. I keep my friends close, enemies closer. Cause that's the way it is and the way it's supposed to be. Anybody can see there's only room for one, and that one is me. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one, I'm right here. I get it in, I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you scared. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you're scared.
Third map, Ancient. Yeah, that sounds good to me. Astralis versus Team Spirit. Oh, now that sounds really good to me. Hugo.
Keep going.
Yeah. I'll keep talking dirty to you, don't worry. Look, we got this little third map coming up here, Hugo. It's one that we really hoped we were going to get to. And with Astralis looking so good, back on their map pick of Inferno, Team Spirit looking pretty flat. You know, I'm hoping that this third map, when everything's big, when everything's green, we can all have a good time.
That's what they say, Harry, and I certainly agree, right? Ancient's been banging so far. Astralis, they've only played it twice, right? They've not had the best of results. In fact, both of them being losses. Spirit have leaned into this map a little bit more as of late. However, is that a problem? Is that going to give Astralis demos to crawl through? Have they got ideas? We'll have to find out. All your questions answered here and now at the ESL Pro League Season 14. Last map of the night. Strap in for a ride.
Strap in, everybody.
Yes.
Strap in.
Buckle up.
Straps on. Let's go. It's Ancient.
Hell yeah.
All right, so we got a bit of a Team Spirit CT side start. Astralis over on the T side of things.
Look at this buy. Oh, I'm terrified. Someone's dropped double Julies.
Chopper.
Yeah, well, he went 2 and 16,
yeah.
so it's a fair buy.
Chopper went low.
It's a fair buy.
I'd rather give you guys 4 guns than
me have anything.
Yeah, than me have anything.
Okay,
and
I respect
it. That's a real leader right there.
Absolutely. Well, is it worth its weight in gold? Because these Berettas are scary at the best of times. Glaive gets dinked by one, in fact, and Magix looks to do even more damage. He can't. Astralis, they're running up top mid. They've got the donut smoke. They are flanking this A site. Bubsky's up in main already. Chopper trying to lock it in spawn, but the aim punch will be apparent. Only Sunday Young to find a thing, and it all falls apart at the seams. Astralis, every kill for them. Magix is playing with them, but they'll respond in due time, and it's only Dexter locked out of the bomb site.
Yeah, let's see. Dual Berettas. Oh, no Berettas, actually, is the way that's going to go. Magis locks it in. Astralis grabbed the pistol. It's pretty exciting seeing Astralis here, right? We haven't really seen too much of this squad on Ancient. They've played it twice in the last few months. And so it's going to be interesting to see what they do with Lucky here as well. You do need to keep drawing attention to that fact. No zip, big luck in the server instead.
Yeah, he was a bit of a clutch minister himself, right back on Dust 2 at least. Pulled out a couple of 1v1s with the AWP and the P250 as well. Astralis, bit of a B-rush for the second one. You like this, cool. There's not many men here, only 2. Lucky's got to clear everything. Jumping and spraying, double smokes down. Chopper will throw one in. That causes some commotion. Astralis need to watch out what could be behind or inside the smoke, and Bubsky got through it. Dead to the Deagle. Magics, you're not supposed to do that. 2 kills. Someone's going to save the day here for Astralis, and there's so much pandemonium as Chopper takes another down. Bomb plant, forget it. It doesn't matter. It's all Dupree, and he's dead in the water, so back he'll go through it. Defuse is in, and Spirit with a round. They love these second round forces.
They do, they do. They've always been pretty keen at trying to steal these away. Something I'm curious about, Hugo, something that we became very well acquainted with.
Yeah.
If I said VP Prodigy on Ancient, what would that mean to you in terms of a guy called Rufire?
Well, don't worry, you don't need to set me up that much, Harry. It's a bit free.
Yeah,
I could never forget the legendary Mag 7.
Shout out Rufire.
Shout out Rufire, yeah, absolute legend. VP Prodigy, that team was exciting on this map at the Academy League, and yeah, Rufire was a big reason for it. Running Mag 7 CT side almost every single round, he would just be dropping guns over and buying that shotgun, and it sounds like a meme, but he made it work.
Yeah, no,
to a terrifying degree.
Legit, I think if there was one area on any map that was going to exist where you could be a dedicated shotgun player, it's Cave on Ancient.
Undoubtedly. Chopper, though, he'll rather the range, and so he peeks out more and further. You get more options with a rifle. That's why most people will tend towards it.
Once again, like I watch those games, and I don't even know if that's true.
Well, if you're hitting Mag 7 shots down the lane like that, I'll be even more impressed. Right now, these Deagles should just be getting undressed by Team Spirit. Now, Astralis didn't full force here. They've actually kept 2K in the bank, so even they want to concede this round and buy up in the next. And, well, Spirit will deliver that to them at least for free. The next one will cost you. And here comes the buy for Astralis.
Yeah, what are they looking at Don here? It's just going to be rifles out across the board, right? A little bit of utility as well to go around it. Bonus round for Team Spirit. And I use the word bonus very, very lightly. Lightly, not likely, lightly.
You like a bonus, do you?
I like a bonus.
Only a light one, though.
Only a light bonus. But, yeah, I use that very, very lightly. It's just the Scout and Dexter is like the little undesirable, you could call it.
Don't call him that. That's a great player.
I'm not calling him that. All right, Dexter, man, you know we cool.
Yeah.
Me and Dexter, we cool.
Yeah, you tight like that. Oh, bit of a B-ramp play. I like this from Magix. How will it fare, though? Because Glaver's been dispatched to deal with the B aggression and the dink over the top of the box. Magix will finish the job. Astralis only have been control in this round. Bubsky's holding the A aggression. No one's doing it. A aggression on this map often seems just like a giveaway. Rare to get value from it. Unless you're getting a mid-flank off. Astralis won't allow it, though. Talk of mid, they're all the way up in Chopper's business. He's already out-fragged his previous map. Smoke will trap him, but they don't clear the corner, but Chopper shoots too soon, still gets the kill, and he doubles down. It's not pretty. It's really not pretty, but the results are there.
Yeah, you can't argue with results, right? Just Bubsky dead at the cross. Chopper with 3 in the round. That's more like it. He's 7-1.
Yeah, baby.
Look at this guy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's no doubt on Chopper as an individual. He's always a great player, but, you know, obviously outshined by some serious firepower on this roster. It was unlike him to go nearly silent in the previous map. And so it's even more enjoyable to see him pick up the pieces. Already we're seeing Astralis and what they like to do, leave Glaive outside of that B site. A lot of mid control on this T side so far, and they'll go back to it.
Oh, this is all very, very nerdy. Right? I don't know if you caught that there. Mid mollied the mid walkout, right? And then he immediately turns back into cube with a flash already pulled. And so if he hears anyone sprinting through his molly, he's going to set himself up with a pop flash to blind someone moving in. If you were the T there, right, that would have felt like, well, how is he ready for that? How has he got a flash off so quick? It's a very cool little idea.
One step ahead, man. And you've got to be, when you're up against Astralis, Magix. 4 health. And no fear to swing wide against the pistol. And this should just be a done deal. Even the orb is hopping down ramp looking for action. It will find it. Dexter delivering, and 4-1 to start this CT side. Spirit won the knife round. Just keep that in mind. They did pick this half. I mean, you know, picking CT seems like just a go-to on every map, not just because most maps are CT-sided, and I don't think Ancient is any exception to that theory right now, but on top of that, I feel like, you know, everyone wants to start with CT, get it out the way. But also, if you're looking for a comeback, I feel like that's far more able on T side, right? Say you have a bad CT side, say you go 9-6 down, you can make the call, okay, right, now we're in control. Now we're the ones, you know, making the moves, making the decisions, disrupting the flow on this T half. So that seems to always be the go-to. Push through the smoke, that's ballsy, and Chopper won't work well. Magis lines up a double. And now mid and B locked in for Astralis. If they waltzed into this B bomb site, there would be no one there to stop them. They don't know that. For all they know, these rotates could have come flying through for Team Spirit. Instead, these CTs are just looking for the frags in middle. And it's really not going well.
No, every peek they're taking, it's like, you know, they're just digging the hole deeper. Oh, you're so dead. Oh.
1G, but I mean, there was no getting out of there. Double molly. Not just his own, but an opponent's as well. I won't hold it against
He goes and dies in his own Molotov, though. I wonder if that's to giving any money over.
I think you're probably looking into it too deep.
You think I'm looking? I don't know. He ran across to get to the other side. Why did the Sundai Young cross the road?
To not give Astralis $300?
Yeah. That's
well,
what we're saying.
His molly was thrown in front, just close, and then he got mollied into the corner. So he tried to cross sides, and the spread of his molly came back. I don't know. Maybe Harry. Maybe Sundai Young's brain is that big, but doesn't make that much.
Pretty huge-brained when it comes down to it.
Does that make that much difference? Not really. $300. Give it, take it, leave it. And the embarrassment of killing yourself with your own Molotov, is it worth it? These are the questions, and we don't have the answers.
Oh, hell of an opener, yeah. Magis just runs him down. On the whole, you know, Magisk versus Magic's front, they are both keen to find these openers. Oh. Magic's left Astralis for this. Here he is, holding on. Dexter. Creeping on up. Oh, he's not going to go through the cave. Instead, just playing back in the site. It's a very, very slow default now from Astralis, right? They get that opener, and they know, once again, it's Team Spirit feeling the pressure. And so waiting, well, waiting is yielding you rewards. With each second that you just sit back, you know, Team Spirit are walking into your crosshairs. You're extending that lead even further, and you've even seen Magic's now leaving this B site, setting up towards CT. At this point, if Astralis commit to the B play, I think Team Spirit is saving, and this is a done deal.
Yeah, the two M&Ms did cross there. They spotted each other, so Magic still hangs around for a shot off the AWP. But as smokes come in and Astralis play things methodical, a bomb plant is allowed. And oh, Harriet's Inferno all over again. Look at this spread. Oh my goodness, they are all over the place. Bubsky is looking to remove saving players. He's been lurking here the entire round. It's a nice angle for Sundai Young on top of the box, only his head shown. Bubsky is in no hurry. Wants to wait for his team so they can at least trade kills. But maybe he doesn't peek at all. Maybe he just gives the respect over. Jump over the AWP. Magic's got to be careful with those pre-fires. He actually hits the shot through the wall. And Bubsky still not activating here means Spirit will at least save their guns. Also, one side to that of Bubsky not peeking, probably not the reason he's not peeking, probably just trying to keep the money, but and knows that's being held, is he also doesn't want to show off his A-line, right? Spirit don't know exactly what Astralis are going to be bringing to the table. We're seeing these slow starts outside of B and these mid-takes, but Bubsky hasn't actually shown the fact that in many of these rounds he's been sitting, lurking outside of A, waiting for timings. Why waste that bit of information and give Spirit the knowledge on a round that doesn't matter, on a round that's already won? Catch him by surprise.
Yeah, don't say that's a minor thing, I think you're bang on to have pointed that out. Oh, look, we got to see Mir's little pop flasher himself in action over here in middle. And now he's getting set up by Sundai Young as well, who's just popping flashes over the top of Cube from this A-bomb site. Lovely little bit of synergy between those two on mid. I'm happy that we got to see the design behind that like double pop flash play for the Team Spirit defense. Astralis, not the start they wanted. Bubsky, oh, he's going to alleviate a lot of the pressure now. Magis can't convert the spray, though. The double M's, they go blow for blow. And it's Magix with the double X's coming out on top. He's looking to add a third X to his name. This might be dirty. Lucky's lost the bomb, and Bubsky all alone in the 1-on-3. No real hope in hell of winning this one.
Yeah, he's already called the save, right? That's 2 separate players spotted at B, so at this point, Bubsky knows it's done. Luckily, I think he might have just missed that timing that they could hear him on the A main push. So Mir goes all the way around, and Bubsky looks to backstab, maybe get an exit. Will he be tempted in by a kill? Well, will he even get the kill, I guess is what we have to figure out first. That's such a shame for Magisk, because Bubsky does so much work getting that double kill in Cave. And Magisk was already pushed up B ramp. He had a great position to catch off Magix, but he whiffs the spray, as you said, and that costs them the round. Not much to do. And nowhere to go.
I'm happy that this has got all the makings of something nice and competitive here, right? Like, been pretty back and forth out of the gate. Team Spirit are trying to flex a bit of the old dominance here now, though. As look as well, you know, we've seen them lean into this more so than Astralis, right?
Got the experience. Maybe not on a as high a level. Astralis taking on teams like Na'Vi, who seem pretty well focused, pretty practiced on this map so far.
Yeah, part of me does wonder though, right? Like, in the sense of like prepping for your opponent and knowing what you're up against, it's going to be harder for Team Spirit to have much of an awareness of what Astralis are like leaning in towards, right? Sure. Because of the change of Lucky coming in, because they never really played this. Oh, that's brutal. Because they never really played this map too much, right?
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's always, especially on a new map like this, I don't think people are even really thinking about anti-stratting yet. They're more just trying to figure out what the hell they want to do with it, right? How these T-side rounds run, especially how these rotates are pulled in. Double setup, and you only know about the first man. Like it matters. It's a 1-on-5.
This was a brutal rifle round for Astralis. So like, this was meant to be, you know, another chance to run it back, another chance to go again.
Even if he kills Magix, he's not going to be ready for Chopper.
Oh, even if, and it's a big if, he doesn't lock it in, And so, yeah, never even needed the second man. Team Spirit up at 6-3. Reinvestment back on the cards for Astralis.
Yeah, they've done a lot of mid takes so far. I wonder, I'm excited to see what teams propose is the best way to deal with, you know, when you get those top mid smokes in, you lock out the AWP, like you cut off Dexter from mid. How do you respond to that, right? Are you just going to give it up, or do you want to fight through the smokes? You can flash over mid from both bomb sites, at least on the CT side of things. Not from B, but if you back up into CT, there are flashes you can throw that do work. So we'll see how Spirit decide to do that. Dexter, he was able to just take names down mid last round.
Yeah, Dexter's doing a very good job, though, of keeping Astralis guessing. In this round, he's not playing towards mid at all. Instead, that's been left to Mir to hold from Cube. And right now, Dexter finds himself reinforcing this A site hold with the AWP. But he's going to be the mobile player, right? He's going to be the guy that's going to up and leave the site at the slightest sign of trouble over towards B. And so with that kill getting traded by Magisk, I'm imagining we're going to see Dexter begin his rotation, start to move around and reinforce this B site. In the meantime, though, Chopper is going to have to hold the line. Because you haven't had like this constant eye on middle, you are a little paranoid that someone could have hit a timing. And so it slowed down the rotations for a moment. Dexter's still here. The flash is off. Glaive spots Chopper in the corner and will flash him out. And these rotates are cut off by the smokes down in CT. So a bomb plant is allowed for Astralis. The wrap from Mir has got to do it all.
Yeah, this looks like a lock-in right now. Mir has to be the hero. Grabs a quick kill, going to flash his teammate back in, but it's a triple ramp setup, and Astralis are even boosting in the post plant. Now, they can't see the bomb from here, but they can at least cut down a player crossing into the site. There's the tap. It's all a fake. It's all a ruse. It just falls off the boost. Someday Young blind grabs another. No way they're going to win this retake. It's only Mir. He has the kit. He has plenty of time, and he just wants the 1v1. Glaive's gone, and Mir can't convert. Dupree holds strong in that clutch and gives Astralis a 4th round on the T side. Oh, These ones are coming down to the wire. Very nice attempt from Spirit, right? Not only were they, 3-on-5 initially into that round, but they completely lost the B bomb site. Sorry, 3-on-4. Magic did take the opening kill, but he was traded. Chopper got nothing with some excellent flashbangs from Astralis into the B bomb site. And Glaive as well, the swing out cave, he had so much cover from the smoke, and he uses the pillar, he spots Chopper, but he gets flashed out. He's patient, just waits behind the pillar, knowing his back is covered by smoke, and takes his time with that kill. And that's the kill that wins the round, really. It takes Spirit out of B, and the retake just falls short. Zana getting hyped as well. Good news for Astralis building into this T-half. Trying to waterfall their way to a win. But we've had a player drop for Astralis. We'll be waiting for a reconnect. In the meantime, oh, Lucky's already back. Plenty of time for theory crafting. You mentioned how Dexter's been swapping it up, and he has been in different positions like, or seemingly every round. He's up down B, he's up mid, he's up A. I would say this map for CTs especially, I wouldn't be surprised if we see people, almost like Vertigo, lean into playing off spawns, especially with an AWP. If you want to take an early kill, right, peek deep A main, that's an option. Get to donut from middle, maybe take a fight down B, push cave, and not just the spawns, but also there's a lot of blocking. You'll find it in your pugs. It's very hard to get out of spawn on the CT side on Ancient without blocking your teammates. It needs a lot of cohesion and coordination. We just saw players from Spirit run round the back behind their teammates to get to Temple just to avoid that exact fact. Something to keep in mind, and something that's very hard on pugs, but when you have obviously coordination at a tier 1 level, people are going to know what they're doing and where they're going. But I wonder if we see those spawn plays yet again. This time it's Dexter AWPing A, and a very safe B round. With Chopper in cave and Magic's almost playing a retake position at long, expecting to get smoked off in this spot. Chopper needs to go 1-for-1 at a worst case. And while Astralis are faking out mid with a lot of utility, I'm sure ending by climbing up the ledge into B. The bomb and the rest of this entourage is heading B-ward bound.
Yeah, Chopper's dropped this smoke, so he's given himself a little veil to fight behind here for this cave control. That's going to start to clear up at, about the 25-second mark, so they won't be able to get through it. It's that incendiary that he's got as well that's going to help to buy him even more time as the B play comes in. You've really got to buy time if you're these guys in B, because while the rotations are coming through, and like Dexter's here pretty quickly, everyone else is still leaning up towards the A site, still believing that this could be a late A execute. And so now, as they're flooding up ramp, you would have loved some way to slow this down, to buy that time, but Glaive, through the smoke, has annihilated these boys over towards B. And Team Spirit, man, the two guys that were leaning towards that A bomb site, they're left having a save. They really believed that that was not a B play. Yeah. They were lobbing flashes into A main. They were freaked out that something was happening over towards this side of the map.
Not sure what kept them there, right? Almost all of Astralis were there the entire time. I think also the awareness that they lost mid in the mid round, right? Astralis were waiting outside B, but they also, at about a minute, took, the donut smoke, the top mid smoke, completely, remove middle from Spirit's repertoire. They have no information. They don't know if they're getting lurked on. This is a map where, Ts can very easily, especially in man advantage positions, find timings, into CT spawn and get behind enemy lines. So you often, when you're rotating outside, you often need to be, calling that, okay, I'm left here, keep the clock in mind, keep the timing of this mid-wrap. Something to, be aware of at the back of your head. But yeah, maybe some miscommunication, misread for Spirit. It is a new map after all. There's going to be confusion. There's going to be rounds like that. And just a brutal B execute for Astralis will seal the deal. Yeah, it's weird as well, right? Because, how you play B versus, in terms of cave or playing long versus short is one thing in and of itself. But even though you might want to lean into triple B setups, the danger with doing that is not only does it give a lot of room elsewhere on the map, but it's actually very hard in this map to play inside of the B site. The only good spot to play inside of B, other than cave obviously, is that ninja spot, the dark spot, the wood spot, whatever you want to call it. And that's a very easy molly spot. You can just lob mollies in there over from B lane. So okay, maybe you have one guy there risking it, but everyone else is going to be long and short, and they get locked out by smoke. So B's a retake site in many positions, whereas A's one where you can more consistently stop a bomb pod. There's no cover.
I like that Dexter's back on middle, and I'll explain why in just a moment, because this is looking like one Hail Mary A play out of Astralis, just fast on the approach, utility going over to cut off some of these sight lines. Mir, that's awkward. He's fallen off of the boost. Sumdai Young's caught in the back of the site. Dexter's pushing smokes. Mir's dead in the water, and the A bomb site has crumbled before our very eyes. Astralis, they've overran it. Bomb plant isn't secured yet, right? They haven't managed that, and it does get tricky, especially with Chopper still waiting back here in Cube. Smokes have faded as well, and there's no way to replenish this. You need Dupree to deal with this man, and there he is, slipping the knife in the back of Chopper. Magix can't get out of there either. He's actually just silenced, and the round is won right there and then. I was going to say, I'm happy that Dexter's back on mid. It never actually plays into it. But the reason why I was happy is I think one of the things that's been hurting Team Spirit is in these last few rounds when Dexter's been mobile and he's been like moving all across the map, a lot of the time the mid holders come down to Mir in Q. And just like because of the nature of it, like when he gets smoked, whenever there's like a timing where someone could slip CT, it's really slowed down the rotations for Team Spirit, right? Every time they're going from A to B or B to A, they're so paranoid about someone having hit this timing up into CT spawn.
Oh, double nade onto Magix. He may have found a Deeg opener, but gets dunked down. It's only pistols here for Spirit. Should be easy peasy for Astralis. There's the response into Magix. And yeah, we saw a triple A smoke execute there in the previous round. Astralis showing us a lot of different things, right? They've had mid takes, they've done BXX, there's the A smokes. They had a donut smoke, a temple smoke, and a site smoke for CT to cover off behind those default boxes. Just causing a lot of confusion. In fact, there were like five smokes down, but I think a couple of them were from Spirit, player right-clicking them at the big box. Didn't really help them though, and this round will be no easier, even though Spirit have both players in B. Astralis have already up and left, leaving Magisk here to just get these exits. Last player ascertained on top. Magisk is ready. 7-6, and this is a really good T side, right? If you're winning T halves here on Ancient, you're doing a great job. Or at least that seems to be the case right now. But you know, as more time goes on, as more teams perfect their play on this map, I guess we'll see where it truly lies in battles. Started well for Spirit, but gonna come crumbling down ever since.
Yeah, and it is worrying that this T side is getting to the point where Astralis could look to win out the half, right? It is a map that, you know, more often than not leans into the CT side somewhat, and on top of that, if you look at Team Spirit, in all the victories they have, they've always won out the CT half. So it does make me a little bit nervous. We want to see a resurgence here as we get towards the end of the first half of play. And hell, if Mir's the man to get us there, I'll take it. The miracle man. Holding down Cube. Hasn't given up mid to Astralis. He's kept them with very little control over middle, and he's put Team Spirit in a great spot here. Lucky and Bubsky, they're going to group up in Cave, try to make something happen into the B bomb site. But look at Sumdai Young. He pushed all the way through A main. He's wrapped all the way up through middle. And now he's hot on the heels of these B site players. Team Spirit have put together where this is coming from. You know, on the back of figuring out where players aren't, they know where players are.
Yeah, that re-smoke is so annoying as well, because Bubsky, you know, could have probably smoked long, then they'd have short and long locked out, and hell, you can plant suddenly. I mean, Spirit were fine with playing retake, but why give them the option? Smoking Cave delays Astralis by another 15. They use their last smoke on short. That leaves long open. Molly will have to do. Magic's waiting. Gotta watch out for that spread, but he seems safe in the corner, and Mir's ready to go through the smoke at a moment's notice. Flank is finally activating for Sumdai Young, and time is ticking for Astralis. Lucky trying to cover his teammate. While Spirit give it away, is that going to give room to Astralis? Can they pick it up somehow? Bubsky doubles up, and Lucky has followed up on the flank. Oh my goodness, Astralis win the round. 2-on-4, Spirit, they welcome them into the bomb site. They said, have it. rolled out the red carpet, tried to play a retake, waited on the flank. None of that happened. None of that worked. Lucky was so ready for Sundae-young in the backline. And the saddest part about that, Sundae-young could have flanked maybe 20 seconds earlier. He could have flanked when the smoke was down, but you know, as the smoke comes down, Astralis go quiet, they go cold, they stop moving, and Sundae-young doesn't want to activate in case they're holding him. Great flick back from Lucky. We're back in.
Oh, and another opener here. So Astralis, they are steamrolling towards a good half on this T side. Dexter brought to his knees, Mir back on this same angle, and oh, they haven't learned from the last round. Glaive should be able to get this trade. What? How's he gotten out of there? How's he gotten out? Mir's still alive, maybe not for long. Bobski will deal with the player in question, now having to go all the way back to get the bomb as well. But the A site, I was gonna say it belongs to Astralis. It doesn't yet. They have Cube, and they're holding for these players rotating in. I almost wonder if you send Magisk into B at this point. Oh, you just end the round right there. 9-6, and it's Lucky to close it out. Astralis, they win out that T side, and that leaves them in pole position in a very good spot. Team spirit, it's going to take a lot to get back into this one.
Hey Future Pros! We're on Ancient today, and I wanted to show you a nice temple smoke you can throw on your A hits. To throw this smoke, stand over the corner of this broken brick. Aim up and place your crosshair just to the left of this brick section. Then jump throw the smoke. If you did everything right, you'll receive a smoke that lands in the temple and blocks off both doorways onto the site. I hope you all have a great day, and don't forget to smile.
It wasn't too long ago when the Ancients first looked to the stars. And now, well, it's the other way around. The stars here shining favorably on Astralis. on Ancient, the third and final map of this series. It's going to be a bit of an uphill battle here for Team Spirit. They're going to need to have their namesake in abundance if they want to claw this one back.
Yeah, very impressive game for Astralis, right? Considering it started so well for Spirit on that CT side. Astralis now look to do the same. Double up on the middle, pushed in deep. And quick tap from Dupree will rid us of Mia. Quite the man to take down early, and Glaive's got another.
That's filth.
Yeah, these USPs are proving problematic for Spirit. And they're going to try and recommit into B, but after finding 2 kills elsewhere, Astralis are already 1 step ahead. They're all here.
Hell yeah, they are. Look at them coming on that mini-map. Look, all 4 little blue circles coming over. Glaive rotating through middle. The rest of the gang just need to hold the line. Dupree and Magis getting a kill apiece. Has left it all on Chopper. He's flying solo right now. Tagged on up. And there's Glaive with the wrap. Shot in the back of the head. Astralis, they grab that pistol round. They sit up 10-6. And now we start to look at this Team Spirit. You know, we know them to be a squad that's pretty keen to attempt these risky forces, right? To come in with Galil's AKs in rounds like this. Are we going to get that?
Yeah, you know, it's more common to always want to force on CT side because, you know, your first buy round, if you full eco, is going to be pretty dog anyway. And you want the orb, you want all the util in many maps, but temptation is there from the bomb plant alone. And Spirit, they might just answer the call. So let's have a look, see what they've got cooking in the kitchen. Yeah, no doubt about it.
I know my spirits.
Yeah.
I know my spirits. Yeah. I could name them all.
What are you sipping on right now?
Oh, I do. I was actually going down like the poltergeist route.
Thought so.
Yeah. You know, I could tell I'm like a druid, man. Living out here in the jungle. Is that what druids do?
Don't think so.
I don't think so either. Dexter creeping in through main. Bubsky just hanging out with the UMP.
You're more of a shaman, I think, Harry.
Shaman, yeah.
Yeah, that would work.
Shaman. Here he is. Bubsky over in the temple. Waiting patiently. Oh, the UMP, there's one, but now they do close that net around him. Glaive wrestles with the UMP to lock in that kill there, but it is left on to Dupree in a clutch. It's almost worked wonders. Dupree's quite the man to try and get past, though, and Dexter lands that the hard way, out positioned, out red. Dupree with the clutch, the 1v2 locked in for Astralis. It's very, very close, right? The force buy almost works for Team Spirit. But now you're just left heartbroken.
Yeah, that's the worst part as well, because you just want to reforce, really. Like bomb plant, if they plant, they are 100% reforced. In fact, they still might. I saw an AK come out there at the end, but that's always a temptation. You kill 4 players on a round like that, and you know that buying up would put you on par with the weapons of Astralis, and ecoing would only give them not only more rounds, but let them build up economy while you delay your AKs. So is that temptation enough for Spirit to bite the bullet, or will they just have to concede one more? It's a scary situation. We've actually got an Astralis pause before we get in. They're trying to figure out the same question. In fact, it looks like one gun surrounded by pistols here for Spirit. Young drops it over. He has 5 kills, so being a bit of a hero there, giving it to Mira at the top of the board. But yeah, this is worrying times now for Spirit. We still have room for them to run some rifle rounds to get that AWP out. Dexter looked good when he was, you know, able to run that AWP on the CT side. And I will say this map feels like a great map for AWP players.
Yeah, I mean, dude, we've even seen like triple AWPs bought out on the CT side of this map, right? There's a lot of long angles. There's a lot of grimy stuff you can do with the AWP. Man, with this hero AK is deep in middle, and he's all alone. Like, if this AK gets cut loose, you're not retrieving it. I hope that Magix is going to move up and try join him, but no, he's just going solo on a big push. All right, well, now you understand why they're putting all this onus on it, right? They're not worried about juggling the AK around. They're saying, look, Mir, you're not dying. That's why we ain't following you. You're going to make this big hero play from the push up through middle. He has hit a timing. He got past Bubsky, and I don't know if he got spotted crossing.
Well, I think the call was made because initially this was open. Mir actually had a timing where he could have just walked in. No one was even watching it. But then Bubsky clearly must have made some call like, yeah, okay, I'm off it. Like, yeah, they could have hit a timing. Watch out. And this is what I was talking about in the first half, that clock awareness of, okay, can they be red? Can they be donut? And so Glaive is aware of it and comes back. still gets heard. Mir gets the shot off. The problem is it's surrounded by pistols. Magis can just chase down these armorless players and it'll be free and easy. If he drops the bomb, the round might be done. Mir's flank will be forgotten unless he activates now. He's trying.
Mir's scratching his head. He's like, I don't get it. I've come all the way through and now they're still holding for me. Oh, Dupree. Won't get locked out.
Doesn't matter though.
Yeah, it's still the conversion. It's still the round for Astralis.
Really smart re-aggression from Magis there. I think that has to be said. Like, not only just Dupree, like locking in super safe and just not even fighting Mir, just tucking in cave, but Magis to go, all right, there's a flank. There's only one flank. Let's beat it to the party. Forget the flank. Let's kill everyone else. And he gets rid of the Glocks. Whether he knew it was full Glocks or whether they bought, who knows? But Magis throws himself in and he wins the round off of dropping those players outside cave as well. Nice stuff. Tap off the Glock, like you said, but inconsequential at this point in the game. 12-6. And this is it right now for Spirit. They have to show something in this T-side round.
Whoa! Oh my word!
Bye-bye!
They've aggroed down ramp. It's a triple B ramp push.
See ya.
And that is brutal. Like, talk about a statement right away, right? This is... You've been building up for this if you're Team Spirit, right? You had that little force buy in the second, but this is your first, all bells, all whistles, everything you need, right? You're hoping that you could have put this to good use, and now you're immediately on the back foot in a big way. Yeah. It's a high-risk, high-reward play to triple push the ramp like that, but the reward is monumental. Look at this now. Look at how little Team Spirit are left with.
Yeah, and we have double donut plus Dupree spotting. You can tell his team when they get out. Still aware of that mid-timing, as is often the case, and that gives a bit more room for Spirit to get close. Scope will surely be heard. Dupree knows not to peek back in. He's going to flash it instead and cross to the temple where he can try and trade off his teammates. Flash out, Lucky going big. He's looking for plays. There's a big gap in the smoke. Dupree activated, traded, and Lucky is there with that gap, providing another kill, leaving Dexter, and he's not long for the world. Lucky, beautiful round out of him, grabs a free AWP. And Astralis, they knew exactly what was going on in that 5-on-3. Reads have been really good. Like, even think to that pistol round where we have one player on B, and I'm looking at that setup, I'm getting worried. They double push A, they double push mid, they get 2 kills, and then everyone rotates B, just knowing, okay, Spirit in a 3-on-5, what are they going to do? They're going to group B. And this round is a similar case. Yeah, Astralis, they seem good. The first couple of games on Ancient, pre-player break, maybe didn't go their way, but practice has come in, the results are blooming.
And they're blooming good results as well, if you don't mind me saying. Glaive. Oh, this could be a mowdown. This could be it. Look at it. It's a tiny little funnel. Oh, it's the pummel funnel. And they're all getting lit up. Chopper, last guy remaining. Look at him. He was the only one not put through the ringer. Not put... Oh, no, never mind. There's the ringer after all. 14 on the board for Astralis. And they are charging towards a victory in this opening series.
All right, I'm calling it Pummel Funnel for the rest of my life.
Yeah,
Thank
Pummel
you very
Funnel.
much. The Pummel Funnel is activated, and yeah, who better to answer the call than Glaive and Magisk? Locking it down. Magisk is having a great game. 22 and 11, fragging hard, clutching out T-side rounds with massive entries. And now just here to deliver the goods with a double as well. Yeah, I mean, you're running out of rounds here for Spirit. They've got to run another rifle here, up against 14. Lucky in mid, quick flick, and he hits it, trying to get out alive. Provided a flash by his teammate back in the cube. And a 5-on-4 that Astralis don't look to concede. Magisk, he has had enough.
Yeah, like everyone else is playing the classic Astralis style. Magisk is like, no.
No, I just want this.
I just push. You know, y'all remember what it was like when I was leading the squad. Y'all remember how crazy the strats got. That's what he's doing, man.
Just go kill, okay.
He's just running them down. Dupree stood back at ramp, like watching him off in the distance. Is this allowed? He says to Glaive, is this fine?
And look at the bomb. This is like, I don't know how you recover this. Like it's you know, you could place your bets here and you would all bet Astralis, I'm sure, but my goodness. Chopper's now giving away his position.
Yeah, now that they've seen the molly, suddenly it's like, oh boy, you done screwed up today. Magisk is in with another. Okay. Oh, it might be the ace for Magisk. Oh no, not the ace. 4 in the round, and there he is. Take a bow, Magisk.
29th bullet, baby. Saves one for later. Saves one for your girl.
Yeah, man, that's brutal, dude. Magisk is just on another level right now. This is nuts. This is crazy. I love it. And, like, you can tell he's feeling it. He's not even in the same planet right now as the rest of the team. they're all like keeping everything very, very standard, pretty safe across the board. And it almost feels like they're just saying, imagine it's like, yeah, mate, you're cracked. Go do whatever you want.
Enjoy, yeah. Remember when this was 4-1 or 6-3? I don't. Magist, finally.
Yeah,
get
right.
his undoing.
Finally, they are able to put a stop to this guy, because thus far he's felt like an unstoppable force, and Team Spirit have been the most movable of objects.
Shoving it right out of the way.
Man. Okay, well now with matches gone, it's like a bit of a sigh of relief, and the fact that you've been able to keep this in your advantage, Team Spirit. Moment of composure. This is now your best chance yet to try and make something of the T side, and this is where your comeback would have to begin.
Yeah, Astralis want a flawless CT to end it. If they win this round, they recover. They won't have dropped a single round of this half. Messy spray. Smoke is down. Too late, though. Mir wishes it was a bit sooner. Smoke's on CT as well. They should give away a plant, right? You're just hoping you don't get spammed. You're going for the J-Raz, getting it down.
Yeah, when you plant J-Raz like that, man, you're safe.
Yeah.
J only cooks up the best spots going.
Razzmatazz.
Yeah, they put a bit of a razzmatazz on it, but it's not going to be enough to win them the round. Astralis are taking their time at grouping for this one.
Sure.
Maybe they're kind of considering, yeah, we could just save here, right? We're not feeling the pressure yet. The only way that we end up, having this comeback to haunt us is if we throw it away ourselves. And so keeping the money in good standing is like really the important thing here.
I'm pretty shocked they even called this off, to be honest. Like, just off the money that they have alone, like, yeah, okay, the lead as well, but you got players over 10K right now.
Yeah, but
it's realistic, sure.
No, Lucky. Because now it's fine. It's fine. The madman. Okay, I would have been Molden if he ran in and died with the most expensive gun right at the end.
No,
Okay?
that's if anything even better, right? Because if you went for it, you probably wouldn't have won it being realistic. But that's sick. Chopper dies to bomb, Lucky kills another. Spirit save one gun, so that they can't even celebrate the round win because they know they can barely buy here. We got Galil in play, barely any nades on 2. Still, with many more rounds to win, they've at least found their first.
Triple set towards B for Astralis again. Normally, whenever they've done this, it's come with aggression down towards ramp. They won't commit to it this time. Lucky is blindsided by Mir. He just walks out in mid. Bubsky's going to nail the trade at least. That was a beauty from him. Giving this 4-on-4 back over. And now if you're Team Spirit, you're going to start leaning back in towards this B-bomb site, I'm imagining, right? You put 3 players here early. One of them's got the bomb as well. You've lost some of the presence over towards A. And even though Sam Dae-Young was still holding main for aggro, you don't have the real estate to launch an A commitment here or the utilities. So you're only really left with a play into this B-bomb site. Right now, 2 players here for Astralis, and Glaive might be that first point of contact, although he is starting to kind of, taper off, starting to measure himself a little bit. Play back in the site. Now the utility's going over. Astralis should be very obvious where this is looking to come in now.
Yeah, they're going to try and play retake. Glaive's going to go down with the ship. True captain taking 2 with him. Any more Glaive? Yes, under the smoke. He's locked them out of the bomb site. Little one way to make it happen here for Astralis, and back to the bomb for Chopper. 1v2, he can evade capture. He can go elsewhere. When will that mental clock in Astralis' head hit? When will the realization set in? About now. It's gone awfully quiet. Whatever they do, as long as they do it together, they've got their best bet to win this round and close the map and series out. Chopper's got the plant. And all the options open. Where do you go?
Well, as you say, right, as long as they do it together, that's where they're at their strongest. They're just playing a trade game. And for Chopper, having the AWP, okay, as they split up, this gives him like a bit more of an opportunity. The fact that one's gone to Temple, one's wrapping out CT, but it's only the tag! And Magisk is able to swing back out. Astralis, they take this opening series versus Team Spirit. Their Ancient looks damn good while they do it. And it's all after that Dust 2 to open up. They pull it back with a dominant Inferno. They take us to Ancient. And that's the Astralis we wanted to see.
Unfortunate times for Team Spirit here as Astralis completely bouncing back here on Ancient, led by the man Magisk here on your screen, dropping bombs here, helping able to close out their first match here in their Season 14 debut of the Pro League, and more importantly, Lucky, undefeated with Astralis. It's only been one game, but you know what? It counts somewhere, and who knows where the scene will come eventually for him.
Yeah, put that baby up on the fridge. Send it home to mom.
Hey, if I won a match in Pro CS, I would put that up on the fridge. I would never win again, but I'd be happy with it.
That'd be the good one. Yeah, that's a good map from Astralis. Nice to see them log their first win on the all-important Ancient to show that they can be they can have some danger on this map. Obviously, it helps when Magus gets 27 kills. That'll do it. 27 kills, 118 ADR on the map. So he went beast mode, which was cool to see. Yeah, good on Astralis for taking this series. That started out pretty rough there on Dust 2.
Yeah, I think, as you pointed out, Magis, it's great to show that we've had multiple people on the Astralis side step up on different maps. It was Glaive when it came to Inferno, Magis here.
Pre was up there on Inferno as well, yeah.
Yeah, and this is kind of what you talked about at the start of the series, right? We're not going to focus on Lucky. We're going to focus on the other players, and the other players are still playing damn well.
Yeah, they are, and I mean, it's nice also to have a win in a series like this with your players as they start to kind of, as you are beginning the development process with Lucky, obviously. Bubsky's going to be an ongoing process, so I mean, it's like positive reinforcement. It's like affirmation. You know, we're just, you know, this was maybe they had a good week of practice, and it's now rewarded with a nice win to start ESL Pro League. They've still got a long week ahead. This isn't going to be their most dangerous opponent. Vitality's out there, obviously. Heroic, I think, is going to be the big one for them. But in terms of making sure that you get a win that you need to have in this series, and you stay like you can still control your own destiny with a victory, this is a good start.
Yeah, Magis here as well. I think he had like 30-something kills in the series before coming into this final game, if I'm not mistaken. He was, 30 and 35, and definitely stood out exactly when they needed it, finishing off at 57 and 47. And as you're mentioning, like, you know, the positive, affirmation for the team, I would imagine, though, for a player like Glaive, for an in-game leader like Glaive, he's still going to take a victory, look back on what went wrong for them, and look to improve into the future. They obviously have time before their next match tomorrow and still have many things to learn, even from a victory, though you typically learn a lot more from a loss. So they should be happy about this.
Yeah, they certainly should. I think that for Astralis, I think at some point it might just be something where they want to look at, I don't know. I would say, I guess, figure out how to play against Spirit on Dust 2. Like I said, it's a unique play style, and there's been a couple solid victories for Spirit over them, and maybe it's just that kind of a style they're having trouble with more than any kind of fundamental problem in the map. But look, I mean, I don't even know, in their minds, it might not even be worth going too deep on things like that at the moment, as they're still trying to bring in Lucky and Bubsky. Maybe there is a certain element of let's focus on our own stuff, let's focus on our own guys and getting them up to speed. Yeah. And yeah, you're always going to have, one eye or a little bit of your focus is going to be on your opposition and kind of making sure you're staying fresh with the meta and the tactics. But certainly Astralis has plenty to look at within themselves to deal with moving forward.
And one person that's going to be eyeing all of that like a hawk is going to be Glaive, who's going to be joining us here on the show to do a little bit of a post-match interview, a little bit of sigh of relief as well, taking a big victory here in their debut. And like always, I got to ask as we bring him in, Glaive, can you hear me? Are you there?
I can hear you.
Awesome.
I am here.
I'm glad we have no audio issues with this today. First of all, congratulations.
Wait. Can you say something for me, Glaive? Can you say, who is your daddy and what does he do?
Oh my God.
Why should I do that? You can't tell me what to do, Moses.
I just think it'd be a fun little game that we can play.
Okay, but maybe next time. I'm still full focused on the game.
Perfect.
I mean, it was crazy.
Yeah. How was that? How was it starting out on Dust 2?
So Dust 2 was a bit rough for us. We didn't have much practice going on because we just had a vacation like all other teams. But especially on Dust 2, we have changed a lot of roles. That I had the AWP in Cologne, so now I have to go back into my old role. Bubsky needs to go into a new role, both for the CT and T side. So it's pretty new for a lot of the players. So, but I think we did pretty well.
One kind of conversation that we were having around you guys during Cologne, and certainly it's gonna stay popped up for a while now, I guess, is all the distractions swirling around you guys with the roster and everything like that. What are you, and I'm assuming Zonix involved to a certain extent as well, although there's some distraction there. But what is the kind of the focus on? How are you guys keeping the team focused on? It was so impressive watching you guys run through Cologne with all that stuff going on, and now you've got another big tournament here with ESL Pro League heading into the major.
Yeah, I mean, with everything going on, we try to keep our motivation as high as possible, but I don't feel like it's like if we go back to 2018, 2019, you know exactly what lineup you have, you know what you're going into next year and stuff like that. So the motivation isn't the same as it was back then. But I mean, I still think that we're doing a pretty good job at keeping the motivation as high as possible, taking all of the circumstances in. So yeah, me and Danny is of course doing everything we can to get Lucky into the team and making him feel welcome both in game and also out of the server. So I'm really happy from what he have done today.
Can you speak to, with Lucky, you don't have to go any crazy in depth, can you, if you just had to pick like the one thing that you guys saw when you were scouting him, like one aspect of his game that you guys really, really liked that caused you to take a deeper look at him, what would that one quality be?
Yeah, I mean, of course, we wanted to get an AWP player and we wanted to get a young player, not somebody that has been playing for 10 years or something.
Yeah.
We needed that new, fresh energy. But what we could see when we saw his videos was that he, it looked like for us, it was tough to say because we couldn't hear the team speak. But when we looked, it looked like he liked to take a lot of initiative, which I think is really important as an AWP player because you have the most expensive gun. And if you find an AK or an M4, you can kill them pretty easily unless you're missing a shot or you're unlucky. So I think it was nice to see that he's taking a lot of initiative.
You know, I think over the past kind of a year and a half, there's obviously, you mentioned motivation before, there's been a lot of troubling times, I guess, for you. And I want to turn this into a positive note. With Lucky coming to the team, you know, how does this kind of change the mentality of the team? Does this kind of give you like a refreshing sense of the whole roster and get you guys excited to get them up to par and to get things going back for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, we all were agreeing on that we needed an AWP player. I mean, on some maps in Cologne, I played it pretty good, and on some maps I was terrible.
Decent.
And we need,
Yeah.
on some maps, yeah.
Don't sell yourself short over there.
Yeah, that's true. So, yeah, I mean, we just knew that we needed a new guy, and I think he is the perfect fit. So, of course, that brings more motivation into the team now, and you can feel that. So it feels pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, obviously love to see you guys have that positive motivation, those positive vibes going on with you guys as well. And I'm going to leave this off with some positive vibes so you guys can go celebrate that victory. Lucky's first one with the team. And Glaive, again, thank you so much for joining us here.
Thanks, Glaive. Have a good one.
Thank you. Really proud of him. Thank you, guys.
I love that question you asked him, by the way, that one quality.
Who is your daddy? Oh, that one.
That one is, well, I actually, when he said that, I was like, wait, what are you talking about? And they started talking again. I'm like, I got it. But
I'm going to get him one day.
It might not be on camera.
No, it might not be.
Gonna record it though. But I like that question though of asking like that one quality, because obviously when you're joining a team or you're in an organization like Astralis, you have the background you have as a team. If you're gonna pick up a player, you have to be confident that they can play with your team, and to find out what that was from that initiative, I think was really interesting.
Confident to play with your team, or confident that he's going to be someone whose play style can help influence where the team's going to go. And I think that might be one of the selling points in that kind of initiative, is you see an Opper who has plays that he likes to make, who has moves that he wants to do, who has, you know, certain responses in different situations that you think you can build around. So those kinds of qualities can be super useful, especially to someone, you know, of Glaive's stature in terms of strategic depth.
Yeah, some great things to see out of them. And obviously, as you heard, Glaive, very happy to hear Lucky as well in his performance today. But that does end out our games for today. So let's take a quick little look back and a recap of what all matches were played and obviously who went out on each of them. And if you guys missed out on it, luckily for you, we're here for this now. We had Heroic start things off with their match up against Bad News Bears, and it was just all bad news, unfortunately, for the Bears, as they won in a very quick 2-0. Team Vitality took on ENCE after as well, and that ended in another 2-0 fashion. But of course, the last match, it always has to happen. We always have to go with a full 3. But at least for Astralis' sake, looking good on the final 2 maps here, Moses. And Team Spirit still proving that they're a team on Dust 2 that it's really hard to beat.
Yeah, and that's going to be that's a quality that's really tough for other teams to overcome. Obviously, Astralis still has a pretty deep map pool and pretty impactful with all their issues going on. So yeah, I expect Spirit to be pretty dangerous with some of the other teams in the group. The question again is, are they going to be dangerous enough to potentially move on and get out of the group stage?
That's what we're going to look at now. Let's take a look at the matches coming up tomorrow for you guys. Remember, this is just the first day of Season 14 of the Pro League. We still have a whole month of action, and we have more matches coming up tomorrow. We've got Vitality taking on Bad News Bears, got Astralis taking on ENCE, and we have Heroic taking on Team Spirit. A lot of good matches. And Moses, if I were to ask you, you know, one in particular you're looking at, I can kind of almost guess what it is, but I want to hear it from your mouth.
I feel like it's got to be the Heroic Spirit match at the end of the day, that little marquee matchup. Yeah, I think that's got to be the one. Astralis has an interesting match as well against ENCE, but I think ENCE at the moment still has to prove that they've got something before we get too excited for their matches. I'd be interested. Bad news, on a certain level.
It's tough, man.
Maybe
The first 3
interested
matches.
is the wrong word. Yeah, I don't really know. Yeah, well, but I mean, what are you going to do if you look at this group? If your Bad News Bears coming here, you know you're going to get wrecked right at the get-go.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a tough one. But certainly the Spirit Heroic matchup at the end of the day is going to be interesting.
Well, you know what? Speaking of tough ones, you've had a tough one flying all the way over here, doing 3 best-of-3s as well. So, you know what? We're going to end off the show. You can go back to the hotel. You can get some rest in. You guys at home as well who are watching, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow at the same time, though, for another day action here at the ESL Pro League.
Stones in a helpful hand, broken bones in a bloodstained flag. Open road and nomadic plans. In a quiet town, bodies fall upon sacred ground. Burning flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get ya. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.